Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I realized that the gate had disappeared right after I woke up. Ugh, the gate. What's going on? The group of students, including myself, had set up tents in the open space near the entrance and spent the night there. In the morning, the screams from outside the tent acted as an alarm, waking me up. I slowly stepped outside the tent. I saw a few students, who had also woken up, rubbing their eyes and peeking their heads out. What's happening? When I asked, I saw the student who had been on night watch trembling and pointing towards the entrance. Over there? Look at that. I was taken aback. What on earth was going on? The gate that had been in front of us slowly disappeared, as if the water was being sucked into a drain. The gate, now contracted into one small point, fizzled out, scattering small sparks. All that was left in the spot where the gate had been were a few blades of grass. The students, who had been watching the scene blankly, eventually understood what was happening and screamed. The gate is gone. What the hell? Where did it go? Kalia. Hey, wake up, we're screwed. Everyone was in shock from the unexpected situation. From beyond the fog outside the open area, strange howls echoed. It's monsters. Wake up, get your weapons. Before we could fully process what was happening, we had to fight right from the early morning. After the battle ended, the fog gradually started to clear. I can't believe the gate disappeared. It's just so unbelievable. Irene said this while opening a package of instant food. She was keeping a calm demeanor on the outside, but she kept glancing at the spot where the gate had disappeared, even while eating. Usually, Irene was always composed, but this unexpected situation seemed to be shaking her up inside. I opened my own package. It was surprising, but first, I needed to eat and regain my strength. Today's breakfast was instant risotto, chicken flavor. As we ate breakfast, we gradually began to talk. Is it even possible for the gate to completely disappear like this? I've heard that it's rare for something like this to happen, but I didn't expect it to happen to us. So, are we supposed to be stuck here? That's terrifying. Exactly, it would be all of us except Violet. What's the situation outside? Irene asked, and I gathered the information from my earlier conversation with Instructor Frederick in my mind. The external gates haven't disappeared. They're still working on stabilizing them. Is that so? If the external gate hasn't disappeared, then the connection must not have been severed. That means a new gate must have appeared somewhere in this dungeon. New. That's just common sense. Once a dimensional connection to the outside world is made, it's not so easily severed. A familiar voice interrupted our conversation. I turned my head, and there was Lucian, holding an unopened packet of instant risotto. Why are you here? Oh, Violet. I came to exchange for the chicken flavor. I don't like the mushroom flavor. Chicken? That's all gone. TCH. Lucian muttered quietly after hearing my words. Currently, I was supplying food for all the students. I provided easy-to-cook and various canned and retort foods because they were convenient to prepare. It was all stored in the kitchen to feed the dozens of Violet clones. I told the other students that I had accidentally discovered the emergency rations left behind by the instructors. It's just instant food anyway. It's convenient to eat. But didn't you just talk about the connection between spaces earlier? I asked Lucian, who was heading back to his seat. He replied, are you asking because you don't know? You, who got a perfect score on the exam. You mentioned that another gate might have appeared. Explain it to me. This easy stuff. Now that I looked at him, his attitude clearly said, why are you asking about this? While the other students weren't paying attention, I slipped a chocolate bar from my pocket and handed it to Lucian. He quietly accepted it. Well, it's simple. A dungeon is a space that's been isolated after a part of the real world fell into a dimensional rift. A gate is a passage created between the real world and this dimensional space. Think of it like an unhealed, continuously bleeding wound. Keep explaining. Once a gate is opened, it can never completely close. The dimensional pressure between the two worlds keeps the rift open. However, the size of a dungeon isn't fixed. The boundaries of a dungeon can expand or contract. When that happens, the positions of the gates often change. For example, the gates that appear in the city spit out monsters and then disappear. That's an example. This is when the entrance position in the real world changes. I get it now. I remembered the conversation I had with Daphne the other day, explaining the fog and the dungeon's boundaries. And the position of the entrances inside the dungeon can change as well. Correct. But to explain something so obvious like this, are you sure you're first place? How did you even do well on the exam? Because I used collective intelligence. As Lucian carried his mushroom-flavored risotto back to his seat, I looked out at the jungle beyond the open area. The thick fog from yesterday was gradually clearing and disappearing. After finishing breakfast, Irene gathered the students together. She summarized and explained what Lucian had said earlier. The gate didn't disappear. Its location just changed. From now on, let's search the dungeon to find the new gate. A male student raised a question. Can't we just stay here? It's dangerous outside with all the monsters. You need to be near the gate to have a higher chance of being rescued quickly. I won't force anyone. If you think it's too dangerous, stay here. I'll take volunteers. Understood. Another female student asked suspiciously. How can we trust that? Do you have any proof? There's no direct proof, but according to academic statistics, magic knowledge, and physics theory, the likelihood is very high. That's not 100%. What if there isn't? And what do you know about magic? The female student, holding a staff, spoke to Irene in a challenging tone. Seeing this, I started to feel irritated. Just as I was about to get angry, Lucian suddenly spoke up. Hey, shut up. What? What did you just say to me? Yeah? Why are you talking to my friend like that? As the female student chatted with her friends, Lucian raised his gloved hand and snapped his fingers. Multiple magical circles appeared behind him. And what about magic? Don't you think those who can't do magic should keep their mouths shut? Eek. As the female student recoiled, Lucian puffed up with pride and gestured towards Irene. Hey, first-year representative. Get on with it. Irene nodded slightly as a gesture of thanks, and then lightly nodded again. So, as I said earlier, we're going to look for the location of the newly formed gate. It's not mandatory. I'll only take volunteers. If anyone wants to join the search for the gate, raise your hand. When she asked, the students hesitated and looked around nervously. I whispered in Irene's ear. Irene, just leave them be. It'll be faster if I go alone. Should I? All right, if no one else volunteers, I'll ask you to help. Just as our plan to search alone with a Violet Scout team was about to be finalized, a male student, seemingly having made up his mind, raised his hand and loudly shouted. We'll go. It was the team I had called the Hero Party. After talking to his team members, 5 of them confidently looked toward us. Lucian, who had been quietly standing with his arms crossed, also raised his hand. Then I'll go too. Then I'll go too. If the leader is going, how can I not follow? After that, several students, either individually or with their teams, volunteered to join the search. About 12 students in total decided to join the search. The rest decided to stay in the open area for now. It couldn't be helped. After finishing preparations, we scattered to begin the search. Violet, I'm counting on you. Yeah, I'll find it. All right, the search operation starts now. Everyone, move. Everyone, hurry up. I headed toward a location far from the open area. Just for a moment. Ugh, don't push yourself too hard, Violet. No one's going to complain if you take it slow. Ugh, thanks. As Daphne patted me, the shock eased slightly. Being chewed alive wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. While I was recovering thanks to Daphne's healing, Irene approached us cautiously. There's something you two need to see. Daphne and I followed Irene. Various corpses of beast hordes were scattered around. These are the ones we killed earlier, right? Yeah, but look at this. Doesn't it seem strange? I examined the beasts one by one. I could spot something odd. What the? Aren't these a crab and a polar bear? Technically, they're beasts derived from those creatures. Normally, they don't inhabit Chloris Great Forest. Could they have come from an external dungeon? That's impossible. Unless someone deliberately brought them here. I tilted my head in confusion. The more we dug, the more questions we uncovered. We'll need to continue searching tomorrow. Yeah, let's sleep on it for now and think about it tomorrow. Thus, we greeted the third morning in the dungeon. In the meantime, I witnessed something strange. Violet number 406 was one of the members of the Violet Search Squad. The squad, following orders from the temporary command center, tirelessly rotated shifts or generated new clones to locate the position of a new gate that had appeared in Chloris Great Forest. Despite the humid weather, number 406 muttered complaints under her breath as she hacked away at the bushes blocking her path. Then, something strange caught no 406 SI. What's that? A gate? But it seems smaller than usual. It was indeed a gate. However, its size was smaller than the previous ones, and its color was peculiar. The surroundings were a mess, as if a storm had swept through. Trees were snapped in half. As Violet surveyed the area, something caught her eye, a shape partially buried in the dirt. When she picked it up and brushed it off, she found a warning sign. Curious, number 406 transmitted the discovery to the Violet Command Center. Can you see this? This area is a managed and controlled zone. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Seeing that written on the sign only made one want to enter even more. I gave an order to number 406. Go in for now. You're wearing your mask, right? Yeah, confirmed. Violet number 406 leapt through the small gate. Her surroundings changed in an instant, and her eyes widened. This place. Looking around, she saw an area composed of various large and small structures. Who built a place like this? She cautiously walked further inside. There were temporary structures divided into several levels, illuminated by artificial lights. Suddenly, the sound of multiple footsteps reached her ears. No 406, hide. Violet number 406 immediately concealed herself in a corner. She saw several people engaged in conversation. Among them, a young man with gray hair caught her attention, and the entire Violet Command Center reacted in shock. It's the Student Council President? And the one next to him, is that the Treasurer? What are they doing here? A mysterious gate located within an expanded dungeon, and a suspicious facility beyond it. On top of that, the Student Council President was walking with one of his subordinates. Who built this place, and why was the Student Council President here? The Violet Command Center immediately ordered further reconnaissance. Number 406 began exploring the unknown facility, evading detection in the shadows. Be careful not to get caught. While Violet was inspecting the suspicious facility, a group of students arrived at the location she had just passed through. Nathan, was it really necessary to come this far? You saw it too. The beasts are getting stronger. We need to find an exit quickly. A party of students, whom Violet had labeled the Hero Party, and another group of students discovered the small gate. Could this be the exit? It seems operational. Let's just step inside and come right back out. Then we can inform the others in the clearing. The students cautiously entered through the gate. Shortly after, a second group arrived. Hey, Lucian, look over there. Is that the exit? Well, it does look odd, doesn't it? Whatever it is, we need to check it out. If it's dangerous, we'll leave immediately. Lucian's party also stepped through the gate, completely unaware of what lay on the other side. When Violet first crossed the gate, she encountered a long tunnel. After passing through the dark corridor, a vast space suddenly unfolded before her. It's huge, way beyond what I imagined. Can you all see this? It really is. What is all this? Violet's temporary command unit was busy processing the real-time information relayed by number 406. After observing for about 5 minutes, there were far too many suspicious elements. To make matters worse, the student council president and treasurer, who were supposed to be at school, were here. It was clear this place was worth investigating. The facility resembled a massive cavern. Except for the concrete ceiling, it felt entirely like a cave. Temporary structures made from metal panels were scattered around, and complex equipment and wires cluttered the spaces above them. Artificial lights were installed all over the ceiling, casting shadows from the machines and large building-like structures below. Violet number 406 moved stealthily to avoid being detected. Fortunately, this suspicious facility seemed thoroughly wrecked, as if swept by a storm. Was there an earthquake or something? Could be. There are even dead bodies around. Number 406 quietly climbed some stairs to the top of a temporary structure. Looking around, countless metal cages came into view. Look over there, beast cages. Violet was reminded of her time imprisoned at Laplaxia's laboratory. Like that place, this facility also kept large and small beasts in cages for experiments. The beasts inside the cages were restrained, while some cages were entirely broken or damaged. Could the beasts we captured have poured out from there? Judging by the blood-soaked floors and the scattered bodies of beasts and humans, it seemed like something significant had happened. The walls were marked with bullet holes, and broken swords and bolts littered the ground. Was there some kind of massive beast escape? I'll keep looking around. Violet continued to stealthily explore the facility, making sure to record any suspicious spots. White-coated researchers hurriedly moved through the area. Guards wearing armbands with the Magna Nai's clan symbol busily patrolled the surroundings. Some of the facility's lights were out, likely due to damage. Violet entered one of the rooms in the facility. What she saw inside was shocking. What is that? Human brains. Ugh. Inside what appeared to be a laboratory, numerous people had their skulls opened. The ages varied widely. Electrodes and wires were densely inserted into their exposed brains, while unknown substances flowed through tubes into their heads. Those people are alive. This is horrifying. At the center of the room was an unidentified device. The wires connected to the brains led to this central device. Measurement instruments around it displayed incomprehensible signals on their screens. What in the world is this? Just as number 3 cautiously spoke, screams echoed from outside the door. Help me, please save me. The test subject is escaping. Peeking outside, Violet saw a person in a hospital gown with a pin embedded in their head collapse after being shot. This place is just like Laplaxia's lab. The guards dragged the body away to another location. After scanning her surroundings, Violet headed to another room. The scenes inside the various laboratories were horrifying. There were rooms filled with large and small beast brains, as well as rooms where human brains were connected to beast brains via wires. It seemed the facility hidden within the dungeon was a laboratory for human experimentation. But for what purpose? After leaving the laboratory, Violet climbed back onto a structure to look for anything unusual. That was when gunfire suddenly rang out. Amid the rapid bursts of gunshots and following screams, Violet hurriedly moved. Number 406 ran between the structures toward the source of the commotion. Soon, a horrific scene streamed into Violet's network, leaving everyone speechless. A student. Long ago, the decision by Magna Nai's executives to monopolize the Chloris forest was a mistake. After reviewing reports from subordinates, they realized the dungeon's profitability was abysmally low. The quality of the beasts was poor, their numbers were scarce, and no unique resources were found within. Moreover, the Chloris forest had unstable spatial properties. The dungeon's boundaries would expand and contract in cycles, like tidal ebb and flow. This rare phenomenon occurred regularly here, unlike in most other dungeons. Several hunters went missing after being caught in these spatial shifts during exploration. The executives were left pondering what to do with this useless dungeon. Just as the consensus leaned toward shutting it down, one executive proposed an intriguing idea. What if they utilized the dungeon's spatial instability? Through research and experiments, Magna Nai's mages discovered an interesting fact. Objects placed within the expanded space remained intact even when the dungeon contracted, becoming inaccessible but not destroyed. This made the space ideal for hiding things. Taking it a step further, they manipulated the unstable space to create a subdimension. Essentially, a dungeon within a dungeon. Thus, the secret research facility, Lab A13, was born. Currently, Crocell was inspecting the interior of the research facility. Thanks for your swift assistance. We managed to suppress it quickly. It was just part of my mission. No need to thank me. The research facility's manager offered an awkward smile, to which Crocell responded perfunctorily. Lab A13 had suffered partial destruction due to an unexpected expansion of the dungeon. This had led to a massive escape of experimental beasts. When the lab requested support, the board dispatched Crocell and Kame, who were stationed at the nearby academy. A small passage connected the subdimension to the outside world. The two quickly handled the commotion. It doesn't seem fully resolved yet. I'll continue to look around. Crocell decided to further inspect the facility's interior. There was much to address, but orders from the board couldn't be taken lightly. Well, Student Council President, you've been busy. Kame appeared beside him, grinning. I've told you many times to drop the formalities outside. This isn't the academy, so don't call me president. There's no need to act like a student here. Got it. You're particular. As they checked the facility's condition, the two chatted. By the way, what's this new mission they sent down? Doesn't seem like it involves outsiders. It's nothing big. You're familiar with them. Who is it, exactly? Instead of answering, Crocell handed over a tablet from his bag. Grinning like a child unwrapping a toy, Kame manipulated the tablet. As the data loaded, the face of a stern-looking girl with violet hair appeared. Wow, Irene Solstice? Incredible? Wasn't the board just keeping an eye on her for a while? The insiders of the Helios clan have all been dealt with. That guy will lose everything now, his home, his wealth, even the protection of the clan. How pitiful? And she's so pretty too. But insiders? Who are they exactly? Kame asked with sparkling eyes, full of interest. Crocell chuckled softly. Relatives who want to leech off the shares of a spoiled heiress, that's who. All we need to do is clean up after them. Kame exclaimed in admiration. Wow, family really is the scariest, huh? You know Orion Solstice is in critical condition after fighting a top-tier beast, right? He's practically a corpse stuck in a hospital bed. It's clear to anyone that he's beyond recovery. Soon, the clan's management issues will rise to the surface. Normally, his shares would be inherited by his daughter. But if she disappears, someone else would take over. I can't believe you've already settled things with the insiders. The board really is thorough. So, the next person is... Oh, this guy. As he flipped through multiple screens, Kame paused at a familiar face. Frederick the instructor has been around forever. Isn't it about time he retired? I heard that old man was secretly investigating things while pretending to sit quietly. Well, that works out. I've always been curious about the skills of that senior guy. Don't get carried away with useless thoughts. Troops dispatched from Lyra and Magna Nai will move as well. That old man has a different use. Saying this, Crocell smirked inwardly at the thought of Frederick. A pathetic old geezer who had idly collected his paycheck for 5 years. Was he finally burning with a sense of justice? As Crocell glanced around, something unusual caught his attention. An outsider. Wasn't the external passage supposed to be closed? Call security. Oh, you're right. The two quickly, but quietly, began moving toward the students. Violet was busy scouting the research lab when a group of 8 students happened to step into the entrance of Research Lab A13. On the surface, the entrance to the subspace resembled a standard gate entryway. Nathan, are you sure this is the place? It looks different from where we went in. It could be connected to some underground passage outside the dungeon. The male student, referred to as Nathan, drew his sword and pointed it toward the corridor beyond. We've been trapped here for 3 days now. If we push ourselves a little more, we can find the others and get home sooner. If it's dangerous, we can leave immediately. Nathan thought to himself. Given how exhausted the other students were, he had to find a new gate as quickly as possible. Otherwise, someone might get hurt or worse. Don't worry too much. I'll protect you all. All right, we'll trust you. Oh, is that an exit? The group eventually emerged from the dark tunnel, and what they saw left their eyes wide with surprise. Where are we? This doesn't look like outside. The 8 students stepped into the corridor of Research Lab A13. We don't know what kind of place this is, but it looks like there are people here. Maybe we can ask for help. Not sure. This place seems like it was attacked by beasts. Although it didn't seem like the dungeon's exit, the students wondered if they might find water or food inside. But as they ventured further, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. What the heck is this place? This feels wrong. Let's leave quickly. Feeling uneasy, Nathan decided to lead his friends back. Whatever this place was, they clearly didn't belong here. Just then, several figures sprinted down the hallway ahead. Startled, the students ducked behind some fallen debris. Please, no. Subjects 4, 1, and 12 are escaping. Contain them immediately. People in patient gowns, their heads outfitted with strange devices, were being chased by guards. The patients were shot down and dragged away like garbage. Oh my god, what is this? Let's get out of here. Shocked by the horrific scene, the students quickly retreated toward the exit. However, heavily armed guards appeared and blocked their path. Freeze. Startled by the threatening guns and spears aimed at them, the students hesitantly drew their weapons. Crocell stepped forward from among the guards, looking a little surprised. Students. First years, judging by their faces. Right, it's the experiential learning period. The dungeon passage was supposed to be blocked, wasn't it? We're not supposed to handle this immediately, remember. Follow protocol according to their rank. I know. At Crocell's gesture, the guards lowered their weapons. The students' gazes turned toward the man who had suddenly appeared. Who's that guy? I know him. I've seen him before. Isn't he the student council president? Under the students' wary eyes, the student council president slowly opened his mouth. You're first-year students, right? I'm sorry, but this area is a restricted zone managed by the academy. Please leave immediately. Restricted zone? We've never heard of such a thing. He scanned each student's face, comparing them to a list. None of them were on the list of those to be spared. Their ranks were mid to low, and they had intruded on a highly secured facility. According to protocol, they could not simply walk away. The soft line of Crocell's expression hardened into a sharp glare. Came, checking the list beside him, nodded in agreement. Well, now you know. You shouldn't have set foot here in the first place. What? What do you mean by that? Before the questioning girl could finish her sentence, a sharp pain struck her chest. Looking down, she saw a sword embedded in her torso. Without understanding what had happened, the girl collapsed to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the guards opened fire. Gah. Students hit by bullets collapsed. The remaining students began to flee. Some tried to shield themselves with barriers or magic. Hiya. A brave student charged toward the guards, relying on a shield. Resilient, aren't they? Thinking so, Crocell extended his hand. The male student's body floated upward with a gasp. Clenching his fist, Crocell crushed the student's limbs with telekinesis. Gah. Several swords appeared behind the student council president, floating in the air. Controlled by telekinesis, the swords severed the lives of boys and girls attempting to flee or defend themselves from the gunfire. My eyes? I can't see. Nathan, help me. No, Riley. The girl, screaming in agony from her slashed eyes, died as a sword pierced her heart. Nathan, who held his shield and fought until the end, fell spitting blood. 5 swords pierced him in quick succession. With the last of his strength, he cried out. Why, are you doing this, to us? You saw something you shouldn't have. That's all. Crocell replied nonchalantly, finishing off the last student. Of course, he relished the personal amusement of dealing with what he deemed low-level individuals, but he didn't show it openly. Oh dear, quite a number of them died again. You know it's not an issue. These were expendable. Orphans, single-parent households, and low-status families. They weren't even awakening-class individuals essential to the plan. Completely replaceable. Crocell turned his head at the sound of movement and spotted 3 people frozen at the entrance. Unfortunately, Lucian's group had walked in at the worst possible moment, witnessing everything. Well, you saw, didn't you? Faced with the horrific scene, Lucian spat out a curse. You psychotic bastard. The swords hovering above Crocell's head aimed at the group and flew toward them. The guards also opened fire. Kayak. Granite ducked to the ground, and Levi hid behind nearby cover. Lucian used various spells to block the bullets and deflect the incoming swords. Ugh. Lucian groaned in pain. Several telekinetically controlled swords had cleverly maneuvered to strike him from behind. Although he quickly dodged, he couldn't avoid getting injured. Lucian, you're back. I can't just stand by. I'll fight too. Help? Help how? You idiots can't do anything? Run away now. The encirclement was closing in rapidly. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be a chance for the group to escape. At that moment, Violet arrived, having heard the gunfire, and witnessed the entire scene. Outside, Violet screamed. Violet? What's wrong? Irene looked at number 98 with worried eyes. The shock felt at the scene by number 406 had been transmitted to number 98 without filter. The Student Council President. Student Council President? Crocell. The Student Council President is killing students. The Student Council President is killing students. No. On the scene, I saw students struck down by bullets and swords. Even those warrior party guys are here. Poor souls. Sadly, they had met their grim end long ago. But that wasn't the point. Lucian's team, desperately fighting for their lives, came into view. They're still alive? We have to save them. Our identities might get exposed. Does that matter right now? That maniac is killing people. We Violets kill too, but we don't randomly slaughter just anyone like that lunatic. We don't hack down innocent students. I suspected Crocell was psychotic, but I didn't think he was a full-blown murderous psychopath. I couldn't let that bastard kill any more people. Though the already dead students couldn't be helped, at the very least, I had to save Lucian's team. Electric sparks crackled across the Violet mental network. Number 406 screamed in despair as they contacted the temporary command. Their shock resonated vividly with all of us. Command? Requesting permission to use the blazing blade and hand of fate. Not now. Did you see his level? He's using telekinesis. Look at the surrounding mana levels. He's stronger than our ally. Number 1 issued instructions. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Stall for time. Permission granted to use the combat rifle. Understood. Number 406 pulled out a combat rifle. A crossbow would be too slow, and there was a chance he could evade it. Whether it could kill him remained uncertain. Lucian didn't seem to be in good shape. He was barely managing to fend off the guards' gunfire and multiple swords flying through the air. Already injured multiple times, he was bleeding. I searched for the rest of his group. Levi was hiding behind cover, and Granite was struggling to deal with a single flying sword. I needed to divert their attention so they could escape. Without time to steady the rifle on the railing, I pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession. The bullets flew and aimed straight for the student council president's head. Clang, only to be deflected with sparks. I couldn't believe my eyes. Was Crocell's skull made of steel? No, it wasn't. The swords flying through the air by telekinesis had blocked the bullets. Target change? Go for the treasurer. I quickly adjusted my aim to the treasurer standing nearby with arms crossed and fired again. This time, there was a result. The battle rifle's bullet smashed the head of the logistics officer and tore a large hole through his chest. At that moment, as the surrounding vigilance loosened, Lucian's group, realizing the situation had turned strange, bolted away at full speed. I've got them. Crocell gave some instructions to the guards before turning his body. Strangely enough, he didn't seem to care about the dead logistics officer beside him. Our eyes met. I saw him say something. I couldn't hear it, but based on the atmosphere and the movement of his lips, I understood. There's another one, huh? He was now deflecting bullets with the sword in his hand. Some of the guards also turned their gazes toward me. As soon as the bullets fell, he kicked off the ground and leaped into the air. The guy flew straight toward where I was. He's flying. It's telekinesis? He's using telekinesis to lift his body. I thought he could only use telekinesis to choke people, but turns out it's versatile. What was even more terrifying were the 10 swords hovering around him. The swords, controlled by telekinesis, moved as if they were alive. As he flew toward me, the swords rained down in my direction. Crazy? That's swordsmanship with telekinesis. Dodge. I quickly ducked. The swords flew over our heads and embedded themselves into the wall. The power was no joke. He landed on the metal panel structure I was standing on. The 10 swords swirling around him radiated an ominous aura. They seemed ready to skewer me the moment I moved. Do I have to fight him here? Number 2 stopped me. Not here. Remember when we first met the student council president? He knows what our ability is. If we use the clone technique, he might figure it out. Then what do? We have to disguise it as another unique ability. For example, the temporary command center quickly explained something to Violet number 406. She gasped inwardly. It was a rather groundbreaking idea. Crocell approached me with sharp intensity, pressuring me. He opened his mouth. What's your identity? As he scrutinized me, the corner of his eyes slightly twisted. The way your form appears blurry suggests you're using a cognitive interference device. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't answer. My friend is skilled in interrogation. Even if you stay silent now, you can answer later, tied up tight. He muttered on without me asking. Good. If he didn't chase after Lucian's group, their chances of survival would increase. To buy more time, I decided to provoke him. Shut up, you trashy eunuch. What did you just say? At my sudden outburst, Crocell frowned deeply. I've come to punish you. I chose my words carefully. Slowly, I began to act like a wicked villain. Fortunately, I had a cognitive interference device and a voice modulator. With these, my identity wouldn't be revealed. We're villains now? Terrorists, to be exact. Wait, those guys, what about them? Perfect. From now on, our identity is theirs. In Academy City's Ruslam, there was a notorious group wearing black combat suits and causing havoc. Punish us? What kind of? I am from the Obsidian Legion. Even to my ears, my altered voice sounded rigid. He looked at me with a ridiculous expression. The Obsidian Legion? Ha, who are you calling trash, you terrorist scum? Exactly. By the way, are you really from the Obsidian Legion? I turned my head at the voice from the other side of the student council president. I froze. The logistics officer, whose head I had just blown off with the battle rifle, was standing there, perfectly fine. Crocell smirked as he noticed my flinching reaction. You seem surprised. My comrades don't die, you see. Hey, Obsidian Legion, huh? Stay still while I strip off that mask of yours. 10 swords hovered above him menacingly. More swords appeared behind his back. Now, a total of 15 swords were aimed at me. Violet number 406 pulled out 2 submachine guns and fired wildly while retreating. This is Crocell. The intruder is moving from Zone 1 to Zone 2. Capture them. The sound of swords tearing through the air followed behind me. Magna Nai's guards were also running from below, but that was fine. I saw Lucian's group escaping. Although the guards were pursuing, my friends were heading in that direction. If they timed it right, they might be able to escape. I just needed to buy more time. Punishment? Huh? We're the ones getting punished here. Run? However, a sword stabbed into No 406's back. Immediately, I created a new clone on the stairs below while pulling out a prepared explosive. Boom! Violet number 406 exploded into pieces. The newly created Violet number 312 dashed frantically along the platform. Crocell's bewildered eyes locked onto me. He looked completely baffled as he stared at Violet number 312. I clearly felt the sensation of stabbing. How? Violet number 312 fired wildly to keep him from thinking further. He couldn't see my body disintegrating. Fortunately, he turned his gaze away. Running desperately, I was pierced by another sword just as I reached into my coat. The Molotov cocktail I carried ignited, reducing Violet number 312 to ashes. As my corpse dissolved into magical particles, violet number 12, created beyond the wall, fired and ran off. The guards spoke as they chased us. I definitely killed it, didn't I? Is it revival? No, it's the same person. That's. And with that, our intention succeeded. The intruder can use teleportation? They can't have gone far. Surround them. There they are. Crocell shouted for reinforcements while pursuing us. With each call, he kept mentioning teleportation. We had successfully planted a misunderstanding. From now on, I was the teleportation genius, Violet. I just needed to survive as long as possible to buy more time. Lucian and his team ran down the corridor with all their might. Beyond the dark passage they had passed earlier, a small gate shimmered. Tell me I'm not seeing things. It was the student council president's doing, right? Granite, whose usual stoic demeanor had disappeared in fear, asked Lucian. Are you seriously asking? Of course, it was Crocell, that crazy bastard. Ugh, ugh. Oh my god. The student council president killed a student. Levi whimpered in terror. Tatatang? Tatang? Gunfire erupted from behind like a torrential downpour. Lucian hastily launched a few spells backward, but the pursuit continued relentlessly. Hey, if you've got time to cry, run faster. Got it? Ugh, ugh. His back and arms ached from wounds caused by sword slashes. Even after they emerged from the gate, the chase remained persistent. A security guard wielding a sword attempted to strike down Levi, who was falling behind. Ah! Bang! The security guard's head vanished, struck by a combat rifle. Then, a voice amplified through a megaphone echoed in the forest. Everyone, get down. Lucian's group instinctively dropped to the ground at the sound. Artillery fire flew overhead. The pursuing guards collapsed, struck by gunfire and bolts coming from the forest. Once the pursuers were eliminated, soldiers concealed by camouflage appeared. Who are you guys? It's me, Violet. Amidst Violet's unit, Irene emerged, her gaze directed at the guards' corpses and the distant gate. She gritted her teeth. So they've stooped to blatant attacks now, those scumbags. Relieved of tension, Lucian collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Ah, damn. It hurts like hell. Stay still, before your wounds worsen. While Daphne examined Lucian's injuries, Irene quickly exchanged opinions with the Violets. So, Nathan's team was inside too. Yeah, by the time I found them, they'd been dead for quite a while. Hearing my words, Irene couldn't hide her grim expression. Let's get out of here first. I'm holding them off inside for now, but they could chase us at any moment. But we still don't know where the newly spawned gate is, do we? When Irene showed skepticism, Violet number 387 shook her head and pointed to a direction. That's not true. One of our scouts found the new gate just a while ago. Already? Well, we've been searching all day. It hasn't opened yet, but it's closer than we thought. We've already sent those in the clearing over there, so we just need to go. Nigerian Nairo yes. She kept glancing nervously at the direction of the small gate but soon turned her head as if deciding. All right. Escaping comes first for now. Let's move. Once Lucian's treatment was complete, Violet's group moved without hesitation toward the new gate's location. Violet had experienced 21 deaths so far. Kaya. To deceive and confuse them, I made full use of the clone technique, which allows creation beyond walls. If clone number 32 was about to get caught while running, I immediately generated a new Violet nearby and self-destruct it. From the outside, it appeared as though someone had teleported after an explosion. In other words, it gave the illusion of possessing teleportation abilities. Furthermore, due to some incident, the lighting in the facility was poor, leaving the surroundings dark, creating room for confusion. Boom, 371. Run faster. I'm trying. Currently, dozens of Magna Nai's security guards, Student Council President Crocell, and Treasurer Kame were chasing me. My only mistake was throwing Molotov cocktails around the facility, shooting researchers, and playing a few harmless pranks while escaping. Long live the Obsidian Legion? Filthy clan scum, I'll purify you all with fire. You crazy terrorist bastard. Shouting in a distorted voice, people around me screamed back in response. The popular star, Violet? Though there was the slight issue of autograph requests being made with guns and swords. Of course, my goal wasn't just to buy time. Lucian's group was safe. My real objective was to destroy this facility. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was an evil and suspicious place that needed to be eliminated. While one Violet drew attention, a secretly generated squad of Violets was busy planting bombs throughout the shady facility. This facility has to go. Burn it all. If I had time, I'd grab some documents, but there wasn't any. And for the ones who died earlier, this was all I could do. I didn't know why they killed the students, but it was too much. Amidst my rage and tension, clone number 371 fired pistols with both hands. Crocell's telekinetically controlled swords rampaged like feral piranhas around me. His precision in manipulating them was unexpectedly high. Their destructive power was no joke. They even have sword auras? How did they do it? In hindsight, it was fortunate they didn't opt for overwhelming us with sheer numbers. I wasn't sure how many swords he could control, but the fact that he could unleash a flurry of attacks was a bad match for us. If we got too close, we'd be bound by telekinesis and have our limbs twisted. If we kept our distance, we'd be struck by flying sword techniques, making it tricky to counter. Keep as much distance as possible? Their range isn't that long. Fortunately, the sword control range didn't feel particularly extensive. Once we moved out of a certain distance, they couldn't follow. Kia, oops, got careless there? Haha. Distracted by the swords, a bolt fired by Kame struck my side. That damned guy was insanely quick, shooting bullets or bolts from a firing line the moment my focus slipped. Something's off. That one, I swear I saw its head blown off. 406. Stop babbling nonsense and stay still. It seemed that Clone No 371's activity was nearing its end. A makeshift smoke grenade appeared in my hand, billowing out dense smoke. While the pursuers hesitated to approach, Clone number 371 self-destruct within the smoke. Above the ceiling, number 120 was already racing away and wreaking havoc. Freedom, revolution, violence. The intruder teleported to the upper floor. Are the explosives set yet? Almost. Just one more to go. While running across the facility's rooftop, swords came flying toward clone number 120. In a split second, the footing was cut away, and clone number 120 fell to the ground. Ugh. Raising her head after the fall, Crocell, flying through telekinesis, landed gracefully in front of me and began walking leisurely. When I tried to get up, a sword impaled each of my legs. Arg. You little rat, try running away again. What's wrong, out of mana? The creature growled in anger. I could see the veins bulging on its face even from here. Just as I was about to end it all with self-detonation, a large metal tank behind Crocell caught my eye. The tank was labeled highly flammable. I found something perfect to blow up. Would it explode if I shoot it with a gun or an arrow? It'll block it with its sword or telekinesis. While quick discussions went back and forth, Violet number 1 made a bold decision at the temporary command center. Let's use the Hand of Destiny. That magic beam will be unstoppable. It's a 5-star artifact. What if we lose it? We might be able to kill it here and now. It's worth the gamble. Violet no 1's argument convinced the others. Number 120 equipped the Hand of Destiny. What's that gauntlet? Ha, feudal resistance. Why don't you just give up already? I ignored whatever the student council president was muttering. I focused all my magic to prepare for a powerful strike. The Hand of Destiny began draining every last drop of magic I had. A tremendous force condensed in my palm. The rapid depletion of magic made me feel dizzy. Although clones like us only needed food to sustain ourselves, the lack of magic felt unsettling. But if I could land this one hit properly. Beware of our power. The light of Violet. A blinding yellow magic beam burst from the gauntlet's palm. The beam flew in a straight line, but just before it struck, Crocell twisted his body impossibly to dodge it. He had propelled himself with telekinesis. Telekinetic movement. As soon as I fired the beam, I immediately stored the gauntlet back into the inventory. Agonizing pain shot through me. 7 swords hurled by him had pierced my body. Was I defeated? Perhaps. If my target had been the student council president, that is. It didn't matter if I hit him or not, I had nothing to lose. You've been tricked. From the start, my real target was the fuel tank behind him. The moment the beam struck the fuel tank, a violent explosion erupted. Damn it. He was swept away by the explosion. Number 120 smiled as she vanished. We got him. He might still be alive. Witnessing the fuel tank's massive explosion, the Violet squad activated the bombs they had planted throughout the facility. Haha, it's blowing up. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was engulfed in flames. The Violet squad laughed gleefully as they deconstructed themselves. Violet's sabotage operation was a success. The makeshift bombs planted throughout the facility rendered it irreparable. The unfortunate test subjects suffering inside also found some peace. However, had Violet possessed sufficient knowledge and advice, she might have attempted to destroy the subspace itself. The subspace that housed Research Lab A13 still remained intact. It was a cancer accelerating the imbalance of time and space. Phenomena like the gate disturbance and the rapid dungeon expansion were all linked to this subspace. The already unstable Chloris Great Forest soon experienced 3 major events. The first was the destabilization of the dungeon space, which led to earthquakes. An earthquake. Don't stop, keep running. Violet's group, rushing toward the gate, fell and got up repeatedly due to the sudden quakes. The second phenomenon was somewhat positive. The newly formed gate stabilized quickly, reconnecting to its original entrance. Thanks to this, the students Violet had previously called over managed to escape swiftly. Is it true? The gate is stabilized. Run faster. The group hurriedly threw themselves through the gate. When they looked up, the familiar landscape from 3 days ago greeted them. We made it out. Instructor Frederick, checking the students, ran over to Violet's group with a relieved expression. Thank goodness, you all made it back. But Frederick's face darkened as he counted heads, realizing something was missing. Why are the other 8 still not here? Hearing this, Violet and Irene's faces contorted. While they hesitated on how to respond, the gate began expanding rapidly. Damn it! Evacuate immediately? What on earth is going on? People around them began fleeing in panic. The final phenomenon in the dungeon was collapse. The unstable space tore apart temporarily, causing everything inside the dungeon to spill out. As the chaos subsided, hundreds of beasts began pouring out from the expanded gate. Violet, watching the situation unfold from the road near the gate, gaped in disbelief. We have to evacuate. No, what the hell is going on? Violet's chest sank with dread. Could the bombs I planted have wrecked the dungeon? Violet, what are you doing? Let's get out of here. She was pulled away by her friends and fled quickly. Meanwhile, the beasts continued to spill out from the gate. It was then that people noticed a massive airship approaching. In the sky, a man observed everything. He gazed at the gate and traced a simple straight line with his finger. For everyone below, the results were overwhelming. Giant magic circles appeared in the air above the gate. Concentrated light gathered in one spot within the circles. Finally, a colossal beam of light struck the ground. The countless beasts flooding out of the expanded gate evaporated in an instant. The beam melted the ground, releasing immense heat, and the ensuing shockwave swept through the area within seconds. Startled, Violet fell to the ground. She was helped up but couldn't stop trembling. Had Violet glimpsed into the events of Part 2, her fear might have been lessened. After all, fear stems from the unknown. But the shock itself would have been unavoidable. It was the work of an existence capable of performing a feat that marked the climax of the second narrative thread surrounding Academy City. The sky. Even Lucian, always arrogant despite his injuries, was frozen in place. His gaze was fixed on the sky. A young boy, realizing his place, pointed at the sky with trembling hands. Following his gesture, Daphne turned to look and gasped, covering her mouth. She stood petrified like a statue. What's wrong? Idiot? Can't you see that? Just as Violet was about to rebuke her for mimicking Levi's tone, she saw the enormous formula filling the sky above the dungeon gate and froze. A novice mage, just awakening to magic, could now see the intricate structure of the spell. Its complexity rivaled the integration of semiconductors, while its sheer size evoked images of an industrial complex. The lines and dots of the formula emanated a force that split the heavens and pressed upon the earth. How can anyone cast such a spell? Moments later, the airship reached the gate, and its ramp opened. The being responsible for this cataclysmic event began descending slowly through the air. It's the director. Someone murmured. All eyes turned to the man leading the group onto the ground. The man with long ash-gray hair tied back was dressed in a vintage suit. He wore a shining monocle, and each step he took exuded overwhelming confidence and gravitas. Behind him were robed figures in sealed helmets, faces hidden. Noctis Caldwell Valifor, the world's oldest and greatest mage, had descended with his retinue. Struggling to calm her pounding heart, Violet spoke. What's with the fishbowl heads? Irene, still dazed, managed to reply. They're the Magna Nai's vanguard. What's that? They're the elite forces of Magna Nai. But why are they here? The director isn't even the clan leader anymore. This is strange. Why? Irene's words were nearly incoherent. The scene of ruthless destruction created by a single mage had been enough to shake the normally composed girl into a state of semi-panic. As the director stepped back, the vanguard's forces began a mop-up operation against the remaining beasts. Gigantic lightning bolts swept across the ground, and storms of fire erupted. Violet shuddered. Even compared to the student council president, the power on display was overwhelming. Everyone was crushed under the weight of an inescapable force. Just then, Violet number 123 suddenly arrived in a vehicle. Get in, everyone, quick. What's the rush? Wait, hold on. Are you a clone or the original? Does it matter? Just get in. Lucian and the others scrambled into the back seat of the truck, while others climbed into the passenger seat. Number 123 immediately stepped on the accelerator, speeding away. In the rearview mirror, the dungeon's former location was ablaze. Violet drove wildly down the road. She needed to get as far away from that place as possible to think clearly. Ugh, I just want to rest. I am so sleepy. Violet drove the truck frantically. She maneuvered through the city streets into alleyways, then from alleys back onto the main roads, twisting her route repeatedly. An hour passed in no time. As she drove, the shock and fear she had felt earlier subsided significantly. Still, that scene would be something she could never forget for the rest of her life. Suspicious-looking riders on motorcycles circled the truck. They were Rider Violets. 3 dispatched motorcycles, pausing their delivery work, were escorting the truck while keeping a set distance, checking for any tailing threats. Is the explosive ready? I packed it, but we're low on stock since we blew up that facility in the dungeon earlier. The role of the escort team was simple. If any pursuers showed up, they were to fend them off, and if that wasn't possible, they would use self-destructive measures to block them. Hey, Violet? I don't know where you're heading, but Lucian and the others in the back don't look so good. Daphne, sitting in the passenger seat, asked anxiously. She glanced worriedly at Lucian's party riding in the cargo area. Shouldn't we take a break? We can't stop right now. Their condition as seen through the rearview mirror seemed psychologically strained. Nonetheless, I shook my head firmly. Although I had destroyed that research facility with a bomb, I hadn't completely finished off that student council president. I didn't have the capability to do so at the time. They must have realized by now that the security guards who were chasing us were annihilated, right? Our priority is to get as far away from the academy as quickly as possible. The Violets exchanged information, discussing what to do next. While pondering where to hide those 3 students, Irene, sitting between Daphne and me, pointed forward. I get what you're worried about. But relax. You don't have to be so tense from here on out. Oh, really? The road sign ahead indicated that we had already entered the central district. Although we had left the Magna Nai's clan's management range, we couldn't be sure yet. Number 2 turned to the motorcycle escort team circling the truck and asked. No one has been tracking us so far, right? Not at all. If that was the case, there was no need to worry for the moment. To clear our heads, we needed to take a break. Coincidentally, my stomach growled. Spotting a fast food restaurant nearby, I parked and went inside. Let's eat. We ordered a ton of hamburger sets and chicken nuggets. Irene decided to handle the payment. Having a wealthy friend comes in handy during times like these. She handed her card to the cashier. A moment later, the cashier returned the card with a perplexed look and said, "Ma'am, this card isn't going through." "What? That can't be right." A baffled Irene tried paying with another card. The result was the same. I stepped forward. I couldn't stand to watch my friend struggle anymore. "Please use this to pay. I covered the meal costs myself." "Ah, sorry about that. I wonder what's going on." "There's no need to apologize. I've got plenty of money." I grinned to reassure her so she wouldn't feel awkward. To be honest, us Violets were well off. We had taken a huge sum of cash from the gang in Stygian Lane last time. The burgers, nuggets, and ice cream were brought to the table. I placed them in front of the 5 students sitting there. My friends began eating, but Lucian's group seemed to have no appetite, barely touching their food. "Do you not like burgers? Should we go somewhere else?" "Not really. Do you have wrappers?" "Don't throw it away, I'll eat it later." Lucian barely took a bite of his burger before setting it aside and sipping on his drink. The others picked at their food in a similar disinterested manner. "Eek!" Levi suddenly shrieked. Her dark eyes trembled at the sight of ketchup splattered on the wrapper. "Oh, sorry." I quickly cleaned up the ketchup. Granite's expression wasn't great either. The horrors they had witnessed back at the lab seemed to have left a scar in their minds. In the end, I was the only one who finished their meal properly. Seeing how everyone seemed to be in bad shape, I led them to a nearby hotel, booked rooms, and let them rest. They weren't in a state to talk any further today. I even secured rooms for the escort Violets before stepping out of the hotel. Irene stood outside, holding her phone, a perplexed look on her face as she made a call. "Is there a problem?" I asked as her call ended. Irene hesitated before replying. "Not really, it's just some issues with my card and account. It'll be resolved soon. Anyway, what's your plan now?" "I'll talk with Lucian's team tomorrow. They can't return to the academy in their current state." "You're right. If what you say is true, those 3 directly witnessed the crimes. Crocell even saw their faces himself. He'll try to silence them no matter what." "Rao, it was a pity. Being marked by a murderous student council president meant their fate was sealed. Given the terrifying events of today, even my friends decided to stay at the hotel instead of returning to the academy. For now, we could only wait and see how things unfolded." The next day, 6 youths sat around a table in one of the hotel rooms after breakfast. It was time to discuss what hadn't been covered yesterday. Lucian's group looked slightly better than the day before, but their faces still carried visible worry in different ways. Irene began the conversation. "As you all probably realize by now, going back to the academy is no longer an option." "Yeah, I get that. But why?" "The student council president slaughtered people alongside the Magna Nai soldiers." Lucian, frowning, replied sharply. Smart as he was, he understood the situation quickly. "We've stumbled upon some major secret of a big clan. The academy must be involved too." "Exactly. Ugh, what do we do now?" Levi, who had been quietly listening, looked on the verge of tears. Granite hesitated but spoke up. "Isn't there a way to report this externally? To a news outlet or the inspectorate?" Lucian glared at him incredulously. "Idiot! We're talking about the 4 major clans here. The media won't listen to us. Without evidence, why would they believe us? The inspectorate is just a bunch of useless bureaucrats wasting taxes. Don't you get it? We're screwed." "Well, mostly true, but not entirely. Not everyone in the inspectorate is incompetent. The chancellor siblings might actually take this seriously. I had confirmed the presence of sages during my last visit to Aegis Academy, so perhaps I could send an anonymous report later." Lucian's right. "You've seen something you shouldn't have. It's better to lay low for now." Irene summarized the situation. The 3 fell silent. Accepting the harsh reality, they seemed to come to terms with their predicament. "But, you guys, why are you so calm?" Lucian crossed his arms and questioned us. His sharp gaze darted between Violet and the 2 girls. "You know something, don't you?" "I'm not answering that right now." Irene clammed up. Even as Lucian persistently pressed with more questions, she ignored him. There was too much we couldn't disclose at this point. Frustrated, Lucian eventually gave up asking. The focus shifted to deciding where to hide. "Where should we go?" "I have no idea. You're all brawn and no brain. The best option is to hide in some slum or other. But, we don't have any money. We could hit up a low-level dungeon and make some quick cash." "Oh, but we can't use student IDs or accounts anymore, can we?" "Damn it, then what do we use to earn money?" Everyone mulled over the issue of finding a safe haven. But at times like this, there's always a way. "How about staying at my place?" "Your place? You mean the dorms?" "No, I have a house in the central district. I own lots of buildings. There are empty rooms, so why not stay there for now?" "Buildings? What nonsense is this? A student owning buildings?" Lucian's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't seem to trust me. But the Violets were legitimate landlords, even if most of their properties were old warehouses or abandoned factories. Irene turned to me, hurriedly whispering, "What are you talking about?" I was planning to let them stay at my place. We briefly huddled and whispered amongst ourselves. "That's not a bad idea. Your house is big and spacious. But Irene, the student council and board are already watching you. If 3 first years disappear without a trace, they'll suspect you first. Besides, I really do have a house. Wait, a house? In the central district. Yup. If you're curious, why don't you come see it? Think of it as a chance to visit my place. I left the suspicious woman behind and made a suggestion to the 3 people. Come to my place first and think about it. What do you think? I'll let you stay for free. There's a fridge, a TV, a computer, and even a gaming console. I'll provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You'll get your own private room too. If you're telling the truth, then I won't have to worry about rent. But isn't that too much? Is that really true? You're not just trying to pressure us, are you? Hey, this is no pressure at all. Lucian, doubting my enthusiasm, interjected with a skeptical remark. Stop saying such nonsense. Do you even know how expensive housing in the central district is? Don't believe me? Come and see for yourself first. If you don't like it, look for somewhere else. Seriously, it's true, but no one believes me. Alright, everyone, calm down. Let's go check it out first. If it doesn't work out, we can look for another place. Got it. With Daphne taking my side, Lucian grumbled but didn't push the argument further. Perhaps he felt it was inappropriate to argue with the person who had just treated his injuries. And so, after some back and forth, the 3 of them decided to visit my house later this afternoon. Being ordinary students, they didn't have many options. Alright, that seems settled. Now, there's one more important topic we need to discuss. What is it? With the conversation wrapping up, Irene cleared her throat and, with a serious expression, asked Lucian's team a question. This is urgent, so I need an immediate answer. Do any of you have family in Ruslam? Her words left the 3 of them puzzled, as though they didn't understand what she meant. After a moment, the faces of the 2 younger ones, excluding Lucian, turned pale. It seemed they had only just realized the possibility that their family could be targeted by academies or clans. You don't mean that, do you? Oh no, what should we do? Irene pressed on. Granite, right? You're thinking correctly. Tell me immediately. Do you have any family or close relatives staying in Academy City? No, I don't. My grandparents live outside the Ruslam archipelago. Me neither. My relatives aren't here either. I came to study abroad. That's a relief. For now, there shouldn't be any immediate problems. Outside Ruslam, the Federation has a strong influence, so even the 4 great clans wouldn't dare act so openly. I'll also make arrangements through my clan. Hearing the assurance from the successor of the Helios clan, the 2 of them sighed in relief. What about you, Lucian? Me? You don't need to worry about me. I don't have any family. Oh. Irene's golden eyes flickered uneasily, perhaps shocked by his sudden revelation of being an orphan. For that matter, I hadn't known Lucian was without a family either. It seemed we shared something in common. I felt an odd sense of camaraderie. You don't have a mother either, huh? What? You idiotic jerk, what did you just say? Sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean anything bad. What are you even talking about? I mean, I don't have parents either. The 5 people sitting around the table widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. 6 Violet, what do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. I don't have a mom or dad. I answered cheerfully. Everyone's faces froze. Even Daphne, who already knew the truth, looked at me with pity. Lucian's expression twisted into an awkward grimace. It's fine. It's all in the past. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. After finishing all the minor discussions, Violet's truck headed to the outskirts of the central district. There was a lot to do today. As I was driving, a message came in. Number 15, take this call. Got it. Is it Leslie, the boss? Number 15, read the text. It seemed the broker was finally starting to do his job. Sir, I'm contacting you because the tasks you instructed have been completed. The trade appointment has also been arranged. You should be able to make contact soon. Please let me know when it's convenient. The tasks I had assigned were broadly twofold, investigating people and securing weapon trade routes. Whether this person had done their job properly remained to be seen. The timing's not bad. Remember the level of the chairman and his underlings? We need to secure heavy weapons quickly. Is that guy even human? He launched orbital bombardments. We can't handle him with just a company-level force. It wasn't orbital bombardment. Let's just call it an airstrike. It's the same thing. Having witnessed yesterday's chaos, the Violets were filled with a sense of urgency. The chairman was a monster beyond imagination. Charging recklessly would only get us roasted by the lasers raining from the sky. Even the mage underlings wearing those ridiculous fishbowl helmets were terrifying. Sure, I could bomb their buildings or kill some people with a terrorist attack, but that wouldn't be enough. To take down the academy, we might have to face the entire Magna Nai's clan. That meant we'd eventually have to fight them head-on. Based on the knowledge I had before my possession, there weren't many cases in history where the weak defeated the strong and achieved their goals. Maybe exceptions like America defeating Britain or Vietnam expelling France. These cases had something in common. They employed strategies and tactics and mobilized armies to crush their opponents. Terrorism alone wouldn't suffice. Sustained, hit-and-run attacks over years might be enough to destroy a clan or corporation. But that kind of victory wouldn't be enough for what I wanted to achieve. I needed an army. And those 3 people who would soon crash at our building could fill the gaps in our Violet unit. Superior magical skills, long-range bombardment, and powerful close-quarters combat abilities, things we lacked but could cultivate. They could add variables to our otherwise monotonous violet forces. That depends on what they decide. Who'd be crazy enough to fight against a clan? Of course, it was unrealistic for now. Even among the violets, many saw this as merely wishful thinking. For now, there was only one thing to do. I had to introduce Kalia to my friends. It would be her first time meeting the others. The truck came to a stop, and the students stepped off. When the gates opened, a small factory and several attached buildings came into view. This was one of Violet's barracks, recently purchased to accommodate more members. Though smaller than the first factory we acquired, this one had several buildings and was built more recently, making its facilities superior. It also boasted a spacious basement, making it less populated with Violets for the time being. People's reactions varied. Is this Violet's house? It's not a house, it's a factory. My friends marveled at the surroundings, clearly intrigued. When you say house, you mean the dorms or offices inside, right? Exactly, we live there too. Those areas were primarily used as an internet cafe or kitchen. Lucian eyed me skeptically. So, all of this is yours? Yep, this is my house. No, it's a factory, not a house. A factory is my house, if you say so. Lucian trailed off. The usually cheeky, blue-haired boy seemed a bit softer than before. Perhaps it was because I mentioned I didn't have parents. It was understandable. Calling it a barracks would be more accurate than a factory, but there was no need to correct him. We Violets were legitimate property owners. To feed, shelter, and sustain a population in the hundreds while carrying out various tasks, an ordinary house wouldn't suffice. We needed parking space for trucks and buses, as well as storage for awkward or oversized items that didn't fit in inventories. Fortunately, the outskirts of the central district, where Kalia's vigilante group operated, were full of medium-sized factories and warehouses. Pooling our resources, we bought abandoned properties and converted them into Violet barracks. It might look like a factory to outsiders, but to us, it was a cherished headquarters. Every one of those buildings was bought with the blood and sweat of countless Violets who died in dungeons. Though the exterior was worn, it had electricity and running water, thanks to Kalia's network of construction veterans. With a few touches from seasoned workers, it became a livable space. There are rooms here, right? Of course. You see that two-story building up front? It used to serve as a dorm for factory workers. It's got bathrooms, showers, and a kitchen. The renovations were finished recently. Let's check it out. A with tilde epsilon S. Levi asked with a worried expression, and I responded with a smile. Showing was better than explaining 100 times. We climbed the stairs, and I opened one of the rooms. It's better than I thought. It's nice. It's a bit rough looking, but considering our situation, we can't be picky. The rooms are also bigger than expected. Originally, it was designed for 4 people per room. On the first floor, there's a lounge, a kitchen, and bathrooms. You can cook for yourselves, or I can make food for you. That's fine. Honestly, this is already luxurious. But how will you manage? Aren't you staying at school? There's a way. But if you're not interested, that's fine. The building had been unusable at first, but the investment in new wallpaper and repairs paid off. Granite, who had been scanning the area, hesitated before speaking. Violet. What is it? There won't be any bugs, right? He scratched his head awkwardly after asking. Oh, none at all. Don't worry about that. I dismissed their concerns. Granite's worry wasn't unfounded, though. In the past, centipedes, cockroaches, and silverfish infested this dormitory. There were even bed bugs. Eventually, we gassed the entire building to get rid of them. The fumigation was so intense that one of the Violets suffocated during the process, but it solved the problem. Oh, by the way, don't go into the dormitory basement. Why not? It's under renovation? There are leaks, mold, and probably bugs, too. Ugh. That was a lie. The truth was different. The basement held dozens of unconscious Violet bodies in storage. Good thing we already moved the barrels out. I'll shift the rest to another factory later. I had forgotten to clean up a critical detail in my rush to hide Lucian's teammates. I'd deal with it after sending them shopping. After the tour, everyone seemed to have a positive reaction. I thought you were just an oddball, but you're rich. So, how much is the rent? Rent? You don't have to pay. You can live here for free. There's just one condition. Lucian's expression filled with doubt at my reply. So, it's not really free. Well, that's more believable than free housing. What's the condition? He bit the bait. I looked at the other two, their curious eyes mirrored his. It's simple. Whenever I go to the dungeon, you have to help me. Deal. That's not hard at all. Sure, why not? All right, I'll help. They agreed without hesitation. Pride, perhaps, kept them from mooching entirely. Perfect. I'd work them hard little by little. You guys can keep exploring. I need to talk with my friends. Got it. Leaving the 3 to wander the dormitory, I headed elsewhere with my friends. Where are we going now? To my home? I wanted to show you around. Home? Isn't this it? This one just finished renovations. I live in a bigger place now, and I want to introduce you to someone. The dormitory factory was small and needed many upgrades. Few Violets stayed there for now. Eventually, it would be a bustling training and living area. What about explaining the clones? I'll dodge the topic for now and properly explain later when they're part of our plan. Most Violets still stayed at the first barracks, a larger factory with dorms, a warehouse, and an office. It had better parking and was close to Kalia's house, the Osprey Brotherhood's building, and brokers' offices. Even Ulrich's confinement room was nearby. What's he up to these days? Busy unlocking game achievements. No chance of escape, then. I opened the folding gate and stepped into the factory site. A girl with pink hair and a white jumper was sorting boxes near the main building. 97th, are you done already? I'm 363rd? She's not finished yet. You all look identical. How am I supposed to tell you apart? You're all just Violets to me. But Kalia's emerald eyes shifted behind 363rd to the two girls standing there. Her gaze narrowed. Who are those behind you? They must be something special to get here. They're friends from school. Meet Irene and Daphne. Kalia studied them, her face a mix of caution and curiosity. She had heard me mention meeting people but never met them herself. Being far away, such visits were rare. Cautiously, Kalia extended her hand. So, you're the friends Violet mentioned. I'm Kalia. I'm Irene. Nice to meet you. I'm Daphne. Please take care of me. What's your relationship with Violet? When Daphne greeted her with a bright smile, Kalia awkwardly responded. Friends, you know. Hold on, let me talk to Violet for a bit. I have something to ask. Sure, don't mind us. Kalia briefly took number 363 with her to a place out of sight. She looked around a few times before whispering into my ear. Hey, no 363 or rather, Violet as a whole. You said they're friends you made at school, right? That's right. They're my friends. But why? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Kalia glanced back toward them and spoke cautiously. This is your home, you know. Even if they're friends, how are you going to explain the clones? So that's why Kalia was wary after seeing my friends. Don't worry about that. They know what my unique ability is all about. They're trustworthy. When I spoke with certainty, she replied in a slightly reluctant tone. Well, if you say so, fine. Once the conversation ended, I led Kalia back to my friends. Sorry, it took a bit longer than expected. Let me show you my place now. There was just a small misunderstanding with Violet. And, since we're the same age, feel free to speak casually. If that's what you want, I'll do so. Alright, Kalia. No need to be so formal with me, seriously. While Kalia and Daphne debated the nuances of formal versus casual speech, I opened the factory door and led the three of them inside. Welcome to my home. Irene's golden eyes widened in amazement. Violet, there are so many of you. The gray epoxy floor was covered with numerous mats, along with 2-story and 3-story bunk beds. On those beds, Violets were either lounging around or engaging in small tasks. In one corner of the factory, Violets were sweating and swinging swords. Others were sitting at dining tables, eating or cooking. Still others were cleaning or inspecting weapons. Far away at a large table and chalkboard, a group of Violets was holding a discussion at what looked like a temporary command center. What should we have for dinner tonight? Let's eat French fries. The entire area was filled with girls with golden hair and red eyes. I've never seen so many Violets at once. Irene was so stunned that she couldn't close her mouth. That's odd. What is? Last time, when we fought Crawl Tide together, you didn't react like this. We even had meals at your place. Irene replied, well, that's because, in the dungeon, you were covered from head to toe, so it didn't really hit me that it was you. This might sound strange, but exploring the dungeon with you felt like working alongside a combat robot army. Don't get me wrong, it's just that seeing you all so lively now feels surreal. Unlike the other two, Kalia, who was a regular visitor to the Violet Barracks, remained unfazed. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I couldn't wrap my head around it the first time either. A hive mind, but each with their own personality? It's dizzying, I tell you. I see. It's just that I've never seen this many Violets in daily life before. There are Violets everywhere. Irene looked around curiously, and Daphne did the same with great interest. Oh, I forgot to greet them. The Violets turned their heads in unison and waved. Welcome to our home. Hi. Nice to meet you. Irene flinched and took a step back. Daphne let out a short scream, eek. Kalia pointed her finger and scolded. Seriously? Did you really have to scare our guests who came all this way? I told you last time not to look at people all at once. Sorry? It's just how we move. You said they're Violet's friends, right? I'm sorry. She does that a lot. Even I find it creepy sometimes. Imagine how you must feel. I understand. No, it's fine, Kalia. I was just a little startled. I felt bitter that my friends were so shocked because of us. It was embarrassing these were my guests, after all. Determined to make up for it, the Violets quickly stood up and began preparing snacks. Sorry. Here, have some of this instead. 1 minute later, a mountain of snacks, tea, and drinks was laid out on the table. Oh, what a life. Kalia held her head in her hands. Irene, watching her from the side, had a somewhat sympathetic look in her eyes. No matter where you go, Violet is still Violet. Huh? Irene, did you call me? Just talking to myself. Don't mind me. A brief silence fell over the table. The sudden tea party felt awkward. After some hesitation, Daphne spoke up. You're Kalia, right? Can I ask you something? I told you not to be formal with me. So, what's your question? You said you're friends with Violet. How did you two become friends? Irene, intrigued, turned her attention to Kalia. Hearing Daphne's question, Kalia paused, as if recalling old memories, before she began to speak. Well, it's a bit of a long story. A lot happened. Then, could you summarize it for us? Kalia started her tale, and I suddenly had a feeling I'd forgotten something. First, I should start with how I met Violet at the research lab. In the beginning, research lab. The word, seemingly out of nowhere, caught Irene's attention. Wait, have I ever mentioned my lab days to them? As you know, Violet used to be at a research lab. I was there too. What do you mean? Violet was at a lab. This is the first I'm hearing of it. A research lab? Violet? Don't tell me. Both of them started questioning with growing suspicion. Feeling cornered, Kalia turned to me. Huh? You never told them. Yeah, I left that part out. I realized things were going off the rails. A research lab? Violet, this isn't what I think it is, right? No, it's not a big deal. It's just something from the past. Then Daphne grasped my hand tightly. I'm not angry. I just want to know. Can you tell me honestly? Okay. I'll tell you. I felt like sharing more would ruin the mood, but their earnest gazes made it impossible to refuse. Well, the truth is, I began explaining where the lab was, how I met Kalia, and how we destroyed the lab and escaped in the chaos. As I spoke, I realized it was quite the heroic tale, even to me. That's how I managed to take down that hammer-wielding ogre. Then, after stealing a car and shaking off the other pursuers, I escaped with the help of Kalia's Brotherhood contacts. How about that? I expected them to be impressed. Wow, Violet, you're a genius at combat. Amazing, Violet. But the situation didn't unfold as I'd imagined. By the time I noticed something was wrong, their expressions had already darkened significantly. Laplaxia, human experiments, oh my god. Irene covered her mouth in shock. Daphne was even more shaken. So, all this time, I had no idea. Sniff, sniff. She froze like a statue before tears began streaming down her face like a waterfall. Didn't cry. As the nearby violets gathered to comfort her, Daphne hugged me tightly and sobbed even harder. Sniff, how much it must have hurt. I'm fine. Feeling flustered, I met Kalia's gaze. Kalia, why did you even bring up the lab story? Hey, I thought you'd already told them about your unique ability, so I assumed the lab stuff was included. Kalia protested, looking aggrieved. I was at a loss for words. Inviting my friends to my home. Total disaster. Everyone has their own story. There is no grave without excuses, as everyone has their own circumstances. However, how one interprets them depends on the individual. Because of this, Violet's story stirred an intense chemical reaction in the hearts of two friends. To these two girls, each with their own share of life's twists, what Violet had gone through was beyond imagination. The storyteller herself seemed unaffected, but her friends felt as if their hearts were struck with a battering ram. Irene speculated why Violet had developed the habit of fighting without regard for her own safety. Does she see herself as worthless? Because of the experiments in the lab. Unethical experiments and poor treatment could have lowered how she valued herself. Irene reflected on Violet's past actions. As she did, she suddenly recalled Violet's declaration made in front of her in the past. Back then, while revealing the Academy's truths, Violet had said this: I'll destroy the Academy. Having learned about the Academy's wrongdoings and schemes, Irene had resolved to support Violet no matter what she did, though she had secretly thought it reckless. However, after learning about what Violet had endured today, Irene's thoughts changed. Now, she thought she understood why Violet had made such an outrageous declaration. So, that's why she said she'd destroy the Academy. There was a girl who suffered months, even years of torment in a laboratory. Through sheer chance and luck, she succeeded in escaping and enrolled in the Academy for a better future. But the Academy turned out to be another massive laboratory. How terrifying it must have been to escape one cage only to find herself trapped in another. Yet, she didn't run away. I'm fine now, so don't cry. Hee. Hick. Heek. Despite everything she had gone through, she smiled and comforted others instead. Watching Violet pat Daphne in consolation, Irene felt a pang of sorrow. She entertained a possibility. Perhaps Violet. Does she want to save others? At that moment, Irene felt she understood what Violet meant by wanting to destroy the Academy. Overcoming her own pain and striving for justice, it was remarkable. Her exact intentions were unclear. Perhaps it was because she couldn't stand seeing others suffer as she had, or maybe her aim was simply to eradicate what she deemed evil. Either reason was fine. She was courageously fighting against injustice. Irene now felt a sense of reverence for Violet. Her friend might be deeper than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Daphne's thoughts were elsewhere. I wondered why she always suffered at night. It's because of her time in the lab. I'm okay. Even now, she said that, but Daphne knew better. Violet suffered nightmares every night, struggling to sleep. Sharing the same room every night, she had observed it firsthand. While she had suspected her friend had gone through something terrible, she hadn't expected a story like this. She's still smiling, but she's hiding it. The memories of the lab still haunt her. Daphne could no longer see Violet's cheerful face in the same way. Her eccentric behavior, impulsive tendencies, self-destructive actions, and disregard for her pain, all of it might be proof of how broken Violet was. It was heartbreaking, and yet, Daphne admired how Violet tried to keep living despite it all. Violet, I'll make sure you never have to hurt again. Even as she sobbed among the violet clones, Daphne made a resolution. She would do everything she could to prevent her friend from suffering further. A long time later, Daphne finally calmed down. She looked at me with reddened eyes, giving an embarrassed smile. Sorry. I was so shocked. I've been a bother after coming over to a friend's house. It's okay. I should have told you earlier. It's my fault. I felt someone hug me tightly from behind. It was Irene. You've had your own path. I never realized. Why was Irene acting like this? I was bewildered. Kalia. Yeah, what? Daphne suddenly spoke to Kalia, who had been silently observing. You said you were in the same lab, right? Thank you for helping Violet. Helping her? It's nothing to thank me for. If anything, I probably owe Violet more. That's right. I was the one who got us out. I explained again what I had done. You broke through the lab's security on your own using your unique ability. Irene sounded impressed. That's the power we have. Yeah. Hey, talk one at a time. You're making my ears hurt. As the violet clones chattered away, the barracks quickly became lively. Once everyone recovered from the shock, we had time to talk and explore the house. While I was giving a tour of the violet barracks, Daphne spoke up quietly. I'll stay here for one more day. Why? Is something wrong? She pointed to the factory interior with her finger. Trash, snack wrappers, and food packaging littered the corners. I'll help clean this place up. No matter how many people live here, what is this mess? A pigsty. Violet, didn't you clean today? I was going to, but I got busy. Let's clean now. Eek. It felt like getting scolded by a parent. Irene left our house early, busy with personal matters. While Kalia and Daphne stayed behind to prepare dinner, Violet number 457 and number 213 headed for the dormitory and the broker's office. I'm going to check on the dormitory kids for a bit. I knew they were staying in the dorms, too. I'd ask which room and bring their stuff over. In the meantime, I checked TV and internet reports, but the dungeon collapse incident from yesterday wasn't mentioned much. At most, there were a few short articles saying a dungeon had collapsed and been suppressed. Did the clan block the media coverage? When I entered the office, a woman in a suit was organizing documents. She was one of the boss's subordinates. When we first met, she'd been dressed as a bartender, but now she looked like a regular office worker. Not bartending anymore. Aina responded. That was just a cover for our meeting. It's not necessary anymore. As I sat on the sofa waiting, Leslie, the boss, entered. You're here because of the text. Explain it to me. First, there's a meeting scheduled in 2 days. It's a chance to reconnect with someone we used to trade with. His name is Armas. The location is near the port in the Eastern District. The Eastern District? I hadn't been there since escaping the Laplaxia lab. It'd been a while. It's a bit far. So, what kind of person is he? Can we trust him? Armas is well connected, even with the Federation Army. He's picky if payment is even a minute late. He cancels deals but he always keeps his promises. Great, we finally had a meeting arranged. I needed to bring in those weapons soon. Ramming a truck full of explosives was effective, but to deal with foes who moved as fast as cars and used magic, I needed a variety of methods. As I planned in my head, Aina brought over a stack of papers she had finished organizing. Here are the materials you requested. A mountain of documents appeared on the table. It was too much to review here. The details are all in the papers, but I'll summarize the key points for you. On the first page was a photo of a fierce-looking blonde woman and a delinquent-looking blonde boy. Are these the students? That's right. Martina and her younger brother's movements were revealed. I can't determine the exact location, but the last sighting was near a dungeon in the southern sector. It seems to keep moving and doesn't stay in one place. Should we continue tracking? I only gave the order out of curiosity, but I didn't think they'd actually find it. Why would they hide in a place like this? It smelled suspicious. No, I'll take it from here. Well, it wasn't urgent, so there was no need to investigate right now. I had told them to look into that person purely out of curiosity. Disappearing suddenly from school after the duel was outrageous. There was still payback to be had, but they had dared to run away. I thought about going to confront them, but there were more pressing matters at hand. I needed to focus on what was important. The team leader's explanation continued in the next chapter. How on earth did you find all this? I just did what you asked. Take a look. Surprisingly, this person had almost perfectly carried out the instructions I had given. The document was filled with names, addresses, family relationships, frequently visited places, and other details about the members of the Polaris Academy board and the administrative staff. They had even gone beyond my instructions by organizing everything. While it wasn't possible to investigate the chairman himself, they had uncovered various connections between the Magna Nai's clan and the Academy board. Oh, and as for some of the students you asked me to investigate. The team leader, who had been explaining things coherently, began to hesitate. Is there a problem? It's about the student council president and the two under them. I figured out the basics, but there are no records. What? Feeling puzzled, I urged the team leader to explain further. When I heard the next part, I was dumbfounded. The first records of them suddenly appeared 6 or 7 years ago. There are addresses and parent names listed, but upon investigation, those places were occupied by other people or the names belonged to deceased individuals. It's all fake. Does that mean they're from outside Ruslam? I even reached out to friends in customs and immigration. Nothing. Their entry and exit records are perfectly clean. According to what they were saying, the student council president and their group seemed to have dropped out of the sky. The clan could have brought them in, but if that were the case, I'd have been able to find out. It's fine. This much is more than enough. Good work. I didn't push further. The fact that the broker had uncovered this much was already impressive. However, the surprises didn't end there. You found them. I only confirmed where they might have passed through. I can't pinpoint their exact location. The name Osprey Rodriguez was written on the documents. He was Kalia's uncle and the leader of the Osprey Brotherhood. After his disappearance, the Brotherhood had transformed from a respectable regional vigilante group into a violent gang. It was astonishing. In the main story, Kalia's uncle was also declared missing and was never found. Yet here he was. Several tips came in recently about someone with a similar appearance and demeanor. We got lucky. According to the explanation, someone resembling the description had been seen being moved to a human trafficking organization's hideout. While there were several suspected locations, verifying them was difficult, as they likely kept moving between places. Still, there was a lead. This should be enough to track him down. I pulled out a thick envelope from my pocket and handed it over. The team leader accepted it without any visible reaction. This is too much to read here. I'll look at it later. After collecting the documents, I sent them straight to the temporary command center in the barracks. There was a lot to go through. Hey, what kind of student has no records at all? Could they be from another world? The student council president, the vice president, and the treasurer were truly strange. Their records were nearly non-existent. While chatting with the Violets, an interesting theory came up. Could they be like us? That was possible. Those three could have been orphans like us. Maybe they're secret agents trained in isolation. In this world, that wasn't far-fetched. Taking talented children and turning them into special operatives seemed plausible. After all, I had been dragged here without parents and experimented on. But the student council and board issues weren't what I needed to deal with now. There was something I needed to address immediately. According to the data, Kalia's uncle had been taken to a location in the western sector. It was said to be a human trafficking hideout, rumored to have ties to pharmaceutical companies or clans. Fine. First, I'd infiltrate that organization, confirm if he was the person I was looking for, and find out where he'd been taken. For now, it was just a suspicion, not a certainty. If it turned out to be true, I'd have to proceed cautiously. Some shady pharmaceutical company or clan was likely involved. It didn't seem to be Laplaxia, so which one could it be? I'll figure it out. Let's move, everyone. Let's start the operation immediately. That night, somewhere in the western sector. Talk? Spill it. I'll talk. Mom? Muum. The heavily armed murderous Violet squad stormed the Water Pigs human trafficking gang hideout. After some small talk and hammer-assisted persuasion, we obtained a clue. We found it. Let's inform Kalia. According to testimony, someone suspected to be Osprey Rodriguez was at a hospital in a small town in the western sector. So, it's a hospital that isn't really a hospital. I don't know. They must be doing experiments or something? We just handled the deliveries. Shut up. I smashed the back of the whining trafficker's head with the hammer. He went silent for good. A research lab, huh? Been a while. What kind of place could it be? After dealing with a criminal organization as casually as having a snack, we moved on to the next stage. Evergreen Clinic Center. It's a hospital mainly dealing with severe injuries and neurological disorders. Using the information gathered on-site and from online sources, the Violets continued their discussion. From the introduction, it looks like just a regular hospital. Where are they conducting experiments? It's been closed for renovations for 2 years. They used construction as an excuse to shut it down. Suspicious no matter how you look at it. We spent quite a while grappling with this issue. Initially, the prevailing opinion was to storm in immediately, but it was countered with arguments about insufficient information. We lack information, no idea about the internal structure, personnel, or defense levels. Are we even sure Kalia's uncle is there? This could be false intel. As opinions were exchanged, Violet number 10 addressed the Violets who had remained at the Water Pigs hideout. You didn't finish off all those thugs, did you? We kept a few alive and are still interrogating them. Perfect. Try to find out how they contact the hospital. Contact them. No 10's idea spread through the Violet network. It was a good suggestion, and we all nodded in agreement one by one. Sounds great. Let's get started right away. The next day, a car arrived at the back door of the closed Evergreen Clinic Center. A doctor, responding to a message, stared blankly at a brown-haired girl with short hair and a thug standing beside her. Didn't we deliver someone just the other day? Why are you back? Well, we missed someone. Haha. Seriously? Now I have to redo the list. The doctor grumbled, glancing repeatedly at the car. The thug handed over the girl and returned to the hideout. I've done as you asked. So, you'll let me go, right? And the payment? Yeah, I'll let you go. To heaven. A masked Violet, who had been hiding in the car, struck the thug on the head as he stepped out. They let us in on their own. Idiots. No need for infiltration. How does it look inside? You can see it too, right? Brings back memories. All research facilities seem the same. Doing something like this in the middle of the city. These guys have guts. As the information entered our minds, we began formulating a plan. The girl who had infiltrated was actually a disguised Violet. Using one of the captured thugs, we managed to sneak Violet number 231 in as an experimental subject. Dressed in patient attire, she pretended to follow the staff's instructions while observing her surroundings. The Violets in command gathered the incoming information to estimate the facility's security level, the guards' armament, and the scale of the operation. Honestly, it's on par with the facility where we were held. But there are more people here. They're not making them fight beasts, so what's the purpose? The surveillance continued into the night. First, focus on finding the people. Target the restricted areas. Got it. Clones formed between walls, ceilings, and floors, spreading carefully throughout the hospital. Some avoided CCTV zones, moving cautiously. Found them. In the view of number 483, a patient room appeared. Inside, a red-haired middle-aged man was strapped to a bed. The room was filled with unidentified medical equipment, with various tubes injecting vividly colored substances into him. He doesn't look good, but that's him. It's horrifying. Just in case, take photos. The Violets had found their target. It took 2 days of infiltration into the hospital. Right. Tell Daphne we might need her to stay a few more days if there are no issues. Understood. After handling some personal errands and minor affairs, Daphne agreed positively. Next, we shared the information we had gathered with Kalia. This photo, where did you get it? When Violet showed her the picture of her uncle, Kalia initially looked skeptical. There are ways. Anyway, is this him? She fell silent, staring intensely at the tablet screen. Her green eyes blinked several times before erupting with volcanic emotion. Yes, that's my uncle. Where is he? We have to rescue him right now. Wait, Kalia. Calm down and listen to me. Seeing her on the verge of bursting out the door, several Violets clung to her. It took a while for Kalia to catch her breath and regain composure. Ugh, sorry, I lost it there. I still have a lot to learn. Charging in alone got me captured a few months ago, and yet, don't beat yourself up. Your family's missing. Anyone would react that way. Thanks for saying that. First, I need to contact the Brotherhood. Determined, she picked up her phone. Marco, it's me. Why am I calling at this hour? Gather everyone. I've got urgent news. The sooner, the better. Soon, the Brotherhood members gathered for an emergency meeting at a pub run by one of their own. Most of them looked like rough, hot-tempered men. Kalia, you're not making another mistake like last time, are you? A mustachioed man with arms crossed asked, and Kalia placed the tablet on the table. No, I'm certain. Look at this, everyone. Pictures and videos. This is clearly my uncle. The room fell silent as everyone gulped audibly. Dear God, it's Rodriguez. The leader? It has to be those dem gang bastards. Could be a clan or a corporation. The leaders and unregistered awakened. In her agitation, Kalia slammed the table, which singed slightly from her flame abilities. Enraged, she unconsciously activated her unique power. Whatever the case, we know the location. We have to go rescue him now. Even the burly men were swept up in her commanding presence, raising their fists and shouting. That's right. Let's go now. The Brotherhood doesn't abandon family. Let's rescue the leader. A man in a black vest with a mohawk and beard rose to his feet. I turned to look Marco, the man who picked me up in a truck when I escaped the lab. Calm down, everyone. Marco, what are you saying? If that place is a corporate lab, it's too much for just us. We need a more cautious approach. We should hire mercenaries and ask for help from elsewhere. Marco's logical point doused the excited atmosphere like cold water. Uncle Marco. Kalia, I owe the leader my life too. Do you think I don't want to save him? But you've experienced it yourself. Taking risks at our current level is dangerous. Kalia glanced at me and confidently smiled. Before attending the Brotherhood meeting, the two of us had agreed on what to say. Now was the time to reveal it. Don't worry about that. I've hired the best problem solvers. Mercenaries. There are ways. You'll be shocked when you see them. At Kalia's snap, the pub door opened. The Violet squad, clad in black combat gear, marched in, their presence exuding violence. The Brotherhood members stared wide-eyed. What the? Explanations will take too long. Just get ready to move, guys. A few hours later, in the middle of the night, in the Western District's city center, various cars arrived in front of the Evergreen Clinic Center, carrying people. All right, the operation begins now. Are the internal teams ready? Yes, I'll start disabling the security right away. The Violet squad, waiting outside, approached the building's main entrance and surrounding windows, taking Kalia with them. At the same time, inside, Violets who had been waiting in walls, floors, lockers, and bathrooms began moving after changing clothes. The head. MMMPF. After quickly neutralizing the night guards, we secured Osprey Rodriguez, who was lying in a hospital bed. His pale face looked terrible. Rescue target secured. Good. Now, we start the extermination operation. Kalia, are you ready? Of course. Let's go in quickly. The Violet squad entered the hospital through the main entrance. Moving simultaneously inside and outside, we subdued the hospital staff. Arg, the test subject has escaped. Stay still. Be quiet. Tat. Wah. I struck down mercilessly. These people were all in on it together. No need to hold back. In the past, the most terrifying disasters for wicked scientists were budgets, supervisors, and schedules. If you give us more budget, no, we'll cut it even further. You have 1 day to fix this. Arg. So, what is the greatest disaster for modern scientists? The answer, defective and illegal violates born from reckless human experimentation. Defective and illegal violates created by Laplaxia have now become terrorist violates who kill without hesitation. So, this is all your fault. No mercy? Arg? My leg. It's an attack? Where are the guards? Spare me? Ah. While the external violets moved swiftly, the internal violet unit also moved, carrying Kalia's uncle on a bed. Now, all we had to do was hand him over, but it felt like the guards were increasing. Bang, bang. Not the best time for chit-chat, but doesn't this remind you of the old days? After blasting a guard's head off with a flame-infused bullet, Kalia spoke. I also pierced an awakened guard's heart with a crossbow. Yeah, I remember. It was really tough back then. Do you think there's an ogre-like guy here too? No sooner had she finished speaking than two massive black-clad guards burst through a wall. An attack? I don't know which clan you belong to, but you're not getting past us. I'll turn you into crushed tomatoes. I screamed as I saw them. Huge builds, sledgehammers in hand. It was a familiar sight. Oh, an ogre? And there are two of them. Could it be that the ogre I killed came back to life? What the hell, is wielding hammers trendy among guards now? Kalia muttered in disbelief. She must have thought of the same thing as me. It had become troublesome. These guys had barged in perfectly between the infiltration team carrying the bed and our forces advancing inside, just when we were about to reunite. Unforgivable? 3 violets charged at the fake ogre guards. Simultaneously, Kalia drew her pistol and sword, rushing at another one. Violet stream attack. Ha, pathetic. Whoosh, a guard's attack came flying. In the past, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it, but now I was different. The leading violet ducked low, dodging the hammer. The second violet leaped off the first violet's back just before the hammer struck. At the same time, the third violet in the rear pulled out a crossbow aimed at the guard's lower body. Arg, my leg. Die. The second violet plunged a knife into the throat of the guard who had collapsed in pain. His attacks were pathetic, slower than Kalia or Irene. Gra. Bang, bang. While I was subduing one guard, Kalia took care of the other fake ogre. She made sure to finish him off thoroughly. This feels different from back then. You weren't trained back then. And I was in terrible shape after being beaten up and starved. That's true. I could feel how much stronger we had become. After taking down the hammer-wielding guards, we received the bed from the infiltration team waiting nearby. Uncle, go quickly. What about you? We still have work to do. Didn't we tell the Brotherhood? We promised to save the others inside too. Kalia nodded. Accompanied by the violets, she left with her uncle. Watching the ambulance carrying Kalia and her uncle leave, we continued our mission. Team 1, escort the patients out. Team 2, check if anything's left. What about us? Lay explosives and set the incendiaries. The violets rescued the pitiful test subjects, leading them outside. The reactions were varied. Hey, come on out. We'll send you home. Please don't kill me. Are you the police? The inspection bureau? I'm saved. We crushed anything in our way as we scoured the facility. Ugh, why is everyone here so obsessed with brains? Violet number 471, inspecting a restricted area of the lab, flinched. On the surgical table lay extracted brains stored in transparent containers. Disturbingly, the brains seemed alive. There's more here? A ton of them. Rescue targets secured. Take only what's nearby. We don't have time. This is in the middle of the city. The police or their reinforcements will arrive soon. Retreat quickly. Hearing the headquarters' urgent orders, the violets hurriedly left. Before long, cars carrying the victims of the human experiments, the Violet Squad, and the Brotherhood started their engines and disappeared into the darkness. Detonate. Soon, flames erupted. The Evergreen Clinic Center collapsed amidst explosions and fire caused by the incendiaries. The remaining violets watched until the end. Police cars and fire trucks, arriving late, surrounded the burning hospital. Suspicious black vehicles showed up, engaging in a tense standoff with the police. Operation successful. How's her uncle? Daphne is treating him. Bringing Daphne along was helpful. She was currently checking the patient's condition in the ambulance. It was a really dangerous situation. How did this even happen? As Daphne finished explaining after her treatment, Kalia spoke urgently. So, what's his condition? He's past the critical stage. I've treated him, but he'll need long-term hospitalization. Thank goodness. Thank you. Hearing the answer, Kalia let out a sigh of relief. The convoy sped down the early morning roads, heading quickly toward the central district. You know this isn't over, right? Yeah, but for now, I'm going to sleep and think later. For now, I decided not to think about it until we got back. Today, we had twisted one of the storylines 5 years into the main narrative. No, maybe it had already gone off course long ago, so it didn't matter anymore. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Today, the Violets destroyed another wicked laboratory. The morning after everything had ended, we were at a local hospital. Uncle. Kalia's voice broke the silence in the hospital room. In the hospital room lay a middle-aged man in a haggard state. His red hair had now faded, and his once strong muscles had withered. His body was covered with the marks of torture and experiments endured over the past few months. Kalia's uncle was currently in a coma. The men from the Osprey Brotherhood were gathered at his side. Seeing their leader in such a wretched state, their eyes were filled with sorrow and anger. Oh God, the leader. How could this happen? How could they do this? Someone prayed, and Marco, despite his rugged appearance and large frame, had reddened eyes. Kalia spoke in a faint voice. When will Uncle wake up? Daphne carefully answered. The doctor said he needs to focus on recovery for now. It's still too early to make any predictions. So, they don't know yet, huh? Kalia's voice grew dark. A heavy air of sadness lingered in the room. It seemed everyone there was desperately hoping for their respected comrade and family member to open his eyes again and return to being the reliable man who protected the people of the neighborhood. A with ring above Nigerian Naira OES. The gloomy atmosphere in the room was interrupted when the door opened, and the doctor and nurse entered for a routine checkup. Daphne, the Brotherhood members, Kalia, and I stepped into the hospital hallway, which smelled strongly of disinfectant. On the way back home, Kalia leaned against the truck seat, staring blankly ahead as she muttered. I still can't believe it. My uncle was strong. He was a former A-rank hunter, you know. So, how could this? Don't worry too much. He'll surely wake up and recover. Daphne spoke in a warm tone, trying to console the despondent Kalia. The usually confident Kalia now looked like a deflated balloon, utterly drained. Seeing her like that left a bitter taste in my mouth. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Kalia turned her head. Daphne, right? The doctor said something. They asked if we had any friends who were mages and told us to thank them. They said that, originally, he wouldn't have even made it through the night, but the healing was so effective that there wasn't much they needed to do themselves. Kalia bowed her head. Thank you. I have no idea how I can repay this favor. No, it's nothing. I just did what I could. Daphne waved her hands in embarrassment. Before long, the truck I was driving arrived at Kalia's house. You said you're heading back to school this evening, right? There's still some time left. Why don't you have lunch at our place before you go? It's the least I can do. I'd love to. Getting out of the truck, I followed Kalia inside her house. I'll help you. While helping her prepare lunch, I cautiously asked a question. By the way, do you know where your uncle went before he disappeared? I asked carefully, watching her reaction. Kalia glanced at me and then replied quietly. I don't know. Huh? Seriously. The last time I saw him, it was night. He dressed up and said he was going to investigate something. That was the last time I saw him. She let out a long sigh as she tore open some packaging. My uncle never told me what he was doing. He said it was dangerous and didn't say a word. But I never thought this would happen. I looked at her, sensing there was some untold story behind it all. There was definitely something suspicious. Did he say anything else the last time you saw him? Anything that could give us a clue? Kalia shook her head. Sorry. I really don't know. If I remember something later, I'll let you know. Then make sure to tell me later. I'll help out again, just like this time. Whoever's responsible, they're bad people, kidnapping someone and performing experiments on them. Hearing my words, Kalia's sorrowful gaze slowly transformed into a determined expression. Yeah, whoever those bastards are, I'll make sure to get revenge. She gritted her teeth. All right, I'd better do some digging myself. The Western District, huh? Of all places, that's where the Magna Nai operates. Also, the scene I witnessed at the hospital's research facility kept haunting me. The brains inside those glass tanks, they were alive. Even during the raid on that dungeon lab last time, they were experimenting on unfortunate people and opening up the heads of beasts to mess with their brains. Judging by their obsession with brains, I wouldn't be surprised if brain-eating alien octopuses were involved. Am I getting too deep into conspiracy theories? I need to have the boss handle another task. If I'd known, I should have captured some of those researchers for questioning. Thinking back now, I acted too hastily. The place where we were held was so similar to that facility that I lost my head and went berserk. By the time I came to my senses, I'd already wiped out everyone there. I should have gathered data and taken some of them alive. Next time, I'll make sure to capture some. The list of things I needed to do kept growing. I also had to meet with the arms dealer soon. While I handled these small tasks, nothing much happened at school. For now, the field trip was suspended. Several students had gone missing, and the dungeon that hosted the annual field trip was completely destroyed. It's not really our fault that it turned out like this, right? We already checked, remember? Just setting off a few bombs wouldn't have done this. I surveyed the area. The gate leading to the Chloris forest had grown enormously. The surrounding roads were blocked by armed forces, and makeshift alloy barriers surrounded the area. From a distance, I could see the aftermath of magical bombardment from the sky. The area was filled with unrecognizable wreckage, and the scorched ground had melted into something like pitch-black glass, stuck together in clumps. Near the gate, I spotted a few of those fishbowl-headed mages I'd seen last time. The Magna Nai's vanguard. Judging by the downplayed media coverage and the deployment of elite forces, the research facility inside must have been significant. Though, of course, we'd already destroyed it. Doesn't look like there's anything else to gain here. Violet number 430, are you ready? It's time to pack things up. Yep, I'll get started right away. I decided there wasn't anything more to find here and left the area. It was time to gather the belongings of the new neighbors who had taken refuge at the Violet barracks. Levi's belongings from the women's dorm were easy to gather. Now, there were just 2 more left. The Violets carefully infiltrated the men's dormitory. Wearing hoods and masks, they bypassed the security system with their clones and entered the rooms they'd been directed to. They quickly packed up clothes, books, and miscellaneous items and sent them off to the central district. It reminded me of my old days before possession. Back then, I lived in a dorm too. But now, I'm a young, beautiful girl. No need to dwell on the past anymore. All done. While the Violets finished their dormitory infiltration, another Violet went through the motions of attending school as usual. After school, we continued our routine of additional training with Instructor Frederick and Professor Albert. As always, the instructor's expression, however, was particularly grim. It seemed the incident of multiple students going missing had left a significant impact on him. Rookie, we'll have to pause classes for a while. The instructor suddenly said something. I widened my eyes at the unexpected announcement of a cancelled class. What? What do you mean all of a sudden? It's just that I have some personal matters to handle. I need to go somewhere. What? Suddenly, it's nothing serious. Even though it seems like I'm slacking off, there's actually a ton of work I need to do. He spoke casually as he grabbed his weapon. All right, back to it. Come on in. Hiya. While Violet at the school wrapped up her schedule, the other Violets diligently focused on their work. Hello, beautiful world. I'm No 512. Nice to meet you. I'm number 378. See those fertilizers over there? Move them quickly. Ugh, moving heavy stuff as soon as I wake up. The new recruit Violet, who had just acquired a body, grumbled as she carried bags of fertilizer in the workshop. The workshop contained pressure cookers, pipes of various sizes, detonators, and fuses piled up in the corner. Elsewhere, Violets holding soldering irons and wires were intently working on turning cheap alarm clocks, wireless devices, and smartphones into seeds of destruction. Hey, the pipe? Be careful when you lift it. While we were waiting, a truck entered the workshop. The group of Violets swarmed over to unload the large pipes loaded in it. The long pipes, as tall as the Violets themselves, were destined to be transformed into new weapons capable of spewing violence and rage. So, if we mix sugar into this, it becomes a propellant? It shoots up, right? That's what the theory says. Let's do it quickly. We'll call it Violet 1. For our grand plan to succeed, simple explosives wouldn't suffice. So far, I'd studied magic under Professor Albert, but all I could manage was throwing fireballs or shooting magic bullets. I wasn't yet at the level where I could fire off rapid rounds like Lucian. And doing something like orbital bombardment like the chairman? Obviously impossible. Even Professor Albert himself admitted that magic isn't a destructive art but a creative one, bending the laws of physics in artistic ways. And with the help of modern science, the destructive power of a grand mage could be imitated. Smoke is coming out. Smoke billowed out from a tin can in the corner of the workshop. The firefighting team of Violets quickly rushed over and extinguished the fire. A day in the life of Violet was as chaotic as ever. Time passed, and night fell. Taking advantage of the darkness, a car sped through the Eastern District. In the port city of Menas in the Eastern District, amidst the silhouette of cranes and containers hidden by the twilight, the boss and Violet number 217 walked together. Their destination was a shadowy warehouse. In the silence, the crunch of gravel beneath boots rang clearly. Is this the place? Yes, sir. This is the location for the meeting. Although Leslie, the boss, had briefed me about Armas, it was my first time meeting him in person. If things went well, he'd become someone we'd meet frequently in the future. As I mentioned before, Armas is a meticulous individual. As long as you don't underestimate him, there won't be any issues with the deal. After hearing the boss's words, an image formed in my mind. A weapons dealer in the underworld, what would he look like? A fat man adorned with gold bracelets and chains? Or a swindler with the sleazy face of a rat? I was expecting the kind of cheap, vulgar character you'd see in movies or dramas. However, the man who greeted us inside defied all those preconceptions. Finally, you're here. Long time no see, boss. My expectations were wrong. Standing before me was a man in a sleek suit, exuding a sharp and polished aura. Under the warehouse lights, his dusky skin glimmered as he tilted his head at us. Boss, you said there's a new deal. Is this a joke? We're here for business. Sitting on a makeshift chair, Armas pointed at me with his finger and asked. Behind his sunglasses, sharp eyes gleamed as they scrutinized me. But that's just a girl. A masked one at that, who doesn't look older than a high schooler. Didn't you say the party would be here? She's our boss. Standing behind him, his disciplined and imposing bodyguard stared at me intimidatingly. Are they looking down on me? Are they testing us? While I was thinking, the weapons dealer continued talking. Look, time is precious. I was told I'd be meeting the boss. Didn't you say this was a deal with a capable awakened organization? Boss? What kind of clown show is this? Wait, what's that? Before Armas could finish his words, one of the bodyguards behind him hurriedly whispered in his ear. The moment the bodyguard finished speaking, his gaze shifted to the dark harbor outside the warehouse door. Oh, my. Did he notice? I snapped my fingers. Snap. The sound of boots striking the floor echoed. Out of the shadows, into the dimly lit warehouse, armed soldiers in black combat uniforms and masks began appearing one by one. Seeing this, Armas's bodyguards flinched. Armas, however, calmly observed us as if evaluating the situation. Through our actions, we sent a silent warning. Don't underestimate Violet. After seeing the Violet squad, Armas suddenly burst into laughter. Well, my apologies. But isn't this over the top? You're cautious, extremely cautious. Over the top? Why not think of it positively? Those are all your potential customers. When I bluntly said that, Armas laughed even louder. Through his sunglasses, I could faintly see a spark of admiration in his eyes. You're bigger than I expected. When Leslie suddenly started making a fuss, I wondered who he was bringing. Turns out, it's someone quite remarkable. He clapped briefly, and his tone now carried a hint of amusement. Armas. What's your name? Ariel. When Armas extended his hand, I took it. The deal had begun. We followed Armas deeper into the warehouse. There, large and small boxes and pallets were stacked, and a variety of well-crafted weapons were neatly lined up. Shall we begin? When I nodded, Armas confidently began walking forward. He started picking up the weapons that were on display, introducing each one. This is the FR-7 automatic rifle. It doesn't discriminate between standard bullets, armor-piercing rounds, or anti-beast ammunition. Every accessory available on the market can be attached to it. I picked up one of the rifles as per his guidance. It was a sleek black automatic rifle equipped with various sights, suppressors, and vertical grips. The status window showed 3 stars. Not bad. It fits perfectly in my hands. Well, of course, this one is a reliable partner that doesn't let you down. Above all, it's a remarkably durable companion. It works flawlessly in any environment, from the extreme cold of Patera to the deserts of Rostanai. This is good. What's next? The next weapon was a hefty shotgun with a drum magazine. There's nothing like the Apex CC-12 when it comes to underground or urban dungeons. Some people even call this the vacuum cleaner. They say everything troublesome disappears once you empty a single magazine. The only drawback is the weight, but the automatic shotgun was indeed heavy, but activating magic in my arms allowed me to lift it without any issue. For an awakened customer like you, that's merely a trivial matter, isn't it? Next up was a unique weapon. It looked like a gun, but instead of a barrel, it had a transparent tube set between 2 wide, elongated metal plates inscribed with magic circles. With the M9 mana emitter from Machinaria Workshop, even an awakened who can't use magic can wield it. It consumes your internal mana and lets you use one of 3 attacks. You can emit a continuous mana beam, switch to a cooling ray, or trap enemies in a mana net. What do you think? This one seemed quite appealing too. The explanations continued. This is the latest crossbow from W&W, the CR250. 30 bolts of whispering death? I'll throw in precision bolts made from high conductivity ether as a bonus. The MK5 holds 5 grenades in total. You can fire them without a pause. A set of 10 mana grenades. Though their destructive power is low, they're highly effective for neutralizing mana shields. 30 rounds per second. A barrage of death. The manufacturer calls it the Steel Storm. Don't worry about the recoil. Our latest 60 series machine gun comes equipped with an advanced recoil reduction system. It'll ensure comfortable shooting. While examining the various weapons, I noticed the guards behind us pulling out a long gun from a box. It was a long rifle equipped with a scope, massive in size. What's this? A cannon. Haha, that's what all our customers say when they see it. This is the M9 Dungeon Piercer. If you aim carefully, it can take down even a mid-level beast. It uses standard autocannon rounds, and its maximum range exceeds 3 kilometers. It was quite large for a sniper rifle, but with inventory space, there was no need to worry about carrying it around. The last item they brought out from a box was a long, cylindrical metal tube. Sometimes, you just need sheer punching power. Nothing fits that role better than the L-20 rocket launcher. I was impressed. This was exactly what I had been looking for. How about it? Is there anything that catches your eye? I almost shouted in excitement but barely managed to contain myself. I'll take all of them. Right now. You have ammunition, right? All of them. Understood. But first, show me the cash, Armas said with a smirk. I gestured with my hand. 2 armed violets standing behind me tossed the duffel bags they had been carrying onto the ground in front of him. When the guards opened the bags, bundles of cash were revealed. You're well prepared. We're not just meeting for a day or two, are we? I answered in a brusque tone, and Armas nodded in understanding with a smile. It would be an honor to serve you again in the future. Where should we deliver these? Load them onto the truck we came in. Although they offered to deliver everything themselves, I declined. I planned to load the items and store them in the inventory during the transport. At that moment, I remembered something I had forgotten. There's one thing missing. Where are the heavy weapons? I told your boss I'd be buying heavy weapons. Heavy weapons? Do you mean rocket launchers or anti-materiel rifles? No, not those. Don't you have things like machine guns, mortars, or anti-tank missiles? The latest models, ones that can be mounted on trucks or carried by individuals. What are you talking about? Armas's expression subtly shifted as he listened to my explanation. Even with his sunglasses on, I could feel his baffled gaze scanning me. Cannons would be nice too. Customer, your first request is truly grand. May I ask where you plan to use such items? There was no way I could tell him I planned to rain them down on the school board and Magna Nai's army. I came up with a vague excuse. They're for hunting beasts. Lately, some clans have been using armored vehicles equipped with large guns. We need them too. I see. But in matters like this, trust and credibility are paramount. Armas stared at me intently, a cautious smile on his face. When I glanced at Leslie, he avoided my gaze with a troubled expression. That arms dealer. He's trying to squeeze more money out of us, isn't he? What choice do we have? Indeed, arms dealers in the underworld were always a pain to deal with. This was probably just part of the haggling process. At times like this, I thought hesitation was not an option, so I gestured again. Violet, who was behind me, threw a new duffel bag. The heavy impact echoed throughout the warehouse. Will this be enough? When the guards cautiously opened the bag, bundles of bonds and hefty gold bars gleamed under the warehouse lights. Arma's eyes widened momentarily before regaining composure. It's an advance payment. Get as much as you can. Ah, I see. All right. I'll give it a try. A faint smile formed on his lips. However, what you'll get will be far below the standard you're hoping for. Really? Why? This kind of heavy weaponry is bulky, and it's not easily smuggled. I'll also need time to grease the palms of some bureaucrats. Most importantly, getting the latest equipment is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. What I can deliver quickly will only be decades old, outdated equipment circulating on the market. Would that be okay? As he explained the details, I contemplated for a moment before reaching a conclusion. That's fine. Later, send me a list of the equipment you can secure through the boss. I'll review it and get back to you if it's acceptable. Understood. Then I'll see you again within 2 weeks. Once the transaction was complete, we exited the warehouse, accompanied by a send-off. We've also included weapon manuals and instructions in there. Additionally, we packed some repair tools. Make sure to conduct a test firing. If there's any issue, contact us immediately. We'll exchange it right away. Oh, you're even providing after-sales service? I thought you'd just sell them and be done with it. It's only natural. If we mess up, customer complaints might come in the form of lead bullets. On-site, no less. Haha. Hearing Arma's words, we chuckled quietly among ourselves. Trucks loaded with weapons drove out of the harbor. The boss, gripping the steering wheel, wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm glad everything went smoothly. But, boss, yeah, why do you need heavy weaponry? Mortars and missiles, no less. When the boss, puzzled, pressed for answers, I crossed my arms and repeated what I had said earlier. I told you, they're for hunting beasts. You wouldn't know since you're not an awakened one, but when hunting mid-tier beasts like chronos or crawl-tide nests, swinging swords alone isn't enough. Their sizes are massive. I see, got it. Seeing the boss flustered, I realized I might have made an excessive demand. Next time, I should consider the level of understanding of the people around me before giving instructions. Initially, I had planned to request an aircraft as well. Judging by his reaction, that seemed out of the question. This is something we'll handle on our end. How about a glider? After successfully concluding the arms deal, the Violets in the Central District spent the next 3 days sorting through the weapons stored in their inventory, testing them out, and evaluating whether they could replicate them. Of course, organizing weapons wasn't the only task assigned to the Central District Violets. They also had daily duties they performed diligently without fail. Surveillance. What are Lucian's group up to these days? Lucian's gaming. Levi is maintaining his crossbow, and Granite is sleeping. Violet number 5, receiving a report from the dormitory surveillance team, typed on her laptop, recording the day's activities. The Violets stationed outside constantly rotated shifts, surveilling friends and people around them. At this very moment, Violets were discreetly watching over friends to ensure their safety. Although Irene and Daphne were aware of being watched over, they didn't know we were dedicating ourselves to 24/7 surveillance and protection. Kalia went to visit her uncle in the hospital. I'm eating ice cream with Daphne right now. Coconut flavor is great. Hey, you're supposed to observe, not hang out. Irene's location confirmed. She stopped by the bank and is now in a taxi heading to her family's home. In addition to these 3, there were plenty of other surveillance targets and locations. The boss is in the office eating takeout with the staff. It's fried rice. Crocell showed up to the student council as if nothing happened. Shame we couldn't kill him last time. This is near the Inspectorate Bureau. No sign of the Chancellor. Do they even come to work? What's the instructor doing at their desk? As Violets from different locations chattered in real time, we gathered information and checked the situation. Although no anomalies had occurred since we began surveillance, we continued just in case. 122, you're assigned to Irene, right? Why aren't you reporting? There's nothing to see. The penthouse windows are coated with reflective film. When number 5 pushed for an answer, 122 put down her binoculars and grumbled. Being stuck looking up at a building dozens of stories tall was inconvenient enough, and now there wasn't even anything visible. Get back to work. Scolded, 122 raised her binoculars again. Small bird-sized objects flitted around the building. Drones? Why are they flying around like that? I tilted my head. The drones buzzed around the windows. Then, the penthouse's glass shattered, and someone burst out from inside. Surprised, 122's eyes widened. It's Irene? Why? Our friend's trying to kill herself. The moment Irene threw herself into the air from dozens of stories high, the penthouse exploded. Emergency. 122, her mind blank, shouted in shock, her voice echoing throughout the Violet network. Emergency situation? Security team, assemble. Vehicle team, move to the site. Our friend was under attack. It was terrorism? Startled, we quickly focused on the incoming situation. Clones began materializing one by one. We didn't know what was happening, but one thing was certain: we would protect her. 5 minutes before the incident, Irene returned to an empty house. Being high above the ground, it was eerily quiet. She had come back to pick up a few necessary items, unaware of what was about to happen to her in a few minutes. Of course, there were already more than enough things troubling her. After escaping the dungeon in 3 days, one of her cards was frozen, and then her main bank accounts were consecutively suspended. What do you mean my accounts are frozen? What's going on? Yes, ma'am. Currently, the accounts are under investigation for suspected illegal activities, and disbursement has been suspended. For further details, please contact the relevant authorities. Wait a moment, what is this? Upon further investigation, she found herself entangled in absurd accusations. Illegal drug transactions, financial fraud, stock manipulation. She tried to seek help by contacting the clan's lawyers or her relatives, but all she got were empty promises with no follow-ups. What is going on here? Her financial lifelines were severed within days. It seemed like someone orchestrated everything maliciously, and it all happened in an instant. Just a few days after leaving the dungeon, Irene was penniless. At least the house is still mine. Calm down and assess the situation. As she opened the door to her penthouse, Irene felt a sense of déjà vu. A suspicious atmosphere lingered inside, putting her on edge. The disorganized placement of shoes at the entrance indicated that someone had already entered. Irene's golden eyes cautiously scanned the house. Her keen senses picked up on minor inconsistencies. Drawers were slightly ajar, and doors that should have been closed were wide open. Every object in the house seemed to be slightly out of place. It looked as though someone had rummaged through the place and hastily tried to put everything back. The cleaning lady wouldn't do this. The cleaner, who managed this place, was an old but meticulous woman. From books on the shelves to photo frames, she wouldn't leave them askew like this. A burglar? But how? Except for the cleaning lady who visited once a week, her house was a perfectly isolated space, cut off from the outside world. Perched on the 60th floor, the penthouse was soundproofed against external noise, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach. Since entering school, this was only the second time anyone had visited her house, the first being when she brought Violet over. She pondered. If an intruder had entered, what could they have been after? For a theft aiming for valuables, it seemed too deliberate. There was no reason to spend so much time rearranging things. Her mother's room was empty. Her own room had no items of significant value. Important documents would be at the clan's building. No, as she eliminated possibilities one by one, there was still one crucial place in the house. Let's check Dad's room. The door leading to her father Orion's room appeared to be locked. When she turned the doorknob, the supposedly locked door opened. Irene's heart began to race. The inside was in disarray. The desk and study were a mess. She could feel that something dangerous had occurred. There was a faint, dark, and strange smell in the air. Alarmed, Irene rushed to the living room and made a call. The wait to connect to her father's secretary felt unusually long today. Mr. Kress? Pick up already. At that moment, Irene felt a gaze, as if someone were watching her. When she turned her head, she spotted a floating object outside the glass window of the living room. It was a drone. Several drones were peeking into her house, circling like vultures waiting for their prey to die. In her confusion, Irene turned her gaze and finally noticed a suspicious object on the kitchen table. It was a large gift box decorated with colorful wrapping paper and ribbons. For some reason, the sight of the gift box reminded her of her friend, a wild and unpredictable blonde-haired girl. She unslung the spear from her back, approached cautiously, and expertly sliced the ribbon from a distance. A jet-black metallic object was revealed inside. Irene's eyes widened. Compared to what Violet often used during their dungeon explorations, this object was the difference between a second-hand flea market purchase and a luxury designer bag. RA with diuresis. Run. As she turned to flee, the sound of the front door's lock mechanism engaging reached her ears. Instinctively, she knew. There was no choice left. Irene quickly activated the mana throughout her body. Before the guidance of sunlight could fully envelop her, she gripped her spear and dashed towards the window. Boom! The precise force of her strike shattered the reinforced glass as an enormous explosion erupted behind her. Without hesitation, she leapt from the 60th floor toward the ground below. My home. As she twisted her body in midair, flames engulfed the spot where she had stood just moments ago. Fierce winds tore at her as she fell. Irene knew. No matter how sturdy she was, no matter how much mana and her innate ability protected her, falling from this height would still hurt quite a bit. In a split second, Irene made a gamble. As she fell, she thrust her spear into the building's outer wall with all her might. Grrrrgh. The recoil in her arm was beyond her imagination. She almost lost her grip on the spear. Mana infused, the spear cut through the wall and windows like butter. The vertical gash shredded the wall as debris and shattered glass pelted her ears with noise. Gritting her teeth, she clung to the spear. Thankfully, the friction slowed her descent, turning what could have been a fatal fall into something survivable. The ground quickly approached, and Irene braced herself for the impact by curling into a roll. Thud. Ugh, my body. On the shattered ground in front of the building, Irene barely managed to stand up. Passers-by stared at her in shock. Her body ached, but nothing seemed broken. Had she succeeded? She thought to herself that she just wanted to rest. Unfortunately, the perpetrators of this incident had no intention of letting her do so. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Ugh, what now? Before she could fully collect herself, Irene felt a sharp impact on her head. Bullets collided with her golden mana, sparking as they deflected. No sooner had she grabbed her spear than 3 four-wheel drive tactical vehicles surrounded her with a thunderous roar. The vehicles screeched to a halt, their mounted machine guns pointing straight at her. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Caught off guard by the sudden gunfire, Irene crouched. Mercenaries wearing exoskeleton suits disembarked quickly while others fired at her relentlessly. As she prepared to counterattack, a grenade launched directly at her chest exploded, knocking her down. Pour everything on her? She's a professional hunter, don't give her any openings. When she raised her head, mercenaries wielding massive weaponry lined up in front of her. Resembling oversized revolvers, their heavy grenade launchers unleashed relentless barrages. Though Irene deflected some of the projectiles with her golden spear, the ensuing storm of shrapnel grazed her. Seizing an opportunity, she dodged the grenades and took cover behind a nearby pillar. The bombardment continued unabated. A whistling sound alerted her to an incoming rocket heading her way. Terrorists? Where are the police? Call the inspection bureau? Get the inspection bureau here. The streets turned into a war zone in an instant, with people fleeing in panic. I need to call for help, the clan. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a preset number. It was the emergency rescue line provided by the Helios clan. A lifeline for the worst-case scenarios if she could hold out. A heavily armed security team would arrive by helicopter within 5 minutes. But for the first time in her life, Irene felt utter despair. The signal cannot be connected. Why? I still have reception. As she tried making another call, her phone was struck by shrapnel and powered off. Grinding her teeth, she quickly regained her composure. I don't know why this is happening, but there's no choice. I have to escape on my own. She waited for the barrage to let up. She assessed the situation. The enemy's forces? 3 modified vehicles with machine guns, 2 platoons of infantry, several equipped with exoskeletons and heavy weapons. 7 hunters? And the large truck at the back, what is that? Their transportation? Her resources? A single spear, a multi-tool in her pocket, and a short sword strapped to her left side. Still, she could manage. No, she had to manage. Quickly, she darted out from behind the pillar. Dodging bullets and grenades, some of which she deflected with her spear and others she endured, she charged forward. Seeing her approach, the mercenaries pulled back. If they were all unawakened, she could break through. Where are you rushing off to? As she was about to breach the encirclement, 7 awakened individuals stepped in between the unawakened forces. The man leading them swung a massive mace, forcing Irene to grit her teeth and retreat. Who are you people? That's none of your business, little lady. Awakeners launched consecutive attacks. She activated her unique ability once more, but the relentless barrage from all directions left her struggling to maintain her composure. Suddenly, magic chains and rocks shot up from the ground, ensnaring her legs. A mage. Well, something like that. Again. She trusted her durability and resisted fiercely. For a moment, the hunters retreated. The mercenaries, who had reloaded, unleashed a ruthless barrage. The ether shielding on her skin surface continued to drain her magical power. Move. When she endured the bombardment, the hunters charged at her again. Amidst the pain of battle, Irene suddenly had a moment of clarity. This is our clan's tactic. She realized it. The tactics these mysterious enemies were using against her were none other than the whale hunting strategy. This was an effective method used when a mix of heavily armed non-awakeners and a small number of awakeners confronted a single target. Non-awakeners would unleash concentrated fire to hinder and confuse the target, allowing a hunting squad of awakeners to swoop in and finish off the weakened opponent. It wasn't a particularly unique strategy. Organizations composed of mixed forces of awakeners and non-awakeners often employed similar tactics. However, the Helios clan's whale hunting strategy had a more aggressive trait, factoring in the risk of casualties to minimize the gaps between attacks. The assault was systematic and intense. If this is really the whale hunting strategy, then this isn't the end. There's definitely. She deflected a cutlass twisting toward her from the left with her hand. She barely blocked a flail descending above her head with her spear shaft. Her hand got a bit sliced, but it didn't matter. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Irene noticed something strange. In the distance, large equipment was being set up on top of a vehicle roof. As I thought, a magic harpoon cannon. Fire. The moment the hunters leapt back, a massive machine fired a harpoon made of magical energy. Golden energy surged upward like a counterflame. What the? She deflected it. As expected from the spearman's daughter, the shockwave swept through the area. The hunters and mercenaries faltered. The giant golden arrow pushed forward, slicing through the rain of lead bullets and explosives. I can escape. No, I can win. Even through her injuries, Irene's mind became sharper, and she charged toward the enemy. At the same time as the extraordinary skirmish unfolded in front of the penthouse in the central district, a group of individuals sat on red sofas surrounding a monitor inside an opulently decorated room. A man with piercing golden eyes sat in the central seat, staring intently at the screen, while his wife sipped tea beside him. Several others were seated around them, and quite a few stood observing in silence. Look at that, isn't it incredible? Rigel spoke in a voice that mixed admiration and irritation. On the screen, Irene's attire was in tatters from the crossfire, yet she was still holding her ground. She's tough, as expected of her bloodline. To survive in that firestorm. Rigel thought of his older brother, now a cripple in the VIP ward. Irene's figure bore a striking resemblance to Orion in his prime. His wife opened her mouth to reply, But, dear, that's it for her. What good is being sturdy? Her father ended up crippled in the hospital. She'll be caught in the end, no matter how much she struggles. That's true. At best, she's just a kid. One of his subordinates leaned over and whispered something to Rigel, causing his eyes to gleam with interest. Well, our poor little girl sent out a distress signal. Isn't that thing deactivated by now? Of course. She wouldn't know that, though. She's never had the chance to use it. The surrounding people chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Irene was still fighting alone with her spear. Rigel and his relatives found it ironic. The tactic her father had devised to eliminate villains was now being used to capture his daughter. Around that time, a woman with violet hair, who had been silent, finally spoke. You haven't forgotten our contract, have you? It'll be troublesome if she dies. She must be handed over to Magna Nai alive. As the violet-haired woman spoke with a serious expression, Rigel responded with a playful tone. Come now, in-law, how could I forget that? We're dealing with one of the 4 great clans here. Don't worry, we've prepared equipment specifically for capturing her alive. The woman fell silent again. The group's attention returned to the screen. Regardless of Irene's fate, everyone in the room was calculating how the clan's future leadership and her share of the stakes would be divided. As Irene continued to fight the mercenaries bravely, some relatives began to express concern. She's holding out longer than expected. What if she escapes? I told you, didn't I? Conducting such a bold operation in broad daylight in the middle of the city was a mistake. The police aren't a problem, but the Bureau of Inspection will definitely intervene. Rigel responded to his foolish relatives' concerns with a cold smile. Everyone, be patient. Are you really so scared of those inspection bureau pigs? Besides, Magna Nai has provided us with a special secret weapon. Now, watch. At that moment, the screen changed. The cargo bay of a large truck positioned behind the encirclement opened, revealing the secret weapon Rigel had mentioned. It was a massive mechanical humanoid with a sophisticated exterior. Someone recalled the infamous elite units of Magna Nai. Could it be Magna Nai's vanguard? The elite unit of the Mage clan? No way, it just looks similar. Apparently, it's a prototype under development. Just watch. The machine, designed with lethal precision, moved like a robot but with the fluidity of a human. A hybrid of ether engineering, biotechnology, and robotics, it entered the battlefield. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Irene, who had been holding her ground against 7 hunters, was smashed into the interior of a building with a single blow. In another drone feed, she was seen throwing away her broken spear and drawing a short sword. Rigel marveled. Joining hands with Magna Nai was the right choice. Once we seize control of the clan, we'll need to integrate those into our forces. While Irene was locked in a deadly struggle with the combat weapon, the people in the room basked in the thrill of impending victory. They cared little about the girl's fate on the screen. One of them pulled out a champagne bottle and proposed an early toast to their imminent success. A drink, perhaps. Rigel accepted the glass with a grin. Why not? To the future of the clan. To a better Helios. While Irene fought desperately against the merciless machine, the room was filled with cheers and glasses clinking, an expression of their hope and greed for the future they were stealing from their relative. For prosperity. Suddenly, Rigel's face turned pale as he stared at the screen. The combat weapon clashing with Irene was engulfed in an explosion and sent flying. The countless feeds on the screen flickered violently as if swept by a storm before going black one by one. Rigel quickly grabbed a radio from a subordinate and cursed. What the hell are you talking about? Explain it again. Unknown enemy? Ambush? Ah. With the drones transmitting the scene gone, Rigel felt a wave of frustration. He stopped swearing and turned up the volume on the radio. Rigel immediately regretted it. EOS-1 reporting to HQ. Unknown combat forces have appeared. Their sizes, at least company level? No, stay back. It's going to blow. Get away. The unexpected reports from the radio caused unrest among the people in the room. EOS-2, Team 05. Everyone's been wiped out. Rigel shouted. Pull yourself together. Who's the enemy? Report properly. A military unit? All of them are awakeners. The people's eyes widened in shock. A company-sized awakener unit? What did that even mean? The last report was even more horrifying. The princess is escaping. Repeat, the princess is escaping. No, she's going to self-destruct. Stay back. After a brief death cry, silence followed. The atmosphere in the room, once hot like a party, turned as cold as a funeral in an instant. Damn it all. Enraged, Rigel hurled his champagne glass. The plan had failed. Violet number 312, in charge of security, judged the situation as the worst. First, Irene's house was engulfed in flames. The penthouse located at the top of a 60-story building was currently covered in smoke and fire. Fortunately, Irene had swiftly broken a window and jumped out just before the explosion occurred. She slowed her descent by driving a blade into the wall and landed safely. So far, so good. The problem was that some lunatics had barged in and started a shootout. In the middle of the city, from the rooftop of the cafe near the penthouse building, I could see everything clearly. Irene is in danger. A shootout in the middle of the city. In broad daylight. Whoever they were definitely lunatics. The central district housed numerous major corporations, the headquarters of the 4 major clans, federal offices, and the main institutions of Academy City. In comparison to my previous world, this act of terrorism was equivalent to starting a shootout in the middle of Gangnam Avenue. Security team, assemble. I created a sniper team on the rooftop and jumped off the building without hesitation. The violet snipers observed the scene. Armed soldiers and hunters were relentlessly attacking Irene, surrounded by several armed vehicles equipped with machine guns. The sight of a large number of people lynching one person resembled a school bullying scene. Drones circled the air like bald eagles hovering over corpses. These were undoubtedly their equipment. Snipers? Any sign of Crocell or that treasurer bastard nearby? Oh, maybe even that vice president punk. Find them. It's Kame? That cocky guy's name is Kame. He's not here at the moment. Violet number 312 shook her head. Were they commanding from behind? If not them, who else could be responsible for this? Everything was escalating rapidly. People screamed and ran in all directions. Police officers on patrol clung to their radios, frantically calling for reinforcements, but to no avail. Violet Temporary Command Center ready. Field teams, move quickly. As the Violet Temporary Command Center was swiftly set up, Violet number 1, holding the command baton, began issuing instructions to all conscious Violets, both tangible and intangible. Alright, all units ready for deployment. Good. Then, field team, prepare smoke grenades. Descending quickly to the sidewalk, Violet number 312 pulled out several objects resembling tin cans. The sudden appearance of a black masked Violet drew everyone's attention. Violet number 312 ignited the smoke grenades and threw them to the ground. Deploying smoke. Several cans rolled along the ground, and the smoke from the improvised grenades quickly blanketed the sidewalk. What's this now? It's fire. Thick smoke, rendering visibility almost impossible, filled the area in front of the building. Now, there was no need to worry about prying eyes. Begin deployment. Violet number 312 swiftly created clones. Violets clad in black combat uniforms emerged from the smoke and ran outside. From an outsider's perspective, it would have seemed as though an armed force had suddenly appeared from within the smoke. It was a tactic to conceal and distort the ability to generate clones. Disruption devices operational. All systems normal. Violet Security Battalion, deployment complete. Commencing operation. 17 Violet fire teams spread out, while 90 Violet assault units sprinted across the streets. They leaped over vehicles and dashed through the middle of the road. Police officers, hastily communicating over their radios, were startled when they saw us. HQ, there's a shootout happening on 12th Street. Arg? Who are you people? Oh no, civilians were still present. They needed to be evacuated. Planning to use high-powered weapons, there was a risk of collateral damage. The command center issued an order for civilian evacuation. Hey, get out of here now. This place is about to become a war zone. Ah. Violet number 122 pulled out a Federation-made automatic rifle and fired into the air. Other Violets grabbed nearby citizens and police officers, shooing them away. This is number 1 from the command center. The operation begins now. Objective 1, rescue Irene. Objective 2, annihilate the enemy. Final objective, secure an escape to the safe zone. Acknowledged. The objectives were clear. The command center, linked to the field personnel, declared the assault. Now it was time to act. Violets infused with magic moved toward the sound of gunfire. The Violet Battalion witnessed the grim scene. Inside the lobby on the first floor of the building, Irene could be seen. Her clothes were tattered from the gunfire and explosions. Although she had no major injuries, her exposed skin was riddled with small wounds. Blood was dripping. First and second squads, target the enemy forces' rear and flanks. Third squad, secure Irene. What about us? The fire team stands by. You'll deal with the enemy hunters. Sniper team, take down those drones hovering above first. The sniper team set up anti-materiel rifles and combat rifles on the cafe rooftop. The drones promptly crashed to the ground. The fire team picked up grenade launchers and rocket tubes. It was time to test the weapons purchased from Armas. This is the first squad. Engagement initiated. The first and second squads, which had advanced first, launched a barrage of gunfire at the enemy's backs. Simultaneously, the third squad stormed into the building with shields to surround Irene. Irene, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the black-clad forces, couldn't hide her bewilderment. Who are you guys? It's me, Violet. Don't you recognize me? Violet number 45 whispered. How did you? We'll talk later. Let's get out of here. The enemy leader, seemingly recognizing us, pointed a finger and shouted. What the hell are those things? Take them down. A large humanoid mechanical weapon at his side charged at us. Strangely, despite being a robot, its arms were radiating magic. Recognizing the weapon, the Violets were visibly shaken. Wait, did that appear in the main storyline? Robots capable of using magic were extremely rare in Academy City. Machines were naturally incompatible with ether. That was a human mechanical weapon used by the 4 major clans Strigonics. A cyborg awakened being. The pinnacle of sinister ether science, combining mechanical strength and awakened intelligence. To think I'd encounter one here. Fire team, prepare rockets and grenades. Fire immediately. Half of the third squad rushed to confront the awakened enemy and the Strigonics. At the same time, as they escorted Irene out of the lobby, the fire team unleashed rockets inside the building. Ivy always wanted to say this line. Broken arrow. The awakened ones panicked at the sight of the rockets. They shoved the violets away and quickly retreated. The Strigonics was slower to react. The machine took a direct hit and was sent flying into the wall. Did we get it? No, it'll get back up. Those things can't be destroyed with just rockets. Retreat for now. The third squad hastily fled the building with Irene. Irene, here. A communicator? Put it in your ear and follow us. All right, ugh. Oh no, Irene had collapsed from exhaustion. The third squad carried their friend on their back and dashed away. Meanwhile, the first and second squads were locked in combat with the mercenary forces. Gah! An ally is down. It's an ambush. Mercenaries wearing exoskeletons were mowed down by the barrage of machine gun fire. Though the mercenaries were also masked like us, their emotions of shock and panic were palpable. Unfortunately, our enemies weren't fools. Take cover. Although the initial surprise attack killed many, the remaining mercenaries quickly took defensive positions. Some of the machine gun turrets mounted on their vehicles swiveled toward us, and a few of them responded by tossing smoke grenades or fragmentation grenades. Whoa, their level of response is on another scale. Arg, these guys have heavy weaponry. The air above us was streaked with grenades and rockets. I quickly analyzed the situation. These weren't simple thugs like the last gang we faced. These were professional combatants. The command center rapidly adjusted its orders. There wasn't time to waste on a drawn-out firefight here. Weary out of time. Transmit this to the first squad. Authorization granted to deploy the shock troops. Break their formation. Ready. While the second squad advanced slowly, laying down suppressive fire, the first squad completed their weapon switches and activated magic throughout their bodies. The first squad charged with incredible speed. What the? Why are they so fast? Are they awakened? The shield bearers, wielding riot shields and warhammers, charged headlong into the hail of bullets at astonishing speed. Behind them, violets armed with single-handed swords, automatic rifles, and shotguns followed. The mercenaries, unprepared for the magical energy radiating from the blades, were thrown into chaos. But that wasn't all. Remember this. The shield team hesitated momentarily, and in that instant, Violet's leg muscles coiled like springs, launching her swiftly off the ground. From behind the shield, the shock team, strapped with heavy explosive vests and bags, leaped into the enemy ranks. Suicide charge? Get down. One of the mercenaries shouted, pointing at the vest and bag strapped to Violet. Violet number 78 smiled and pressed the switch. Hold me. Boom. The explosives weighing dozens of kilograms obliterated the encirclement of the non-awakened forces. Arg. Although a significant number of enemy armed troops survived, the first and second squads, waiting nearby, charged in immediately. There was no time to let them recover. This is EOS 1, they're all awakened? Arg. Starting with slashing the neck of a screaming mercenary, we proceeded with the slaughter. Violet number 462 emptied the magazine of her automatic shotgun with precision, turning 3 enemies into shreds. Impatient number 221 threw away her gun and rushed in, her monofueled sword slicing her opponent cleanly in half. The mercenaries resisted with all their might, but they were merely non-awakened. Even to me, their movements appeared slow. Where the hell did these monsters come from? A mercenary equipped with an exoskeleton tried to fight back with a dagger. The power unit of his exoskeleton roared loudly as it activated. Number 126 dodged the dagger and swiftly cut him down. A few of the awakened who survived the explosion turned their attention to us. There were 5 of them. A company-level unit of awakened? Is that even possible? Leave them to us. While the apparent leader and 1 other engaged the third squad, the 5 charged at us. Encounter with enemy awakened. Fools? They just handed over their forces so easily. We don't need to fight them? Do we still have more explosive vests? We pretended to overexert ourselves while fighting and closed the distance. Soon, we were impaled or lost limbs, but it was already too late. The injured violets clung to the enemies. Let's go together. No, they're going to self-destruct. Stay away, get back. The hunters, belatedly realizing the presence of the explosives, tried to flee. The violets pulled the switches. Boom! 4 of the awakened were caught in the explosion and blown to pieces. 4 violets sacrificed for 4 enemy combatants, a staggering cost efficiency. I can't take this anymore. A hunter, terrified after witnessing his comrades dismembered, started to run away. Sniper team. Got it. From a rooftop cafe, the sniper team's anti-materiel rifle aimed at the fleeing target. A suppressed, dull gunshot echoed. The hunters had vanished. Target neutralized. The second objective was nearly achieved. However, variables remained. The leader of the enemy hunters and 1 subordinate were still alive, locked in a standoff. A vehicle will arrive in 10 minutes. For now, withdraw from your positions. Number 56, the leader of the third squad, protested. That's too long? Other clans or even the inspection bureau could show up, then steal a nearby vehicle and escape. While we quickly exchanged information, the battle continued. Get lost. Hiya. Number 45, wearing an explosive vest and charging, was struck by the leader's flail and sent flying into the air. Perhaps unnerved by our suicidal tactics and firepower, the enemies refrained from a frontal assault. Instead, they leaped between lampposts and vehicles, observing us from all directions. They neither attacked directly nor retreated. What were they waiting for? As the situation unfolded, a new report came into the command center. This is the sniper team. Strigonics is moving. The command center observed through the sniper team's visuals. Stragonix, flung by a rocket, emerged from the building, dragging its metallic mass. Its armor was dented, but the machine remained operational. Fierce mana flames flickered around its arms. So, we were lucky earlier. If this monster is what we think it is, a single rocket shouldn't have been enough to destroy it. To all field personnel, focus fire on Stragonix. One squad, secure a vehicle and evacuate Irene immediately. The fight seemed far from over. Two awakened lingering nearby retreated behind the cyborg. The sniper team pulled the trigger of the anti-materiel rifle, and the firepower team unleashed rockets and grenade launchers. The middle of the road resounded with deafening gunfire. Unlike before, Stragonix deployed a defensive shield while advancing, firing mana beams from its hands. It appeared to have adapted to our attacks. This is first squad, second unit. We've intercepted a radio. It's enemy communications. Listen. As we shared the audio, new information emerged. Someone on the other end of the radio shouted angrily. Respond. This is HQ. Did the princess escape? Answer me. Permission to kill her? Reinforcements are on their way. Hold the line. Catch her before the inspection bureau arrives. Hearing the transmission, I felt a surge of disgust. Whoever this person was, they were likely the mastermind. Number 2, the leader of the second unit, activated the voice modulator. Shut your mouth. EOS 1? No, who are you? What bastard are you? Your grandfather in the afterlife? You brat. Who told you to live like this? What? You little s. Before they could respond, I crushed the radio. While the rest stalled for time, the third squad leader loaded the unconscious Irene into a stolen car and hit the gas. According to the radio, more enemies were on their way. We had to flee quickly. The first squad engaged the cyborg and the two hunters in close combat. At that moment, fire rained from the sky. Looking up, I saw a swarm of drones with propellers buzzing towards us. Is this magic? They're suicide drones. Sniper team, all gunners, aim at the sky. Even the enemy leader wielding the flail was startled. Stop, there are allies here. Can't you hear? These maniacs? They're firing indiscriminately, even with allies around. The first and second squads scattered. The drones also targeted the car carrying Irene. The guards sticking their bodies out of the windows managed to shoot down a few, but one drone eventually crashed near the car. The tires burst, and the vehicle overturned. Ugh. Violet? What's going on? Ugh. The car flipped. Irene is safe? Evacuating now. As the third squad leader and the others pulled Irene out of the car, two sedans appeared, blocking the road. New enemies armed with swords and axes stepped out. Ugh. This is endless. More enemies. I gritted my teeth. Drone bombardments and reinforcements? Fine, if this is how it's going to be. Full-scale battle begins now. The command center Violets, enraged, downed mana supplements. Determined to end it all, the third squad leader and surviving Violets prepared to create clones. And then, a piercing noise tore through the air. A jet flew across the sky. Wait, that plane. It was the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that had appeared at Aegis Academy. A new convoy also entered the city. This is the Inspection Bureau. Surrender immediately. A warning announcement echoed. Agents bearing the Inspection Bureau's emblem disembarked from armored vehicles, surrounding the area. The enemies blocking our path panicked and raised their hands. We looked around in bewilderment. The plane hovered above us, and its rear ramp opened. A black figure leapt down. Clang! Even amidst the drone bombardment, Stragonix, still intact, was split in two. It was the Chancellor's doing. It's the Chancellor. What do we do? 1 ST and second squads? Deploy any remaining smoke grenades quickly. The Violet squads deployed smoke screens. The agents rushed in, but it was too late. We vanished into the haze. What about us? The third squad leader asked. After a brief deliberation, the Violet command made a decision. If it's the Chancellor, we can trust them. Leave Irene to them. What about us? We can't reveal ourselves yet. Hand over Irene and retreat swiftly. We saw the Chancellor approaching us. Carefully, we placed Irene nearby and retreated quickly. Where are you going? We have to leave now. I tapped the earpiece in her ear. I'll explain later. Those people are from the Inspection Bureau. You can trust them. Irene, looking at us with exhausted eyes, seemed to understand and nodded. All right, you can't reveal yourselves, right? Got it. Go quickly. The third squad leader and the remaining Violets withdrew swiftly. Miss Irene, are you all right? The sniper team, the last to remain, watched as the Chancellor escorted Irene away before disappearing. We weren't discovered, right? Surely not, a few hours after the incident. So, you're the newly arrived Chancellor, right? That's correct, Miss Irene. After barely being rescued with a friend's help, Irene found herself at the Inspection Bureau with a person who suddenly appeared, claiming to be a Chancellor. While Irene had heard of the position, this was her first time meeting one in person. Do you need anything else? No, I'm fine. It's just exhaustion from using too much magic in a short time. Can I leave now? You can't, Miss Irene. You need to rest for a few more days. Call me if you need anything. Irene found it strange. Why was this person, whom she had met for the first time today, being so kind to her? Now that she thought about it, she hadn't even mentioned her name, yet they seemed to know who she was. Even their gaze was oddly burdensome. We'll soon identify the attackers. I'll do my best to assist. Thank you for saying that. Irene closed her eyes for a moment. The people who attacked her? She didn't want to believe it, but a few negative possibilities came to mind. No way, it can't be. At that moment, the Chancellor asked a question. Who were those people? Those people. The ones who were with you, Miss Irene. Can you tell me who they are? He must mean Violet. At the Chancellor's words, Irene recalled Violet's request on the way here. Irene, just listen. If anyone asks about us, say it like this. Violet had relayed a few guidelines through the communication device she had given her. Irene thought about her friend's circumstances. If they're investigated, it could cause trouble. Violet was a former test subject from a research lab. Her abilities were incredibly useful, even from Irene's perspective. The young man who introduced himself as a chancellor was kind but suspicious, knowing too much about her. No matter what, she couldn't put her friend in jeopardy. Do you know who they are? Irene decided to lie to protect her friend. Recalling the instructions from Violet's communication device, she spoke up. Those people? They're a secret security team my father had prepared in advance. A security team. The Chancellor's gaze sparkled with curiosity. What name did Violet suggest? Combining the instructions and a bit of improvisation, Irene came up with a plausible answer. They go by the name Aerial Group. Violet's hastily crafted alias had transformed into a mysterious armed organization. Aerial Group. Yes. I'd only heard about them before. This is my first time seeing them in action. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, the Chancellor gave a few more instructions and left the room. Outside, the Chancellor let out a sigh. Sages was inwardly perplexed. It's fortunate that Irene was saved, but something feels off. This wasn't how he knew things should go. Even he didn't know everything about the future, especially the events of 5 years ago, which were a mystery to him. After all, he hadn't been a chancellor at this point in time. His presence here, 5 years early, was the result of future knowledge and a few crafty tricks. The future I know is diverging too much. Why is that? Originally, Irene Solstice's kidnapping was supposed to happen weeks from now. The time and location were different as well. It was supposed to occur late at night near the Western District. The perpetrators and their motives were unknown. She had escaped from captivity only after the academy had collapsed under mysterious circumstances. Moreover, Irene herself hadn't spoken much about the incident afterward. It was only because they were close that sages knew about it. Now, the situation had changed. The kidnapping attempt happened in broad daylight in front of her house. The methods had changed too. A shootout had erupted in the city center, and even the outcome was different. Did my presence alter the timeline? He thought of concepts like alternate histories, time travel, and time paradoxes. Aerial Group? I've never heard of them. If they existed, Irene wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. Sages reviewed the materials he had just examined. On his tablet's monitor, surveillance footage and organized data about the shootout were displayed. The footage showed over 100 armed soldiers appearing amidst the smoke, battling the kidnappers, and vanishing back into the smoke when he arrived. And Beta. A heavily armed group in black, using explosives without hesitation. They could appear anywhere and seemed capable of teleportation. They used perception disruption devices. Their physiques were all similar. A clone army? The Federation? It could be interference from those scheming bureaucrats. The 4 great clans? They cooperated on the surface but fought for dominance behind the scenes. They could also be involved. Or perhaps it was another secret society. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind. The Obsidian Legion? No, it couldn't be the Boundless Witch, right? Startled, Sages compared the figures in the footage with the image of a nightmare-inducing individual. He took a deep breath to calm himself and sorted his thoughts. No, it's unlikely, but not impossible. Still, it's not the witch. The Boundless Witch Violet was nearly 180 centimeters tall, close to the height of an adult male. But the figures in the footage were shorter, around 150 to 155 centimeters. And Violet despised firearms. In the Obsidian Legion, which actively used firearms and high-tech weaponry, the Boundless Witch was an anomaly. She loved explosives but abhorred ranged weapons. She preferred cold weapons and trusted only her physical abilities. The group Irene called Aerial Group was different. They used many firearms and heavy weaponry. Obsidian Legion agents hate clans and corporations. Irene wouldn't be an exception. Yet, according to witness accounts, the group evacuated civilians and police, albeit in a high-handed and rough manner. If it were the real witch, she would have attacked everyone indiscriminately. Moreover, there was no way the witch would be active at this point in time. To his knowledge, she only surfaced after he became a chancellor. Is there another organization I don't know about? Suspicious, but there was nothing he could do for now. There were too many tasks at hand. Still, I've neglected the other students. I should start reaching out to them. Sages looked back at the room. Until now, he had focused on strengthening his position. But now, it seemed he needed to reconnect with people he hadn't met yet. Separate from Sage's concerns, his actions had little direct connection to the cause of the current incident, though his actions had significantly twisted the future's trajectory. This event stemmed from the butterfly effect triggered by a blonde-haired, red-eyed girl. A short while before the kidnapping attempt, Violet's raid on Research Lab A13 in the Chloris Forest had set off a troubling butterfly effect. In a brief skirmish with Crocell, Violet had used the Hand of Destiny and deployed clones to wreak havoc within the lab. This brought forward the destruction of a facility that should have lasted several more months. This caused two major issues. First, the destruction of Lab A13 created significant chaos. Many researchers and most of the data were obliterated by bombs, despite the escape of some experimental beasts. The attack, carried out by someone claiming to be an Obsidian Legion agent, had far-reaching consequences. The clans were alarmed. The Magna Nai's group quickly inspected their facilities and reinforced their security. The political friction and cleanup process delayed their usual activities. Crocell, who was originally involved in Irene's kidnapping, also had his actions disrupted. Although his injuries weren't severe, his mobility was limited. As a result, events followed an unexpected path. The kidnapping plan, which should have been implemented weeks later, was hastily executed by Irene's impatient uncle. And the result was a disaster. The incident on Central 12th Street unfolded as such. However, accepting the outcome as it was proved difficult even for mature adults. Thus, during his conversation with Rigel, Julius didn't hide his mocking tone. Excellent work. Truly outstanding. The media in Ruslam is having a field day. What on earth were you thinking? He had a splitting headache. Even though I told them to wait due to security issues, they went ahead and acted on their own. The atmosphere in the Helios office, where a meeting between the two clans was taking place, was filled with tension. On one side of the room, a TV screen displayed live news coverage of the 12th Street shooting incident. Some media outlets were even using the term terrorism to describe the event. Who in their right mind would stage a kidnapping in broad daylight? The operation, which was originally planned to take place discreetly at night, turned into a war involving mercenaries, drones, and the clan's secret weapons. They deployed heavily armed mercenaries, their own clan forces, and even carried out a suicide drone attack in the middle of the city. And yet, they still failed. While the main cause of the failure was an unexpected intervention by an unidentified strike team, it seemed inevitable given the speed of the inspectorate's response. Who on earth stages an ambush during the day? You must be too young to understand strategy. For operations like these, it's crucial to exploit unexpected opportunities. A daytime attack? It clearly shifts suspicion toward terrorists, doesn't it? You should have waited a bit longer. It got delayed for reasons, but we were already making preparations. No, we don't have time. You all know that, right? No matter what Julius said, Rigel refused to admit his fault and continued grumbling. Watching him, Julius's expression twisted even further. Even the masked employees standing behind him displayed signs of discomfort. Though they had acted according to orders, they couldn't help but wonder why they were supporting such an incompetent fool. Julius disliked Irene, but the man before him was so pitiful he couldn't even bear to compare him to his niece. Well, if an idiot like this becomes the leader of Helios, it'll be easier to manipulate. Could that be what the higher UPS intended? Rigel crossed his arms and raised his voice in frustration. This is all your fault. It wasn't just Julius who was angry. Rigel was furious that they had let their target slip away. Irene had fallen into the hands of the inspectorate's chancellor. Most of the operatives mobilized for this operation were mercenaries, with even the hunters being unofficial Helios members. There might be circumstantial evidence, but no solid proof tied them to the incident. Still, the resources and expenses invested had gone up in smoke. Rigel, we clearly provided you with advice. We even offered consulting services. Do you know how expensive that Strigonics was? The Strigonics they provided was a weapon still in its research and development phase. If they had captured that foolish girl, it would have been a valuable asset for further research. Analyzing and adapting her unique ability could have resulted in greater durability and enhanced mana manipulation capabilities. But they had failed. You Magna Nai's mages are always so full of yourselves. That tin can, why did you even give it to us? It was useless. Now, Rigel, the one who ruined everything is you. Julius was flabbergasted. If the mages and developers of Magna Nai's had overheard this, they would have struck Rigel over the head with a wrench. As expected, trusting that useless tin can was a mistake. Contrary to Rigel's claims, the Strigonics had performed adequately. Despite being exhausted, it had almost subdued Irene. Regardless of the kidnapping's outcome, the data obtained from the assault would prove invaluable. Rigel, who had been fuming, calmed down and spoke in a slightly more composed tone. Fine. Well, it can't be helped. I'll admit my mistake, but you'll have to provide additional support. Understood. Then, let's meet again. The Magna Nai's employees quickly left the room. Julius turned to the masked man beside him. So, Crocell, what do you think? He's an idiot beyond imagination. Crocell had temporarily left the academy to follow Julius. Initially, he was one of the people meant to subdue Irene. Laughter could be heard from behind the mask. Still, you should reflect as well. Why couldn't you prevent those incidents last time? The big event is approaching. Keep your focus. Faced with Julius's reprimand, Crocell fell silent. An uncomfortable stillness filled the air. Their heads throbbed. Though they had no choice but to deal with the mess caused by Helios's next potential leader, the true problem lay elsewhere. The unidentified black-clad armed group that had disrupted their operation. The report mentioned it, right? That the intruder at the lab called themselves the Obsidian Legion. Yes, I heard it clearly. They claimed it themselves. That statement brought a thought to Crocell's mind. Could this incident be connected to those who raided the lab previously? Everything was a mystery. When everything is over, you should join the clan. Playing student council president is a waste of your skills. Understood. For them, everything was uncertain. One thing was clear: to carry out their grand plan, they needed to eliminate this mysterious enemy. After the incidents had concluded, the Violets were conducting a debrief. Who would have expected the Chancellor to show up there? Our escape plan nearly fell apart. We need a vehicle. Why was the Strigonics there? Who attacked Irene? Although they had nearly succeeded in the battle, the Violets realized their shortcomings. They had also failed to capture any hostages. If things continued this way, their friend would face another attack. We didn't notice during the fight, but we really need to reconsider our escape strategies. As the conversation continued, it veered off in a strange direction. How do we deal with airborne enemies? If only we had flying vehicles. With helicopters or planes, they could have taken Irene and escaped quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement. When fighting among themselves, they could simply use reverse generation, but involving their friends and others introduced a new layer of difficulty. Observing the Chancellor flying around and the drones used in the recent operation had given them much to think about. After a 10-minute marathon meeting, the Violets reached an important conclusion. The problem lay in the skies. At first, we pondered who the ones attacking Irene were. The Violets thought, who would commit such a deed? We put our heads together to think. Honestly, it was a shame. We had intended to capture the attackers as prisoners, but the Chancellor appeared suddenly. Didn't Irene seem like she knew something? Was it just me? I am not sure. But according to the setting, Irene appears in the main storyline as the leader of the Helios clan. However, it's implied that her path to leadership was far from smooth. When she inherited the position, the 4 major clans interfered and stripped her of many things. The once glorious and renowned clan fell apart, and its members scattered in all directions. What remained for her was an empty shell. There were descriptions of her struggling with debt and being confined to a small office. To summarize Irene's situation in one word: breadwinner. Everyone knows her clan's downfall is inevitable. The important question is, why does it end up that way? I decided I would contact Irene later. I needed to find out if she knew anything about the attackers. I also had to check on the Chancellor's condition. Let's ask the boss. We should at least be able to get an idea of the internal situation at Helios. At this point, the only thing we could do was rely on our all-purpose boss. Apart from the progression of this incident, the story was taking another direction. Our Violet headquarters learned an important lesson from this battle. What is it? We need an airplane too. The enemy mercenary unit was formidable. However, we could overpower them with our own strength. The hunters were also strong, but if a Violet carrying dozens of kilograms of bombs charged at them, they'd be blown to pieces. Strigonics was a powerful weapon, but if it weren't a rescue mission, we might have managed to destroy it by leveraging our numerical advantage. However, we realized something crucial: the lack of an escape method. If only we had a helicopter. If we did, we could have boarded it and flown off immediately. Our plan was almost successful, but things went awry in the final stages. We ended up wasting time waiting for a vehicle to escape. We did manage to steal a car at the scene and flee, but that was a makeshift solution. As we talked about helicopters, the discussion shifted. The importance of height in reconnaissance and attacks became the focus. That damn suicide drone. The suicide drone attack at the end caused minimal damage thanks to our quick dispersal. However, the sheer pressure of being bombarded was overwhelming. Nobody likes being unilaterally beaten. A Nigerian Nairo Thailand bot Epsilon S. Violet number 493 made a suggestion. Let's get drones too. They can scout and drop bombs. Violet number 5 voiced opposition. No way. We can't use drones in dungeons. Did you forget we can't operate them wirelessly? There are wired drones controlled via cables? Look at this. Violet number 493 pulled out a smartphone and showed us. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the screen. Oh, really? Then let's get one of these. Sure. But isn't this too small? Violet number 111 also chimed in. Wait a minute. Let's say we get drones. What about the escape method? Why did drones suddenly come up? Are we going to escape hanging on to drones? Exactly. What? What are you even talking about? Violet number 49 suddenly pointed to the ceiling. Why don't we fly too? Are you talking about flying magic or artifacts? We can't use those. Artifacts are even more out of reach. You fools, I'm talking about airplanes. Violet number 49 continued her argument. You saw it too. Even the Chancellor uses airplanes? Wouldn't it be great if we had something like that? We could use it for reconnaissance, attacks, and bombings. There had already been discussions about airplanes before. It was something we had even mentioned to the boss a few times. Some dungeons had terrains where airplanes could be very useful. You mean fighter planes, don't you? Yeah, that's right. After meeting Armas, we actually tried to buy fighter planes. We weren't aiming for jet fighters. Propeller fighters from World War II would have sufficed. But there was a problem. Sir, I won't ask about the purpose. But I am curious about one thing. What is it? Do you have a license for airplanes or helicopters? This unexpected question left us stunned. Later, we learned that operating airplanes required far more than we imagined. It was ridiculously expensive. Even the Violets, who kept funding themselves through delivery services and dungeon labor, found it hard to manage. We're still looking into it, but airplanes and helicopters are just too expensive. Look here. The fuel costs alone are no joke. Airplanes were extremely delicate machines. Unlike the violets, who could multiply effortlessly, airplanes required constant maintenance. Moreover, an airfield was necessary. Helicopters were more flexible in this regard, but they were still costly. We also explored alternative approaches. Oh, guys, look at this. It's a jetpack. And a jet bike. Our eyes widened in amazement. These were gadgets straight out of science fiction. Truly, Academy City's technology was the best. Wow, we've been looking for something like this. It's too expensive. But our excitement faded as soon as we saw the price tags. While these gadgets met our needs, each one cost as much as an airplane. They also used materials found only in dungeons. They only sell these to clans? That rules us out. Should we ask the boss? You know smuggling would make it even more expensive, right? The cost of purchasing weapons and making bombs was already significant. In our current situation, this was beyond our means. It's just something nice to have, not an urgent necessity. This is a luxury. If we ever need to execute another escape or rescue plan in the future, we can do it more systematically. A helicopter won't be necessary. As the opposing opinions increased, the suggestion to acquire an aircraft melted away like snow in spring. Just as the Violet meeting was about to shift back to serious discussions, a new idea came flying in from the explosives workshop. Guys, we don't need an airplane. We can fly ourselves. What do you mean by that? I turned my gaze toward the workshop. We were amazed. Who would have thought of such a brilliant idea? V1, ready for launch. The Violet Explosives workshop originally focused on bomb making. The abandoned warehouse in the desolate construction site, where development had been cancelled, provided ample space for work. Its location, far from residential areas, meant small explosions could be overlooked. The various homemade bombs, smoke bombs, and incendiary bombs we regularly used were all made here. However, the workshop sought to venture into a new frontier, the sky. Before us lay an object larger and longer than a violet. Named Violet 1, V1, this crude contraption was, in fact, a rocket. Is this the thing under development? It's a prototype. The Violet in charge of the workshop grinned proudly. This rocket, made of metal pipes, sugar, and fertilizer, was developed to compensate for Violet's limited magical abilities. Though its power had never been tested, based on the weight of its warhead, each shot was estimated to rival a Violet's self-destruction. You have no idea how many of us died for this. But it won't explode anymore. The V1 rocket, initially designed to deliver violence and destruction, was inspired by the rocket weapons in human history. However, rockets developed to kill people also sent humans to the moon and launched satellites into space, enriching humanity's lives. Thus, the Violet invention, too, had the potential to transcend destruction and reach new heights of creativity. Prepare for launch. A Violet number 34 was strapped to the rocket positioned in the wasteland. The warhead was removed. According to our calculations, the rocket should be capable of carrying Violet into the air. Most of the workshop's Violets hid in pre-dug pits. Violet number 512 ran over and ignited the rocket. Launch. The rocket spewed fire and soared into the sky. Wow, it's flying. The fierce wind hit her face. Violet number 34 shouted excitedly. Sharing her senses, we all felt the thrill of flight. I am flying. Boom, the rocket exploded midair. Violet number 34 perished. Debris rained down to the ground. Gah. Huh, it failed. Ah, the workshop's Violets drooped with disappointment. V1 prototype. Failure. No. Though the prototype rocket weapon failed spectacularly, the Violets did not yield to failure. The workshop received more funding and personnel. Carrying people into the air might be a stretch, but did you see the thrust? If we use it as a weapon. While the workshop's Violets worked hard to perfect the V1 rocket, discussions about acquiring flight capabilities for the Violet unit regained momentum. There was one reason: the feeling of flying experienced through number 34 was simply exhilarating. However, the rocket was too unstable. There was no way to control it. The Violets brainstormed. Guys, I found something amazing. Amid heated debates among the glider faction, catapult faction, and hot air balloon faction, Violet number 46, who was surfing the internet, discovered an intriguing store. Why didn't we think of this? It's so simple and cheap. With this, the Violets slapped their knees. Who would have imagined such a solution existed? The method of flying was more affordable and accessible than anticipated. If we order today, it'll arrive tomorrow. Order it right now, we'll start practicing tomorrow. The next afternoon, several large boxes appeared in front of the Violets' residence. The Violets grinned as they opened the boxes. Inside were wingsuits and parts for powered hang gliders. When you escape the erosion zone filled with chaos and madness, you'll encounter a city of barriers and fortresses that protect reality and order. Traveling several dozen kilometers further, you'll find the human domain where safety is guaranteed. In this domain, which spans multiple continents, countless people live their lives fiercely every day. However, this is not our stage. To reach the real stage, we must leave the continent. Beyond the rolling waves lies the sea, and across that sea, you'll find a cluster of islands known as the Ruslam Archipelago. The Academy City Ruslam is located on the main island of the Ruslam Archipelago. Around the massive main island are dozens of smaller islands, scattered like stars in the night sky. If the main island is the largest jewel in a crown, then the surrounding islands are the tiny decorative gems that enhance its brilliance. Most of the archipelago's population is concentrated on the enormous Ruslam main island, but people also live on the surrounding islands. Prominent islands include Mischa, Virides, and Cascadia. If you grab a passerby and ask them to name an island from the Ruslam archipelago, 9 times out of 10, they'll mention one of these 3. While not as populated as Ruslam, these are significant places. They are safer due to low gate occurrence rates, and their beautiful landscapes make them famous tourist destinations. However, not all the archipelago's islands are easily accessible. Some islands are entirely eroded zones, while others serve as clan outposts or federal military bases, making them off-limits. And the vast majority are uninhabited islands. We Violets took note of this geographical characteristic. An uninhabited island, with no residents and perfect for operations, was ideal. While the Violet barracks in the central zone handled the troublesome issues, the rest of us boarded a ship and headed out of Ruslam's main island. Adela's family home, it's on that island we passed earlier, right? Yeah, it should be that island. Traveling from Ruslam on an armed ferry brings you to Cascadia Island. From there, securing another ship and sailing for a while brought us to Lespera Island, with its towering cliffs greeting us. Is this really a tourist spot? I don't see many people around. Not a single person after coming all the way up. Probably because it's not the tourist season right now. Lespera Island is a small island with high volcanoes and rugged cliffs. Although it doesn't match the fame of the 3 major islands, it's still considered a tourist attraction. But from our perspective, tirelessly working to dismantle the academy, there was no reason to come here for leisure. The reason Violet came here was entirely different. Well, having fewer people around makes it a great place to practice. Lespera Island boasts steady sea breezes and high cliffs. This natural environment has made it a hotspot for paragliding and wingsuit enthusiasts. In other words, it's an excellent place for flight practice. Alright, the Violet 1st Air Squadron is here. Today, the Violet unit officially launched its 1st Air Squadron. Originally, we planned to practice flying on the Ruslam main island. Our future operations would likely take place in urban areas, so it made sense to conduct takeoffs and flights in a city setting. Let's get started. Be careful not to break anything. After storing the delivered parts in the inventory, we moved them to the distant explosives workshop. The Violets at the workshop began assembling powered hang gliders using parts from the boxes. Before long, a proper aircraft stood in the middle of the factory. After fueling and starting the engine, it functioned perfectly. However, a problem arose at the next stage. How do we fly this thing? Although it was less complicated than an actual airplane, the powered hang glider was still a type of aircraft. Having never piloted an aircraft, I had no idea how to operate it. Planes have control sticks, but this one doesn't. Are we sure this is the right model? We had ordered various types of powered hang gliders. One model resembled a small aircraft with an engine, seat, and landing wheels beneath a hang glider. The other was a simplified model with just an engine and gondola beneath a parachute, better described as a powered parachute. We scoured the included manuals, books, and video materials. It says it's controlled by shifting your body weight. Like riding a motorcycle. Then, sitting in the stationary seat, I tried shifting my weight in various directions. After a few attempts, I felt like it might actually work. Let's start right away. Prepare for takeoff. We dragged the powered hang glider out to a nearby wasteland. There were so many volunteers eager to go first that we used a computer to randomly select a number. The winner was number 74. Yahoo! Number 74 climbed into the seat, grinning from ear to ear. When the engine started, it sputtered a few times before the propeller began spinning vigorously, propelling the hang glider forward. Try moving your body back and forth. That might get it to lift off. Following advice from the surrounding Violets, number 74 did as instructed. The hang glider lifted off into the sky. Wow, it's flying? I'm flying. Violet had achieved true powered flight. The hang glider ascended slowly but steadily into the sky. Number 74 gleefully spun around in the air. I'm flying. Amazing? To succeed like this on the first try. We clapped enthusiastically, filled with awe. Some excited Violets pulled out champagne from their inventory and popped it open. This flight was just a small attempt, but for us Violets, it was a huge leap forward. Now, our reach extended into the skies. I'll try landing now. After soaring through the air for a while, number 74 attempted to land on the wasteland. Not knowing what might happen, several Violets brought nets from the workshop. They spread the nets out to ensure a safe landing. I'm coming down. The hang glider carrying number 74 began its descent. But number 74, overly excited, made a mistake. She descended at too steep an angle. Oh, this feels unsafe. The angle is off. The hang glider crashed into the ground without even having the chance to slow down. The body flipped, and the wings smashed apart on impact. Scree. Our hang glider is ruined. Number 74 screamed as she was thrown into the ground. Ugh, I think I broke my back. Got it. Number 74? Quickly, regenerate. Number 74 hadn't died, but she was badly injured. Her body slowly dissolved into shimmering particles of magic. But Violet's injury or death wasn't the problem here. The hang glider was destroyed. Its propeller had snapped, and the body was wrecked. Oh no, our poor hang glider. It can't be helped. Let's just buy a new one. We'll fly more carefully next time. Fortunately, we had ordered more than one powered hang glider. After reviewing what went wrong, we prepared for another flight attempt. What about slightly enhancing your body while controlling it? That could help you make more precise movements. The engine roared back to life with a buzz. A new hang glider took to the sky. Slowly, slowly, don't worry, we'll catch you with the net. Okay, I'm landing. This time, the hang glider landed in a more stable position. Though it didn't stop for a while and had to be caught with the net, the glider itself remained intact. As expected, using magic to enhance reaction time makes controlling it easier. Don't overuse it, though. You need to conserve your magic. By the third flight, the hang glider successfully landed safely. Finally, as number 542 got off the hang glider, Violet ran up and tossed her into the air in celebration. Yahoo! Let's keep this up. While the Violets were laughing, chatting, and bouncing around, number 10, who had been watching from the Violet barracks, made a comment. So, what's next? Next, we practice takeoff, do some aerial shooting drills, and maybe try bombing. What about wingsuits? Right. The Violet's eyes turned toward the unopened wingsuit package. Now that we noticed it, we weren't sure where to practice with those. What about jumping off the hang glider or creating clones in midair? Already? Let's try that later when we're used to it. For now, we should practice jumping off high places first. Acknowledging the reasonable suggestion, the Violets nodded in agreement. But where would be a good location for this? It seemed best to jump from a tall building. In the middle of the central zone stood Ruslam Vale, a building boasting heights measured in kilometers. Wouldn't he doing it in the middle of the city draw too much attention? The workshop being in a remote area was fine, but this. Then, is there a quieter spot we could use? Someone came up with a new idea. Do we have to do this inside the Academy City? There are lots of islands outside. Aha. And so, the Violets headed to the cliffs on Lespira Island. Everyone, get ready. Once we confirmed the area was clear of people, I created a clone and put on a wingsuit. The wingsuit could be replicated just like other clothing. The weather's great, the wind's perfect. No one's approaching the area. We can start. Above us, a fleet of hang gliders, assembled from inventory supplies, was flying overhead. The 3 hang gliders were primarily for training control, but they doubled as a way to practice flight and scout for anyone approaching. Group 1, begin the drop. Here we go. First, 5 Violets threw themselves off the high cliff. As we fell, we immediately spread our arms and legs. The powerful resistance made it hard to stretch them out, but by activating magic through our limbs, we powered through. The film coating on our suits unfurled. We felt a lift. The falling speed slowed slightly, and our descent transitioned into flight. We glided through the air, feeling the resistance against our entire bodies. Yahoo! This is so fast it's amazing. Kia ha ha ha. Even through masks and goggles, the fierce sea wind exhilarated us. The speed was incomparable to the hang gliders, thrilling us to no end. However, piloting was incredibly difficult. Even a slight twist of a limb sent us spinning or veering off course in midair. In high-speed flight, a single mistake could mean death. And then, an incident occurred. Number 412 collided with a rock due to a flight control error caused by strong winds. She vanished like a crushed tomato. No 412, dead. The remaining 4 Violets remained tense as they descended toward the ground. In the distance, at the reckless end of the fall, white foam waves and jagged rocks awaited us. I'm stuck. Gah. While flying through the trees, number 67 failed to see a tall tree and got caught. No 67's neck snapped. This is the training controller? You're almost at the destination. Now deploy your parachutes and land. The remaining 3 successfully reached the destination. Since we couldn't land where there were people, we decided to touch down in the ocean. Below us, the scenery was filled with an endless blue sea and white foam. Now we just had to deploy our parachutes. Oh no, the parachute won't open. Arg. Unfortunately, at the last moment, no 443's parachute failed to open. While NOS 234 and 110 landed safely, number 443 plunged into the sea. Surviving Violets, regenerate quickly. Next group. Second team, begin descent. The Violets continued to fall repeatedly for practice. Like flowers scattering, Violets leapt off the cliffs and disappeared. After countless deaths, we gradually grew accustomed to flying. When training was over, the remaining Violets discussed wingsuit flight. I looked it up, and they say wingsuit flying is closer to falling than actual flight. It's fast but kind of tricky. Wingsuits were far more challenging compared to hang gliders. They lacked propulsion equipment and were difficult to control. Even a slight mistake in steering sent you flying off in the wrong direction. Moreover, the descent speed was fast. Apparently, for every 1 meter of descent, you advanced 2.5 meters forward. This meant that to fly 10 kilometers, you'd have to jump from an altitude of at least 4 kilometers. If we're going to use this practically, we'd need to jump off a hang glider or generate ourselves midair. It'd be helpful for high-speed infiltration, but sustained flight isn't feasible. We also need to consider that powered hang glider engines don't perform well at high altitudes. What about strapping rockets to our backs? Rejected. Propulsion control would be impossible. Violets number 45 and 31 offered skeptical opinions. After thinking deeply, number 289 responded. Don't be so negative. We just need to use them for the right purposes. The right purpose. When I thought about it, that made sense. Nothing in the world is perfect, so the key is to apply things appropriately to the situation. Powered hang gliders could soar through the skies without limits but were incredibly clunky and slow. Wingsuits, on the other hand, were fast and agile but only allowed for gliding. We deliberated over how to overcome the strengths and weaknesses of both devices. Number 3 suddenly clapped their knees and exclaimed, "If the flight distance is the problem, what about jumping from a hot air balloon or an airship? You could jump from higher altitudes than a hang glider. That's a great idea." Hearing No 3's suggestion, the Violets agreed and took note of it. Powered hang gliders, due to engine limitations, couldn't climb to high altitudes. However, large helium balloons or hot air balloons could ascend much higher. By using a balloon with a Violet aboard as a base, we could continuously generate and deploy wingsuit strike teams. With everyone sharing their ideas, it became clear how much we could do. The option of flight opened up a whole new realm for our battles. Wait a minute, everyone. Amid the discussion, number 178 proposed an intriguing idea. You're all thinking strangely. Why are we only considering wingsuits as a means of transportation? We had forgotten. Violets had their own unique methods. There were ways to maximize the advantages of wingsuits. A few days later, while the Violets on the main island struggled with various issues, the Violets outside the island ventured farther out to sea. We secured a boat and headed to an uninhabited island far from Lespera Island. We planned to conduct combat training here. The fully prepared Violet 1st Air Squadron soared into the sky across the sandy beach. 5 various hang gliders began formation flying. Stay in formation. Get ready. The hang gliders flew slowly through the air, heading toward their target. Before long, the squadron reached the skies over the opposite side of the uninhabited island. There, a variety of targets were arranged: watermelons, mannequins, and broken household appliances. Attack units, prepare to fire. First, the single-seater hang gliders and powered parachutes approached. Each pilot held either an automatic rifle or a small homemade bomb in one hand. Commence attack. The squadron leader Violet gave the order. The Violets aboard the hang gliders fired their guns and threw bombs at the targets on the ground. Boom! The targeted mannequin collapsed under the barrage of rifle fire. Bombs followed, raining down in succession. The mannequin was blown to pieces. As the smaller hang gliders retreated, a 2-seater hang glider began circling its prey like an eagle. While the Violet in the cockpit focused on piloting, the one in the passenger seat pulled a Type 60 machine gun from their inventory. Attack unit, commence firing. Tate-a-tat-a-tang? The Violet in the passenger seat aligned the red dot in the scope with her target. As she pulled the trigger, bullets rained down like a storm. A yellow stream of tracer rounds swept through the targets. Pay-pay-pa? The table and the watermelons sitting on top of it exploded and shattered. Target neutralized. When the machine gun fire ceased, a rapid-fire grenade launcher was pulled out and fired at the ground. With a small explosion, the targets were torn apart by fragments and left in tatters. So far, this is all as expected. Nothing special. What matters is what comes next. We have to succeed. When the shooting drills ended, the Violets waiting on the ground of the uninhabited island brought out a large white sheet. The sheet, marked with a black crosshair at its center, was spread open. We secured the 4 corners of the sheet to the ground and scattered back into the trenches to hide. 5th unit, ascend to maximum altitude. One of the powered hang gliders followed the command, running its engine at full power and soaring high into the sky. Number 12 looked around. Below, there was nothing but deep blue sea stretching endlessly. After flying far from the island, number 12 concentrated her magic. Beneath the hang glider, a clone equipped with a wingsuit materialized. Number 241 was wearing a heavy backpack and a vest. She unfolded the film on her suit and immediately began gliding toward the island. Although her heavy load made her movements a bit sluggish, it wasn't enough to stop her from flying. No 241, you can do it. Focus, focus. Encouraged by the cheers of the other versions of me, number 241 gained confidence. The fierce wind roared past her ears, whistling loudly. The uninhabited island, which once seemed so far away, gradually grew larger. Number 241 let the wind carry her, free-falling gracefully. Soon, the target came into closer view. The white sheet spread on the ground grew nearer with each passing second. The crosshair painted on the sheet became clearer. Number 241 twisted her arms and legs diligently to adjust her flight trajectory, making sure not to miss the landing point. Getting closer? Yahoo! Number 241 exclaimed internally in excitement. She could see the Violet formation circling in the sky. She also spotted the other Violets waiting on the ground. The white sheet was now directly in front of her. The ground was coming closer. Closer. Impact imminent? It's gonna blow. Quiet. Number 241 crashed precisely into the center of the crosshair on the white sheet. 1 second later, a fierce explosion engulfed the target area. The Violet formation in the sky was the first to witness the result. Did it succeed? We did it? It worked. Number 241, now returned to the Violet network, shouted with excitement. Did you say that? I nailed it. Great job. The Violets on the uninhabited island couldn't contain their excitement and ran around wildly, dancing in joy. Today's a good day. Let's celebrate and drink. Hooray. We rejoiced at our new success, savoring yet another advancement in Violet military science. How could we not celebrate? As of today, this very moment, the Violets had gained the power to annihilate any group of villains from a long distance. A weapon capable of raining precise firestorms onto the heads of our enemies, the Violet Aerial Guided Bomb was born after the successful test of the Violet Guided Bomb. We gained confidence. The Violets constantly discussed how to further improve the weapon, coming up with ideas. We could use incendiary bombs in suicide vests. How would we operate it inside dungeons? The discussions continued without rest, with lethal ideas for destruction and war pouring out. Most of them were either useless ideas or outright impractical. Let's make a catapult. We could launch ourselves far and deploy wingsuits. That's impossible. Catapults have their limits. Then how about cannons? Listening quietly to the impromptu discussions of the Violet Weapons Development Division, number 67 chimed in with a rebuke. Stop saying nonsense. If we had cannons, we'd use them to shoot shells, not ourselves. Ugh, I have no counter for that. As soon as number 67 finished speaking, number 3 and number 46 also voiced their objections. The guided bomb unit should only be used when necessary. Overusing it would be a mistake. Suicide tactics are powerful, but we should focus on basics. Soon, the V1 rockets will be completed, and mortars will be secured as well. The two Violets' opinions were reasonable. The Violet guided bomb wasn't a universal solution. It could only be used with limited methods, such as airplanes or balloons. Furthermore, artillery units were also being prepared. Now that I think about it, you're right. We shouldn't rely too much on wingsuit suicide attacks. Thus, the advocates of bombing supremacy were quickly subdued. Of course, among the countless useless ideas, a few decent ones emerged. How about building a tank? Not now, but later. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone was baffled by No 112's wild imagination, which drifted through the Violet network. No, hear me out. Kalia's Brotherhood has many on-site welders and vehicle specialists. Later, we can ask them to modify vehicles for us. Or we could learn the skills ourselves. Didn't we already decide to make armed trucks? Number 112 shook her head, conveying her disagreement to us. She didn't back down and voiced her opinion more assertively. Do you think just trucks will be enough? Let's modify bulldozers or forklifts. They've got tracks and great power. We could armor them and mount weapons. What do you think? Anno Epsilon. Bulldozers? That actually sounds plausible. Do you think simple armor would suffice? Let's engrave defensive magic inscriptions. We can ask Lucian to do it. That guy's smart, so he'll be helpful. If we acquire cannons, missiles, or large magical artifact weapons, we could mount those too. I'm in. New advanced weapon plans were gradually conceived, recorded, and stored away. We couldn't use them right now, but someday, they would resurface to see the light of day. Lastly, I have a suggestion. How about moving our workshop? The Violets working at the explosives manufacturing workshop brought up the idea. While making bombs, I've been thinking we should relocate. Watching the shooting practice on the deserted island this time, I felt it might be a good idea to work outside the island. What about electricity? We can use generators. Alright, let's set a date and scout an island. There are plenty of uninhabited islands, after all. I've been looking for a place to bury the drum barrels anyway. Everyone quickly agreed on the matter of relocating the workshop. Now, we had a place where we could test weapons without worrying about prying eyes. We could even conduct shooting drills outside. Let's briefly shift the perspective back to the situation inside the Academy City. While the Violets were diligently working outside the Ruslam archipelago, the Violets remaining in the Academy City were also absorbed in their tasks. Delivery starting. Is this the right direction? It feels a bit off. We're going the right way. Number 56 and number 128 were riding motorcycles toward their destination. It was a delivery job. Since the day we first utilized our cloning ability, we'd started a delivery and food courier business. The scale of the operation had grown beyond expectations. Of course, taking precautions to avoid detection was a must. We wrapped ourselves head to toe and recently started using perception blocking devices. This smells good. Can't we sneak a bite? Number 128, who was driving the motorcycle, grumbled. No way, if we do, we won't get paid. Number 486 pointed out, and number 128 retorted. It was just a joke. And besides, are you in any position to boss me around? You're not even working. Get to it. I am still on standby. Everyone else is busy right now. Hearing that, number 128 seemed embarrassed and fell silent. Number 486 was one of the standby units. Currently, the total number of Violet clones created exceeded 500. However, this number referred to the consciousness of created Violets. The number of Violets physically active was roughly half that. Those without physical bodies roamed within the Violet network, waiting for their turn. The reason the number of Violet consciousnesses didn't match the number of active bodies was simple. We had been producing dormant bodies daily, leaving just enough mana to maintain surplus capacity. The bodies in a state of hibernation do not require food intake and can simply be left unattended. This allows for saving on food expenses and securing additional space, which is why most bodies are currently in hibernation. In the basement of the building and warehouse where Violet lives, hundreds of hibernating Violet bodies are neatly wrapped in plastic and stacked on shelves. These bodies are prepared to awaken all at once when needed for a major operation. Meanwhile, as soon as a newly generated consciousness goes into hibernation, it heads to the violet network. Typically, when one imagines a mental world, they think of an empty void or a dull waiting room, but the violet network is different. If compared to reality, this place is closer to a department store where you can freely enjoy what is given for free. Inside the network, it acts as a ladder of emotions, a conveyor belt of sensations and pleasures exchanged in real time, and a highway. The violets waiting inside the network observe it and, if they find something they want, they can select it like picking sushi off a rotating belt. For example, violet number 89, currently waiting in the network, can experience the exact taste and warmth of the ramen number 12 is eating, along with the sensation of the broth clinging to the tongue and the texture of noodles being chewed by teeth. Number 511 and number 280 savor the sweetness of the ice cream being eaten by number 1. Number 320, watching number 120 playing a game, takes over by swapping places and gaining control of the body. If all of this becomes dull and there's nothing to do, one can simply wait inside the violet network. Since this is a mental space, like in a lucid dream, one can manipulate the internal environment. Currently, the internal appearance of the violet network resembles a modern international airport. Let's change the design a bit. This time, let's go with a medieval theme. Led by violet number 195, a group of violets began redecorating the network's interior. Even I had to admit that this background had been in use for far too long. The sleek appearance of the international airport began to distort and twist little by little. The colors of the surroundings changed, and the floors and structures repeatedly disappeared and reappeared. Pirate Fortress, complete. Before long, the consciousnesses of the violets were dressed in pirate costumes and seated in a tavern at a harbor bustling with sailing ships. Pirate ships adorned with flags bearing Violet's face moved to and fro in the harbor. Like players in an RPG game spending time in a plaza, the violets watched the actions of other versions of themselves while waiting. Ugh, this is exhausting. One violet muttered, pointing to a corner of the tavern. There was a wall-mounted TV that seemed out of place in the medieval-themed tavern. On the TV screen was violet number 5 learning magic from Professor Albert. Oh dear, you fool. Try calculating faster. Don't focus on increasing the power of the magic bullet, get accustomed to how it operates. It's hard? That's odd. You struggle with such simple calculations, yet when it comes to using it, you succeed without issue. A peculiar one, indeed. Professor Albert murmured to himself, observing me curiously. Changing the channel, the screen shifted to violet number 230 fiercely exchanging sword strikes with Instructor Frederick. Good, that was well done. But how many times are you going to fall for tricks? How many times have I told you not to simply mimic the path of the weapon? You brat. Clack. All right. Let's start over. Instructor is truly amazing. How does he know so many different combat techniques? Well, he's from the first generation, after all. He's a seasoned veteran. In such a manner, we passed the time, waiting until it was our turn to swap bodies with another violet. This is the security team. A friend has arrived. Go on out. Oh, it's my turn now. I'll head out. Violet number 215, who had been lounging in a chair, vanished into the body beyond the network in the real world. After switching consciousness with number 347, I found myself standing in front of our home in the Central District, where a familiar-looking girl was pressing the doorbell. Golden eyes stared into the camera at the door. The girl with purple hair looked quite exhausted. She finally came to our house. Standing before me, holding a bag, was Irene. You've come? I'm no 215. Ah, I see. Number 215. Thank you so much for helping me. By the way, I told you already, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. They're the bad ones, not you. It's fine. We have plenty of space at our house. Come on, follow me. I grabbed my friend's bag and headed toward the dormitory building. Today, while the violets were testing guided bombs, a new tenant appeared. The identity of the tenant was Irene. Having lost her home and been reduced to destitution, Irene had finally moved into our home. Violet is plural. If someone is focusing on developing weapons and someone else is organizing the Academy City version of the Divine Wind Special Forces outside the island, then another person can handle matters related to friends. The characteristic of being able to do multiple things at once grants us a peculiar sense of time, different from that of ordinary people. There's hardly another word that suits Violet as much as the word simultaneity. Thus, I am currently in the Central District of the city. On the way to the target location, I passed through 12th Street in the Central District. This is where a shooting incident occurred about a day ago. The devastation of that day still lingers vividly. Looking around, I see shattered ground from explosions and bullet marks scattered everywhere. If I look up, there's a completely charred penthouse, and looking down, there's a police line cordoning off the area around a 60-story building. Nearby, people who appear to be forensic investigators are examining the surroundings, searching for suspicious evidence. In front of them, a reporter is broadcasting in front of a cameraman. They must be covering yesterday's incident. Whoever it was, they were really dumb. A gunfight in broad daylight. And they failed? What a loser. Whoever orchestrated it ultimately failed. Judging by the level of awakened troops we bombed and the mercenaries they hired, it must have cost them a fair amount of money. What a shame. Since it drew so much attention, they probably won't attempt something similar for a while. What was their objective anyway? An assassination? Considering they blew up the penthouse, it seems suspicious. After the incident ended, what we focused on was figuring out their goal. So, we reviewed the situation at the scene over and over again. They caused enough chaos to turn the city streets into a mess. But from the perspective of someone who knows a lot about awakened individuals, this was just a beating spree. In fact, during the battle, they even tried to capture us with things like harpoons. It was obvious they were trying to restrain someone. Although they caused such havoc in broad daylight and got massacred by me, their movements and equipment were elite level. There's no way people like them would have been negligent in researching their target. I thought about it from their perspective. If I were an assassin and had properly investigated Irene, what would I have done? I would have installed a bigger and stronger bomb in the penthouse. Something magic-based. Physical attacks alone wouldn't kill her. They would have bombarded her with awakened individuals skilled in using crossbows and magic. Engaging in close combat against a top-tier tank doesn't add up. Then why were they trying to kidnap her? That part remains a mystery. Well, I'll just have to meet her and talk about it. So, I sat near the inspection bureau building and waited. Irene, who had been taken by the Chancellor, was supposed to come out today. Since my phone got destroyed during the skirmish, she had contacted me using the internal phone system. By the rules, I should have gone to pick her up directly, but I felt uneasy about going inside. It'd be troublesome if I ran into the Chancellor. I thought of one worst-case scenario I might face. Wait, those eye colors, that hair color. No way. I was mistaken. Kya? Ugh, just thinking about it gave me chills. I'd have to be careful not to let anything like that happen. As I waited, Irene finally came out. Been waiting for you? No injuries, I see. Yeah, I just used too much magic in a short time and got a bit exhausted. The moment she came out, I exchanged a few words with her. I had a brief chat with the Chancellor. They seemed to have a lot of questions about the incident. I see. Then about us. I told them what you suggested. That we're a security unit called the Aerial Group. They seemed suspicious but didn't probe further. Hearing Irene's words, I inwardly sighed with relief. Suddenly appearing as an unidentified armed organization, it's obviously suspicious no matter how you look at it. They'll likely investigate us further behind the scenes, but for now, it's a relief. Shouldn't we have used a different alias? Ariel is our underworld code name. Well, when we operate in the underworld, we disguise ourselves anyway, or wear masks. And just like that, Violet became the leader of a shady, secretive underworld organization called the Aerial Group. At this rate, I might end up founding something like the Violet Legion. But the Chancellor seems a bit strange. While walking down the street, Irene opened her mouth with a face that showed some doubt. Her gaze was briefly distant, as if she was recalling the memories of yesterday. When I first met them, they somehow already knew my name. And the way they looked at me was a bit strange. What do you mean by strange? I don't mean in a bad way. It's just, they kept looking at me with this kind of regretful expression. The moment I heard Irene's words, I was convinced. The Chancellor is definitely a regressor. Just based on the description Irene gave, I could easily deduce it. The question now is which point in time they returned from. I hope they're from the first part of the timeline, but what if it's after that, or before? That's not something we can control. Let's just handle it as it comes. Quickly running the discussion through my head, I drank the last sip of coffee left in my cup. They gave me their contact info too, saying to reach out if I ever needed anything. I don't fully trust them yet, though. Oh, looking at the note Irene showed me, my eyes widened. With this, even if direct contact isn't possible, we could at least report things related to the academy. After finishing all the minor conversations, I stood up from my seat. Anyway, that's good news. By the way, Irene, your house burned down. Do you have a place to stay? Oh, well. Irene's face darkened. I grew curious about the reason. It didn't take long to find out, as she explained it herself. All my accounts are frozen. I barely have any money. Didn't you live near the school? What about the house you rented? My poor friend, who lost her home overnight, shook her head. I can't go. The attackers this time have planted bombs in my house. It's a place with thick security where no one could easily get in. They must have tampered with it somehow, too. I thought her reasoning was valid. Then, why don't you stay at my place? Like how Lucian's group does. Would that really be okay? It's not about whether it's okay or not, there's no other way. Come to my house. Even if there's another attack, I can support you right away, so don't worry. She hesitated. Irene's golden eyes wavered with embarrassment and guilt. If you come to my house, you'll get free food and even money, and since it's right next door, we can spar every day. When you put it like that, it makes sense. When I insisted, Irene chuckled lightly. That must mean she agreed. I immediately put my friend in the car and headed to the factory. All right, everyone, listen up. Irene is on her way. Isn't there a spare room in the dorm? Go clean it up. Ugh, what a pain. While the convoy carrying Irene headed to the house, Violet moved to clean an unused dormitory room in the factory. Once she finished and came out with the cleaning tools, she bumped into Lucian, who was standing outside the room. What's this? Why are you suddenly cleaning? Well, we have a new neighbor. Irene is moving in. Lucian gave me a strange look and then asked in a blunt tone. What's the deal? Why is she coming here all of a sudden? Oh, well, her house. No, it's nothing important. He stared at me with a face full of questions, but I ignored him. Not long after, Irene arrived, and I welcomed the new tenant. Tonight's a party. First, I decided to throw a housewarming party. There were a lot of things I wanted to ask her and things to dig into, but for now, she seemed really tired. But what about school? I asked her, and she said she'd tell me the details tomorrow. There's a lot I wanted to talk about related to the academy anyway. The purpose of Violet splitting herself up and working everywhere was to destroy the academy. More specifically, it was to crush the heads of everyone involved in the academy's experiments, punish them thoroughly, and burn their facilities to the ground. However, based on the data obtained through brokers and my own investigations, it wasn't a simple matter of killing 1 or 2 people and calling it a day. The head of the school board was the chairman, and the chairman was connected to the 4 great clans. Judging by how a clan-affiliated airship and elite troops were mobilized last time, it seemed the so-called former leader still had influence. The deeper I dug, the more things came out, like peeling an onion. To take down the academy, there would likely be friction with the Magna Nai's clan as well. The only thing we could do was prepare thoroughly. Alright, what's the status of the dormant Violet deployment? It's a success. Unless they rip open the walls, there's no way they'll find her. Since the day I discovered the underground research lab of the school, the scientists inside had been conducting suspicious experiments without end. Previously, I had planned to kidnap them but later cancelled it. It seemed too risky. My thoughts changed over time. We had grown considerably and our numbers had increased. It was now entirely possible. Damn it, the power's out again. Has anyone seen the documents that were here? Before that, I'd already been busy disrupting their research with simple pranks. Short-circuiting the electricity was standard, turning off switches, sneaking into blind spots to steal documents, or unplugging computers. I even clogged their drains with tissues to cause backflow. The best reaction I got was when I shoved a basket of rotten fish into the ventilation system. The chaos was priceless. I'm going to throw up. What the hell is that smell? Of course, I immediately removed the fish before I could get caught. Every day, I sabotaged their research and looked for weaknesses in the lab. First, I mapped out the structure of the underground particle accelerator. I identified key points to destroy to make it irreparable. At the same time, I redrew the lab's layout and pinpointed the locations of passages leading to the surface. Kidnapping dozens of researchers at once required preparation. If things went according to plan, I'd kill those who needed to be killed and spare those who could be spared, deciding their fates later. It's done. Deployment complete. To ensure the heavily armed Violet squad could storm in at any time, I placed dormant Violet clones in the ceilings, floors, and gaps between walls of the underground lab. They were like teleportation beacons. I didn't know when the day would come, but when it did, everything would burn and disappear. The day Irene moved in, I held a small welcoming party. Although I called it moving, it was more like she just transferred herself over. In the first place, my friend didn't have much to bring. After all, her house had burned down completely. What should I buy? Everything you can grab. When the delivery Violets purchased a large amount of food from nearby restaurants, the food was quickly transported to my house via inventory. Soon, the dining table was piled high with food. Isn't this too much? I noticed Irene flinch slightly at the sight of the prepared dishes. There was a special sale going on, and we bought plenty, so it was indeed a lot. Well, it's not a problem since the other tenant friends would eat with us anyway. If there were leftovers, the Violets could take care of them. If it comes to that, we can save some as midnight snacks for the doctor. That's a good idea. The doctor's been gaining some weight lately. Since he's had enough rest, it's time to make him work again. We'll share with the others too. Oh, by the way, we're inviting them to the welcome party. That's fine, right? A party, sounds fun. While we were preparing, Violet number 231, who was in charge of the dormitory, called over some friends. The first one was Lucian. Hey, Lucian, come out. What now? Lucian came out, sounding irritated. Peeking behind him, I saw his room filled with scattered books. Was he studying? A party? What are you talking about? Yep, a new friend just moved in. The moment he saw the purple-haired girl standing behind me, his black eyes widened slightly. It's been a few days, huh? What's this? Why are you here? I had some circumstances, so I moved to the room next door. We'll be living together from now on, so just keep that in mind. I didn't bother explaining the complicated and difficult personal matters Irene was dealing with. It was her private business, after all. It's your house, so do whatever you want. After informing Lucian, I headed to the next location, a workout facility set up next to the dormitory building. Past a stack of boxes in one corner of the factory was a space resembling a fitness room. There, Granite was sweating profusely as he worked out. The moment he saw us, he quickly set down the barbell he had lifted to chest height. Violet, huh? And the person next to you. Irene, what are you doing here? I just moved in today. By the way, how's the setup? If there's anything lacking, let me know. I couldn't be more grateful. I didn't think you'd actually set up a fitness room just because I asked. Now that I'd let him know, the only one left was Levi. She had gone out briefly, so I asked one of the surveillance Violets. What's Levi up to? She's job hunting, but her results are, Violet number 65 trailed off and shared her vision. The scene in front of No 231's eyes shifted to the downtown area. I saw a twin-tailed girl being turned away at the door of a shop and getting chased out. She was carrying a massive bag on her back. Poor thing. But why'd she take that old case with her? It looks heavy. Check her memories. She also stopped by a clan office earlier. Looks like she was trying to get work as a hunter. Digging into her memory, I found a scene of Levi leaving an office with a dejected expression. That place functioned like an adventurer guild office. Although it advertised job openings, it was actually a place connected through personal networks, so they wouldn't accept an ordinary schoolgirl. Number 231 clicked her tongue internally and pulled out her smartphone to send a message. I told Levi to come home quickly since something important had come up, so she should be back soon. By the way, when are you going to move those boxes? Tonight, I'll transfer them to another warehouse. Inside each of the boxes stacked next to the dormitory were several violets in hibernation, wrapped in plastic. There were about 30 of them. We were currently in the process of moving them from the dormitory basement. Of course, not everything from the basement had been moved yet. Once the party ended tonight, I planned to finish the rest. As the violets muttered amongst themselves, about 30 minutes later, Levi arrived, panting as she walked into the factory. She really didn't need to rush that much. What's the matter? I'm not late, am I? Is everything okay? You didn't run here, did you? Ugh. How did you know? Wow, so she really did. I couldn't believe she ran all the way here from downtown while carrying that huge bag. Impressive? That's strange. I gave you transportation money earlier. Was it not enough? Well, it just felt wasteful. I mean, I'm already imposing on you. Ah, I see. Now I understand. This timid girl must have felt uncomfortable using the money we gave her. It would have been nice if she could live carefreely like the other guys. Don't stress about it. I'll need your help in the future too, so feel free to use it. Eat as much as you want to. All right. I patted Levi on the back and offered a few comforting words. I also made sure to mention the party happening later. Make sure you come. Levi awkwardly waved to Irene and headed to her room. By the time I'd wrapped up some small tasks and finished preparing for the party, it was already evening. All done. It's party time. I called everyone in the house to come downstairs. Not that it was necessary since they had already started gathering, drawn by the smell of the food. Wow, it's like a buffet. Are we really allowed to eat all this? Did you forget what I said earlier? Don't hold back. After seating the first two who arrived, Lucian also came downstairs. Isn't this a bit excessive for a welcome party? Then don't eat. No, I'll eat. Finally, once Irene came down, I started the party. Alright, let's give a round of applause to today's main guest. I'm staying here for a while due to some circumstances. I hope we get along. As Irene introduced herself, everyone clapped awkwardly. Enjoy the food, everyone. While everyone was eating, Lucian sat there resting his chin on his hand, staring silently at the ceiling. He kept fiddling with his blue hair, looking deep in thought. Are you feeling unwell? Or is the food not to your taste? When I asked, Lucian turned his gaze to me and shook his head slowly. No, it's not that. But I have a question for Irene. What is it? By any chance, are you like me? I tilted my head in confusion, trying to figure out what he meant. Irene, noticing my confusion, explained. No, it's not related to the academy. It's personal, so don't ask further. Is that so? Well, at least it's not about the student council. It's bad enough that the first and second-ranked freshmen turned out like this. At those words, Levi, who had been eating quietly, suddenly raised her head like a startled rabbit and glanced around nervously. Granite, holding a drumstick, froze mid-bite. The atmosphere in the dining room grew heavy. Realizing he had soured the mood, Lucian grimaced. I'll step outside for some air. He left in a hurry, as if fleeing the scene. Even so, the heavy atmosphere remained. Everyone seemed lost in thought, brooding over their own situations. Ugh, I wonder how my grandmother is doing. The party fell apart shortly after it began. One by one, people left, citing various excuses, as their appetite vanished. Everyone seems to be going through a tough time. Irene sighed. We ate in silence for a while. Irene, what are you going to do now? I've applied for a leave of absence. By the way, Violet. I met my friend's calm yet serious golden gaze. What have you been preparing these days? Preparing. Ever since you declared in front of Daphne and me that you'd destroy the academy, you've been moving around busier than ever. Even now, another version of you is probably up to something somewhere, right? No. As I pondered her intentions, Irene clasped her hands together and, while still seated, pulled her chair closer to me. Still, you haven't told me what you plan to do in the meantime. I've been waiting, but I'd like you to tell me what you're going to do from now on. I realized my mistake. We weren't ready to share that yet. What I was preparing to do to the academy was far more extreme and dangerous than anyone could imagine. I had planned to explain everything only after all the preparations were complete. Ugh, Irene, can't I tell you later? Why can't you tell me now? Her tone was calm but carried an undeniable weight that made it hard to argue. I barely managed to respond to her firm attitude. I can't explain everything. The plan isn't complete yet. And it's super dangerous. Is it something you can't even explain to a friend? It's not that, but... My voice trailed off. Irene didn't stop there. And those weapons, where did you get them? I may not be a soldier, but I've learned enough to know what kinds of weapons exist. At first, I let it slide when you used homemade bombs. But the weapons you used yesterday? Not just machine guns but even rocket launchers? That's not something an ordinary student can acquire. I flinched. Fine, I'll explain everything. I felt embarrassed and could only scratch my head. But it's going to be a long story. And you have to promise not to get angry or overly surprised. Got it. The tense air surrounding us finally softened a bit. Before I explain, let me ask you something first. You said you got the contact information for the Chancellor, right? I've collected some information and data. Later, could you report it to them? I'll do that. Now, can you explain what you're planning to do? Alright. So, what I was planning was... Kalia? Kya? Suddenly, a scream echoed, causing Irene to look out the door in confusion. The scream came from the dormitory's first-floor hallway. What's that noise? And at that moment, I had a bad feeling that something troublesome had happened. We've been caught. Our bodies. The sound of frantic footsteps coming down the stairs was followed by several overlapping voices. What the hell is going on? A corpse. What's the big deal? Wait, what the hell? Shouts erupted in succession. Irene stood up from her seat, confused. Irene, wait here for a moment. I rushed to the first-floor hallway. The basement door was open. At the bottom of the stairs stood 3 people with shocked expressions. As I descended, I saw, under the dim light, rows of violet clones still stacked on shelves, not yet fully sorted. That's strange. I was sure I closed the basement door. Lucian glanced between my face and the wrapped, hibernating clones of violet, then opened his mouth. What is this? What is this? I told you not to go into the basement? And how did you even open it? I'm sure it was locked. In response to my question, Levi answered instead. I didn't open it. It was already open. I just went in to turn off the light because it was on. Damn it. I must have forgotten to lock the door in the process of moving my bodies. Today was supposed to be the day everything was finalized, and yet something ridiculous had to happen. Listen, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Those are my clones. I moved quickly to explain. I transferred my consciousness into one of the bodies wrapped in plastic on the shelf. One violet clone suddenly sat up, plastic still covering her, and waved her hand. See? It's a clone, right? Look, it's moving. Kaya, the corpse is moving. Levi screamed again, and Granite staggered back with a pale face before collapsing to the ground. It seemed my attempt to explain had only made things worse. Lucian extended his arm forward, a magic circle unfolding in front of him. You bastard. What are you? Are you some kind of ghoul? I'm telling you, it's my clone. Don't lie. What kind of clone ability is that? Anyone can see it's a corpse. It seemed their misunderstanding had only grown worse. And then, Levi, completely terrified, bolted out the door. Kya? No. While I stood dumbfounded, the other 2 shoved past me and ran out of the basement. Shit, run. Oh, they're running. Catch them, quickly. Where the misunderstanding began and how far it extended, I had no clue, but the current situation was escalating into a headache-inducing mess. First, those guys now thought I was something akin to a ghoul. Hey, stop right there. That's my clone. How do we know that? That thing was clearly a corpse? I even checked its pulse. Lucian didn't even look back as he kept running. Judging by his speed, it seemed like he'd activated magic to enhance his body. Kya, I hate ghouls. Damn it, I'm not a ghoul. Dear God. Dear God. Looking at the situation, it was clear words wouldn't be enough to convince them. 3 students who dashed out of the dormitory were now headed toward the factory's entrance. No 198. You're nearby, right? Block the entrance? They're trying to leave the dormitory. This isn't going to work. Clone deployment. The moment those guys stepped outside, number 198 intercepted them in the middle of the road. Guys, let's come down and talk for a second. Son of a. Lucian's group came to a halt. They had no choice, the entrance had been blocked by a squad of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms. The group turned back, but their faces grew even more desperate. Behind them, more violets appeared. The crates piled up outside the dormitory rattled violently, and then several swords, radiating red magic, shot out. From the torn crates, violets began to rise. Like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons, we tore off the packaging material and emerged. In less than a second, the violets' outfits transformed into black combat uniforms. What the hell is that? Granite muttered in a panic. For someone with such a massive build, he was trembling uncontrollably. Lucian's group was quickly surrounded by violets. Lucian, brimming with fighting spirit, activated magic circles in both hands. Not just the student council president now, you guys too. Don't tell me this was all a trap. Look, I'm telling you, let's talk this out. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Then how about lowering that gun first? When Lucian's dark eyes glared at me, I nodded and lowered my gun. Sorry, it's a habit. Can you put away those magic circles too? And how am I supposed to trust you? Though we stepped back slightly, Lucian still held on to his suspicions. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what we had done wrong to deserve this. Arnu. While the standoff continued, I heard Irene's voice from behind. All right, everyone calm down. What's all this commotion about? Lucian's face lit up when he saw Irene. Irene, you're here at the perfect time. Do you know what that guy's been hiding in the basement? I do. I just saw it a moment ago. Then you must understand. That guy is suspicious, no doubt about it. Lucian, who was making a fuss, was silenced when Irene raised her hand. Calm down. It's a bit unusual, sure, but that's just Violet's unique ability. Isn't that right? When Irene explained, Lucian hesitated but eventually lowered his hands and dispelled the magic circles. I, in turn, loosened the encirclement so they wouldn't feel as threatened. Yes, exactly. That's my unique ability. Right, of course. But still, who in the world stores their own clones like that? For some reason, Irene sighed as she muttered to herself. It hurt a bit to see a friend looking at me as if I were strange. Ugh, Irene thinks we're weird. This is unfair. Would Daphne understand us better? I don't think so. It was sad to think there was no one who could fully understand the essence of Violet. Still, Irene had thrown me a lifeline, giving me a chance to explain. That's not a corpse. It's my clone. I can generate clones and preserve them in a hibernation state for a long time. That way, I can save magic power. Lucian, who had been glaring at me, closed his eyes as if deep in thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and stared directly at me. Fine. Everyone's unique abilities manifest differently, so I'll accept that it's a cloning ability for now. But why wrap them in plastic like that? They look just like corpses in a morgue. If I don't store them like that, bugs and rats will chew on them. Hearing my explanation, Lucian's expression turned blank. Faced with my reasonable explanation, he couldn't seem to find a retort. I could sense him deliberating again. Sigh. That's not entirely wrong. Then let me ask one more thing. Why do you stockpile your clones like that? Because I have a use for them. And what's that use? That's a secret. Hearing my response, Lucian gave us a suspicious look once more. Irene quickly stepped in between us. Lucian, listen to me first. Violet has her own personal reasons. And Violet, you didn't have to pull out a gun right away. Put it away for now. But they tried to run away the moment they saw our secret. Who even stores their clones in the basement like that? You did something worth misunderstanding. Ugh, I did my best. As Irene and I exchanged words, Lucian stared at us intently. He seemed to sense something odd and crossed his arms while observing us. Hold on, Irene, you seem to know something. Am I right? I didn't know Violet kept her clones in the basement. Didn't know she kept them in the basement? So you knew something else then. Lucian's sharp eyes scanned the Violet squad. Right, I suspected something back in the dungeon, but now I'm certain. It's strange. Normally, clones don't move as efficiently as the original. But look at Violet's clones. They're incredibly coordinated. The duration of their activity is long too, and they're all heavily armed. What about those guns? Those are federal-issued weapons. Even grenade launchers strapped to their backs? That's way too much firepower for a mere student to have. Well, that's because. Caught off guard, I stammered. As I struggled to come up with a response, Lucian suddenly took a step back. All right, I won't ask any more questions. You saved us, and that's a fact. But Irene, and you, what organization do you belong to? It's not Helios, is it? What in the world? Lucian seemed to be laboring under some serious misconception. Irene looked at him, baffled. What are you even talking about? I see. It's hard to talk about, isn't it? Are you with the Federation or one of the other 4 great clans? You saved us because you needed someone to testify about the Academy, right? A secret organization? There's no such thing. I know, I won't pry any further. It's obviously the kind of thing ordinary people shouldn't know about, isn't it? Hearing Lucian's words, Granite's eyes grew as wide as saucers. The Federation's secret special forces? Of course. That explains everything. This is driving me crazy. Why is that guy acting like that again? When Granite started making a fuss, Levi, standing next to him, looked around nervously like a rabbit that had just lost its burrow. Secret special forces. Are we hostages? I think you're misunderstanding something. Amidst the strange confusion in the dark alley, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, Violet. What are you doing here? Eek? Kalia, what are you doing here? Well, I dropped by your house to deliver something, but it was noisy, so I came to check it out. What's with this situation? And who are these people? Lucian's eyes lit up with intrigue when he saw Kalia. Don't tell me, another agent. Agent? What are you talking about? Kalia, clueless about the situation, looked bewildered. I didn't understand it either. How did these guys end up mistaking us for a secret special forces unit? Irene, looking dazed, glanced around and whispered in my ear. Violet, explaining this properly to these guys will take all night. Exactly. The tense atmosphere of misunderstanding was interrupted by new, unwelcome visitors. Skreek. Several vehicles with their headlights on came to a halt in front of us. What the? Who are they? Men with rough appearances got out of the cars, armed with guns and axes. The abrupt change in mood made everyone momentarily forget the earlier situation as they stared blankly at the intruders. A man in a suit wielding an axe stepped forward and pointed at Kalia. So, here you are, Kalia Blaze. Time to send you to your uncle. The Osprey gang ends today. As if jolted awake, Kalia drew her sword. I asked her, do you know who they are? They're from the Scrax gang? They've been harassing people around here for months. I pointed at the guy barking orders in front and asked, can I take care of him? Kalia glanced briefly at Lucian's group and asked, and what about those people in the back? They're my friends. Don't worry about them. In truth, they weren't really my friends, but since they were under such a bizarre delusion, clearing up the misunderstanding could wait. First, I needed to take care of this. Irene, can you take those 3 and step back for a bit? I'll handle this quickly. All right. The 4 of them retreated from the street and went back into the factory. I approached the leader of the Scrax gang, who was still running his mouth. You. Are you the leader? Huh? Who the hell are you? Some kind of cosplayer. The man in the suit sneered at me as soon as he saw me. Are you the leader? I repeated. Yeah, I'm the leader, he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, I mimicked a gun with my hand and aimed at him. What? Are you joking? I don't know why Kalia isn't handling this herself, but... Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded like a watermelon smashed into pieces. It was Violet's handiwork, executed from a nearby rooftop. Boss? Boss is down. We quickly charged in. After swiftly dealing with the gang members and cleaning up the bodies, I returned to Lucian and his group. Now that everything was resolved, it was time to clear up the misunderstanding. However, their atmosphere was strange. As I thought, I was right. Violet, you're a former Secret Special Forces operative, aren't you? To take down that many people in an instant, without hesitation. It seemed they had caught a glimpse of our actions. Lucian nodded to himself, looking confident in his assumptions, while Granite stared at us with a mix of awe and confusion. Levi's reaction, however, was the most dramatic. Ugh. I won't run away. I'll cooperate. Please don't kill me. This was becoming a real headache. To make matters worse, someone who absolutely shouldn't be here suddenly appeared. Goodness. Excuse me, what's all this commotion? I didn't expect bullets flying into my room. What? Why are you here? It seemed Ulrich had been woken by the commotion and came over to ask what was happening. Since he lived next door, it wasn't surprising, but of all the times to show up, it had to be now. And unfortunately, Irene and Kalia were both present. I tried to cover it up immediately, but it was too late. Excuse me, but who are you? Me? Oh, I'm just someone who was kidnapped by that person over there and now lives next door. Wait, no, not kidnapped. By the time I managed to shut this oblivious man's mouth, it was already too late. The clueless fool had confessed to being kidnapped. Kidnapped? Did he just say kidnapped? I told you, they're part of a secret organization. Lucian's group's delusions grew even wilder after hearing that. Violet. What does he mean by kidnapped? Irene was dumbfounded, while Kalia grabbed my shoulder, shaking me violently as she scowled. Did I mishear? Kidnapped? What the hell have you been doing outside? Answer me. Ugh, gah. This was bad. I had no idea where to even start explaining. The girls' dormitory of Polaris Academy, far away from the commotion. My head hurts. Violet number 1, felt a sharp throb in my head. Another one of me had caused trouble again. I was the first Violet to fall into this world. Yet, the authority granted to me was the same as that of any other Violet. What remained was only a shallow symbolism. We, who prioritize practicality, don't place much value on the number 1. However, every Violet possesses a contradictory nature of individuality and simultaneity. When one Violet makes a mistake, we all have to bear the consequences. In other words, a Violet's mistake leads to collective responsibility. So, I suffered watching the foolish act committed by one of the other me's. The chain of minor mistakes that led to a confidential leak in the Central District, for instance. Ugh. Number 1 groaned weakly. I can't believe it was discovered there. From leaving the basement door open for a brief moment, intending to move the hibernating Violet's body, to being negligent because we were living without escapes, all of those small moments added up, resulting in the lament of a lab mate. In front of number 1 stood Kalia, looking flustered. Ugh. You said it was a kidnapping, right? You didn't capture and imprison an innocent person, did you? Right. No, I mean. Answer honestly. It's true that the person is innocent. What? Hey. Ugh, it's complicated. If we had imprisoned a genuinely bad person, Kalia would have just accepted it. After all, she's lived in such a rough environment. Among the friends gathered in the Central District, she's second only to me in terms of familiarity with murder and violence against people. She probably would have just said a few words and left. The problem is, the person we imprisoned is truly innocent. We locked them up just because they saw our faces. As I groaned alone, leaning on the desk, a clear and refreshing voice reached my ears. Violet, you're not hurt, are you? Right. I lifted my head slightly, and my gaze was captured by long, silvery waves. As my eyes moved up, I saw a delicate, pale face with sapphire-colored eyes full of concern and goodwill, looking back at me. That's right. Daphne, something happened that gave me a headache. Could you use your unique ability for me? As the warm green glow enveloped my head, I finally felt some comfort. Although I experience this every day, Daphne's ability affects the Violet network. It's truly fascinating. Ugh, finally, I'm starting to calm down. Now I can think more clearly. As my mind cooled down, I was able to organize my thoughts. Just a moment ago, I had been in quite a difficult situation. I had honestly tried to explain, but explaining one thing didn't end it right away. All right, I'll answer everything. Ask me anything. Each time I answered one question, more followed. For example, like this. You said it was an innocent person. Then why did you kidnap and imprison them? Well, I'm actually curious too. They asked a bunch of questions and then locked them up just because they saw their face. I'm not complaining though. Honestly, it wasn't bad. I got along fairly comfortably. OBE. That's because they entered an important facility, so I wanted to ask what kind of place it was. Important facility? Where is that? I trailed off at Kalia's question. Lucian followed up by asking. Where did you get that gun and weapon? This? I smuggled it. What? Are you crazy? Fine. Then why did you smuggle it? Because they wouldn't sell it to me? And it saves magic too. Each time I answered one question, 2 more would come flying at me. After answering those, 4 more would follow. Why did we conduct the kidnapping? What exactly is the unique ability? What am I doing these days? What am I even thinking? If I try to explain everything one by one, this will never end. This won't work. I'll need to prepare and explain properly. At this rate, it was clear that all the questions would just pile up, so I decided to stop receiving questions. Stop asking questions? It's too late today. I'll explain everything tomorrow morning. For now, go ahead and get some rest. The next day, I took everyone to the Violet Barracks. It had computers, projectors, microphones, and a podium, making it a good place to explain things. And another feature, it was full of violets. When I opened the door to the barracks, Lucian's group was taken aback by the sight. Irene and Kalia were used to seeing us like this, and the bespectacled researcher who was adjusting his glasses and looking around had already become familiar with the violets, so they weren't as shaken. Lucian glanced around at us. His black eyes were filled with suspicion and curiosity. He was wearing combat gloves with magic circles etched on them, perhaps signaling that he didn't fully trust us. Why are there so many? It's so crowded. He muttered to himself, and I kindly responded. There are currently 212 active entities with physical bodies. Including those with consciousness, there are 623 violets active right now. What? Are you serious? Lucian, hearing this, let out a short sigh of disbelief. Ha! Levi and Granite, standing behind him, had their mouths hanging open. However, it seemed that Lucian's group wasn't the only ones surprised by my current numbers. 623? When did it grow that much? When Kalia asked, I corrected her. Just a little while ago? 1 more was added, so now there are 624. Wait, whoa. Even Irene, who had been maintaining her calm, couldn't hide her surprise at hearing this. Was she shocked by the violet production rate or the sheer number? The only person who remained calm among the surprised group was Professor Ulrich. He had been trailing at the back of the group, holding a notebook and jotting something down. Clones that keep increasing in real time? What's the principle behind it? Uncle, I'll explain the principle in a bit. You don't need to write that down now. I quickly guided everyone to the front of the barracks and had them sit down. We were facing the wall of a factory building on the first floor of the barracks. I set up several tables and chairs in that area. There were multiple second-hand TV monitors and 3 or 4 whiteboards on the wall. A piece of cloth was hung as a makeshift screen. Right in front of the wall was a podium, a beam projector, and a laptop, with multiple wires sprawled out on the floor like long, tangled snakes. Once everyone had sat down as instructed, Violet number 1 stood at the podium and tapped the microphone. Alright, I've prepared this setup because I have a lot to explain. There are 3 main things I need to explain to clear up everyone's questions. But before that, I looked at the people seated and raised my hand, pointing to the door beyond the first floor of the barracks. First, Lucian, Granite, Levi, and Uncle Ulrich, I have a warning for you. Kalia, listen carefully too. What I'm about to explain is highly sensitive and dangerous confidential information. Once you hear it, you're in the same boat with me. If you don't want to hear it, you can leave right now through that door. At my words, the faces of Lucian's group stiffened. Ulrich, who had been adjusting his glasses, now had a serious expression on his face as he asked, "What happens if we leave?" "Yeah, you remember your usual life, right? It's nothing special. You just need to stay here under our surveillance until our work is done, without knowing anything." Lucian, who had been deep in thought, sharply asked a question. "What if I decide to listen? It won't make much of a difference, but the danger of knowing the secret will increase. The surveillance will get stricter too. What will you do?" The 5 people, except for Irene who already knew, fell into brief contemplation. Soon, starting with Kalia, one by one expressed their willingness to listen. Even Levi hesitated before nodding his head. Irene, who was sitting next to Kalia, whispered into her ear, "Hey, you're Kalia, right? Are you really planning to hear this? This is related to our academy. As an outsider, you don't have to get involved in this dangerous matter. I just want to know what kind of situation my friend is in." "Alright. Since everyone's ready, we might as well reveal it." The Violets turned on the projector and began their presentation. Then, they started explaining the Academy's secrets. At first, the people were baffled, but by the time the explanation ended, they were in shock. So, to summarize, there's a massive research facility and equipment underneath the Academy. The chairman and the board of directors plan to use Polaris students as test subjects, and a large-scale experiment is scheduled to happen within a few months. Correct. As expected from the runner-up top student, you catch on fast. Do you seriously think that makes sense? But it's true. Look at the evidence over there. And wasn't that doctor over there also kidnapped after coming in for a new interview? Isn't that right? That's correct. But I didn't know it was for a project like this. If this is true, goodness, I can't believe my advising professor is involved in such a conspiracy. So that's why, that bastard of a student council president has been killing people so recklessly. Lucian furrowed his brows, recalling an incident from not long ago. While 4 of them were confused after facing the truth, Kalia was also horrified. However, the direction of her reaction was slightly different from theirs. It seemed she was reminded of the scenery in the research lab. Crazy? Those guys are psychos like Laplaxia. Exactly. That's why I'm trying to stop them. As I said that, I placed a laptop on the table and turned it on. A video call window appeared on the connected screen, revealing Daphne, who was in the dormitory. I've brought Daphne into this as well since it's an important explanation. You don't mind, right? I'm Daphne Grace. Nice to meet you. The people seeing the girl on the monitor awkwardly returned her greeting. Now I'll explain what I plan to do. Everyone, listen carefully. Are you planning to expose this and fight the Academy's board of directors? Lucian crossed his arms and stared at me intently. Something like that? Irene glanced at Lucian before asking, her face full of suspicion. I don't think this is just about picking a fight. From the things you've shown and said about destroying your academy, it feels like you're preparing for something even bigger. Am I right? That's correct. Let me show you. On the other end of the video call, Daphne, who was observing the presentation, tilted her head in confusion. Then she turned to the Violet in charge of the dormitory beside her to ask, what is she planning to show? You'll see. Suddenly, Kalia, seemingly reminded of an old incident, spoke up. Are you planning to stage some kind of scheme? Like when you destroyed the lab and escaped? Something similar? Although the plan is still incomplete. When number 1 standing at the podium gestured, Violet number 12 started typing on the keyboard. The screen changed, showing photographs of the Academy's scenery. First, we plan to expose what we've found to the media, the internet, and the Bureau of Inspection. This is clearly illegal and unethical. But just that won't be enough. So, the screen shifted again, this time showing a list densely filled with names. In one corner of the screen, the logos of Magna Nai and Polaris Academy were visible. What's that? You see the list, right? With a casual tone, I threw out a single sentence. It's a kill list of individuals tied to the Academy's board of directors and the Academy-related clans. Everyone froze, not understanding what I was saying. Since they couldn't grasp the 100-year plan of the Violets, I decided to explain more plainly. It's nothing complicated. We're going to kill everyone on that list. Their jaws dropped. Our Violets realized that silence could have mass. I made a mistake. After a brief sigh and a cough, everyone's gaze was fixed on me. The area in front of the makeshift presentation stage was filled with silence. If we could measure the amount of silence, it would probably be enough to crush and kill the Violets. As I explained what I was specifically going to do, everyone in the room froze as if turned to stone. Was our declaration that shocking? Even Daphne, who was sitting by the laptop on one side of the presentation hall, seemed frozen in shock. We scratched our heads. The bold plan of the Violets seemed to be suspended in midair and then stopped. On the screen behind us, the death list we had shown earlier was still flaunting its existence. Suddenly, the silence was broken. Did I hear that right? Are you saying you're going to kill them all? Irene, who had been staring at the death list, was the first to break the silence. After that, people started raising their voices, as if a dam had burst. This crazy terrorist? I knew it. You're part of a secret organization, aren't you? Where are you from? Tell me right now. Lucian was the first to jump up and shout. Hey, are you out of your mind? Are you planning to commit a massacre? Ugh. Kalia, who had been stunned, snapped back to reality and grabbed one of the Violets nearby, shaking her in every direction. Violet, what are you saying? There's definitely something wrong with you. You must have gone crazy at the lab. We need to take you to a hospital. You need counseling. Now. No, I'm perfectly fine. On the other side of the monitor, Daphne, who was in the dorm, alternated between the Violet next to her and the camera, shaking her in the same manner. Violet number 35 swayed like a reed. Levi was quietly shrinking, looking around nervously, and Granite remained motionless like a marble statue. You Violet? No, what should I even call you? Professor Ulrich trembled as he stood up. Violet no 1. Violet number 1, I have one question. What exactly is the criteria for this list? I answered. All individuals directly involved in the secret human experiments and various inhumane acts conducted by the Polaris Academy Board of Directors. So that means, all the researchers at that facility. I nodded. Suddenly, Ulrich's face turned pale. He slumped into his seat weakly. I looked at him, wondering what was going on, and noticed he was muttering to himself. Then, if I hadn't been caught here. It was only then that I understood Ulrich's emotions. It seemed like he had realized that he too might have been on that list. While it was a hypothetical scenario, if he had been researching there, his name might have been on the list. However, the atmosphere right now was too chaotic. It wasn't the right time to correct people's misunderstandings about the Violets and reveal the truth. Above all, our Violets are not emotionless killing machines. We need to correct people's misunderstandings. I tapped the microphone in front of me. Hey, listen to me. After a few dull noises from the speaker, everyone stopped talking and focused their gaze on me. First of all, this list isn't finished yet. It's still under investigation. Most of the people on it will be filtered out. Some of the people on that list include the school janitor, dormitory supervisor, parking attendants. People like that have no reason to be killed, right? No. Irene looked at me with sharp eyes. Her golden eyes today reminded me of a predator's gaze. So, you're saying the actual death list will be much smaller than that, right? I clapped my hands in joy. Finally, someone understood. Exactly. We just need to take 10 off the number of people listed. The total number of people on the list was in the hundreds, so in reality, it would probably only be a few dozen. I understand that those Polaris Academy people are insane. And the clan members too. The clans are full of trash anyway. But, why assassination? Next, Kalia asked. Irene also seemed curious, and Daphne, on the other side of the monitor, nodded in agreement with a look of confusion. Hey, Kalia, it's not just assassinations. Then what else? We're going to blow up bombs too. Boom. Kalia, upon hearing my words, became angry. Geez. Seriously? That's not the point. If what you're saying is true, the other side isn't just some random academy people. The 4 major clans are backing them. While Kalia was ranting in frustration, she suddenly seemed to lose all strength and slumped. An individual can't defeat a clan. I've seen it myself. No matter how hard you fight, no matter how strong your cause or truth is, it's not enough. Why are you doing this? Why? Irene also stepped in with a calm tone to back up Kalia's words. Kalia, right? I agree with you. Violet, do you even know what you're doing? You're about to wage war against a giant clan. Exactly. What? Yep, we're going to start a war? We'll crush anyone who gets in our way and kill everyone. Lucian muttered with disbelief. Seriously, what kind of crazy bastard are you? I took a deep breath, and the screen changed. Up until now, I had been speaking casually, but now it was time to get serious. On the screen appeared data about the size and corporate structure of the Magna Nai's clan. Everyone's eyes were glued to the graphic material. Can you all see this? This is the organizational structure of the Magna Nai's clan, also known as the Magna Nai's group. I don't know much about finance or economics, but you can tell just by looking that they're huge. They're involved in everything, from mercenary activities to finance, military, ether industry, and pharmaceuticals. They spend credits like water. When I changed the screen again, a spiderweb of companies, research institutes, and subclans connected under the Magna Nai's logo was displayed. Some lines connected to media companies, others to the federal government's logo, and some even to institutions in Academy City. They've donated significant political funds to the federal Congress and hold shares in media companies in Academy City. Rumor has it that the larger clans are the ones behind online public opinion manipulation. These guys are probably even worse. How could we stop their evil deeds just by reporting them? Irene already tried that. I looked at Irene, and she seemed to be lost in thought, her mood darkening as she recalled past events. Do you remember what happened during the opening ceremony? They all kept quiet. But if you report a suspicious underground research facility under the academy, do you think anyone will listen? Not a chance. I changed the screen once again. It displayed a photo of the gate to the Chloris Great Forest that had been taken a while ago. The area was sealed off with walls and barbed wire, and agents from the Magna Nai's vanguard wearing sealed fishbowl-like helmets were stationed around it. The massacre that happened inside? The school just handled it as a simple accident followed by disappearances. Hearing this for the first time today, Kalia and Ulrich's eyes widened, and the expressions of Lucian's group darkened. So, our Violet thought about it. Against a powerful organization adept at manipulation and control, how could we reveal the truth to the people? I tilted my head briefly, then shouted loudly. The solution is simple. Just make it so they can't focus on anything else. Media manipulation and political lobbying are only possible when there's room for it. I raised my voice even further. First, I'll knock down those Polaris Academy punks. Naturally, we'll have to destroy the research facilities too. All the suspicious faculty members, including the principal and vice principal, will be dealt with. The student council president and their gang too. The chairman is out of reach, he seems way too strong. The surrounding violets raised their fists high into the air. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. We'll crush their company and ruin their businesses. Kalia, remember how you burned down the server room when you escaped the lab? Huh? Oh, yeah, I did. We'll do it just like that. Burn it down and blow it up. If we cut off all their limbs, they'll just crumble helplessly. And at the same time, we can draw the attention of other factions. Burn it, destroy it, blow it up. The violets shouted again and swung their fists. From the start, while drafting this plan, Violet had been pondering. How could we mobilize the Inspection Bureau and get the Federation involved? In the established setting, there are almost no organizations on the planet Trieste capable of standing directly against the 4 great clans. Among those, the only entity truly antagonistic toward the clans is the planetary world government, the Federation. If chaos erupts in Academy City, the Inspection Bureau will act. A human tactical weapon from the future would intervene. If the sages I know is indeed the one, they would definitely move the moment they witness this act of terror and exposure. The Chancellor, who cannot tolerate injustice, will take proactive measures. And the Federation will step in as well. They might even bring in an aerial carrier fleet. When all eyes are on them, while the clans half paralyzed from the blow are collapsed, we'll expose the evidence. The risk of my identity being exposed will increase significantly, but it's a risk worth taking. This reckless gambit is insane, but it's worth it. Violet, I understand what you're thinking. Before I could even finish speaking, Irene, who had been listening calmly, opened her mouth. But as grand as you make it sound, it's just terrorism. Regardless of whether it succeeds, you'll be treated as a terrorist. Like the Obsidian Legion. I shook my head fiercely. Thanks for worrying. But I've already prepared myself for that. And Irene, I am not a terrorist. Lucian interjected. From start to finish, it's all nonsense. And you still haven't answered my question. So, which secret organization do you belong to? Come to think of it, I haven't clarified that yet. Violet belongs to Violet. I'm not affiliated with anyone, I act solely for myself. And as for a secret organization, I guess I'll just create one from now on. What did you just say? Let's call it the Violet Organization. Aerial Group? That sounds nice. Irene let out a sigh. Lucian pressed again. Fine, whatever. But isn't it ridiculous to claim you're not a terrorist? If what you're planning isn't terrorism, then what is it? That's such a harsh term. Violet is a passionate existence. So, there's a more fitting word for this. Would you call it a revolution? I recalled the bald-headed revolutionary from the largest nation in a world that no longer exists. A bearded revolutionary wearing a beret from the Caribbean also crossed my mind. Their ideologies might not align with ours, but as role models, they're the best. Before my friends could say more, I snapped my fingers. The shutter on one side of Violet's barracks began to rise. The sound of heavy boots echoed through the light spilling in from outside. The interior of the building reverberated. Step by step, 2 companies of heavily armed Violets marched in. This was the first time we awakened and mobilized dormant bodies. I could sense the unease among the people. It didn't matter. To reassure my friends, we needed to demonstrate our true power. Reckless and extreme, but all of this is for the sake of truth and freedom. For that day, we're preparing thoroughly, so don't worry. That day? The plan? Someone asked. Was it Kalia? I even thought of a name for it. I paused for a moment before savoring the word. It was the first time a word tasted so sweet. Operation Witch's Hammer. Standing in front of the assembly, I spread my arms wide. For the revolution. Are you willing to join? Good. We've thrown the bait. I'm curious how my friends and the others will react. And, well, I've never moved so many Violets at once. The number of Violets currently deployed inside the barracks is the size of 2 companies. When I pulled out the hibernating bodies I had stored nearby and deployed them, the numbers grew this much. It feels like I just opened a piggy bank. The emotional surge is unimaginable as the numbers increase. Excited Violets chant slogans. Revolution, revolution, revolution. Smash, destroy, kill, wah. The building is filled with the voices of the Violets. The sound reverberates so loudly it feels like it's vibrating through my skin. There's a reason I've sent out clones like this. To show that we're ready to mobilize at any moment. Seeing the Violets with their righteous violent intent, even those who were skeptical about our terrorist revolution plan will likely change their attitude. If we show our strength, they'll all feel reassured, right? Numbers are power. Power builds trust. Trust leads to a successful revolution plan. Violet number 1 waved her hand. The Violets, who had been shouting just moments ago, fell into silence. The once noisy factory building grew quiet. I waited with anticipation to see how my friends would respond. What would they say? First, can you get rid of that army? Irene spoke in a voice that sounded somewhat deflated. Why? Are you really asking? People are scared. Look over there. She pointed irritably behind her. Unlike her usual calm self, I flinched at the rare display of frustration. When I looked behind me, I understood why Irene was upset. A black-clad Violet squad was standing there, pressing the air down like a yoke. People were frozen, nervously glancing at them. Only now did I realize the atmosphere had grown darker than when the death list was revealed. Oh no, I made a mistake. We're making it look like a threat. Our intention had been a grand military parade, but it seemed others had interpreted it as a show of force. Violet, no intimidation allowed. On the laptop screen, Daphne, through a video chat program, pleaded to Violet number 1 with a sorrowful look in her eyes. I wondered why she was addressing me, but it turned out that the Violet from the dormitory, who had been harassing Daphne, had reverted and run off. Such a troublemaker. Anno. He. I scratched my head. Upon reflection, it makes sense why people would be scared. With machine guns and rocket launchers, it's clear we looked threatening. Return to your posts. Now I have to wait in the network again. Ugh. I sent a company-sized force back to their original storage area and had them hibernate again. The remaining Violets were instructed to store their weapons in their inventories and change into more feminine outfits. The Violets, once dressed in black military uniforms, had transformed into cute girls wearing skirts and dresses, all in the blink of an eye. They should look less intimidating now. I had to prove that Violets are harmless girls. I'd better start by apologizing. Sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to threaten anyone. Yeah, it certainly looked that way. Kalia snapped at me, and I had nothing to say in response. I lowered my head. About that witch's hammer or club plan, what happens if we don't participate? Lucian clasped his hands together and stared at Violet number 1. His gloved fingers twitched as if nervously. It seemed that after witnessing the mock military parade by the Violet squad earlier, his wariness and fear toward us had grown. As I explained before, there won't be any penalties if you don't help with the plan. But for security reasons, we'll have one of our Violets assigned to each of you. Don't worry, it's not for surveillance, it's for your protection. Lucian seized on a word and raised an eyebrow. Now that I think about it, everything started from the hibernating bodies being exposed. I'd need to explain our unique abilities soon. Don't get hung up on the words. I'll explain later. You don't want to stay here, do you? I can help you escape. I've already looked into it. Since I'd researched this before, and with our all-knowing, multi-talented information officer, Leslie, it wouldn't be difficult to smuggle out a person or two. It might even be safer to get them out of Ruslam than hide them at home. So, what'll it be? You don't have to participate. We'll pay you and provide benefits. See that guy over there, Uncle Ulrich? That doctor guy caught us because he saw our faces, but we're offering him the best benefits we can. I turned to the sweating doctor. Tell us honestly, for the others to hear, how has it been so far? If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, we'll improve it right away. Ulrich looked around, hesitated for a moment as though retracing his thoughts, and then answered. Well, honestly, it hasn't been bad. There were restrictions on movement and communication, but as much as possible, I was allowed to call my family, and I had entertainment. Come to think of it, the problem was the food. It was mostly fast food. That's because that's all you asked for. Did you forget the steak I gave you in exchange for helping me with the math exam? Haha. He awkwardly laughed when he heard me. During his weeks of confinement, Ulrich had adapted and spent his time indulging in streaming and video games like a couch potato. He had gained a bit of weight since we first brought him in. We had been feeding him too much. It wasn't a waste of money for food. From now on, I'd make him work for it. Let's give him a paper to translate and find out what he's researching. Maybe we can get some tech support? He's a scientist, after all. Let's see if we can get him to make some equipment for us. As I was thinking about this, Irene, who had been listening to our conversation, tilted her head. Exam, proxy. I suddenly snapped to attention. I quickly shifted the topic, realizing that if someone found out about the proxy exam, it would be trouble. So, is there anyone who's going to help us with this plan? I looked at my friends. Irene raised her hand first. Do we even need to ask? I was going to help from the start. Your idea might be extreme, but considering your unique abilities, it's not impossible. Thanks for the compliment. But if we leave it alone, you'll rush in recklessly. I can give tactical or operational advice, is that okay? I nodded. With Irene helping, I had nothing to worry about. With the best buffer and tank by my side, I felt reassured. Then Daphne spoke up. I could hear her heavy sigh through the speakers of the monitor. Honestly, I want to talk you out of it, but what can I do? You wouldn't listen even if I did. Right. You can back out if you want. Are you sure you're okay with this? Back out? I can't watch my friend get hurt. I'll help as much as I can. Lastly, Kalia. Sigh. I should have known when you started doing weird things at the lab. You're the craziest person I've ever met. She scowled and ruffled her hair, as if feeling dizzy. Pink strands of hair peeked through her fingers. With the Brotherhood and Academy issues, I won't be able to help much. But I'm too scared of what kind of mess you're going to cause, so I won't sit still. Even if you don't want me to, I'll be there. Got it. Thanks, Kalia. I felt happy to know that the 3 friends I made in Academy City were actively going to help me. I turned my head. What about the others? And you guys? If I were to rank the relationships, my 3 friends would be first tier, and Lucian's group and Ulrich the doctor would be about second tier. We were on good terms, but they weren't as important as my closer friends. I could see the 3 of them hesitating. Honestly, I didn't expect much. Lucian was always picking fights no matter what I said. Levi was timid and cautious. Granite was a bulky guy who couldn't keep up with the situation. Well, if they don't participate, there's nothing I can do. Then the blue-haired guy opened his mouth. Hey, Violet. I have a question. What is it? Are you asking me to look into smuggling or something? Hearing my question, she tilted her head as if I'd said something strange. What nonsense are you talking about? Anyway, I saw the student council president's name on the hit list earlier. Explain that. I'm not imagining things, am I? You saw it right. That guy is an absolute kill on-sight target. The student council executives generally didn't have much to do with us. Of course, the treasurer was a top priority target. As for the vice president, we still didn't have enough information, so he was excluded for now. Good. I'll join your plan. Just let me have a shot at that bastard later. Wait, seriously? Why? We were all baffled by the unexpected choice. When we asked why, Lucian gritted his teeth. Why? It's about the Chloris Forest incident. Isn't that reason enough? That's it. Of course. I've clashed with that bastard once or twice before. I didn't like him from the moment I first saw him. If I can take a shot at that piece of trash, I'll do whatever it takes. We were surprised by his unexpected decision. Still, it didn't seem like a bad thing for now. After all, we had gained a capable mage. Now, only 2 people were left. Granite hesitated but eventually opened his mouth slowly. So, if I join your plan, does that mean I'll have to kill people? Nope, not at all. Unless you want to. Granite quickly shook his head. Was he worried that we might force him into committing murder? Either way, we planned to handle killings and sabotage operations ourselves. We were more used to those things. There's plenty of other work to do, like securing funds or hunting beasts. We'll even pay you for every job you take on. What do you think? Well, I'm already on the run, so it's not like I can sink any lower. Sure, I'll join. Now, only Levi was left. The timid girl, who had been nervously watching us, spoke in a trembling voice. I'll join too. I'm already being chased by the academy anyway. Hearing that the 2 of them decided to join, I felt a surge of joy. A smile naturally spread across my face. Great. Time to put them to work. I was about to move on to other explanations when Ulrich interrupted with a question. Excuse me, Violet? What about me? Can I just stay in my room and not participate? Unit 1's face briefly went blank before her smile returned. Sorry, but you're an exception. What? You've got research to do. Vacation's over. Aiic. After slacking off so much, where do you think you're going now? The conversation continued for quite a while. There was a lot to discuss, including an explanation of Violet's unique abilities, the future plans, and what to do about our academic status at the academy. Getting everyone to understand our unique abilities was a massive challenge. At least they all got it in the end. That's a relief. One of the Violets shuddered. It was hard to answer questions like how a person could be more than one individual. If my friends hadn't helped clarify things, we wouldn't have finished before dinner. During all this, Violet number 32 grumbled. I'm starting to dislike that Ulrich guy. As expected of a former graduate student, Ulrich couldn't contain his excitement after hearing about our unique abilities and the Violet network. He bombarded us with questions. That's incredible. How did you replicate a human body's functionality almost entirely using only ether? How does interaction and communication between brains occur? This is similar to the topics Professor Sturgis worked on, isn't it? I don't know. It's complicated. This is revolutionary? I can't dissect your brain, but how about an MRI scan later? What? Dissect my brain? No way. Get lost. It was the first time I'd seen him so fascinated. It brought back unpleasant memories of the nasty researchers at the old lab, which scared me a little. It was also exhausting. After that round of questions, I took some time to think about what to do next. Our operation only had a name for now. First, we needed to draft the Operation Witch's Hammer. We had to gather more information and distinguish between useful and useless details. Fortunately, the sabotage against the research lab was progressing steadily. Thanks to this, their research was somewhat delayed, giving us some breathing room. There's still time before the deal with Armas. Then we should secure more funds. Now that we had more awakened personnel at our disposal, it was time to consider venturing into more dangerous dungeons. Riskier dungeons offered higher rewards, including the chance to acquire 5-star equipment if luck was on our side. The reason we hadn't gone there before was simple. Those places were tricky to clear with numbers alone. A strong attacker was essential. Fortunately, 2 capable allies had joined us, one proficient in magic and the other skilled at hunting large beasts. Time to work them to the bone. We've got a gunner and a melee DPS now. Firearms were useful, but they weren't enough on their own. While we had the numbers and determination, there was a limit to what we could achieve with just tools. With awakened allies who had diverse skill sets, we had fewer things to worry about. Still, before diving into big operations, there were a few matters to handle. Personal issues involving our friends. Daphne had decided to take a leave of absence and join us, Kalia's uncle was still unconscious, and the failed assault on Irene's family remained an unresolved mystery. So, is she going? She said she left some of her equipment stored there. Since they're not responding to her messages, she plans to go in person. So Violet prepared to escort her friend. Their destination was the Helios clan office. At dawn, Violet headed towards the Helios clan with her friend. Because of the memories of the previous ambush, we formed a convoy to move. Departure. No enemies on the road. Moving forward. The convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, motorcycles, and a powered hang glider. 2 pickup trucks were at the front and back. The cargo bay was covered with a plastic sheet, under which an armed Violet hid, holding a machine gun. In case of emergency, she planned to pull off the cover and jump out to shower the enemies with bullets. In the middle, there was an SUV carrying Irene. Around it, delivery motorcycles moved at a distance. Is this enough? Violet number 214 confidently sat in the driver's seat. The second vehicle, number 2, shook her head while sharing the view. Not at all. Did you forget about the last ambush? Number 2 recalled the events of the ambush in her mind. A scene of numerous suicide drones flying toward them unfolded. The vivid memory made the Violets shudder. AHH. They're attacking from the sky. This is dangerous. Violet snapped out of it. Now that she thought about it, an attack from the sky was possible. Several scenarios popped into her mind. Suicide drones, jet bikes, helicopters. It might sound grandiose, but it was entirely feasible. In that case, we needed to keep an eye on the sky. Squadron, launch. Just before the convoy set off, the hastily assembled powered hang glider pierced the wind and took off. This is headquarters. We've traveled about halfway along the scheduled route. Report. All clear? The sky is clear. Somewhere high up in the sky, a hang glider that had taken off from a nearby factory slowly followed the convoy from above. I kept a vigilant watch around. Fortunately, nothing happened until we arrived. Headquarters reporting. We'll arrive in 5 minutes. The clan headquarters building, located on the outskirts of the central district, was smaller than expected. It was only about 10 stories tall. However, as we got closer, we could see that the area around the building and its facilities were vast. A large parking lot and various types of armed vehicles and armored trucks were parked in the hangars, and helicopters and small flying ships equipped with anti-gravity devices were being serviced on one side. Wow, it's huge. I bet just one of those helicopters would be great to have. It's vast. So much space. As I admired the surroundings, a doubt suddenly arose. How did such a well-off clan end up becoming so poor 5 years later? This is our clan. Irene muttered in a slightly proud yet restrained tone. I parked the car in front of the building. When I followed Irene out, the sign Helios Frontier Service was displayed at the entrance. After passing through the revolving door, a neat and stylish lobby welcomed us. Many people were coming and going. Do you know what kind of work our clan does? They do security and exploration, I heard. As far as I knew, clans had a few ways to make money. Their main job was usually to hunt down beasts that attacked, but not many people made money just by killing. Typically, they would make use of the byproducts and look for profitable opportunities within dungeons. Helios clan's work was similar. However, this clan was more adventurous, as they actively sent expeditions to uncharted dungeons and eroded areas beyond barriers to collect resources and relics, while also taking down dangerous awakened individuals. As we entered, a few hunters stationed as security came toward us for a check. Stop, we need to conduct a brief inspection. Oh, it's you, young lady. It's been a while, how's the academy? One man stood in an intimidating posture, blocking us, but then was surprised when he saw Irene. It's been a while, team leader. By the looks of it, they seemed to know each other well. Irene exchanged a pleasant conversation with the team leader before moving on. Due to security concerns, we had to go through the inspection, but since she was Irene's friend, they treated us kindly. That's team leader Land. He's in charge of security. He used to visit here often for training when we were kids. Irene briefly explained as we passed through the inspection and made our way to the lobby on the first floor. After that, she exchanged pleasantries with a few others around the clan. It seemed like she knew everyone here well. He trained here since he was a kid. Was he being groomed as a successor? Our friend is an amazing person. I followed Irene as we headed to the elevator. The reason Irene visited the Helios headquarters building today was simple. Currently, Irene's bank account had been frozen. During the last ambush, her house had exploded, and all the equipment she had been storing there was destroyed. During the battle with the awakened cyborgs, her spear had even broken. So, she had consulted with her father's secretary, who had been her guardian, to retrieve the personal equipment stored here. I followed Irene toward the elevator. Would it be fine to part ways here? Wait a moment, Violet. Could you escort me for a bit? Okay, got it. For some reason, Irene kept asking me to stay by her side. Well, I was curious about how things looked inside. Just what would the interior of Helios building be like? As we rode the elevator to the 8th floor, Irene gathered her magical energy. Though she tried to appear calm beside her friend, she was actually quite nervous. She slowly took deep breaths and focused on her surroundings. I hope I'm wrong. Irene recalled the events of the previous ambush. First, the attackers had planted bombs in the penthouse, a place that only she and her family could enter. The attackers weren't just any riffraff. The non-awakened mercenaries were well trained, and they coordinated with awakened forces. They also used Helios clan's unique tactics. The robotic soldiers that had been pushing her were also a point of suspicion. Their precise and powerful magical energy management was something only humans or beasts typically possessed. A robot that could use magic? It was definitely not an ordinary machine. If her suspicions were correct, coming here could be dangerous. She had brought Violet just in case, but the unease hadn't completely disappeared. First, I'll talk to Uncle Cress. Or maybe someone else. Irene and Violet went to the office. Before retrieving the stored equipment, there were some people she needed to meet. A moment later, Irene struggled to suppress the growing confusion in her mind. He retired? Why? It turned out that everyone had left. Uncle Cress had been her father's secretary. He had served as her father's guardian when he fell into a coma after sustaining fatal injuries. She suddenly stopped responding, and I thought it was strange, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It wasn't just that. Oh, her? She transferred to another department a while ago. Her contact information? I'm not sure. The people in Helios who usually helped Irene either quit or transferred departments within just a few days. All the people who supported and assisted her disappeared at once. Her limbs had been severed. Irene couldn't find a better way to describe it. Irene, are you okay? When Violet, who had been trailing behind her, carefully observed her expression, Irene gave a slight nod. After obtaining the contact information by pressuring the clan's HR staff, she packed her equipment and prepared to leave again. And then, Irene came face to face with a familiar person. It's been a while since I last saw you at the clan, Irene. Are you feeling all right? As she walked down the hallway, a middle-aged man with blonde hair appeared. Behind him stood 3 armed hunters. Irene looked up at her uncle with an expressionless face. Uncle Rigel, it's been a while. I heard you were on a business trip. Haha, indeed. I just got back to Ruslam a few days ago, but more importantly, Rigel trailed off, clicking his tongue as he gazed at his niece with a hint of pity. I heard what happened. You were attacked, weren't you? What an unfortunate thing. But it's a relief you weren't hurt. Yes, fortunately, the inspection bureau arrived in time, and I was able to escape safely. That's good to hear. Whoever it was, the clan won't let it slide. On the surface, he looked concerned, but there was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in Rigel's tone. Irene could detect it from the subtle shift in his words. Why was he suddenly bringing up the attack? Though the thought crossed her mind, Irene maintained a composed expression. There was no need to reveal her emotions prematurely. Stay calm. But, what's with that equipment? I hope you don't mind me asking why you're taking the clan's assets all of a sudden. Some of my equipment was damaged during the attack. She raised her bag slightly as if to emphasize her point. And technically speaking, these aren't clan assets. They're under my name. See for yourself. I see. It must have been my mistake. Then there's nothing to be done. Rigel clicked his tongue briefly, and then, as if something had just occurred to him, he let out a short exclamation. I thought you might be short on money or something. Lately, I've been hearing strange rumors about you. Rumors. Oh, I don't mean to scold you or anything. But they're saying that since you entered the academy, you've been living recklessly. Then Rigel showed her his smartphone. Irene's face twisted as she glanced at the screen. What is this? The blurry photo showed a girl with violet hair surrounded by bottles of alcohol, partying wildly. On the table were white powder and syringes. This isn't me. The timeline doesn't even make sense. Right? Of course, I believe you. But still, whether it's someone playing a prank or not, these shoddy photos are floating around along with strange rumors within the clan. They're even saying you've been associating with a gang. Obviously, it's nonsense, right? Still, you should be careful with your actions for the time being. Rigel smiled kindly, but Irene felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at him. His words sounded to her like, if you don't want your reputation within the clan to worsen, you should behave and stay put. I also heard that your account has been frozen. Such an unfortunate thing. Your house burned down, so do you have a place to stay? I can help you find a new place near the academy. I appreciate the concern, but I already have somewhere to stay. Irene politely declined. Rigel stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before gesturing toward the people behind him. Don't you think you need bodyguards? You can't be too careful until the ones who attacked you are caught. I've never seen these people before. They're new recruits to the clan. Don't you think even our clan needs some fresh changes? One of the so-called bodyguards standing behind him grinned broadly. I appreciate the offer, Uncle Rigel, but I already have bodyguards. Bodyguards? Oh, do you mean the people who fought off the attackers before the inspection bureau arrived? Irene's pupils trembled slightly. I never mentioned Violet to him. And yet, it seemed her uncle didn't have a full grasp of the situation. For the first time during the conversation, Irene felt a sliver of relief. She decided to mix a bit of truth with exaggeration in her reply. Yes, they're part of a secret armed security team my father prepared in advance. They're called the Aerial Group. What? Aerial Group? Irene didn't miss the first sign of unease on Rigel's face, which had been dancing between composure and subtle arrogance. It's a clandestine organization composed of only the best members of Helios. I was honestly surprised myself when I first met them. Is that so? To think your father would have set up something like that. Rigel chuckled awkwardly, muttering under his breath. By any chance, is there a way to contact the Aerial Group? Unfortunately, they didn't share that with me. Uncle, may I leave now? While her uncle was still flustered, Irene quickly walked past Rigel. At that moment, Violet, who had been waiting for her, waved her hand and ran toward her. Wait, Irene. We're not done talking. Irene, I'm hungry. Okay, what do you want to eat? As Violet spoke to Irene, she waved at Rigel. Who's that? He's Uncle Rigel. Hello, Mr. Rigel, I'm Violet. Oh, is that so? Just then, the elevator arrived. Violet got in with Irene, and they quickly descended. When I got into the car, Irene let out a deep sigh and slumped into the seat. Her appearance was like a job-seeking applicant who had just finished an interview. I immediately started the car. Are you hurt? I'm just a little nervous. Thankfully, it went by without a hitch. Irene had a look of relief on her face, like someone who had just escaped from hell. Finally made it out. She took a breath and suddenly spoke. Violet, we're friends, right? Yeah, I'm your friend, Irene. But why? Irene hesitated for a moment before speaking to me. I have something to tell you. Something to tell me? What is it? Well, it's just a suspicion for now. I don't want to think about it, but... My friend rubbed her head in distress and hesitated before speaking. This was not the calm Irene I knew. Seeing me tilt my head, she reluctantly opened her mouth. The people who attacked me. I think they were sent by Helios. What? Why? It was shocking. Irene's father's clan attacking her? I couldn't hide my astonishment, and Irene began to explain in detail. As she spoke, I was so shocked that I almost stood up if I had remembered that I was driving. Raiders using your clan's tactics? There's no way to escape. Yeah, I don't want to believe it either, but right now, it's the most likely scenario. Irene continued her explanation. The Violets sitting behind me were listening attentively. According to her speculation, this was the situation. First, she had some kind of panic button for emergency calls. However, when the mercenaries attacked, her request didn't go through. Then, the secretary who had been her guardian suddenly retired. There were rumors circulating within the clan that were damaging to her reputation. When listed out like this, it seems strange. But more importantly, there's one thing. What is it? Since that day, Helios has never contacted me, and neither I nor anyone who knew me, like the security team leader I saw earlier, knew about the attack Nigerian Naira. But my uncle knows everything about when and where it happened, and who saved me. It was like a flash in my mind. As far as I knew, the shooting incident on Central District's 12th Street had been reported as a fight between criminal organizations. It was such a shocking event that it still occasionally appeared on the news. However, the details had never been disclosed. Reporters only talked about the fight between the mercenaries and the Violet unit, as well as the slow response of the inspection department. Words like Irene Solstice or Helios clan were never mentioned. Ugh, this is so strange. Also, they knew the specific fact that you protected me. Only someone from the scholarship office or someone from the inspection department on site would know that. What? How does my uncle know? He must have been watching everything. Could it be? My friend paused for a moment and then grimaced in despair. Yeah, it's just a suspicion for now, but it feels like Uncle Rigel is behind it. But I don't know. Why? Why do you say that? There is a possibility. My uncle holds the second most shares in the clan after my father. And, did I tell you? My father is actually quite ill. Oh, that's unfortunate. Irene's face looked somewhat sad. It's okay. It's been about a year. So, there have been talks about choosing the next clan leader. She shook her head as she said this. I have a suspicion. But I can't understand why they would attack in broad daylight. It's too awkward for me to grasp, and I figured it out so easily. Now that you mention it, it does seem strange. Thinking about it, it was a completely foolish idea. To launch an attack in broad daylight where everyone could see? Irene's doubt, despite her suspicion, stemmed from the fact that it was so blatant. It felt odd because they were so open about it. As Irene spoke, thoughts flashed through the minds of the Violets. They recalled instances where entire families had been betrayed for personal gain. Mothers who came to collect death benefits after abandoning their children for decades, or fathers who devoured their children. These similar human behaviors were countless. There was no need to mention the power struggles over corporate control in conglomerate families. Even the family conflicts of medieval aristocrats, who had weaker moral and ethical values, were brutal. In some sense, the politics of Academy City, and even the clans and awakened ones of the Tryst system, operated similarly to the feudal lords of the medieval era. As I thought hard, the internal landscape of the Violet network began to shift. The train station's waiting room slowly transformed into a Victorian-style mansion. The Violets, influenced by the thoughts, began to roleplay. Let's run the simulation. Violets dressed in ridiculous gowns began crafting a brutal romantic fantasy narrative. Soon, a slaughterous spectacle unfolded that seemed completely out of place in the elegant, tidy setting. Hihi, little sister, don't you think I am more suited for the position of the North Duke's consort? Farewell. Oh, no. First, Countess Violet was flattened by a carriage driven by her sister Violet. Great-grandfather's inheritance is mine. Geek. The villainous young Violet, who had been fighting over the inheritance, smashed her relative Violet's head with a wine bottle. The next clan leader will be my child. The child of the former wife, Kayat. The stepmother Violet pushed the heavily scarred Violet, and she fell from the terrace. The scene kept changing. Violet poisoned a relative by serving them king crab laced with poison. Another Violet locked her daughter in a flour barrel and starved her to death. The tragedies of the Violet mansion continued. The bizarre simulation eventually came to an end, and we began to seriously consider the possibility of familial conspiracy. T29DCGYZYXUX9HGQ5OTN9TJ6BUIWTCQ9HTS9AZG. Indeed, it's a conspiracy aimed at inheritance. The ones behind the attack on Irene were probably her uncle, the one she mentioned earlier. The Victorian mansion vanished, and a strange, twisted palace appeared. The Violets in the network started another play, and a historical drama scene began to play. The scene unfolded with the sudden death of a father and the child Violet who inherited the throne. Come here. Violet in armor, the uncle, burst into the royal palace and shouted in a commanding tone. Haha, nephew, give up your seat. I am destined to be the king. The young nephew Violet, having lost his father, trembled in fear. I will give you the country and the crown. Please just spare my life. The nephew was cast out, and eventually died a miserable death in a foreign land. Please, spare me? I watched, my eyes tearing up. It was too tragic. Surprisingly, my friend might be in a similar situation. Soon, Irene's father was likely going to disappear. In fact, it might already be too late. He should have been in the coffin by now. Irene was certainly going to inherit a significant fortune and shares. If the rightful heir were to disappear, who would stand to benefit the most? Irene herself had said it. When the next clan leader was discussed, her uncle's name often came up. He also held a large share. As my thoughts settled down, I realized, ta-da, that's how the story of the liquor and cigarette-aged young girl head of the household begins. I wondered who had sold off the rights, but it turned out they were very close by. As I was thinking hard, Irene began to speak. Yeah, there are some clues. But I don't know what I can do. Why is that? In just a few days, I've lost my house, my accounts, everything. The people who used to help me were suddenly ousted from the clan. And now, strange rumors are spreading. Her face, which she struggled to keep calm, began to crack. And now, my so-called family is targeting me, and I can't tell who's friend or foe in the clan. At some point, a single tear suddenly fell from Irene's eye. I thought I could do anything. But I was wrong. I'm just a fool. When I saw my friend cry, the Violets sprang up as if screaming. What are you talking about? Irene isn't a fool. She's smarter than us. We're here for you. All the Violets, except the one driving, noisily pulled out tissues and handkerchiefs to offer her. Here, don't cry. Use this to wipe your tears. Seeing our brief commotion, Irene smiled faintly. Thank you. Thanks to you, I feel a bit better. Fortunately, Irene didn't cry much. Still, seeing my friend so upset didn't feel good. As the convoy stopped at a red light, some of the violets disguised themselves and got out of the car. Where are you going? Just running a quick errand. You're not up to something strange, are you? Irene narrowed her eyes. Her gaze told me she was suspicious, so I played it off casually. It's nothing. Really. Irene, who had been looking out the car window, suddenly turned her head toward me. Do you know your most used catchphrase? After it's nothing, you always say something crazy. Like blow it up or kill it. Hehe. And when it's hard to explain, you laugh like that, too. I inhaled deeply and shut my mouth. I'll trust you. Just don't overdo it. Got it. While the convoy headed home, one Violet detoured to the Helios clan building. After returning to the clan building, Violet snuck in, avoiding surveillance. Recalling the appearance of someone named Rigel from earlier, Violet began to ponder her next move. Luckily, Rigel was on the phone in the parking lot. A red sports car, which seemed to belong to him, was parked nearby. Are you busy answering calls? It's me. Look into those aerial group folks. A troublesome obstacle has appeared. Oh ho, what did this guy just say? A brief phone call didn't reveal everything, but Irene's guess seemed correct. Logically, there's no way an uncle would call the aerial group his brother left to protect his niece a hindrance. But investigating us? That means he's not entirely stupid. Still, there's no way he'll find anything about the aerial group. The only people who meet me under the aerial name are my subordinates like the boss or clients like Armas. The former wouldn't spill anything, and the latter wouldn't dare leak names. And if they do, then the trading currency, once gold and money, will have some lead and steel added to it. After a bit more meaningless conversation, Rigel hung up and clicked his tongue. The discussion was fruitless, filled with vague words. TCH. What's that Irene girl even up to? And to think I used to call her my friend. At that moment, I finally understood the phrase a vein popping in your forehead. What? A fool? But we are fools, aren't we? Oh, right, we are. Come to think of it, we might actually be fools. No arguments there. But being called a fool still felt insulting. Besides, Irene cried earlier. I can't just let this slide. I need to mess with that guy. But how? As I waited, Rigel moved far from his car, chatting with the guards stationed behind him. A good idea came to mind. I crawled under the car, carefully maneuvering to avoid detection. Finally, I arrived at the red sports car I'd seen earlier. Was this really his car? Though unsure, I made up my mind. Time for some fun. Normally, I'd have one Violet infiltrate to plant a bomb and blow it up the moment he stepped in. But for now, I lacked concrete evidence and sufficient information. And there was another concern. Do awakened traits get inherited? Irene is insanely tough. She can withstand being kicked by cockroach-like arms as big as buses. A direct hit from a 40mm grenade only knocks her back. Even rocket attacks and machine gunfire barely scratch her. So her uncle might possess similar durability or even be tougher. A half-hearted bomb attack would only make him angry, not kill him. Using a guided violet bomb from the sky would be more reliable. But this wasn't the time for war yet. There was still a grand mission to carry out. Once the Witch's Hammer operation concluded, I planned to reorganize the surroundings of my friends significantly. Maybe I could twist their pasts to make them even happier. I pulled out a dagger and infused it with magic. Then I punctured all 4 tires before slipping away. A little later, the car owner returned from his business, only to scream at the sight of his car. My car? Who the hell did this? He. Who else? A Violet, of course? I watched Rigel's reaction, chuckling quietly, before vanishing. After returning home, I had a conversation with Irene about what we should do from now on. First, we need to find Mr. Kress. I'll also try to contact other employees who left the clan. The priority is to understand what's going on inside the clan. As soon as we sat down, Irene brought up the name of her father's secretary. Was it because she had calmed down on the way home? The image of her swaying in the car was nowhere to be seen. She was calm, but seemed to have firmly prepared to face the problem. Is there anything else I can help with? When Violet number 213 asked, Irene seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if thinking, before speaking up. Could you help with gathering some information? I need to investigate Uncle Rigel and the people around him. Okay, sure. But there's someone better at it than me. How about we leave it to that person? That person? When it comes to gathering information, I couldn't avoid bringing up the broker I employ. I slowly explained about team leader Leslie and her subordinates. Every time I continued speaking, she would let out short sounds of admiration. When I finished explaining, her eyes gleamed with interest. Impressive. Although the fact that they're from the underworld makes me a bit hesitant, their skills seem solid. The materials you showed last time when you gathered people to clarify things, those were investigated by this team leader, right? That's right. They're quite useful. Speaking of which, I'll show you the materials. Violet number 489 handed over part of the materials. It contained information about Polaris Academy. Her golden eyes quickly scanned the documents. As she flipped through the pages, her gaze fixed on a specific part of the data. It was a section I had underlined and marked as significant. Crocell Torrance, place of birth unknown, address and some personal details likely falsified. No record of entry. What? the student council president. Strange, right? He's not the only one like that. Lyra J. Velestin, K. Myers. These people are all full of unknowns. Who are they? Are they even students at the academy? Irene's eyes narrowed slightly. I shrugged my shoulders. Who knows, maybe they're like me. They might not even have parents. Well, I thought we could just capture and interrogate them later. What's the big deal about the student council's parents or where they were born? I'll help as much as I can. Do you want to meet them directly, or should I give the orders? If we're going to do it, meeting them directly is better. Please, I'll leave it to you. Violet number 213 took Irene and headed to the office. Coincidentally, I had a reason to meet with team leader Leslie about a weapons trade. While I was out visiting the manpower office with a friend, the other Violets were working hard. Right now, the Violets were doing all sorts of tasks. Deliveries, dungeon labor, weapon research and development, and training. The core of all these small tasks was preparing the witch's hammer to swing at the academy and clan. In this process, limitations of time and space had no meaning. We were everywhere in Academy City, and if needed, we could rotate our clones in shifts and operate 25 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, even we couldn't overcome the invisible giant of the market economy. That damn 5-meter distance restriction? If it weren't for that, we could have copied gold bars or jewels and sold them. We could have made counterfeit bills. Then we could have lived without working. Violet number 632 grumbled. With our cloning ability, we couldn't produce money or gold bars. Violet number 498, frowning at the noise in the Violet network, glared at number 632. 632 lowered her head at the sharp gaze from behind the helmet. Shut up and carry the load. It's not just you who's struggling. But, we've only been created a few days ago. Isn't it too much to put us to work already? I'll let you rest later. Focus on the job. As I worked, I thought about it. Who would have known this whole situation would start with just trying to get a student ID? Looking back now, it feels pointless. Since I had money, I was able to somehow get my hands on a hunter license or a student ID that was circulating in the market. Still, it's a shame we can't print money. It's all right. We've got some people who'll help us now, right? When Violet number 10 mentioned the new tenants who had moved in, Violet number 38 tilted her head. Hey, we're the ones doing all the manual labor, right? Those guys are technically special troops. Like artillery or helicopters. Thinking about it, that's true. The biggest advantage of the Violets is, after all, numbers. Other than that, there's nothing particularly outstanding. Our strength lies in our lack of flaws, but we're not particularly better than others at anything. And the dungeons we'll be tackling from now on are tougher than before. I needed people with higher stats and the ability to handle various situations. Friends like Irene and Daphne could help strengthen the Violet squad, but that was about it. What we need in the future is firepower. We need high magic attack power. A single magic enchanted arrow is equivalent to a cannon shot, so it can't be helped. The dungeons in the world of the Deep Crimson Academia are full of strange things that mock modern military systems. Signal jamming, electromagnetic interference, and high-speed motion suppressing fields. There's no end to it. This is basic knowledge even the children of Academy City know, but the dungeons contain even more bizarre things. First, there are beasts that almost resist pure physical attacks. Some regenerate, and depending on the situation, firearms and explosives might be prohibited. Rich hunters or mercenaries use electronic weapons or rare artifact firearms to deal with these issues, but that's not something we can do. Dungeons where these monsters appear are dangerous, but the more dangerous dungeons are more profitable. Places where dangerous beasts or anomalies appear more often are areas where the laws of physics are twisted. They contain rare resources and artifacts that are usually impossible to obtain. So, to grab the big money, we need to take the challenge. Considering the weapons and equipment we'll need to buy and the increasing number of Violets, there's only one answer: charge forward? From now on, let's make those dangerous guys handle it. The Violet unit, which had been full of infantry, would gain some tactical flexibility. I needed to start aligning with them first. As I was deep in thought about how to survive moving forward before entering the dungeon, a notification spread through the network. Attention, attention. Daphne will arrive at our place soon. Those in the central barracks, start tidying up immediately. Oh, is it already time? After a short while, Daphne, who had submitted her leave of absence, arrived at our home. The Violets cheerfully waved at her. Welcome. Now you'll be living with us, Daphne. Looking forward to it. The door closed, and Violet led Daphne inside. Since her school belongings were stored in the multidimensional bag I gave her, all I needed to do was help unpack. After finishing the unpacking, we had a simple tea time on the first-floor dormitory dining room. Daphne lightly sipped her tea. So, you're planning to check out a new dungeon? Yeah, I need funds. Plus, I have gifts for you and other friends in mind. Gifts. Scratching my head, I pointed at different parts of my body one by one. Necklace, bracelet, earrings. Which do you prefer? Why all of a sudden? Well, the dungeon we're visiting this time is famous for its accessory relics. The upcoming dungeon promised interesting relics. Accessories that granted various beneficial effects. They can generate water and even create protective shields. That sounds familiar. But shields, huh? As Daphne listened to me, her expression shifted slightly as if something had come to mind. Speaking of shields, it reminds me, do you recall the ether amplifier from the Chloris forest last time? Yeah, didn't you feel like you grew stronger back then? At first, I thought it was just an increase in my mana capacity. But recently, while practicing my unique ability, I discovered I could do this. Want to see? Daphne extended a protective shield around her teacup. A semi-transparent, pale green dome appeared. It was small, but a familiar sight. Watch closely. Her slender, white hand moved slowly near the teacup. A faint green energy glimmered softly. The dome-shaped shield gradually shrank, transforming into a thin, flat disc. Whoa, the shape changed. I was amazed. My guess is that compressing the shield increases its strength compared to when it's deployed as a dome. In simpler terms, she sacrificed 360-degree defense to boost durability by compressing it. Looking at the disc-like shield floating above the teacup like an umbrella, a scene from the main story 5 years later flashed in my mind. Wasn't there a moment when Daphne used this method to block a witch's attack? Maybe? Now that I've managed this, I feel like experimenting with other possibilities. Want to see? She smiled lightly and dispelled the disc shield. Several small shields appeared and disappeared atop the table. A shield expanded under a cookie, causing it to rise slightly. Then another shield formed at the edge of a plate, making it wobble. I've never seen it applied like this before. Hearing my words, she smiled brightly. Until now, I only used my unique ability defensively. But after compressing the shield once, I thought, couldn't I use it in other ways? I always felt like just relying on a few support spells wasn't enough, so this worked out well. Fascinating. I hadn't imagined shields could be used this way. Daphne seemed to have had a breakthrough. With more practice, she might use her unique ability not only for defense but also to assist in attacks. Amazing. Thanks for the compliment. But I still need more practice. Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed my mind. Daphne, I've got a brilliant idea. How about using that shield offensively? Offensively? What do you mean? Her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Like a devil imparting forbidden knowledge to an innocent child, I whispered my ingenious idea to her. Generate the shield inside someone's body and then expand it. Boom. Wouldn't that make anyone explode? As soon as I said it, I thought it was a genius idea. Wasn't this an invincible instant kill technique? The moment Daphne heard my suggestion, she froze for 3 seconds in utter shock. Then her wide-eyed gaze filled with horror locked onto me. What? What did you just say? It was then that I realized I had said something terribly wrong. That sounds absurd. Hey, you can't do that. And in the next moment, Lucian, who had entered through the dining room door, chimed in. Mana can't be manipulated inside a person's body. Don't you know that? What? Why not? When I asked, Lucian grumbled but gave a short explanation. After he finished, I felt disappointed. Such a waste. An instant kill spell. Turns out there's a good reason it's not possible. Why can't we use instant death techniques? According to Lucian's explanation, it can be summarized in 2 points. Magic or unique abilities work by projecting and manipulating ether at the desired coordinates. You understand this, right? Yeah, I know. But ether ignores the laws of physics. It can even penetrate thick walls. I know this because I've tried creating clones beyond walls. If there's space within 2 meters, anything can pass through. This characteristic has been very useful for infiltration and reconnaissance. The problem lies in setting the coordinates. Inside thick materials, the coordinates get disrupted. The manipulation process itself halts. If that's true, I can't create clones inside completely solid objects. I understand now. I've experienced this firsthand. Without space, clones cannot be generated. When it comes to inanimate objects, it's like this, but with living beings, it's much more complicated. After the first and second dimensional invasions, ether exists inside the body of every living creature in the world, whether they're awakened or not. You know this, right? Of course, I do. I learned this fact while receiving tutoring from Professor Albert. Ether has a strong influence on the will and thoughts of living beings, whether they're awakened or not. That's why every living being's body has its own magical field, whether it's large or small. So, if I project my magical power into someone else's body to manipulate them, interference happens between my magic and their magic. In the end, the manipulation is blocked. Understand? Does this also apply to unique abilities? Like how the student council president has telekinesis. When I asked, Lucian looked at me as if I were being ridiculous. I told you, magic or unique abilities simply can't do that. That person can't manipulate your body or mine. They might be able to crush or strangle you, but they can't squeeze your heart or control your nerves. What if I pump more magic into it? If you pour enough magic to ignore the magical fields, the other person's body will probably break or get pierced. After hearing Lucian's explanation, I understood. I can shoot fireballs and scorch the outside of a person, but generating something inside them is impossible. How disappointing. He went on to explain more complicated theories and formulas, but I didn't understand half of it. So, in theory, it just doesn't work. Is it really impossible? Let's try. Okay. While tidying up outside the restaurant, Violet number 221 placed her hand on the belly of Violet number 601, who was standing nearby. Our Violet is stronger in practical skills than in theory. Alpha New Thailand body. When I attempted to create a clone targeting the body's interior, the magic, just like Lucian said, activated but then spread and dispersed like cotton candy in water. I repeated it several times, but the results were similar. Ugh. In the final attempt, violet number 412 was created and bounced out in front of violet number 601. The two violets collided and fell to the floor. I felt disappointed. The invincible instant death technique had just come to mind, but it was useless. How unfortunate. Violet, you're not having any weird thoughts again, are you? When I turned my head, Daphne was staring at me with suspicious eyes. I shook my head. It's nothing. Yeah, I see. All right. Despite my answer, her blue eyes still regarded me with doubt. When she keeps looking at me like that, it feels too much pressure. So, violet number 3 quickly changed the subject. Well, I guess I can't use this for attack purposes. That's a shame, right? Let's stop talking about that. It's too cruel. At violet no 3's words, Daphne looked utterly disgusted. I waved my hand. All right. What I meant was, how about we try applying it in different ways? I'll help you practice. How about it? I understand what you mean. But, my friend trailed off at the end of her sentence. I tilted my head. If I say I'm using it as a target, you'll get mad, won't you? When I heard what Daphne said, I felt a chill run down my spine. How did she know? Violet's face always gives away what she's about to say. He. Seeing my reaction, the vitality disappeared from Daphne's eyes. She creaked her neck like a broken machine and awkwardly smiled. You're not going to do it, right? When she asked, speaking each word slowly, I felt scared. My face gives away what I'm about to say? Now that I think about it, Kalia also said something similar. She said I can't lie. I won't say such things. I repeatedly made promises, and only then did Daphne's face soften. Next time, I should be careful not to let my expression give me away. As I exited the cafeteria, I glanced toward Lucian. He had been snickering for a while now. Hey, Lucian. I'll send number 234 to call you later, so follow along. What? Why? He asked. Because we need to work. You said you'd help with our plan. Are you backing out? I did say that. So, where do I go? Who do I fight? At my response, Lucian's face lit up. When had he been grumbling? Now that he was participating, he seemed oddly more enthusiastic. Who's talking about fighting? We need to earn money. What? Lucian's expression turned somewhat disgruntled at my words. What? So you're just going to make me do a part-time job? It seemed there was some kind of misunderstanding. What are you talking about? We're going to a dungeon? Come when I call later, I'll explain what you'll be doing there. After leaving him behind, I practiced applying a friend's unique ability outside. I set up various targets like fruits and mannequins and used them to test the shield ability. The results were unsatisfactory. Everything just bounces off. It doesn't feel very effective. Sadly, Daphne's shield wasn't very reliable for offensive purposes. First, I compressed the shield into a disc shape and tried throwing it. However, the shield's manipulation speed was slower than expected, and when it collided with an object, it merely knocked it over or sent it flying. Throwing a pillow might be more effective. The shield couldn't inflict significant damage on objects. Next, I deployed the shield over the target and tried shrinking it. The idea was to crush and suffocate the target. Of course, Daphne initially panicked at the suggestion. Even if it's a fight, this feels too much. Can't I just attack with magic bullets? Or maybe I'll learn offensive magic from Lucian. But Daphne, you're not good at offensive magic. Unfortunately, Daphne wasn't adept at offensive magic. She excelled in defensive spells, support, and auxiliary magic. Professor Albert once said that magical aptitude and unique abilities are often linked to personality, so perhaps Daphne's gentle nature tied into her abilities. Eventually, after much persuasion, she tried my idea, but it failed this time as well. While it could trap the target, the shield couldn't crush or compress what was inside, regardless of its durability. Guess killing someone with her unique ability is out of the question. This kind-hearted girl's unique ability was far removed from being lethal. Instead, we explored alternative uses. How about this? Wow, it doesn't break. Daphne tested a new idea, and this time, the results were quite satisfying. 3 violets, acting as test subjects, swung weapons glowing with sword energy at the pale green shield. Whenever the weapons struck the shield, sparks erupted dramatically, but not a scratch appeared on the shield. The shield itself couldn't destroy an opponent. You couldn't kill someone with a pillow no matter how hard you hit them. However, you could wrap someone up in a pillow to immobilize them. Thus, the shield could be used to trap an opponent, block their movements, or serve as a barrier. This works, doesn't it? It's all thanks to Violet. Because of the ether amplifier, my ability's deployment speed and range have increased. If it were the old days, I wouldn't have even been able to attempt this. Daphne smiled in satisfaction, clearly feeling the improvement in her ability. Suddenly, seeing the trapped violets reminded me of a scene from the original story that I had forgotten. It was the part where Daphne outsmarted the witch. In the latter half of the first part, Witch Violet wreaked havoc across the Academy City and attacked the hospital where Daphne was. The witch aimed to enrage the Chancellor by killing innocent people. What the boundless witch didn't anticipate was that Daphne wasn't as simple as she appeared. Realizing her opponent was the real deal, Daphne mustered all her strength before her death and covered the entire hospital with her shield, sealing it off. Even with her head severed, the shield persisted, trapping the witch inside. The witch's clone-generating ability couldn't surpass a shield fueled by Daphne's dying resolve. Coincidentally, the Chancellor was also inside the shield at the time. As a result, the witch was defeated. A dead Daphne had caught a living witch. Of course, our violet is a kind violet, so there's no chance of us getting trapped. Now we can capture someone alive. When I activated the violet network, various applications for the shield came to mind. Flattening someone under the shield to immobilize them. Filling the shield with smoke grenades to suffocate the target. Setting a fire and blocking the entrance with a shield. This is perfect. We can fight much more safely now. Should we develop poison gas while we're at it? That's overkill. Let's stick to tear gas. The violet unit had gained more options, and we were thrilled. After finishing the practice session, we headed to the location where the orientation was taking place. It was time to explain the future plans to our labor force. Inside the empty factory building in front of the dormitory, a temporary presentation hall had been set up for this orientation, as I had explained last time. Currently, 4 people were seated in the presentation hall. On the far left was Daphne, followed by Levi, Granite, and Lucian in that order. 2 seats were left empty. Irene was absent due to being busy with the Helios problem. I would inform her separately. Kalia hadn't arrived yet. While one of the Violet clones prepared the presentation by reviewing stacks of documents and materials, the other Violet workers brought in the whiteboard, set it up, and installed the projector to prepare for the orientation. Are you kidding me? Are they really sleeping here? Lucian's gaze shifted towards the Violet clones, who were carrying blankets and heading elsewhere. They were Violet clones who had finished working the night shift and were enjoying a nap. It's spacious and comfy. You want to sleep here too? What? No way. I'm good. He made a face of distaste. How could he refuse such a large space? Did he have claustrophobia? Violet, is it because of us? You don't have anywhere else to sleep. Levi, who had been sitting, seemed uneasy and guilty. His sad eyes were directed at Violet number 2. Huh? No, it's not like that. It's actually pretty good for us to live together in groups. The dormitory is too cramped. St still. I reassured Levi, who was tortured by an unnecessary sense of guilt. Of course, it wasn't a building specifically made for living, so it was a bit uncomfortable in places. However, it was fine for living together. The space was large, which was good for doing various things. I thought about buying an apartment later when I had money. It would be the Violet Happiness Village, built just for us. A fortress made with plenty of steel and concrete, created for only Violet clones. No matter how much I see it, I just can't get used to it. A collective consciousness, human beings, huh? Lucian clicked his tongue while observing the Violet clones moving around. After the previous explanation, they still hadn't fully accepted our unique ability. In fact, the way they looked at us felt like they were seeing something between humans and beasts. Let's try to understand, though. Even Irene took a while to accept it, didn't she? Well, we were surprised at first too. The only person who wasn't startled or frightened by our unique ability and actually seemed interested was Professor Ulrich. When he first heard about our unique power, the expression he made was similar to a child receiving the latest model of a robot toy. The curiosity of a scholar is truly incomprehensible. Bess. Even now, he comes to us full of enthusiasm, his curiosity ablaze, eager to study us. Did you say 45? I've made a questionnaire. Can you spare some time? I'd appreciate your cooperation. I want to know how the sensory link works between the Violet clones. The concept of the Violet network is also fascinating. Consciousness sharing between awakened individuals? Hey, where are you going? I don't want to cooperate. Just go play some games in your room. Just 5 minutes, please. Ugh, why does he keep bothering us? I need to get him to work quickly. Let's give him the research materials later and have him analyze them. The only way to suppress his constant curiosity was to throw out another distraction to shift his focus. We planned to give him the research materials we had stolen or filmed from the lab, so we could find out exactly what they were researching and what their goal was. It was time to turn a postdoctoral researcher back into a graduate student. That person is a scientist, right? Couldn't they make weapons or something? That seems impossible. It's a bitter thought. In cartoons, scientists are often captured and forced to make secret weapons. Later, if we attack a lab, maybe we should kidnap some people and create a secret research facility. I'd put Ulrich in charge as the administrator. While I was lost in these thoughts, the presentation preparation was finally done. Now, only one person was left to arrive. Number 1 was already standing at the podium, waiting, and I received a message. Number 1, Kalia will be here soon. He's handling some stuff with his uncle. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Kalia arrived inside the factory. Did you wait long? I was busy with the academy and the brotherhood. It looked like Kalia had taken a leave of absence as well. Now that I looked, everyone here was on a break from school. Don't worry. We just finished preparing. Once Kalia sat down, the presentation began. I'm going to explain what we're going to do now. Before starting the presentation, I turned on the projector. On the whiteboard, which had been set up as a screen, the words Violet Group Activity Plan appeared. Violet Group. Granite, who had been silent, muttered. I answered. We didn't have a special name for what to call us. So, I came up with one. Although we called ourselves the Aerial Group outside, we didn't need to do that with people who already knew us. In fact, before settling on this name, there had been a few other candidates. Let's call ourselves the Violet Legion. How about the World Liberation Army? Revolutionary Army, but all of them were rejected. Violet Legion or World Liberation Army sounded too much like terrorists, and Revolutionary Army gave off the vibe of waving a red flag. So, we decided to go with Violet Group. Returning to the main topic, I began explaining our upcoming plans. As I explained last time, I'm not going to force any of you to directly fight the clan members. Instead, you'll be doing something a bit different. What kind of thing? Lucian asked, but instead of answering directly, I passed the screen on the projector. Pictures of various dungeons appeared. We need activity funds. What you'll be doing is helping us gather those funds. The dungeons in the pictures varied. A ruined city in the dark, a huge cave, and a snowy field. You'll just stand still and take out any enemies that come. We'll handle the excavating of relics or resources ourselves. Daphne, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. It looks a bit difficult. Are you sure about this? Yeah, that's why I can't do it alone. The places we would be heading to were going to be tricky. Are we going right now? Have the 5 of us here ever worked together properly? I've never gone on a dungeon trip with you. Kalia pointed out an important issue: teamwork. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, so before we start the operation, we'll first do some joint training. I manipulated the screen again. With the subheading Ocrate Ruins, a desolate canyon appeared. The expressions of those who saw the canyon were filled with confusion, while Daphne seemed to be trying hard to recall something as she stared at the picture and the words. And then Lucian's eyes widened. Isn't this where the wyverns come out? Correct. As expected, Lucian, being smart, figured it out quickly. Upon hearing the word wyvern, Daphne seemed to recall and reacted with an I see. Intermediate level beasts appear a lot, but it's not as hard as you might think. It's not as hot as the Chloris forest, and it's pretty comfortable. And, there was another important point I hadn't mentioned. I glanced to the side. Levi, holding a notebook, was diligently taking notes. Granite was also focused on me, waiting for whatever I would say next. It was fortunate for those two, but the monsters in this dungeon looked rather ordinary. There were almost no insects like crawltides around here. Moreover, the spacious environment made it favorable for them to perform well. It was a good setting to coordinate their movements. Still, what will you do if something grotesque shows up later? We can't always accommodate them. Dungeon exploration is a life or death matter. Number 2 pointed this out in a serious tone. She was right. The Violets who had been listening quietly nodded their heads in agreement. Then, number 12 came up with an amusing suggestion. Don't worry, just use shock therapy. The Violets who heard this idea agreed enthusiastically, saying it was a good idea. Using No 12's suggestion as a reference, I decided to take those human siege weapons to the Alkesia forest. Making them fight bus-sized cockroach monsters might help reduce their fear of insects. After spending a day or two coordinating here, we plan to head straight to the next dungeon to earn funds. I then explained the upcoming dungeon to them. A colossal department store city where mysterious relics endlessly emerge. A mine filled with rare metals. And another snowy field with an ether emitter. When does the schedule begin? When Kalia asked, I calculated the remaining time until the deal with Armas. I also considered the trends within the academy. It would be best to move quickly. 2 days later. Until then, make sure to rest well. We'll be running non-stop afterward. That time was also necessary to handle Irene's situation and prepare supplies. Only the final announcement remained now. Before turning to the last page of the prepared material, I addressed the gathered group. By the way, has anyone thought about transferring? Transferring. I explained a regulation I had previously discovered in Academy City's rules. If a school loses functionality for some reason and is shut down, transfer admissions must be permitted within the recruitment capacity. See that? It was a rule I had found earlier. If something happened to a school, Academy City required that its students be transferred to other schools. Don't tell me you're planning to stage a terrorist attack just for this. Exactly? And if we're transferring anyway, wouldn't it be better to go to a good academy? What kind of lunatic? Lucian, clearly flabbergasted, stared at me with disbelief. He couldn't understand my grand vision. How did he even get into this academy as the second-ranked student? I flipped to the final page. The Aegis Academy logo appeared. I looked into it, and Aegis Academy is great. The seniors are kind, there's no bizarre absurdities, and above all, I pointed to the beautiful blonde woman displayed next to the Aegis Academy logo. Adelaide Clarissa Novena Cascadia? Isn't Cascadia that noble family? Correct. She's the student council president at Aegis Academy, and she's both pretty and kind. Kalia asked skeptically. You're not judging this solely on appearances, are you? The student council president at the academy you attended before was decent looking too, but he went around killing students. What makes you think this girl is kind? Kalia's question made me feel frustrated. How could she compare a 5-star student like Adelaide to that parasitic scoundrel? It was unfair. Since I couldn't bring up the game lore, I provided a different explanation. Well, I met her in person. I explained how I had received her contact information. Giving your contact info to a stranger is unusual, but you can't transfer just because of that. True. It's merely a connection for now. Transferring was a matter for the distant future anyway. Still, I really wanted to go there. Especially since Adelaide had been incredibly kind to me. After finishing the minor explanations, I concluded the presentation. Alright, everyone, get some good rest. As I thought about those leaving the factory, I started planning my next steps. A few days later, when everything was prepared, 6 students and the Violet group headed toward the Arclight ruins. It was time to hunt a wyvern. In the morning, the Violets were busy. Although all the luggage had been packed into the inventory, there were still plenty of tasks to handle. There were materials about the environment of the dungeon they were heading to, and various information that needed to be checked multiple times. Once preparations were complete, the Violets loaded everyone into the car and departed. Let's go. A truck led the way, followed by an SUV. Delivery Violets riding motorcycles carefully escorted the vehicles to the destination. Their target was the Arclight Ruins dungeon in the southern district. According to the guide, it was a vast area consisting of gentle hills and plains under a milky sky. Its scale was about the size of a small town. Looking at the pictures, the ruins of large and small buildings could be seen scattered all around. Unique wave-patterned walls and twisted, spiral-shaped columns stood at various spots. This was a style of architecture that was completely unlike anything seen on Earth. It was truly impressive. Exotic. Wouldn't alien be a more appropriate term? Who could have created these ruins from another dimension? What kind of beings lived beyond this dimension? It almost felt like the remnants of victims who had been invaded by monsters. Well, those are things we can't know for sure right now. Few people have ever ventured beyond the gate. During the ride, I had a brief conversation with Irene, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the truck. The topic was about the fire incident involving the Helios clan and the former members who had resigned. Uncle is building up his own faction. He's kicking out everyone who followed my father. In the past 2 days, Irene had met with employees who had voluntarily resigned, though, in reality, they had been forced out by Rigel. Following behind Irene, I noticed various people. Some had refused the meeting until the very end, while others vented their anger as soon as we met. Some spoke reluctantly. Ugh, is this a purge? I guess you could say that. And Irene had also met with a man named Cress, whom she had been searching for. He was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and black hair. How did you know to find me here? I didn't expect you to. Mr. Cress, there's a lot I want to say, but I'm running out of time. So please, tell me honestly, what is happening inside Helios? That's. To summarize the long conversation, her uncle had greatly expanded his faction. He had even allied with unknown outsiders, and it seems several of Irene's relatives were involved in the situation. What could the outsiders be? Irene kept repeating a few words as if something didn't quite click. Outsiders, factions, relatives, shares. Suddenly, I recalled the cyborg weapons that had appeared during the ambush. With diuresis Nigerian Naira Epsilon. Oh, speaking of which, remember the weapon that appeared back then? Stragonix. Stragonix? Is that the name of the weapon? Yeah, I heard about it from an informant. After turning the game lore into mysterious intelligence, I continued. From what I heard, the 4 great clans are collaborating to research the weapon. It's a weapon that modifies awakened individuals. The 4 great clans? You don't mean Magna Nai's, do you? I shrugged at her response. While it wasn't out of the question, Stragonix was a weapon created through the collaboration of the 4 great clans, each contributing their own expertise. It could very well be someone else. Whoever it is doesn't matter for now. First, we need to gather the people who were with my father, investigate our relatives, and find more people within Helios who will be on our side. That's a good idea. If you need more help, just let me know. I'll assist you. Thanks to you, I've been able to do a lot. I appreciate it. Hearing my friend's gratitude made me feel good. By the way, a cyborg awakened one, what an unexpected idea. Using people like that, it's insane. Exactly. I shook my head. As we continued talking, the truck arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Beyond the exit, I could see a small, spherical gate shimmering in the distance. When the vehicle stopped, a grim-faced hunter at the checkpoint knocked on the car window. I rolled it down. Where are the documents? Here. I handed over the prepared documents. I had made sure to slip a few high-denomination bills between the papers as well. As the guard examined the documents, his harsh expression softened a little. Everything checks out. Have a good hunt. As expected, the bribe made the tedious security check go by faster. After parking the vehicle, I had the team disembark and we rushed through the gate. Now, it begins. The work of a hunter involves many tasks, but surprisingly, many of the jobs in this specialized field for awakened individuals are closer to those in primary industries than one might think. Just looking at the meaning of the term hunter, it's clear that much of their work is similar to hunting and gathering. The only difference is that instead of stone axes and spears, they use reinforced high-tech tools and superalloy weapons. However, dungeon business is tricky. The type of monster that appears and the environment of the dungeon greatly influence the way money is earned. Catching monsters and sending them straight into the grinder is an easy task. It could be that a particular monster's unique material is the key, or sometimes, the monsters are just obstacles in the way. In the latter case, a request is made. Catch 2 Ruskrin monsters. Yeah, the base reward is for 2, and they'll pay more the more you catch. This dungeon was inhabited by a monster called Ruskrin. Despite its appearance, it wasn't a dragon, and it didn't breathe fire. The clan's excavation and artifact collection had been repeatedly interrupted by these monsters, and after many of the workers were killed, they issued a public notice to recruit applicants. It's a shame we have to walk. Inside the dungeon, other hunters who had come to fulfill requests were often seen. Unfortunately, vehicles were not allowed in this dungeon because the gate was too small. So, we had no choice but to walk to our target location. It's boring. After walking for about 20 minutes, I felt the boredom creeping in. It reminded me of when we used to march in the past. Back then, it was just as boring, but how did I manage to endure it? Singing? I sang to pass the time. All right, shall we sing then? I asked the team for permission. Is it all right if I sing while we walk? We're far from the monster spawn points, so go ahead. Starting with Irene, I silently gained the consent of the other team members. The violets, feeling confident, cleared their throats and warmed up. Soon, one by one, they harmonized, as if performing an a cappella song. Each of them took on the role of an instrument and began to provide accompaniment, filling the quiet hills with their voices. La 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 la. As the song grew louder, the surrounding friends turned toward us with curious expressions. They'd probably never heard a song like this before. Bomb bomb bomb. I reminisced, digging through my memories before my reincarnation, and finished the accompaniment. Soon, the violets began singing the adapted lyrics at the top of their lungs. Braving the sea of flames from cannon fire for our friends and the peace of Academy City. As the clear voice spread around us, our teammates, who had been moving about busily, froze in place. Lucian scanned us with a puzzled look, as if he'd seen something bizarre. What's with that song now? It's a song to boost morale? You'll probably never get to hear it in your lifetime. 668, who wasn't participating in the singing due to guiding us, offered an explanation. That guy, why does he keep nitpicking everything I say? I felt like sending him off to a place where he could sing this song as much as he wanted. Why doesn't Academy City have conscription? Is it a military song? I don't recall any Federation military anthem like that. When the others asked, 668 continued explaining. It's a song I heard somewhere a long time ago. The copyright might belong to another world, so I could just ignore it, but I felt guilty and decided to be vague about its origins. Under the torch of revolution, we risk our lives. We even managed to finish the chorus without a hitch. A perfect rendition, with not a single discordant note. I wondered how my friends would praise us. Then, Irene spoke up. Hey, Violet. What does revolution mean? 668 looked at Irene, failing to understand the question. You don't know? It means to eradicate communism. You know, communism. Judging by her reaction, she looked at me blankly, as if hearing it for the first time. Perhaps she had kept her distance from politics or current affairs. Suddenly, Kalia chimed in with a question. Hey, Violet. What's communism? You don't know socialism. Never heard of it. Kalia blinked with a confused expression. When I heard her reply, my mind went blank. How could they not know about socialism or communism? Puzzled, I looked around. My friends were acting as if they had just seen an alien. Socialism? Is it something like anarchism? Never heard of that ideology before. It sounds like one of those futuristic philosophies. Hearing my words, Daphne pondered for a moment before whispering to Irene. Meanwhile, the siege weapon duo tilted their heads in bewilderment, failing to understand or even approach the concept, muttering words like mass-produced goods, under their breath. Lucian, on the other hand, shot me a strange look before scolding my friends. She's probably spouting nonsense again. Why are you analyzing it so seriously? It's not nonsense. We all turned our heads in unison. Seeing our synchronized movement, Lucian flinched slightly before muttering, well, if you say so, and fell silent. Suddenly, a realization struck me as I observed my friends' reactions. Academy City had no concepts of communism or socialism. When did the first dimensional invasion occur? Almost a century ago. If you compare it to Earth, it'd be around the late 19th century level of civilization. Violet started thinking. When did ideologies like socialism truly emerge? Wasn't it the mid to late 19th century? Of course, you can't directly compare Trist to Earth. This isn't Earth, and there are no bearded men with sickles and hammers or bald revolutionaries here. Reflecting on it now, the ideologies in Academy City seemed simpler than on Earth. Perhaps the monster invasions had stifled the emergence of diverse philosophies. At least there's no Nazism or imperialism, so maybe that's fortunate. Instead, we've got crazy clans and massive corporations that treat people like expendables. Ugh, it's a brutal world. Maybe the monsters invading before society matured properly led to the mess we see today. Once upon a time, it was said that businessmen wouldn't hesitate to use mercenaries with machine guns to deal with unruly workers. In such a world, when monsters invaded, exploiting and oppressing people might have become justified under the banner of humanity's survival. That's what the big clans seem to be about. It's truly a terrible world. That's why we can't back down. To create a happy violet paradise, we must keep pressing forward. One day, we violets will carve out our destiny freely. Someday in the distant future, we might even buy a small island and establish a violet-only nation. A modest, peaceful, independent country. A nation by violets, for violets, with only violets? In this country, where only violets and a few of our chosen friends could reside, there would be no kings or presidents. Every violet would be equal, armed if they wished, and rewarded based on their work. Wow, that'd be amazing. No, wait. A nation? I'm getting ahead of myself when we can't even handle a single clan. I shook my head to clear out those fanciful thoughts. What mattered now was their opinion on our song. So, isn't it impressive? How would the debut performance of the Violet Choir be received? One by one, my teammates, starting with Irene, shared their thoughts. It's a song I've never heard before, but it's not bad. Feels like we sang well. There are some parts I don't quite get, but it's okay. I don't really get the song, but you sang well. Not bad, I think. Well, it's intense, I'll give it that. The result was a resounding success. Relatively positive reviews. It's good, though I wouldn't sing it myself. Even Lucian acknowledged our song. But why did he say that? Perhaps he sensed the spirit of the place the song encapsulated. I chuckled inwardly. Shortly after, we encountered a group of monsters blocking our path. They looked like humanoid figures clad in a crude armor of interwoven white rock fragments. According to reports, these monsters were called Spartoi. They were said to be formidable foes. Everyone, prepare for battle. The Violet group and the 6 boys and girls engaged in combat beasts, the monsters from the other dimension, could largely be divided into 2 categories. One was the mutated forms of normal flora and fauna in this world. Examples include creatures like Crawltide, which evolved from cockroaches. The other was organisms from beyond this dimension. Even without considering the mutations caused by ether, these beings were fundamentally different from life forms native to this world. Many believed they were remnants of alien species destroyed when their dimensions were consumed. The beasts blocking our path belonged to the second category. 15 beasts encountered ahead. Prepare for combat. Irene, who was leading the procession, raised her arm to signal a stop. Our team, which had been moving in a loose 3-column formation, quickly responded upon spotting the horde of beasts. As I shifted position in the formation, my eyes fell on one team member's bag. Levi was assembling a ballista pulled from his bag. The thing was massive, hard to believe he carried it so effortlessly. Ahead of us stood several human-sized beasts clad in what appeared to be armor. They moved as a group, advancing toward us. Their name was Spartoi, stone beasts that attacked humans on sight. While the 6 team members in the center of the formation prepared, the Violet squad in the first and third columns reformed into a 4-column defensive stance. Hold on, everyone. Let me try shooting first. Hearing my suggestion, Irene nodded and glanced back. Everyone seemed to agree. The number of beasts wasn't overwhelming. 10 Violets in the first row armed with automatic rifles stepped forward. I had something I wanted to verify. Commence fire. Ta-da-ta-da-da. The sound of gunfire erupted like popcorn popping, and a rain of bullets engulfed the beast horde. Sparks flew as the bullets clashed with ether shields. Observing through her scope, the first squad leader Violet grimaced in frustration. They deflected it. The barrage pierced through the ether shield but proved ineffective against the ceramic-like armor beyond. Continuous gunfire eventually brought one beast down, but that was all. When the squad leader Violet signaled, another Violet pulled out a different weapon, a large-caliber combat rifle. Bang, bang. The larger caliber succeeded in penetrating. However, even then, it took several shots to inflict significant damage. The beasts, though dismembered, continued advancing. It wasn't until pipe bombs and grenade launchers were used that they were decisively eliminated. I clicked my tongue in displeasure. Wow, they really are bulletproof. Next, a crossbow was deployed. It was a semi-automatic type with a 30-bolt magazine. A single magic-infused bolt slowly flew out and pierced a beast's armor. Ugh. As anticipated from our research, these creatures were resilient against physical force. I drew my sword, infused it with magic, and slashed at one of the beasts. A creature that had resisted bullets split cleanly in 2. Looking around, I noticed another group of Spartoi approaching, likely drawn by the gunfire. This time, there were 40 to 50 of them. Quite a number. It was time to begin training. The first exercise, defensive drills. All right, everyone. We'll hold them off, go finish them. As the Violet squad switched to shield formations, the team members waiting in the rear sprang into action. Irene infused us with golden magic from behind, while Daphne deployed protective barriers. The Violet barricade was complete just as the Spartoi reached us and began pounding the shields with their bare hands. The impact of their magically charged arms caused the wall to shudder momentarily. Do you need me to step in? We're fine. We've got the team. Irene's question was met with a confident grin from the squad leader Violet. Although her smile was hidden behind her mask, the sound carried clearly, prompting Irene to return the gesture with a quiet smile. Now, attack. As the Violet squad held the front, Lucian stepped forward, exuding confidence. Why the sudden shooting spree? These beasts are naturally bulletproof. We're testing something? Just provide fire support. Before I could finish speaking, he clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers. 5 small magic circles appeared above him. Watch closely, Violet. This is magic. Wearing gloves inscribed with complex magical runes, he pointed toward the beasts. Blue magic arrows materialized from the circles and struck the creatures, toppling them in a series of explosions. Impressive, huh? Stop showing off and focus on the fight. Chastised by Irene, he briefly looked sheepish before resuming his attacks. While spells rained from the rear, a pink-haired girl dashed to the flank. Here I go. Bang, bang. Her magnum pistol roared repeatedly. The bullets, imbued with her unique ability, shattered the heads of the beasts. 3 Spartoi, sensing danger, turned their heads only to be slashed by a flaming sword. As the Violet barricade held the front, Kalia darted to the side like a panther, wreaking havoc on the beasts before retreating. Everyone, fall back now. A clear voice rang out as multiple thin green barriers materialized, separating the beasts from the Violet shields. Daphne's modified protective barriers allowed us to retreat swiftly. From the gap in the shields, a large figure wielding a poleaxe emerged. All right, here I go. Granite charged forward awkwardly with his weapon. He hesitated slightly upon seeing the beasts beyond the barrier, but as the shield vanished, and the beasts lunged, his axe swung with surprising might. The poleaxe, glowing white with infused magic, slashed in a sweeping arc. The result was explosive. Kaboom! 7 charging beasts were obliterated at the waist in a single blow. Obliterated felt more fitting than slashed. The Violet squad reassembled, forming the shield wall once again. Now, all that remained was the decisive ranged strike. A powerful bolt shot would topple them like bowling pins. But no shot came. The black-haired girl, who was supposed to deliver the final blow, trembled instead. Levi, what are you doing? Sorry, I need to shoot, but... Prompted by Daphne, Levi finally came to her senses and raised her massive ballista. However, the beasts were already upon the violet shield wall. Was it too close to shoot? Looks like it. The close proximity seemed to hinder her. The squad ceased training and drew their swords instead. Irene, let's go. Charge, charge. Moments later, the golden-edged spears of the shield wall charged forward, crushing the beast horde completely. Is there a problem? Sorry. They got too close. Levi mumbled something incoherent. Was it because the weapon wasn't suited for short-range combat? After a brief reorganization, we resumed our march. Later, the Violets continued their advance toward the location where the Wyverns were said to be. During that process, we carried out various small-scale experiments. For example, assigning 1 Violet to each team member. So, the one with the blue armband on their arm will act as a radio? Is that what you're saying? When Kalia asked, the Violet with the blue armband on her right arm nodded. Yep, I'm number 51. From now on, I'm the radio Violet. I'm number 691, and that one's no 217. Kalia shook her head in disbelief and muttered, as expected, you're still the same. At the moment, I distributed short-range laser communicators to the team members. These devices were supposed to work even in the interference-heavy dungeon environment. However, these communicators were unreliable. Even small obstacles like a hill would render them ineffective. It's probably because I bought the cheap ones. It wasn't a problem when we moved together, but when we had to spread out, it became an issue. Especially since the dungeons ahead were expected to be more complex and easier to get lost in. So, I resolved the issue by assigning 1 Violet to each team member. The concept of a human radio seemed unfamiliar to everyone at first. No one understood it until I demonstrated it myself. I stationed 1 team member beyond a hill and had another member relay a message. Testing, testing. This is Daphne. Irene, can you hear me? The words entered the ears of 1 Violet, were transmitted through the Violet network, and then repeated by another radio Violet. Testing, testing. This is Daphne. Irene, can you hear me? By utilizing the sharing of senses and thoughts, the spoken words were conveyed instantly. This entire process took less than a second. I just can't comprehend your clone abilities. So, you're saying you'll use this thought-sharing ability to relay messages without delay? Exactly. Looking at the radio Violet assigned to him, Lucian opened his mouth in disbelief. So, can magic do something like this? No. Then I win. As the Violets puffed up with pride, Lucian showed a rare look of defeat. Magic, no matter how advanced, couldn't beat the Violets. Now that the team members were convinced of the principle behind the radio Violets, it was time to test something new. We arrived at an area notorious for wyvern disturbances. While the team rested, the Violets searched for a suitable spot to serve as an observation point. They found a relatively high hill nearby. Start digging. Set up the gun emplacements. Fill the sandbags. With synchronized chants, the Violet squad quickly dug into the ground and constructed sandbag defenses. 15 minutes later, small firing positions were completed one by one. Nothing was impossible for the Violets. This area would host machine guns, anti-materiel sniper rifles, and crossbow marksmen. It was an anti-aircraft position designed to unleash a barrage against the wyverns. Let's move Levi here as well. During our previous encounters with monsters, Levi hadn't done anything. She hadn't even fired a single shot in close combat. Even the axe guy who came with us had nervously but diligently done his part. Perhaps her oversized ballista was only effective for long-range combat. In that case, she should do well in ranged engagements. It's a secure position, so she should be able to fire freely, right? I dragged Levi to the stronghold. It was the safest spot, covered with camouflage netting, on the highest ground. Levi, stay here from now on. When the radio gives the signal, fire immediately. Got it. Why yeah, I got it. And so, we waited for the wyverns to appear. After a while, the sound of flapping wings grew louder, and a wyvern appeared from the milky sky. I'll lure it in. I fired several signal flares into the sky. As the red lights shot up, a gray, greedily-eyed wyvern flew toward us. Its crimson eyes scanned the ground below. Cray-a-a-a-a. The wyvern soared over our heads, gathering something in its mouth before spitting it out. It was an acidic liquid infused with magic. Scatter. Daphne, get the shield ready. The Violet group and team members quickly scattered under the protection of a barrier. The ground sizzled and bubbled as the acidic liquid splattered and corroded the surface. Open fire. Soon, the anti-aircraft positions around the hill unleashed a barrage. Beams of light tore through the sky. Amid the confusion, a magical spear launched by Lucian pierced through one of the wyvern's wings. The monster screeched and plummeted to the ground. Now, the grounded monster spotted the violets rushing toward it with weapons. Just as it attempted to flap its wings and take off again, it collided with an unexpected obstacle. With a thud, its wings struck a translucent, greenish barrier. It worked. Daphne exclaimed triumphantly. Several transformed shields she had deployed above the creature had blocked its ascent. The violets and Irene swiftly surrounded the monster and began striking it relentlessly. Die. The team members took turns battering the creature until they eventually severed one of its wings. The beast was now grounded for good. Irene immediately spoke to the radio violet. Channel Levi. Now's the time, fire. The radio violet relayed the order without hesitation. However, Levi's hands trembled uncontrollably. She stared at the wyvern as if in a trance. Hey, shoot already. I couldn't stand it anymore and smacked her on the back. Levi snapped out of it and finally pulled the trigger. The ballista's string creaked as it released, sending a large, white bolt hurtling toward the wyvern's spine. While the beast was immobilized, the violets swarmed over its body and stabbed it mercilessly. We did it. A blood-soaked violet descended to the ground. However, the celebration was brief, as the radio violet in the anti-aircraft position grumbled. What's the problem now? I am sorry. Her modest red ribbon and twin tails quivered with unease. I stopped myself from scolding her further when I saw her guilt-ridden, trembling black eyes. I didn't know what else to say. The violets in the barracks, who had been observing the scene, rested their chins on their hands in dissatisfaction. Levi had complied with our commands and eventually fired her weapon. But there was a problem: her hesitation. In battle, even a second's delay can decide the outcome. We set the stage and gave the order, and this is the result. She was far more timid than I'd anticipated. If she's this scared of distant enemies, what will she do in closer engagements? That weapon. Can't we just use it ourselves? Ballistae like Levi's were rare, and the ones available on the market were vastly inferior. Leaving her behind and using her weapon myself seemed like a better idea. I handed Levi a snack to console her, convincing her to let me examine her weapon under the pretense of curiosity. Though reluctant, she finally agreed. As I touched the weapon and brought up its status window, I was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? A 5-star weapon. The status window displayed 5 stars. Wailing Song of Annihilation. First Martina, and now this. Why do the most random people end up with 5-star weapons? A 5-star weapon, huh? That's nice. If I could use it, it'd be great. But there was a problem. Wait, it doesn't work. I couldn't use it. When I tried pouring my magic into the ballista, it didn't budge. What? Was it a user-exclusive weapon? Is this something only you can use? Why yeah, it's a relic weapon, so it recognizes me as its owner. I see, so it was a relic weapon. I considered asking about the weapon's origin but decided against it. There was no point in taking it since I couldn't use it. It would just be a decoration. Still, it was too valuable to discard. The metal bolts it used were easier to acquire than rockets or anti-tank missiles and just as powerful. Since she was now a part of the team, I had to change her mindset by any means necessary. I'll turn her into a warrior. A soldier of steel and blood. I resolved to transform this timid and cowardly girl into a lover of violence. What the Violet unit needed was someone who would revel in their enemies' blood and take pleasure in leaving widows and orphans in their wake. We couldn't afford a stammering, reluctant child who barely followed orders. In the 21st century's peaceful society, Levi might have lived as a shy, model citizen. But in this world, where violence reigned supreme, we needed a warrior who relished in crushing her enemies. What should I do? With only one day left before the next dungeon, I would find a way to change this girl's mindset no matter what. It was time for mental reconditioning. I'll make her a warrior of blood. Several hours passed as I pondered how to mentally arm this friend. In the meantime, the number of Raskrins I had captured was barely 1. We descended below the prearranged shooting position to have lunch. What's this? Are they students? There were guests. By noon, the hunting grounds were already filled with other hunter teams. I had been worried because they all looked like they had fierce expressions, but luckily, they didn't spare even a glance at the corpse of the Raskrin, which we had planted our flag on. To be honest, I thought they were going to take it from us, but this is surprising. What a relief. Granite muttered while adjusting the broad blade of his poleaxe. Irene, who had been passing by, overheard and spoke up. Surprising? How? Oh, Irene. I was just talking to myself. What I meant was, I was worried they might take it from us because we're just students. She shook her head. Irene had just returned from a short reconnaissance with Violet number 6. You don't have to worry about that. Stealing prey from others is one of the biggest taboos among hunters. This industry is surprisingly small. Even if it's done once or twice, if you keep doing it, the word will spread quickly and you'll be looked down upon by others. There's even a chance you'll get caught up in a duel. Then Irene casually tapped the black box hanging from both her and my attire. More than anything, these days, it's basic to carry portable recording devices. We analyze how attacks are made and how to allocate the spoils with these. You think we can't catch a thief? I see. I listened with interest to Irene's explanation. This was how they prevented hit-and-run tactics in this world. While strength was highly valued, there was still a certain order within it. We set up our lunch near the anti-aircraft position we had deployed on the hill earlier. Today's lunch consisted of freshly bought lasagna, French fries, salad, and large genetically modified chicken legs. By the way, how does everyone feel about coordinating so far? While eating the warm lunch, Irene spoke up. It feels like I'm adjusting only for that guy, but there's nothing I can do about it. But, let me ask something. What is it? Lucian seemed to hesitate, about to speak but then looked around, as if deep in thought. His gaze kept landing on the violets. Now that I looked closely, it seemed he was confused about which violet to speak to. With the cute Nigerian Nairo. You can talk to anyone. TCH, this is confusing. Alright, I'll just say it. Is this a chicken leg? It looks like a turkey leg. He picked up a leg of lunch and placed it on his plate. I had bought it from the store, so I assumed it was a chicken leg. Upon closer inspection, the packaging clearly said it was a turkey leg. It was my first time seeing turkey. It was quite interesting. Well, it tastes good. Kalia bit into one of the legs. Everyone except for one person seemed to enjoy it. Levi. He was cautiously nibbling his lunch while looking at me for approval. Hours passed, and we resumed fighting monsters in an area where there weren't as many people. There were so many trying to hunt hounds and wyverns, so we couldn't find much to catch. The magazines changed. Oddly enough, Levi's ballista had undergone some changes. Instead of a large square magazine holding big bolts, it now had a cylindrical magazine. Earlier, the bombardment type didn't help much, so I changed the ammunition. That kind of function exists. Interestingly, Levi's ballista could shoot a variety of bolt types with just a few adjustments. The default bolts were regular large steel ones, but with some adjustments to the device, it could fire medium-sized bolts from a high-capacity magazine, allowing for continuous fire, though with lower power. So, it can become a machine gun or a cannon depending on the need. Yeah, that's right. We marveled at it. It wasn't just an artifact weapon. We heard the sounds of a new group of Spartoi approaching. How about shooting at them? Levi hesitated but eventually pulled the trigger. The string of the ballista shot back and forth in quick succession. The bolts poured out like rain. However, the bolts flew in all directions except where they were intended. When I glanced over, Levi was shaking with her head down, only pulling the trigger. Hey, what are you doing? You need to aim. Unable to stand it, Lucian shouted at her, and only then did Levi lift his head. The shooting stopped immediately, and the remaining monsters were taken care of by me and the other team members. Levi, are you hurt? After the battle ended, Irene, arms crossed, calmly asked. Sorry. It's not like that, but it's just not working. Kalia, who had been silent, also spoke up. Hey, is it something you don't want to do? It's not like that. Lucian was the one most actively expressing his frustration. Clearly irritated, he stepped forward to argue. Hey, if you're going to be like this, go back to the base. What have you been doing while everyone else fought? You're just useless. Levi lowered her head weakly, and Daphne, who had been standing behind, stepped in. I don't think we need to press him too hard. I don't think he's doing this out of ill will. Can we give him a moment? I'll try talking to him. Daphne was probably right. Thinking about it, if I wanted to help Levi adjust her mindset, I needed to understand why she was behaving like this. And for that, we obviously needed to talk. After everyone else stepped back, Daphne gently asked. Schneider? No, Levi. I don't think you're doing this with bad intentions. But there must be a reason why you haven't fought properly even once. Could I ask about that? Levi, scared at first, kept her mouth shut. But gradually, she calmed down and slowly started speaking. As she fumbled through her words, we listened quietly. To summarize her long and detailed past story. Actually, when I was young, I was attacked by a monster. I almost died. So, that's why you're still scared of monsters. Daphne looked at her with pity, her gaze filled with sympathy. That's awful. But then, why did you come to the academy? If you're afraid of monsters, how did you plan on becoming a hunter? I asked out of curiosity. When I heard that, Levi's face was filled with sorrow. I want to defeat monsters. I'm scared, but I don't want others to go through what I did. She gently stroked her weapon with a helpless touch. And I thought if I had this, things would get better. This ballista. This was actually my grandfather's. No one could use it, but one day, when I used it, it suddenly surged with magical energy, and I could use it. When it's by my side, it gives me courage. Levi laughed weakly. I thought about it several times, but no, our Violet does not abandon teammates. While Daphne stepped away, I brought her aside and told her I had something to say. I'm not well versed in psychology, but I know that to change a person's behavior, you must first alter their mindset. For starters, I don't know how to heal her trauma. However, in this harsh world, I must make her at least actively capable of attacking. This place is. When she anxiously looked around, I summoned the violets to surround her. Eek. Levi, listen carefully. Attack is the best defense. What are you saying? Repeat after me. Attack is the best defense. Attack is the best defense. While Levi mimicked what I said, I thought to myself, if I kept drilling a single idea into her ears, would it unconsciously internalize within her? Since I had assigned communication violets to each team member, I could ensure Levi had a violet beside her 24/7. After quite some time, I asked her how she felt, to gauge any psychological change. How do you feel? I'm not sure. I see. Expecting a rapid change is unreasonable, even from my perspective. Besides, the phrase attack is the best defense is too pure and common. A more radical yet convincing phrase is necessary. After brainstorming with several violets, I came up with a firm and aggressive sentence. Levi, from now on, repeat what I say. Are you ready? Why yes. I recited the newly conceived phrase. My weapon exists not for defense but for attack. Now, repeat. My weapon exists not for defense but for attack. Levi repeated the phrase multiple times as I instructed. While she reflected on the words, another violet began persuading her nearby. Levi, how do you want to use that ballista? This. The girl's black eyes darted around as if avoiding the question. I waited patiently for her answer. This ballista belonged to my grandpa. My grandpa was a hunter. So I want to become a hunter too, to protect others. I nodded and asked again. You said that weapon is to protect others, right? But how do you protect others? By killing the enemy. The three violets standing nearby shook their heads. The term killing carries significant discomfort. To change someone's perspective, the language used must also change. Negative words breed negative perceptions, while positive words foster positive views. I attempted to shift her mindset with a simple strategy. Levi, listen carefully. From now on, when thinking about fights, don't think of killing. Instead, think of removing or clearing away. How does that sound? Removing. Yes? When there's trash at home, you clear it away, don't you? Don't think of what's in front of you as something that dies. It's not even alive. Just think of it as something to be cleared or removed. Using appropriate language would ease her burden of engaging in violence. With this method, multiple violets surrounded and persistently talked to her throughout the rest periods. By the time we finished dinner and night had fallen, a change occurred. Is that so? At first, Levi, who had been anxiously watching my reactions, began to gradually nod in agreement. We don't kill beasts. We clear them away. Clear beasts away. Beasts are humanity's enemies, just like garbage. They don't have rights, you know. I nearly added, enemies have no rights, so just clear them away, but stopped myself. Going that far would backfire. It was still too extreme for a naive girl to accept. Now, repeat after me. Enemies are cleared away. Enemies are cleared away. Well done. Why yeah. The teaching continued into the next day. While waiting for the appearance of Rusklin for our mission, I kept coaching Levi. From the newly dug out position, a violet strained to pull back the bolt of a heavy sniper rifle. A harsh metallic clank was followed by the smooth sound of a thick cannon shell sliding into the chamber. You're helping us clear the world of trash. See over there. I pointed outside the sandbags of the firing position, where our teammates were taking a break. All you need to do is pull the trigger. Unlike them, you won't even need to get physically involved. Is that hard or easy? Easy. That's right. With just a flick of a finger, we can clear away the beasts and help the team. The communication violet whispered into Levi's ear. You're not saying you can't do something this easy, are you? I believe in you. And no, I can do it. But I feel a bit dizzy. Maybe we had stayed by her side whispering about attack and defense all day, but Levi seemed lightheaded. It seemed our efforts hadn't yielded much help. As I let go of expectations and prepared to try again later, another Rusklin emerged beyond the milky white sky. Everyone, prepare for battle. Why is it even bigger? We fired signal flares into the sky, just as we had done yesterday. The successive flares drew the beast's gaze downward. Anti-air emplacements across the area opened fire again, while Lucian began preparing his magic. We'd damage its wings, force it to descend slightly, and then Daphne's barrier would hold it in place for us to strike. Everything went according to plan until the beast turned out to be far larger than anticipated and nearly shattered the barrier with sheer brute force. Zap! Crackle! Ah! While Daphne flinched, the Rusklin flapped its wings once more, soaring upwards. Lucian's magic and Kalia's bombardment struck it, followed by heavy gunfire from us. Shots from one of the sniper nests punched holes into its wings, and a rocket launcher hit its body. Roar! The beast thrashed in agony. Yet all of this wasn't enough to bring it down. The soaring monster went berserk, spewing acidic breath in every direction. Scatter! Shields up! Eek! If a creature with tank-like durability flew around like that, we had no way to ground it immediately. In this unforeseen situation, Violet Command prepared for a prolonged engagement. Reinforcements at the company level were urgently summoned, and a heated debate broke out. We've got no choice. Deploy the air squadron immediately. Use the V1 rockets. What do you think a powered hang glider that barely reaches 70 km per hour will achieve? And those rockets aren't meant for anti-air. Let's use guided bombs? If we ram them with explosives, the beast should die. Amid the arguments, the communication violet suddenly turned her attention to Levi, who was trembling with her head buried in the ground. And no, I don't want to. I'll die. What do you mean die? You won't die. The teeth? Those eyes? I hate it. I really hate it. Was she recalling old memories? I pulled her to her feet. Listen carefully, you won't die. I'll make sure to get you out alive. Ugh. Looking straight into her eyes, I shouted. But I won't just sit here and take it. So get up. Whether you run or fight, the choice is yours. Outside, Violet Company was running around, pouring anti-air fire. Using such a small ballista would take forever. The rockets wouldn't even hit. I tried to step outside the base, but at some point, Levi, who had been trembling, suddenly stopped moving. Levi, whose eyes met mine, muttered something intensely. Defense is the best offense. My weapon exists not for defense but for offense. Beasts are enemies are trash. Our rights don't exist. I stared at him blankly. What was this change? It was so sudden. I can do this. The girl, who had been bowing her head, suddenly lifted it. Without hesitation, Levi grabbed the ballista. Violet, on the radio, looked at her in surprise. I'll clean up the trash. At that moment, with a loud cracking sound, large bolts flew into the sky. A thick beam of light struck the body of the Raskrin, one of its strands of light piercing it. Kroa, the unexpected shock caused the beast to plummet to the ground. Disappear. Another large bolt struck the falling Raskrin's body. A huge hole appeared, visible from afar. Get lost? Get rid of it. Disappear. As a prepared large bolt fell, Levi quickly adjusted the internal mechanisms of the ballista. With a screech, parts of the ballista's body transformed. She changed the magazine desperately, like a thirsty person sticking their nose into a puddle. The box-type magazine fell to the ground, and a cylindrical magazine filled with medium-sized bolts for rapid fire clicked into place. The magical bowstring, powered by magic, quickly moved back and forth, swallowing bolts and spitting them out one after another. White beams imbued with magical power poured out like machine gun fire. Kroa, the beast, which had fallen to the ground, struggled, but could not avoid the torrent of shots. Bolts lodged into Raskrin's large body like rain, creating holes. Team, get away from the others. Get over there, move. As the magazine emptied, Violet's squad and the team members rushed toward the fallen beast. Like ants dismantling food, we dealt with the beast in a cruel manner. Levi, who had witnessed all this, was sweating coldly and blinking her eyes in confusion. I did it? Violet, how? I smiled brightly. Good job. Suddenly, a radio transmission came through. Irene to Levi. Good job. It was a bit violent, but thanks to you, we got it? Violet on the radio repeated the words and then turned her gaze back to him. Levi, like before, trembled again. However, anyone could tell that this was not due to fear. The trembling now was from the excitement of victory. The adrenaline, spreading throughout her body like a high-speed train, rushed through her veins. I had only slightly guided her way of thinking, but I didn't expect such a quick change. It was an unexpected situation, but the result was excellent. This child had already gained some enlightenment in such a short time. I was quite proud. She hadn't forgotten what I taught her. I did it, right? Right? Ahaha. I got rid of it. Yeah, let's high-five. For a brief moment, even her speech pattern changed. The stuttering tone became quicker, and the breaks disappeared, likely from the excitement. Violet on the radio happily celebrated the teammates' growth and gave a high five. She hesitated for a moment after hearing my suggestion but nodded as if she had realized something, then slapped my palm. In Levi's eyes, which had been filled with guilt and self-punishment, a new spark of life began to shine. I could feel the heat of the flames burning fiercely within her. When she came down, Levi reflexively shrank back when she saw her teammates. She must have thought she would be criticized. However, contrary to her expectations, the situation unfolded differently. Good job. Hey, if you had done this in the last dungeon, how much better would that have been? Surrounded by people praising her, a brief flash of flame flickered in Levi's eyes. The flame soon died down, and she returned to her usual stuttering, passive self. Thank you. Levi, unsure of what was making her embarrassed, hugged her ballista and fumbled around. But, something about her felt different from yesterday. For some reason, I began to like her little by little. If things go on like this, we'll work well together in the future. Levi might just become the next generation talent suited for our Violet squad. Now, the only mission left for Violet is one. I can see Granite hesitantly approaching the beast's corpse. How should I change this guy's personality? He's not as bad as Levi, but he's a waste for his size. That's tough. I need to change this simple-minded country bumpkin. It would be best to make him as ferocious as the weapon he's holding. That's our goal. Violet on the radio, along with the sniper team, came down from the shooting position on the hill. Levi, holding the ballista, followed Violet down. The behavior of a team member who had changed in just one day was somewhat surprising, but the fact that she had performed well was undeniable. Good job. Daphne was the first to smile brightly. Irene also followed and, trying to praise the shy teammate's behavior, instinctively flinched. For a brief moment, it felt like the person had changed 180 degrees. Those eyes. She thought she might have misjudged it but felt a slight sense of unease. Those eyes, she had seen them before among some of the clan members during her training at Helios. Those members behaved like everyone else in everyday life, but when it came to battle, their attitude changed as if they were completely different people. In their eyes, a sense of ecstasy and omnipotence flickered like unquenchable hellfire, and their eerie laughter never seemed to fade. And they all had something in common. They got excited, recklessly shooting their guns. They acted as though the power of destruction was in their hands. Irene hesitated, not wanting to believe it. It must have been a mistake. Could this timid kid really change so much in just one day? She concluded that it was a temporary high and soon forgot about it, preparing to withdraw. Meanwhile, as Violet's team prepared to withdraw, Levi lovingly petted her ballista. A slow but distinct smile spread on her face. I did it. She felt proud of herself. Until now, Levi had been ignored and ridiculed every day at the academy. Because of her timid personality, everyone ignored and laughed at her. No one ever supported or defended her. Levi felt sorrowful and wronged. She hated being such a fool. If the neighbors or relatives found out, they'd be greatly disappointed. She often blamed herself for not being able to become a hunter. As if that wasn't enough, she had been swept up in the academy's murder incident and was forced to leave. She had been so powerless. But just now, she had succeeded. Even though she had the help of her teammates, she had defeated a massive, intermediate-level beast. I could do it. For the first time, she felt exhilaration. She had never felt this way while shooting the ballista. Not even after all the countless shooting drills and training. She had even received praise from friends who fought better and were braver and smarter than her, and all of this was thanks to one girl. A good girl who, despite the brief encounter, had stepped into battle for her. And now, she had taught her about courage. Thank you, Violet. Why hadn't I known something so simple all this time? From now on, I'll get rid of everything. Ha! A small spark of fire ignited in the girl's heart. Levi probably had no idea where that spark would lead. The mission at the Arclight Ruins, which had many ups and downs, was finally over. Like this, if you place it beautifully, Tada. Wow, so this is how you mark it. While the other hunters were dealing with the beasts, I dragged Levi and planted flags on the heads of the two rascalins. Then, I drove an electronic stake into one of the corpses' bodies. It was something I had received before entering the dungeon. The stake contained a chip with a unique ID, and once it was stabbed, it wouldn't come out easily, preventing anyone from claiming they had hunted it. Now, all that was left to do was wait. Every so often, a clan employee responsible for this dungeon would visit the terrain. Soon, I saw a dust cloud rising in the distance, and a group of people on four-wheeled bikes was heading our way. I waved my hand, and the rest of the Violet squad quietly retreated to the hill and activated the reverse generation. Team 68. Confirmation complete. Good work. The employee took several photos and scanned the ID of the electronic stake with a terminal. The entire procedure went smoothly. Now, we just had to head back, but my eyes were drawn to the bike the employee had ridden. Thinking about it, with that size, even though a car can't get through, that might be possible. I thought to myself, it might be a good idea to buy a small off-road vehicle later. I could disassemble it, store it in my inventory, and then reassemble it whenever necessary. Alright, let's go home, guys. After another long and tedious march, we exited the gate. It was raining outside. On the way home, the Violets reflected on what had happened. I guess since everyone is relatively skilled, we didn't really need to sync up beforehand. Really? We only exchanged a few words, but it came together quickly. After a few battles, everyone's positions had naturally been decided. Due to the strong personalities of the team members, there was almost no overlap between them. If I were to compare it to an RPG game, the Violet team could be categorized into frontline and backline roles as follows. First, let's look at the frontline members. At the very front is Irene. Our friend's role is the tank. She supports her allies with her unique abilities and uses her strong physical abilities to absorb enemy attacks head-on. Right behind her is Granite. He's a bit slow, but his powerful close-range attacks, like a single blow from a sledgehammer, are deadly. You could think of him as a barbarian warrior. Meanwhile, Kalia is an agile attacker who can switch between ranged and close combat. She's the fastest among us, so she excels at striking from the enemy's sides or rear. If we're speaking in game terms, she would be akin to a rogue. Now, let's move to the backline. In the back, the first person is Lucian, the blue-haired mage. He's a mage, but he's far from the slow image usually associated with fixed artillery. His equipment includes mana acceleration gloves, which don't allow for the strongest single shots, but help him cast magic quickly. His movement speed is also fast, making him more like an attack helicopter than a stationary artillery. Depending on the situation, he could even switch positions with Kalia. The real artillery is Levi. The firepower from her ballista is devastating. She can shoot everything from long-range sniper shots to rapid-fire middle-distance shots at will. We've turned her into an iron-blooded human weapon, so I'm looking forward to her future contributions. At the very back is Daphne. She's the shield and healer. She must be protected at all costs. As I was organizing my thoughts, a question arose. What exactly are we, the Violets? I realized it seemed a bit odd. A typical fantasy RPG adventurer party suddenly has a group of soldiers thrown into the mix. There's no hero party that drags an entire army around, so it's hard to imagine. We're versatile. An immortal warrior who knows no fear. I see now. I was thinking too much in terms of a game. We can do anything. We can fight at the front with shields and swords, or even though we're not good at magic, we can attack from the back using explosives and heavy artillery. Except for the Chancellor, only we Violets can move freely between the front and back, adjusting our positions as needed. I changed my thinking. Our team is not like a typical RPG hero party. Why do we have to adapt to our team members? We have the numbers. We're the ones who fight the hardest at the front. So, I started to think that it might be the right thing for the team members to adjust to the Violets. From now on, that's what we'll do. Just after I finished my thoughts, we arrived at the barracks. The team members got off and headed to their rooms. Home. I'm so tired. I'll head out too. See you tomorrow. Got it. Kalia, take care. Once the others went to their rooms, only Irene, myself, and Violet number 45 were left. We headed in the opposite direction of the dorms to discuss the next dungeon we would go to. As we opened the factory door and entered, the Violets waiting inside were either resting or handling small tasks. In one part of the factory, Violet number 1 and number 2 were sitting. In front of them was an intrigued-looking Uruk, dressed in a white research coat. Where did he get that outfit? This kind of experiment is pointless, you know? We can even share our sense of sight. I see. Thank you for your cooperation, no one. Right now, what we were doing was an experiment. That doctor had been persistently clinging to me, and tired of it, I allowed his research under strict conditions. He was currently experimenting to see just how much of our senses we could share. Simultaneous sensory sharing, individual egos. The doctor mumbled something and scribbled in his notebook. 45 stepped into the room beyond the partition installed on one side of the factory. As soon as she sat down, Irene posed a question. What do you think? I think one day was enough to get a feel for it. It's time to move on to the next stage. Let's do that? Do you remember the locations I explained during the last orientation? I opened my laptop. Photos taken inside the dungeon appeared in sequence. A surreal, distorted underground mall city shrouded in darkness and a massive cavern with luminous crystals embedded across both the ceiling and the floor. There were 3, right? Vittorio Arcade, Ramsara Mines, and... When I scrolled to the next image, the final photo appeared. It depicted a landscape of ice mountains under a sky painted with strange patterns, towering bizarre trees, and a sprawling snowy field. Pastel snowfield. Irene's expression turned significantly serious. Why there? You could make money, sure, but it's relatively less profitable compared to the first 2 places. Plus, it's cold. Irene had a point. If the sole purpose was to make money, there were plenty of more efficient locations. However, there was a reason I had chosen this one. There's an ether emitter there. My friend's eyes softened as if she understood. I smiled in satisfaction. Really? Violet, you're not in any financial trouble, are you? No? There's no issue. Then we should start here. Perfect timing. It'll also help strengthen the rest of the team, right? Even without me saying much, Irene eagerly advocated for going to the snowfield. It must be because she had personally experienced its effects before. It felt like we were proceeding in reverse order compared to the way I introduced the locations, but oh well, that didn't really matter. But Violet, do you have winter gear? Pastel Snowfield is known as one of the most brutally cold places among dungeons. For a moment, I felt a pang of realization. Irene, who was closely observing my face, let out a short laugh as if she had expected this. Of course. You forgot, didn't you? Hehe. I chuckled awkwardly. Then, leaving immediately is out of the question. Let's leave in 2 days. We need to rest and gather proper equipment. Got it? So, what should I prepare first? Start with cold weather gear. We'll need to buy clothes. I began discussing with Irene about what we needed to purchase and prepare. We need winter combat suits. Our combat suits are black, remember. Dante, we also need to buy winter gear for the others. We suddenly had a lot to do over the next 2 days. During the 2 days, while the others rested, the Violets busily purchased the necessary equipment and supplies. We bought winter clothing and procured cold weather gear. Minus 30 degrees? I didn't realize it was this cold in a dungeon, even though it's like a game. Did you forget? Some regions are so cold that if you stay too long, you take damage. The Pastel Snowfield is a dungeon roughly the size of a small city. It's so cold that even awakened individuals, who are enveloped in magical energy, struggle to endure it. More importantly, the natural phenomena within the dungeon are warped due to the influence of ether, distorting the laws of physics. Normally, the area is calm without even a hint of wind, but if you get caught in one of the occasional ice storms, you could literally freeze solid. If we weren't careful, we might turn into frozen violets. Still, because of the high altitude and the lack of flying beasts, we might be able to deploy an air squadron. That's great. After thoroughly preparing, we set off with the rested team members for our next destination. We drove southward from early morning, descending for quite some time. After passing the checkpoint and crossing the wall, we headed toward the gate, but the area was unusually noisy. What's going on? I tilted my head in confusion. Sitting behind me, Kalia tapped my shoulder and pointed toward a specific direction with her finger. Violet, look over there. Those people. Right in front of the gate, a group of men and women were arguing with armed hunters, causing a commotion. Wondering what was going on, I stepped out of the car. What do you mean you're not going now? That doesn't make sense. It's too late. You heard it too. We can't go to such a dangerous place. Are you insane? A middle-aged man in a suit, who seemed to be the group's leader, was clutching at one of the hunters, trembling visibly. At a glance, the man looked fairly wealthy, judging by the luxury-like clothing he wore. The rest of the group was also well-dressed and neat in appearance. As the shouting match continued, nearby onlookers turned their heads toward the scene. The hunter's face twisted with discomfort as he looked troubled. Another hunter, presumably his companion, peeled the middle-aged man's hands off his colleague's collar. The man could do nothing but let go powerlessly. Lowering his head dejectedly, the man's shoulders slumped, while the hunter's colleague spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, but 3 days have passed. By now, they're probably already dead. His polite words only seemed to worsen the situation. A woman of a similar age to the middle-aged man screamed, setting off a new wave of wailing from the group. Don't talk nonsense. No one's dead. They're not dead. They're over there. They must be alive, I'm sure of it. I still couldn't fully understand the situation. The next moment, the middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching cry. My son? My son is in there? I'll pay you anything. Please. Only then did I understand what was going on. This is getting interesting. Maybe I should ask about their situation. There was a brief commotion around the gate. A father screaming while searching for his child, hunters in trouble. It was an attention-grabbing situation. While people around us were murmuring and watching, the event soon reached its peak and then calmed down. I will return the deposit. I'm sorry. Wait, I'll give you more. Stop, please. After a long struggle, the hunters left. No, Alex. Oh no, the man weakly collapsed. His companions seemed to be pacing anxiously. What are you going to do? It looks interesting. Should we talk to them? The small disturbance piqued our curiosity. What was going on? Bang! The owner of the car waiting right behind us honked loudly. The window on the driver's side rolled down, and the person inside extended his arm, swinging it threateningly. Hey, aren't you getting in? Move the car already. Got it? I'll be out soon. I replied curtly and then steered the car toward the parking lot. As the car moved, the chain-bound wheels screeched against the ground. The car behind disappeared beyond the gate. Since I didn't enter immediately as planned, Irene, who had been quietly sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "What are you planning to do?" I'm curious about those people. The moment I saw them, I felt a strange intuition. A signal that something potentially profitable might be going on. The man from earlier was weakly sitting, staring blankly beyond the gate. Some people in the crowd were comforting him. A few others were making serious faces, dialing numbers. Oh no, this foolish kid, how did this happen? Hey, boss. I told you we couldn't trust them. Let's try somewhere else. Or maybe around here. Don't worry. There must be a way. Violet number 220 calmly walked over with Irene. I opened my mouth. Hey, I saw something happening earlier. What's going on? The man in the suit, who had been comforting the collapsed man, turned his head. The well-groomed man in the suit glared at me. What is it? A student? Kids should mind their own business and go. The man immediately became irritated. I responded bluntly. We're hunters. It looks like a contract was cancelled. Do you need our help? What? The crowd's attention shifted to me. Those who had seen Violet number 220 speaking suddenly looked suspicious. Now was the time for Irene to step in. Please. Got it. Before anyone could ask more, Irene took the lead. Rather than words, it's faster to see it for yourself, right? She took out the clan's ID card from her pocket and handed it over. People's eyes widened. Helios? These kids are from Helios. Is this real? In that brief moment, I saw a glint in the man's eyes. It seemed like the words whispered by the crowd, who had been staring blankly at the man by the gate, also reached his ears. A with ring above new yes. The man staggered to his feet, took the card his companions were looking at, and examined it. It seems real for now. Then, may I ask what's going on? The middle-aged man stared at us with shaky eyes, then sighed deeply. After a while, as if making up his mind, he closed his eyes and reopened them. Well, at this point, there's nothing to lose. You said you're hunters. Is it just you two? No, there are 4 more. I pointed behind me. Other team members, wearing the masks I provided, were waiting by the car. All right, let's sit and talk. When the man's companions seemed about to speak, he raised his arm to stop them. Violet number 220 and the 5 team members headed with the middle-aged man and his group toward the waiting room near the gate. Inside the waiting room, there was a small makeshift restaurant, vending machines, and an information desk. Long tables and chairs were lined up inside. It's morning, but there are a lot of people. Inside, people wearing all sorts of weapons were either eating or chatting. Around large dungeons, such facilities are common. If we were to compare it to a fantasy game, it would be like the Adventurer Guild's dining hall. On one wall, several large TV monitors were hanging. The interior reminded me of a food court. Request number 13, find the lost equipment in Area A1. Blue Greatsword. Request number 26, capture 1 ice skull kit. Request number 31, anyone willing to deliver ammunition to Area B3. Of course, this was a place for hunters to wait. Instead of waiting numbers, requests were displayed on the TV screen. Most were simple requests or errands between hunters. When the middle-aged man in a suit sat down, the hunters briefly turned their heads toward him. Maybe it was because of the earlier commotion. A few people slowly approached as well. The man immediately began speaking. Let me get to the point since we're in a hurry. My son and his friends are missing. Help me out. The middle-aged man and his group's request was simple. Go rescue the naive academy students. Through a few questions, I learned the following details. The man in front of me, Webley Kessler, was the owner of a business that specialized in dungeon relic trade. He had one son, Alex, who was not an awakened one. Alex has always dreamed of dungeon exploration and adventures since he was young. My business was related to that, so he was often exposed to it and became familiar with it. As a teenager, Kessler's son, Alex, awakened one day. His son, who had long admired hunters and adventurers, was overjoyed. His dream of becoming a hunter and exploring dungeons was finally within reach. The aspiring hunter Alex, after much effort, was accepted into an academy for awakened ones. Yeah, he's a student of the Aegis Academy, that prestigious school. Alex? If I had known it would end up like this, I would never have sent him there. While the father recalled the past with a sad expression, Alex's mother was sobbing beside him. The problem is, my son started acting strange one day. Unfortunately, after entering Aegis Academy, this naive son, who had always had considerable self-esteem, began to grow uncontrollably arrogant. One day, Alex, overflowing with youthful energy and the powers of an awakened one, started causing small and large troubles, making his parents' lives difficult. Eventually, Alex disappeared 4 days ago, leaving only a note on the desk. This is the note. A bold first-year student from Aegis Academy had left behind a note that read, "Dad, I'm going to find the Holy Grail." Holy Grail. There's a rumor in the dungeon artifact industry, Webley explained. They say there's an artifact buried deep in the hardest dungeons that grants invincible power. Even Webley himself laughed at how absurd his statement sounded. But that's just an urban legend among us. If such a thing really existed, the clans would have already launched expeditions to claim it. I could sympathize with Webley's sentiment. There weren't any artifacts with such abilities in the Pastalis snowfield. The kid had gone on a wild goose chase. Still, it would have been better if the kid had vanished alone. A bigger problem remained. 4 friends from the academy had tagged along on his reckless journey. Our Yuri is in there too. Lucy's in there as well? Why in the world did they follow him? One by one, the people near Webley began speaking emotionally, without even being asked. Indeed, the group was a gathering of parents who had children attending the academy. Aegis Academy? By any chance, is there a kid named Alex among them? Not at all. He's definitely not a playable character. We contacted the police and hired people to search. The last place my son and his friends were seen was here. We even checked the checkpoint's CCTV and questioned the guards on duty. The man handed over a photograph. It showed a green-haired boy grinning brightly. We contracted a search-specialized clan, but they gave up at the gate, saying it was impossible. Webley glanced at me, then scanned his surroundings. Other hunters had gathered nearby to listen to the story, in addition to my team. It's only been 3 days. I'm not a hunter, but from what I've heard, there's a high chance my son is still alive in there. Please save him. I'll give you anything. The important thing is the contract fee. How much are you offering? When one of the hunters asked, Webley jumped up and loudly announced a figure. Everyone present was shocked. The number of zeros in the amount was staggering. According to Webley, the money had been pooled together by the parents. It seemed they were all wealthy. The reward, exceeding tens of millions of credits, sparked a fire in the hunters' eyes. They swarmed the man, demanding more details. All right, we'll do it right away. Do you have any more specific information? Fortunately, one of the hunters gave me a location where children matching their descriptions were last spotted in the dungeon. That place is. One of the group hurriedly pulled out a tablet from her handbag and turned on the screen. Her finger pointed to a spot at the center of the dungeon map. The Stigma Mountain Range. The faces of the hunters listening nearby changed instantly. One by one, they began shaking their heads. Oh dear, that's impossible. Too bad. That's one of the most dangerous areas in this dungeon, especially during these times. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Webley grew desperate and began pleading with the hunters. If necessary, I'll offer more. If we can gather enough people, it might be doable, right? A bearded hunter shook his head. Even focusing solely on the search would take a long time, and considering the area's size, you'd need at least 2 well-armed companies. But right now, the dungeon's internal mana is experiencing unusually unstable activity. The beasts inside are far more aggressive than usual. The weather will be unpredictable, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts waiting. Mid-level and high-level beasts will be swarming too. There's nothing more to say. The hunters who had gathered, lured by the promise of fortune, quickly dispersed. Left behind, with despair written across their faces, were the parents, and only our team remained. Mister, you're really going to give us all that money, right? Yes, and I'll add more if necessary. I cleared my throat. It was time to get to the main point. Look, mister, I don't mean to be harsh, but there's a chance they might not be alive. Are you prepared for that? What? What are you saying? Shut up. That can't be. One woman, who appeared to be a friend's mother, screamed hysterically. The others in the group hurried to calm her down. Sorry about that. Everyone's losing their minds right now. Please understand. Webley's expression wavered as if he couldn't even bear to think of the worst-case scenario. After a long pause, he finally managed to respond. Yes, I'm prepared. At the very least, help us bring their bodies back to their families. All right, got it. I pulled out a contract form. If they were paying, there was no reason to refuse. Conveniently, as if the gods had orchestrated it, an ether emitter was located near the area where the kids were last seen. How many units can you summon at maximum right now? If I push the spare mana to its limit, about 2.5 companies. I recalled what one of the hunters had mentioned, 2 companies would be necessary. In that case, I just needed to mobilize that many people. Oh, by the way, mister, money is money, but we'll need additional funds for operational expenses. We'll be renting some equipment. Can you help with that? If it's a reasonable request, I'll cover it. But what kind of equipment? I pointed outside the waiting area. In the parking lot, a lineup of large and small snow vehicles bearing clan emblems was visible. I had been curious to try them, so now was the perfect chance to rent one and take it for a spin. 30 minutes later, another truck approached the checkpoint. Since we had already notified them, we passed through without issue. From the truck, Violets began disembarking and boarding the snow vehicles. Who are all these people? I told you, didn't I? We'll find them. Just don't forget the payment. Leaving the dumbfounded parents behind, the Violet squad crossed the gate. As soon as we crossed the gate, the first thing we felt was the cold, a brutal, biting cold. Once we were far enough from the entrance, where we no longer had to worry about prying eyes, the Violets multiplied as needed. Everyone, change into your winter combat uniforms or cold weather gear we bought yesterday. Hurry up. The friends struggled against the piercing cold that seeped through even the smallest cracks. It was far colder than they had imagined. While we prepared to set off from near the gate, the Violets began constructing a battalion command post instead of their usual temporary base and started planning the operation. This mission absolutely requires an air force. For now, the weather inside the dungeon was calm. It was cold, but there wasn't a breath of wind. The Violets quickly pulled out parts from their inventories and began assembling them. Having done this numerous times, it wasn't particularly difficult. Deploy units 1 through 6 simultaneously. Everyone, pull. As soon as the assembly was complete, the engines roared to life, and several Violets grabbed the cords connected to the powered hang gliders and yanked them all at once. 6 hang gliders soared into the sky. What on earth are those? Our Air Force. I proudly introduced our Air Force to the astonished friends. The proud strength of those who guard the skies. With this, we intended to search for traces of the missing children. Of course, the aerial advantage would also be handy for crushing any enemies we encountered. After the hang gliders ascended, a fleet of snow vehicles began racing across the vast snowfield. We had rented 12 vehicles in total, 10 motorcycle-type snowmobiles, 1 medium-sized snow vehicle, and 1 large, heavily armored snow tank. Move out, move out. The Violet mobile unit began their operation. The Violet network was always bustling with noise. The plaza, decorated in a variety of colors, was filled with identical blonde girls. Hundreds of Violets were chatting and playing while waiting for their turn to go out. In the center of the plaza stood a large fountain, where a giant lion statue continually sprayed water from its mouth. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupted from the lion statue. The Violets who had been playing turned their heads. The light signaled the arrival of a new Violet. The girls jumped up, excited. A new Violet is coming. When the light disappeared, a Violet appeared from the lion statue's mouth. She slid down the stream of water like a water slide and landed outside the fountain. Hello, wonderful world. I'm No 705. The newly born Violet waved her hand with a bright smile. A Violet who had been waiting in front waved at her. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm number 512. Come with me for now. Why? It's time to watch the battle. Number 705 tilted her head. Following number 512, she saw a large screen set up at one end of the plaza. Number 512 began explaining the current rescue mission. Detailed explanations weren't necessary. Right after her creation, number 705 had already received all the memories and thoughts of the other Violets. This was just a formality. Number 512 muttered, as if recalling something. You're lucky, though. Ugh, when I was created, the first thing I did was carry pipes around. Eek. Number 705 shuddered, recalling the labor memories of No 512's creation. To have to do hard labor right after being born. Number 705 inwardly regretted calling the world wonderful. Seeing No 705's face darken, number 512 quickly added. Don't be too scared. The Violets who work in the workshops get more tasty food, you know. Wow, that's a relief. No 705's face brightened again. The 2 Violets giggled as they reached the screen. Numerous Violets were focused on the screen. The operation's starting soon. Watch closely. You'll be going out soon too. On the screen, 12 large and small snow vehicles were seen staying near the gate. The Violets, receiving sensory feedback from the field, immersed themselves in the situation. I'm jealous, I want to fight too. Focus. It's starting now. After a while, a squad of Violets dressed in white winter combat suits appeared. The squad members got into the vehicles together. When the engines started, the vehicles, which had been silent like sleeping beasts, rumbled heavily and shook. The tracks slowly moved, pushing the vehicles forward. Soon, the camouflaged snow vehicles crossed the vast snowfield. The snow-covered plain was peaceful, but there were traces of human footsteps and tire marks everywhere. The Violet Battalion headquarters issued orders to the squad. Message from the Violet Battalion HQ: our mission is to rescue the students who are stranded in the dungeon's depths. You've probably heard, but the current situation in the Pastira snowfield is very unstable. The monster's aggression has increased, and the internal climate can change rapidly. Avoid combat and focus on reaching your destination as quickly as possible. Back at headquarters, number 10 compared the electronic map on the desk with the positions of the Violets in the field. The shared sensory and various information, combined through the collective subconscious, vividly expanded the sense of space inside the dungeon in the Violets' minds. Although number 10 didn't fully understand the principle behind it, the girls could now faintly recognize each other's locations on the map. Number 10 thought that the sensory system they were experiencing resembled a satellite navigation system. After confirming the marked locations, another order was given. Message to the escort team. Vehicles 1 and 2, move to the center, and vehicles 3 through 12, deploy to both sides. Form a column formation, escorting the convoy and identifying surrounding threats. Understood. Vehicle number 1 resembled an armored car, while number 2 was a smaller 4-seat vehicle. The rest were snow bikes, 2-seat vehicles. Each vehicle carried armed violets and their team members. Following them, 6 powered hang gliders flew in formation. Message to the 1st Air Squadron: follow the escort team for now and break off at the entrance to the deeper section. Got it? But it's so cold here. Send us some hot packs. VA1, I put them in the inventory. Use them. The violet known as VA1 rummaged through the inventory and pulled out some hot packs. Flying through the strange, spiderweb-like cracks in the dungeon's sky felt like taking a shower in ice water. Following the tire marks of the vehicles, they soon saw the protective walls around the gate and the security hunters. Message from HQ to Vehicles 1 and 2. You're about to pass through the boundary zone, so maintain your formation until you enter the deeper section. Message delivered. The Violets, transmitting the orders via walkie-talkies, relayed the message to the team members inside the vehicles. When they left the barrier, a small forest greeted the convoy. The walkie-talkie Violet in vehicle number 1 opened the roof of the car and peered outside. The hunters were hunting monsters and working around the area. At headquarters, number 10, number 21, and number 33 schemed through the electronic map and dungeon-related materials. They had heard it was large, but it was much bigger than expected. Number 10 checked the schedule while confirming the area marked on the map. We just left the safe zone. It'll take a while to get through the boundary zone. The Academy City's clans categorized dungeons like the Pastira Snowfield into 3 zones based on their distance from the gate. First, there's the safe zone, where all the monsters and risks are cleared and a protective barrier is set up. This area is literally safe. Beyond that lies the boundary zone. It's farther from the gate, with active monsters and some danger, but communication and rescue requests are still possible through wired networks. It's considered a medium-level difficulty. Then there's the deep zone. It's far from the gate, with no wired networks or sometimes unstable ones, and the number of monsters is several times higher, making it high difficulty. The place where Alex and the students were stranded was the Stigma Mountain Range, deep in the Pastira Snowfield's inner region. It was located beyond the snowfield, near the distant mountain peaks. The Violet wondered how these young students had managed to get so far. Even B-grade and A-grade hunters didn't move alone in the deep zones. As the escort team passed by, the workers and hunters nearby turned their attention to them. Small monsters occasionally ran over due to the noise, but the Violets on the snow bikes shot and took them down. After some time, they reached the vicinity of the deep zone. The mountain was getting closer. From the opposite direction, a snow vehicle appeared, hurrying towards them. It was the same kind of vehicle as the one the escort team was riding. The Violet realized it was someone from the clan in charge of managing the dungeon. The vehicle stopped in front of the convoy, honked its horn, and a hunter got out of the vehicle, rushing over to knock on the window. What's going on? Huh? You're not from our clan. Who are you? We rented it. The driver Violet, number 48, explained the situation, and the hunter looked shocked. What? Are you crazy? I don't know who you are, but you look like kids. Turn back immediately. Why? The deep zone is too dangerous right now, especially near the Stigma Mountain. It's a mess. The number of monsters has increased several times. A freezing storm is about to hit. Forget about the rescue. If you don't want to become the ones being rescued, turn back now. We're withdrawing right now. But this is our client's request. Forget about money. Stay alive first. And that vehicle, you rented it from our clan, right? Are you planning to wreck it? We'll take good care of the vehicle and return it in one piece. Seeing the Violet's firm attitude, the hunter shook his head. Sigh, tisk. You're going to get yourselves killed, but what can I do? Here's some advice, though. The Yeti are really angry. Be careful. Got it? Thanks for the advice. The clan's vehicle disappeared in the opposite direction. Sensing the danger, the battalion headquarters ordered some of the team members to get out of their vehicles. Lucian, dressed in winter clothing, grumbled. What's going on? Are we starting already? Didn't we say we would transfer inside the deep zone? I just feel uneasy about it. You haven't forgotten, right? Get on the bike. Irene, Kalia, and Lucian boarded the snow bike as previously planned. The 2 girls told Violet that they would drive the snow bike themselves. You know how to drive it. I learned how a long time ago. Well, it's not much different from a motorcycle, right? It doesn't seem like there's much of a difference. What about you? Well, I'm going crazy. It's fine. I'll drive you. Ugh. The 2 girls skillfully drove the snow bike. Upon seeing this, Lucian's face twisted in what seemed like embarrassment, but he soon took a seat in the back of Violet's number 10 vehicle. Personnel deployment complete. The headquarters checked the situation. Levi and Daphne were in Vehicle 1, Granite in Vehicle 2, and Irene, Kalia, and Lucian in Vehicles 3, 7, and 10, respectively. Before entering the dungeon, they had agreed to follow Violet's orders. If Violet was the queen and king of the chessboard, the rest of the team members were the knights, rooks, and bishops. The battalion command had been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of making good use of these variables. Through the eyes of the people in Vehicle 10, the landscape was visible. A range of mountains, dark blue and covered in snow and ice, stretched out before them. How many monsters must be lurking inside that? Would the people they were trying to rescue still be alive? The Violet team in command headquarters shook their heads and brushed off their hesitation. In any case, their main objective was to reach the ether emitter. If the worst came to pass, they could at least retrieve the students' bodies. They might get paid less, but they'd have to accept it. Taking a deep breath, they exhaled. Advance again. The Violet escort team moved forward. Maybe it was because they were nearing the deep zone, but before long, an urgent report came from the air squadron. This is VA2. Escort team, 1 o'clock direction, multiple monsters approaching. The number is over 100. The type of monsters. Ice Skull Kit. Emergency? Emergency? Prepare for combat. The Violet team, who had been dozing off, quickly snapped to attention and shouted. Emergency? Emergency? Enemies at 1 o'clock. The roofs of vehicles 1 and 2 opened, and Violets with machine guns stuck their heads out. The monsters, with familiar wolf-like features, were charging toward the escort team over the hill. These were the mutated Ice Skull Kit, evolved to survive the frozen wasteland. Their paws had grown larger, and their bodies had become bulkier, perhaps to navigate the harsh snowfields. And they weren't alone. What the hell? Are you serious? Violet, tell everyone. Monsters are riding monsters. Ugh, this is real. Combat formation. Kalia, riding on Vehicle 5, stared ahead in disbelief. It was unbelievable, but the group of Scrax was riding Skull Kit monsters. Those fools? How did they even think of riding other monsters? The command headquarters immediately issued an attack order. Levi, those are trash. Huh, is that really them? Another sharpshooter appeared on top of Vehicle 1. A massive ballista of a dull gray color extended its tripod. As Levi, who had been looking around with a nervous face, grabbed the weapon's handle, her expression changed. The nearby bikes drew the attention of the monster horde. Skull Kit riders armed with ice spears and swords approached the snow bikes. Open fire. Tata-tata. The Violets in the passenger seat fired their rifles, taking down one after another. As the gunshots rang out, more enemies came charging in. Levi, 3 o'clock direction, near the bent tree. Ugh, got it. While the bikes blocked the enemies, the machine guns on the roofs of vehicles 1 and 2 opened fire. The beams of light struck the horde of monsters approaching from the hilltop. Arg, get lost. Using the beams of light as a guide, the ballista fired medium-sized bolts imbued with magical power. The sound was softer, but the destructive power was much deadlier. Each bolt pierced through and shredded the ranks. Monsters swept up in the barrage panicked and turned to flee. As the frightened Skull Kits ran wild, Scrax dropped from above. Good job. Cease fire on vehicles 1 and 2. Vehicles 7, 8, and 9, charge. Vehicles 10 and 11, provide suppressive fire. Kalia and Violet drew their swords. They needed to slaughter every last one before the horde could regroup and come back. Leading the charge, 3 bikes pursued the monsters up the hill. Bullets laden with fire struck the backs of fleeing monsters, while sword slashes cut through their spines. Kraya? The Skull Kit monsters, who had stopped to loiter and wait for a chance, had their heads exploded one by one. The Violet's assault rifle shots were sharp. Soon, victory messages were transmitted from the skies. VA3 has reported to headquarters. Danger eliminated. From headquarters, good job, everyone. We won. Just as the Violets declared victory, another monster horde arrived. Levi, 11 o'clock ahead. Clear them out. Got it? Get lost, trash. Excited, Levi blinked rapidly as she turned the ballista toward the target. With a burst of sound, the bolts tore through the Skull Kit bodies and pierced through the Scrax in a straight line. As Levi reloaded, the machine guns fired again, turning another group of Skull Kit riders into Swiss cheese. However, the numbers were vast, and this time, the monsters had reached the front of the escort team. The command headquarters issued a new directive in a situation where a head-on collision was imminent. That's not going to work. Prepare to charge from Vehicle 3 to Vehicle 7. Vehicle 1, prepare the shield, and Vehicle 10, prepare magic attack. The 3 bikes in the front accelerated. After dealing with the remaining monsters, the 4 bikes following them joined from the right. Irene, are you ready? Now's the time. I got it. Hold on tight. The 7 bikes charged head-on into the mass of monsters. As soon as Violet, through the radio, spoke, a golden magical energy burst forth from the lead vehicle, enveloping the other team members. Everyone, get ready. Everyone, except Kalia, raised their spears. The golden magical energy combined with the red sword aura, amplifying their power. The spears glowed brightly. The monsters were closing in. Their greedy, fierce eyes were visible. Gurch. The spear, charged with magic, aimed straight ahead. The bike formation itself, like a massive arrow, rushed toward the group of monsters blocking the road. Magical arrows flew overhead, piercing the enemies. Bullets and bolts flew, tearing holes in the monster ranks. Despite that, the malicious monsters growled and continued charging toward the front of the convoy. All units cease fire, brace for impact. Charge E. The claws, teeth, and weapons of the monsters were filling their vision. They were getting closer. They were almost there. Just before the collision, pale green protective shields unfolded over the snow bikes. And then the collision. With a tremendous noise, the spears plunged into the monsters. KWAAANG? The bike formation broke through the monster horde like a siege engine. The cavalry charge created a wide opening in the blink of an eye. Through that opening, the convoy quickly pressed forward. Kill them all. Yeah. As a few monsters were impaled on the spears, Irene shook her spear like shaking off dust, throwing the bodies aside. The violets, having discarded their spears, frantically swung their swords, slashing at the enemies. Even the monsters that couldn't die from the attacks were swiftly finished off by two snowmobiles passing over them, crushing their worthless lives. Done? We've passed through. The monster horde, unable to withstand the shock, quickly disbanded. The violet convoy continued as if undisturbed, heading toward the entrance of the deeper area. Haha, we've cleared everything? Violet, how was it? Levi, you did well. Perhaps due to the brief heat of victory or the cold, Levi's face turned red, and she trembled with excitement. When the battle ended, Daphne had already stepped outside, looking around. With a worried expression, she asked Violet over the radio. Violet, how far have you come? Please let the others know. Violet, over the radio, received an immediate response from headquarters. Yeah, they just reached the entrance of the deeper area. Upon hearing the backseat Violet's words, Irene sighed. That Hunter was right. If the monsters are like this near the deeper area, who knows how many more will come out ahead. Don't worry, once we pass the gorge, the number of monsters will drop significantly. On the contrary, that means there are a lot here. Don't you think? At Irene's words, Violet wasn't sure how to respond. After passing through the hills and forest, the gorge greeted the Violet convoy. The Stigma mountain range was even closer than it had been hours ago. Our Violet search squad was currently heading towards the mountain. It was the place where the missing person was last seen. In the deep areas of the Pastora snowfield, there was Stigma Mountain, a rugged place with twisted trees and ice scattered around. To reach this place, one must first pass through a narrow passage between the canyons. The cliffs on both sides weren't extremely steep. There were trees, but they were sparse, so there was no obstruction to our sight. The problem, however, was the number of monsters, which was several times greater than the boundary zone. After fending off an attack from a pack of monsters riding other monsters, we entered the canyon passage, only for another swarm of monsters to swarm around us, like flies around food waste. Kweong. Die. Violet 27 from the fourth vehicle smashed the head of an ice skull kit. Even while riding the snowbike at high speed, she used her magical powers to count the number of monsters charging at us. There were 3 coming straight at me. Eat this. Bang, bang. The marksman Violet in the back seat sprayed automatic shotgun fire. The ice skull kit turned into a rag and disappeared into the rear. The first and second vehicles sprayed machine gun fire wildly, with the sound of bolts cracking above us without pause. Crazy? How are there so many? We keep killing them, but they never stop. If you have time, shoot some magic. Lucian from the 10th vehicle yelled and unleashed his magic. Blue flame spears flew through the air. An unnamed monster resembling a deer leapt towards us, only to explode midair. As Lucian's breathing grew heavy, the driver Violet handed him a magical energy supplement from her inventory. Ha, die, you bastard? What is this? Drink quickly? We can't afford to lose fire support. Replenish the ammo. Ammunition? What am I, a cannon? Oh no, I accidentally voiced my inner thoughts out loud. My back was tingling. From the 9 o'clock position of the escort team, a new swarm of monsters rushed towards us, and Lucian hastily drank the magical supplement. A massive fireball flew through the air. The blue flames consumed the monsters. They were strange, bull-like beasts. Cheers erupted among the violets. This is fun. Let's burn them all. As Lucian knew, the human magic launcher of the Violet Search Squad continued unleashing destructive magic. The escort team entered the middle of the canyon. Arnubeta. Various monsters vanished, only to be replaced by new enemies blocking our way. Irene, who had been riding ahead on a bike, shouted. Violet, tell everyone. A pack of Ataquan monsters ahead. Yeti-like creatures. Human-like monsters with white and blue fur began to appear one by one around the canyon. These were the Ataquan, the tyrants of the Pastora snowfield. Irene, sensing the danger, activated her unique ability once again. Golden magical energy spread like a wave. Twisted humanoid creatures glared at the escort team with their 4 eyeballs. They seemed angry, as they screamed so loudly that it felt like the canyon itself was shaking. Kauk? Kauk? The enraged monsters stomped their feet and charged toward the escort team. They're coming. They're fast. Their speed matched that of the vehicles. One Ataquan, who had gotten close, swung its fist. Vehicle 12 narrowly avoided it in panic. Violet from Vehicle 2 quickly fired her machine gun to provide covering fire. Keu, thank you. At that moment, bullets and bolts rained down, sweeping the surroundings. The Ataquans, with holes in their bodies, collapsed onto the snowy ground, bleeding. Still, bullets work. Violet from Vehicle 1 shouted as she threw a spent shell casing. The shell casings from the machine guns fell to the floor. The snowmobile floor was littered with yellow shell casings and black ammo belt pieces. I was grateful that their defense wasn't too strong. Though their strength varied, these monsters weren't exceptionally powerful. Be careful. They're mid-tier monsters. Don't let your guard down. Daphne warned as she hurriedly raised her staff. Something huge came flying toward Vehicle 1 from one side of the canyon. It was an ice spear imbued with magical energy. The spear exploded upon hitting a pale green protective shield. Damn, these monsters had started launching ranged attacks. Ugh. Are you okay? Yeah. I focused on our escape. It was a very tricky situation. While monsters on one side were throwing ice and snow hardened with magic, others were charging at us furiously, using suppressive fire as cover. The narrowly missed chunks of ice hit the ground with a thud, exploding. The shockwave was comparable to that of artillery shells. This was why the Adaquan were classified as mid-tier monsters. Intelligent enough to launch magical attacks, how is that even possible? Headquarters? Requesting support. The battle intensified. The escort team stepped on the accelerator, but the monsters continued to follow us. Adaquan continued to pop up around the canyon, joining the pursuit. Realizing we couldn't continue like this, the commander of the 10th vehicle gave new orders. 1st Air Squadron, commence close air support. Understood. Roger, Roger. Finally, the 1st Air Squadron, who had been mostly observing except for reconnaissance, joined the fight. Show those monsters what we're made of. The powered hang gliders lowered their altitude. As we approached, the creatures, alerted by the engine noise, turned to look at us. The cost of carelessness was fatal. Fire, fire, kill them all. Kawork, yellow tracer rounds rained down like a storm. Grenades exploded, tearing apart the creatures' bodies. The beasts, unfamiliar with the concept of an air raid, panicked, shielding their heads and scattering in all directions. I sneered at their disarray. Haha, serves you right. Levi let out a short cry of amazement. Kaya, look over there. They're rolling around like garbage. Levi and Violet, the gunner in Vehicle 1, giggled as they watched the chaos. Taking advantage of their faltering pursuit, we quickly raced to the end of the canyon. Realizing they'd been outmaneuvered, the Adaquan beasts growled and resumed their chase. It seemed like we could finally shake off the pursuit. Suddenly, an unexpected counterattack struck. An enraged Adaquan pointed skyward, prompting its comrades to hurl chunks of magical ice into the air. To think they could come up with anti-aircraft fire so quickly. Quadjijik, arg, it's freezing. Violet number 537 screamed. A VA-5 unit providing close fire support was caught in the counterattack. One of the ice projectiles exploded right next to it. Half of No 537's body was frozen solid. The fabric of the hang glider's wings froze and shattered. Losing lift, the glider plummeted. Gah, we're crashing. The spinning glider fell like Icarus, powerless as it drew close to the sun. In the distance, a sharp crunch echoed. The machine gunner in Vehicle 1 saw the crash site. Amidst the beasts, snow, and debris scattered into the air, the hang glider was utterly destroyed. Our plane. The pilot of the VA-5 unit, a Violet, wailed in shock and rage over the network. It felt worse than death. What? Hey, the others fell? Shouldn't we rescue them? It's fine. You know that, right? Kalia, from Vehicle 7, pointed her sword toward the crash site. Her green eyes were full of concern. I hastily reassured her that it was okay, though it wasn't okay at all. We had been careless. This was our first downed aircraft. My pride was wounded. For mere beasts to disrupt our sacred flight, an offense that would anger even the Wright brothers. We had to teach them a lesson. The sky belonged to Violet and Violet alone. We lost a plane. We need revenge. The network buzzed with heated outrage. The Violet pilots of the 1st Air Squadron, furious over the loss of a precious aircraft, seemed ready to charge in at any moment. The command center resolved to retaliate. Message from Battalion Command to the 1st Air Squadron. Ascend altitude and begin bombing. The hang glider formation climbed higher, evading anti-air fire. Circling once in formation, they passed over the beasts' heads, indiscriminately dropping makeshift bombs and incendiary devices. They didn't forget to spray gasoline as well. Kwakwang, Kwuu, Kayework. The ground erupted into a sea of flames. Adaquans, doused in Violet's special incendiary mixture, writhed in agony. Some of the beasts tried to escape through the flames. One particularly large creature led a group in a desperate attempt to flee. Escape? How dare you? Battalion Command authorizes the use of guided bombs. I ascended higher. The VA-1 unit soared above the dungeon. A guided bomb was deployed and began its descent. The target, the heart of the barbaric Yetis group? Yeehaw, here I go. The honor of deploying the guided bomb in its first live mission went to Violet number 12. The lucky winner of this deadly lottery dove with the bomb in hand. An Adaquan leading its kin turned to face us. For a brief moment, I saw the emotions in the beast's four eyes. Was it despair or fear? It didn't matter. Beasts deserved only violence and death. It's gonna blow. Kwang? The makeshift explosives strapped to the bomb were highly effective. The blast shattered the Adaquan group into pieces. Violet. Is that? Levi stared at me with wide eyes like saucers. From atop the snow tank, she had witnessed the entire spectacle. With his sharp eyesight, she must have seen everything. I quickly glanced at Daphne. Thankfully, she was busy talking to another Violet on the radio, discussing matters with the rest of the team. The others simply assumed it was a standard bombing run. As long as I silenced Levi, all would be fine. I decided to make something up on the spot. That is our Violet's new weapon. I tried to cover it up, but I was worried. What should I do? If I scream, things will get complicated. Levi blinked a few times and then showed an unexpected reaction. I see, it's amazing. Don't you think it's strange? Strange? I don't know about that. I'm just scared. I could never come up with something like that. For some reason, Levi was genuinely impressed. Throwing yourself into it, and taking out all the beasts like that? Violet is really brave. I could never do it. That's amazing. Incredible. After a moment, Levi shouted excitedly. Hearing the praise made me feel good. I had someone who recognized my creativity. I asked her to keep it a secret. Levi nodded enthusiastically, her face filled with excitement. While keeping the secret, we safely passed through the canyon and climbed up the mountain. The convoy stopped at a flat spot halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, it seemed that the beasts were all concentrated in the canyon. There were relatively few beasts in this area. After covering the vehicles with camouflage and snow to hide them, we began our official reconnaissance. Company HQ reporting. 2 companies beginning deployment. Violets, dressed in white winter combat uniforms, scattered in all directions. High mountains, deep valleys, silent dungeon. Violet walks across the snow-covered plains. While 100 search company members roamed the ridge looking for traces of humans, hang gliders in the sky searched for human tracks. Come out, Alex, Yuri, Lucy, Cage, Lila, where are you? Your parents sent me, so come out quickly. Tatatang? As we continued brief skirmishes with the smaller beasts, the other Violets took out shovels and tools. While the role of the first company was to search, the role of the second company was to establish a base camp. We set up camp around the vehicle. This was a dangerous area in the heart of enemy territory, known for the abnormal phenomenon of freezing storms. Setting up a simple tent was risky. We piled snow and built walls like an igloo. Reinforced barbed wire made from synthetic composite wire was laid around the area. Explosives connected to electric wires were installed on predicted attack routes. From the sky, it looked crude, but a fairly sturdy defensive base had been established. With this, we should be able to buy time to get the team members out, even in the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, after hours of searching, we came up empty. These guys didn't leave a trace. After discussing, we decided to search deeper tomorrow. So, you want me to set up some magic traps? Yeah, please. This is just my fate. Lucian, who had switched from a human magic launcher to human magic engineering equipment, grumbled while setting up various magical traps and reinforcing the snow barrier. After having a warm dinner brought in through the inventory, the meeting ended, and before we knew it, night had fallen. While the Violet sentries stood guard, the team members went to bed. Over there's the girls' tent, here's the boys' tent. Got it? Don't mix them up. As Lucian and Granite went into the boys' tent, I followed the 4 cute girls toward the girls' tent. Inside, several beds had been set up to block the cold rising from the floor. The space was large and sturdy enough to fit several people at once. By midnight, it had gotten much colder than before. Ah, it's cold, even with the heater. Yeah, it really is. Should we set up some magic to warm it up? Sea cold, ugh. The weather in the dungeon was extremely cold. Despite all the precautions, this was the result. We were all awakened, yet we were still shivering. Suddenly, I came up with a good idea to overcome the cold. Hey, everyone, I've got a great idea. How about sleeping while hugging me? Everyone gave me a strange look. No, suddenly asking that is a bit. Come on, listen. I did my best to persuade my friends. First of all, Violet is warm. And there are so many of them. So if we squeeze a few Violets into the bed, it'll be really warm. This is similar to how penguins survive the cold. And friends usually sleep like this. Let's think of it as a pajama party. While everyone hesitated, Daphne stepped forward first. It's because Violet is cold, right? Well, I guess we have no choice. All right, everyone, come in. Wow, no, this is too many. The off-duty Violets slowly began to enter the tent, surrounding the girls. It's warm. I'll hug you. Hey, what's going on all of a sudden? You, really? Violet? Hee. The girls inside the tent were soon surrounded by Violets. How is it? Isn't it warm? Irene sighed, as if giving up. Yeah, it's warm. Wow, it's really working. What about Kalia? Fine, you're right. It's warm. I surrender. One by one, the girls gave up. Soon, the tent was full of girls lying between the Violets, surrounded by Violets. After the commotion settled, the girls gradually fell asleep comfortably in the Violet blankets. We were warm. Soon, sleep began to overtake us too. Sleeping among these cute girls. I think it's lucky to have been possessed by them. It's warm. The next day, after breakfast, while continuing the search, we finally discovered a trace that could lead to a breakthrough in the investigation. We found it. Footprints. The reconnaissance, which had started again from the morning, continued as numerous Violet soldiers moved up and down the mountainside, searching the area. They scoured every inch for traces of a footprint or a piece of clothing, looking for signs of human presence. Where are you, Alex? The number of personnel currently mobilized was 210. 2 full platoons were widely dispersed, scanning the surroundings. In the sky, 5 hang gliders were conducting aerial reconnaissance. To make matters worse, I received help from Daphne and the blue-haired autonomous mobile magic staff. Did you find anything? Well, nothing caught yet. Nothing, at all. This kind of tracking method is only useful for short distances. Daphne, holding the electronic staff, was searching all over the place, while Lucian attempted magical tracking. There were no results. The outside of the tent is a bit cold. If you stay close to here, it'll be a little better. Thank you. When Levi shivered from the cold, Irene handed her a hot pack. Hadn't I warmed her up yesterday? Was that not enough? Ugh, my whole body aches. Maybe it's because I slept in the cold. Granite couldn't control his body and moved stiffly. The large man with an axe looked like a tin man. Hey, but why are you girls so fine? You've been full of energy since morning. Did you put a stove in the tent? Well, it's a secret. When he asked, I chuckled and avoided answering. The team members were moving in the middle of the Violet squad, remaining alert. Unfortunately, the mountain was so rugged that we had no choice but to proceed on foot for some time. Meanwhile, Violet soldiers from the 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad, 2nd Unit discovered an unusual trace. A black device was buried in the snow. When they dug through the snow, a tire appeared. A wheel. This looks like an ATV. Didn't they rent ATVs to travel? Just then, Kalia, who was nearby, came closer. Memories of the investigation we did before heading to the dungeon resurfaced. Didn't they say they rented 3 4-wheeled bikes before moving? Wow, they came all the way here. Why on earth did they think the Holy Grail was hidden in this mountain, and that it could increase their power? As far as we knew, there was no such artifact as the Holy Grail. They said it would increase their power, right? Could the rumors about an ether amplifier have been distorted? That might be it. An artifact that increases power. Maybe one of the hunters found an ether amplifier by chance in another dungeon and used it. Naturally, it would have some effect. That rumor could have been distorted into something completely different as it passed from mouth to mouth. I stopped these random thoughts and continued to search the area. We were able to find several wrecked vehicles. The 4-wheeled bikes from the photos matched exactly. And with the license plates found, there was no doubt. Guys, we've found traces here. Broadcast to the headquarters and 1st Air Squadron. We're narrowing down the search area. Based on the traces, we gradually narrowed down the search area. What had been invisible for the whole day started to be discovered one by one. Here, there are footprints. Several of them. At first, the footprints were scattered chaotically. Violet, isn't this blood? Kalia discovered scattered bloodstains in an area filled with ice shards. There are also beast tracks judging by the shape and the prints. It's an Ataquan. Irene bent down and traced the scene, checking the surroundings one by one. There are signs of a fight too. Do you want to see? Arrows. We found evidence one by one, stepping forward from trace to trace, using each one as a stepping stone. The gaps between these stepping stones ranged from as short as several dozen meters to several hundred meters or even kilometers. We filled that gap with numbers. We found it? I think it's this way. I'm not sure about the numbers, but I can feel the unique mana of an awakened. It's this way. Having walked for so long in this dungeon, where the distinction between day and night was non-existent, it was already lunch. We finally arrived at a cave beneath an ice and rock formation, a place that was difficult to spot even with aerial reconnaissance. But wait. This place looks familiar? Ugh, this is it, isn't it? The ether discharge device. As they say, the day you go is the day it rains. Could they have been hiding here? We were unsure. Levi, if any strange figures show up, shoot them all. Ugh. After positioning the team members at the entrance, the Violet squad, which took the role of the canaries, proceeded with heightened caution. The cave was not dark, as mysterious glowing crystals were scattered around. Yep, this is definitely the place we were looking for. The ether discharge device. 2 birds with 1 stone. At some point, the Canary squad discovered 5 students around our age, their faces haggard and lying on the ground. Ugh. Who are you? We're the rescue team. A boy with green hair trembled as he pointed a knife with shaking hands. Behind him, 4 other students staggered to their feet. Relay to Central Command, we've located the rescue targets. After the rest of the team entered the cave, we provided food to the exhausted students. They devoured the warm liquid meal voraciously. We're alive. Thank you. During the commotion, I briefly conversed with the client's son. So, your father sent you here. Exactly. According to Alex, he had convinced his friends to follow him here. Fortunately, none of his friends were seriously injured. As Daphne pointed out, their injuries were minor, and they suffered mostly from malnutrition. So now it's time to go home. The adventure is over. Hearing my words, the boy looked relieved, though he seemed to hesitate about something. Wait. Can't I stay just a little longer? There's something I need to find. The Holy Grail, right. I pulled out a note and held it up in front of him. The boy exclaimed urgently upon seeing it. Yes, the Holy Grail. It's definitely in there. I couldn't go further in because of all the beasts, but... In there? You mean deeper inside the cave? The boy nodded. Daphne, who had been observing Alex's group, spoke in a firm tone. No, look at your friends. You need to head home immediately. You don't want them to get hurt even more, do you? Hearing Daphne's warning, the boy dropped his head in shame and fell silent. Why was he so fixated on the Holy Grail? Inside, you said? It's likely where the ether amplifier is located. While Violet's squad guarded the cave entrance, I led the team toward the location the students had mentioned. We found a staircase. Descending the stairs, we arrived at a vast plaza-like area. The space was warm, and it was crawling with beasts. The layout was similar to the ruins in the Chloris forest. There are so many of them. Yeah, but they're all low-level beasts. Let's go. Tatatang? Clang? After a few rounds of gunfire and sword strikes, we wiped out all the beasts and stood before the ether amplifier. So, activating this will grant incredible power. Trust me. Despite the team's apprehension, I hesitated only briefly before activating the ether amplifier. As the energy radiated out, it seeped into the team's bodies and was slowly absorbed. This power. It's my second time experiencing it, but it's still amazing. Save the power testing for later. For now, let's focus on getting out. Handling both the rescue and the team's enhancement in one go was quite the stroke of luck. As we exited the cave, Violet number 621, who was the last to leave, noticed something peculiar in a corner of the ruins. It was an ornate golden goblet with gilded metal. The gilding was peeling off, making it look shabby. Violet number 621 opened a status window and frowned. Golden goblet of pure intent. This isn't the Holy Grail, is it? After reading the description in the status window, there didn't appear to be any mystical properties. There was a unique function, but it was unremarkable compared to other relics. I led the students and the team back outside the cave. We began descending the mountainside to where the vehicles were parked, but a warning came from the sky. Emergency! Emergency! Multiple beasts are approaching. Before the warning had fully registered, 8 Taquan packs emerged from between the piles of rocks and ice. Their 4 eyes glared in our direction. Ruoar. Why now? Why are they showing up now? As I shouted in frustration, Lucian exclaimed as if realizing something. Damn it, it's that amplifier. The energy released when it was activated must have leaked outside the cave. I clenched my teeth in irritation. These monsters were once again in our way. Command to all units, deploy aerial guided bombs. Fortunately, there was still some distance between us and the beast swarm. Without hesitation, I ordered the bombs. Yippee-ki-yay. Soon, 5 violet bombs soared through the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the beasts were obliterated into pieces. The shocked Taquan scattered in retreat. Victory. Our celebration was short-lived as a loud rumble echoed. Snow began pouring down from the mountain summit. An avalanche? Why now? That's because you set off so many bombs. Oops, due to the aftermath of Violet's aerial bomb attack, an avalanche occurred. The team members quickly began running away. It's too late. Gather around me. Daphne urgently called for all of us. The avalanche swept everyone away. Standing directly before such a massive natural disaster, the power of the awakened felt like a child's play. Everyone, huddled together. The Violets, who had been separated from the team, grabbed the closest ones to them and crouched on the ground. Oh, we're being dragged away. Hold on tight. After confirming that they were firmly secured, the Violets held on as best as they could. How long did they endure? The mountain finally settled. One by one, the Violets dug themselves out of the snow and greeted the outside air. We're alive? Hooray! Yay! We dug ourselves out of the snow and made our way back. The effects of the avalanche didn't reach the place where the vehicles were parked. It's time to leave. We finally reached the spot where the car had been parked. After getting the client's children into the armored vehicle, we also got in and prepared to head back. Before leaving, I took out the Holy Grail and showed it to the client's son. Is this the Holy Grail you were talking about? Why, yes. This is definitely it. Alex, seeing the Holy Grail, stared wide-eyed. Hey, you said you were part of the rescue team, right? That Holy Grail, could you give it to me, please? I'm begging you. I asked. Why? We were the ones who found it first. You know the rules of the dungeon, right? The one who hunts and collects it first is the owner. That's. He hesitated. The answer could be heard from behind. One of his friends had spoken out in dissatisfaction. That guy plans to use it to get stronger and confess to a girl. To our student council president. Hey, Yuri, why are you saying that? Alex shouted after hearing his friend's revelation. I asked back in surprise. Student council president? Are you talking about Adela? How do you know? Yes, that's right. I'm going to use the power of this Holy Grail to get stronger. Then I'll confess. Adela's family has a long tradition of knights and warriors in service. So, Alex, who had been hesitating, suddenly shouted something. I'm going to become a strong man. With the power of this Holy Grail, I'll become the strongest hunter. If I do that, maybe I can win Adela president's heart. I felt deflated. 621 handed him a cup. Well, that's a good idea. Here, take it. Really? Yeah, good luck. He held the golden cup like it was something precious, then got into the car. Violet, isn't that something valuable? Can we just give it to him? When Kalia asked, I shook my head. No, it probably doesn't have much value. His father was a businessman who dealt in artifacts. Even without a status window, he'd likely recognize what it was. And even if it were the real Holy Grail, it would still be hard for him to win Adela's heart. Good grief, to win Adela's heart, he'd have to be someone like a scholarship officer. He doesn't know anything. Foolish guy. As we imagined when and how his dream would shatter, we returned to the entrance of the gate. After several hours, we finally arrived back to reality beyond the gate, exhausted from our ordeal. Look over there, our kids. Oh my god. The snowmobile arrived, and the students were helped out of it. The parents who had been waiting ran toward us, screaming, Mom, for the next month, your allowance is confiscated? But, I'm just glad you're back, sniff. While parents and children were reuniting, Alex was being scolded by the client. Hey, you dumbass. What? The Holy Grail? Are you out of your mind? As the father, who had almost lost his child, vented his anger, the foolish boy took out the Holy Grail I had given him and tried to explain himself. But, Dad, look, it's the Holy Grail. I found it. See. What? Let me see. Webley, who had been yelling with veins bulging, turned his gaze toward the golden cup Alex was holding. He cautiously took the golden cup and examined it. Tisk, tisk, you're in for more trouble. In the next moment, Webley shouted in anger. What? The Holy Grail? Alex, you fool. Did you go to that dangerous place just for this thing? But this is clearly a legendary artifact that boosts power. A legendary artifact, my ass? This is just a cheap, common relic? Miss, do you have any other drinks? Not water. At the client's request, I handed over a can of cola. Webley, without hesitation, poured the cola into the cup. After a moment, the cola turned into clear water. Alex yelled in surprise. See, Dad? It's definitely the Holy Grail. Get a grip, kid. This is just something that makes water clear. Not trusting his parents, Alex drank the water in the cup. Nothing happened. No, this can't be. Oh, son. What made you rush into that dangerous place for this? We chuckled as we watched the foolish boy being scolded by his father. So, this was the real nature of the relic. Golden cup with a pure heart. A worn and twisted golden cup. When a liquid mixed with impurities is added once a day, it turns into clear water. The heart is a mirror of the person. What is needed to create a mirror to reflect oneself is just a cup of clear water. In simpler terms, the relic was just a mini water purifier. And there are far better magical tools and techniques in the market. Things like life straws and portable water purifiers. Epsilon. In fact, for a wizard, water purification magic is basic. So, the kid's efforts were all in vain. Ugh, Alex's face contorted as he realized the truth. Was the shock of realizing that all his struggles had been for nothing too much to bear? Webley stopped scolding his foolish son and embraced him. Oh, you idiot. After the reunion, the kids were taken to the ambulance that had been waiting. They were only a little hungry and injured, so I briefly discussed the contract details with Webley. Thanks. The payment will be transferred immediately. And if you ever need any relics or have any business matters, feel free to contact me. I'll personally make things easier for you. How does that sound? I took the business card without hesitation. This could be useful later. After the 2-day journey, the team members were all exhausted. While the friends rested during those 2 days, the Violets checked the current situation. First, they discussed the new weapons they would try out. How's the rocket development going? The V1 rocket is in mass production, and we're currently working on the V2. The Violets had moved their factory to a nearby uninhabited island outside the Academy City. It was faster to conduct test firing and complex operations on the uninhabited island. The power of object transfer and inventory had helped in the mass production of the homemade rockets. Rockets? Ballistic missiles. I feel like a northern ruler. First, the V1 rocket. This was a rocket made by inserting sugar-based fuel and a warhead into a pipe. Its range exceeded several kilometers, but the accuracy was somewhat lacking. The power isn't that great. We'd probably do more damage if we just held it and self-destruct. Although the accuracy couldn't beat the Violet guidance system, the power left something to be desired. The amount of explosives that a Violet air bomb could carry was several times the Violet's weight. It easily surpassed a 3-digit weight, so it was incomparable. No, it can be used on the ground, right? It has higher versatility than the wingsuit bomb. One Violet emphasized the various uses. When you think about it, the rocket could be launched from a launcher, or even from a vehicle. After discussing the necessity of rockets, we also brainstormed new methods for self-destruct. We needed tactics that were more convenient and easier to use than airplanes. Let's load the car with a bomb. Or a motorcycle. That sounds great. Vehicle bombs could be used as ground-adapted ballistic missiles. Though limited by terrain, they offered much higher payload capacity. In theory, we could pack tons of explosives into one and crash it. Beyond that, we continued to discuss and brainstorm combat strategies. Currently, the total number of Violet clones was 712. Now that our numbers had increased, it was necessary to gradually deviate from existing methods. Over time, our forces were expected to grow to the size of battalions, regiments, and divisions. It was better to move away from operating as a small unit. Fortunately, the Violet unit had relative freedom in communication and logistics. There was no need to establish separate communication or supply teams since everyone was part of the combat force. The problem was that we had never deployed so many at once. Space and magic had always been limiting factors. Late at night, when everyone else had fallen asleep, the Violets gathered in the network. The vast network space was crowded with Violets. All right, let's set up a simulation. Come on, get moving. All 712 Violets began running a simulation within the Violet network. Since the network could be reshaped like a lucid dream as needed, I thought it might be useful for military training. Perfect, it's ready. The cozy space in the network transformed into a wide expanse of grassland. To the left was a forest, and to the right, a small rural village with fields. The field was littered with tents, ruined farmhouses, and burning vehicles. What level should the enemies be? Let's make them tough. The Violets unleashed their imaginations to create enemies. In the urban area, imagined foes swarmed in great numbers. The enemies were modeled after opponents we had faced before, combining awakened and unawakened individuals. Though they resembled crude mannequins, they could fight and deal damage. Once the background setup was complete, the Violet Command Center sprang into action. Command to all units. Commencing the operation. Objective, annihilate the enemy. YAA, charge, charge. Upon receiving the orders, more than 3 companies of Violets scattered and began advancing. Deploy the air squadron. While violets roamed the field and forest, 15 powered hang gliders circled the skies, scouting for enemies. One violet flying over the forest spotted something unusual. Enemy sighted? Huh? What's that? Boom? It's a missile. Emergency? Emergency? I've been shot down. The violets swarmed toward the enemy's location. Inside a camouflaged position of grass and branches, enemy mannequins with anti-air missiles were spotted. Revenge. The mannequins fell after being riddled with bullets. As if that weren't enough, number 471 sprinted forward and decapitated one of the mannequins. At that moment, alarms blared all around. Enemies incoming. Mannequins with shabby appearances charged, wielding guns and swords. The violets dispersed and engaged in combat. Rat-a-tat. Fire. Fire. Eek. I'm dead. The first casualties among the violets occurred. Though they looked like fools, the imagination-driven power of the mannequins made their combat capabilities overwhelming. They were fast enough to dodge bullets and frighteningly strong. They recoming? Company 1, counterattack. Company 2, move into the forest. Company 3, head to the farmhouses. Mannequins swarmed and exchanged gunfire with the violets. Meanwhile, a squad of awakened mannequins flanked through the forest to confront Company 2. Where's the machine gun? Prepare for close combat. No. One squad of awakened mannequins charged, smashing violet heads in an instant. The fallen violets disappeared in flashes of light. In a corner of the network, a prison camp labeled Freedom Through Labor only housed the resurrected violets. I died too quickly. Losing to mere imagination. The battle grew more intense. Gunfire erupted everywhere, magical beams and lightning scorched the fields. Company 1 hastily dug trenches to hold their ground, while Company 2 was torn apart or split in half by the awakened mannequins. Though pain was absent in the network, defeat was humiliating. My arm. This is hopeless. Our squad will charge. Remember us. Boom. One squad of violets triggered their self-destruct switches. An explosion rang out. Amid the chaos, a deep rumble echoed. Something massive was approaching from behind enemy lines. Above the skies, amid anti-air fire, a surviving VA-3 aircraft shrieked. Oh no, it's a super heavy tank. Moments after those words, the VA-3 was also shot down. A colossal steel behemoth appeared over the hill. It was a super heavy tank from the Federal Army. Its hull and turret mounted a total of 6 barrels that unleashed a torrent of fire. The violets in the trenches screamed and ducked for cover. Get down. Gah. Reports from the front shocked the command center. A tank? That wasn't part of the plan. This simulation was meant to focus solely on infantry combat training. Hey, who imagined the tank? Number 65 yelled, and number 7 scratched her head sheepishly. But every battlefield needs tanks. It's more fun that way, isn't it? You idiot. We don't have tanks. Number 5 shook her head in disbelief. Well, it's already here, so there's no choice. Let's change the training. Let's try destroying the tank. Everyone, charge. The violets swarmed toward the simulated tank. Enemy mannequins intercepted them, and the tank slowly backed away while spewing fire. I attacked the tank with anti-tank rockets and bolts fired from a crossbow imbued with sword energy. Some rockets were intercepted by the tank's turret machine gun, while the crossbow bolts ricocheted off its protective shield. Arg, it's shielded. Let's self-destruct up close. With the help of smoke grenades, violets equipped with bomb vests made a dash forward. Not long after, the suicide violets reappeared in the prison camp. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tank's side machine guns and hull-mounted guns cut off their approach. Aiaic. With a loud bang, violet number 214 exploded in midair. Even our trump card, an air-guided bomb, was shot down by the tank's machine gun. At this point, we had no means left to destroy the tank. Despite being a product of imagination, the super heavy tank perfectly replicated its real-life capabilities, rendering it invincible. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Unable to contain her frustration, violet number 361 gestured in the air. The other violets tried to stop her, but number 361 wouldn't stop imagining. Come forth. A massive tank appeared in front of us. It was far larger than the enemy's super heavy tank, covered in cannons, with rough letters on its side spelling out Rugilin's Iron Fist. The training's already ruined anyway. Let's have fun. Number 361 and other violets climbed aboard the tank. The violet-class super heavy tank, proudly named Rugilin's Iron Fist, roared and belched smoke as it slowly advanced. The enemy super heavy tank turned its turret to face us. Electromagnetic shells fired, clanging against the armor of Rugilin's Iron Fist and harmlessly dropping to the ground. Fire! Fire! The next moment, a giant shell from Rugilin's Iron Fist pierced the enemy super heavy tank. Its turret blasted off like a rocket into the sky. Fleeing enemy mannequins were crushed beneath our super heavy tank. We won. The violets abandoned training and gleefully rode on the tank. The powered hang glider squadron had somehow transformed into hypersonic jets and airborne battleships soaring through the skies. Ugh, the simulation training, it's a failure. Regrettably, the training had to end here. Using the network for training wasn't a bad idea, but the nature of the imagined space led it astray. It seemed proper training would have to be conducted in reality. I'd have to ask for help from my friends. Let's load a bomb into a car. Or a motorcycle. That's a good idea. A vehicle bomb could be used as a ground-specific ballistic missile. There are limits due to the terrain, but the payload is much larger. In theory, it could carry a bomb weighing tons and crash into the target. In addition, we continue to discuss and devise new ways of fighting. Currently, the total number of violet units is 712. As our numbers increased, it became necessary to gradually move away from the previous methods. Over time, the scale would grow to battalion, regiment, and division levels. It would be better to break away from the old methods of operating small units. At least the violet units are relatively free in terms of communication and logistics. There's no need to set up separate communications or supply divisions, so everyone is part of the combat force. The problem is that we've never managed such a large force all at once. There were issues with space, and also with magical energy. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, the violets gathered into the network. The vast network space was teeming with violets. Alright, let's create a simulation. Come on, move. 712 violets began the simulation inside the violet network. Since the violet network can alter its internal structure like a lucid dream when needed, I thought it would be a good idea to try it for military training. Alright, done. The cozy background of the network transformed into a vast plain. There was a forest to the left and a small rural village with fields to the right. Scattered throughout the fields were tents, destroyed farmhouses, and burning cars. What should we do about the enemy's strength? Let's make them tough. The violets began to use their imagination to create enemies. The imagined enemies swarmed the town. The enemy's strength was a combination of those we had fought before. Some were awakened, others were not. They looked like poorly made mannequins, but they knew how to fight and could inflict damage. Once the background story was set, the Violet command began to move. From the command, we are starting the operation. The objective is to annihilate the enemy. Woa, charge, charge. As the orders were given, more than 3 companies of Violets scattered in all directions and began advancing. Air Squadron, take off. While the Violets moved through the fields and forests, 15 powered hang gliders hovered in the sky, searching for enemies. One Violet flying through the forest spotted something strange. Enemy spotted? Huh? What is that? Boom? It's a missile. Emergency? Emergency? We've been shot down. The Violets rushed towards the enemy's position. In a bunker covered with grass and branches, an enemy mannequin holding an anti-aircraft missile was spotted. Revenge. The mannequins fell to the ground after taking gunfire to the chest. Not stopping there, Unit 471 rushed forward and sliced off the mannequin's neck. At that moment, alarms blared from all directions. Enemies? They're coming. The poorly made mannequins, armed with guns and knives, ran toward the Violets. The Violets scattered in all directions and engaged in combat. Tat-tat-tat. Fire, fire. I'm dead. The first casualty among the Violets occurred. Though they looked foolish, the imagination of the Violets within the network made the mannequins incredibly powerful. Their speed was fast enough to dodge bullets, and their strength was immense. They're coming. Company 1, counterattack. Company 2, move into the forest. Company 3, move to the farms. The mannequins swarmed forward and exchanged gunfire with the Violets. Meanwhile, the awakening mannequin squad flanked through the forest and encountered Company 2. Where's the machine gun? Where's the machine gun? Prepare for close combat? No? The heads of the Violet soldiers were shattered in an instant by an attacking squad of awakening mannequins. The dead Violets vanished in a flash of light. In a corner of the network, the dead Violets reappeared in a prisoner of war camp labeled "Only Labor is Free." We died too quickly to lose to imagination. The battle grew more intense. Gunfire exchanged everywhere, and magic beams and lightning scorched the fields. Company 1 Violets hastily dug trenches in the field to take cover, while Company 2 was torn apart or split in half by the awakening mannequins. Though there was no pain within the network, it was frustrating to lose. My arm. This is bad. Our squad will charge. Remember us. Boom. One Violet squad pressed the self-destruct switch. An explosion rang out. Amid the chaos, while the Violets were engaged in battle, a heavy thud echoed from behind the enemy lines. From over the hill, a massive chunk of metal revealed itself. It was the Federation's medium tank. Its 6 barrels, mounted on the turret and chassis, unleashed flames. The Violets, hiding in the trenches, cried out and ducked their heads. Down. Reports from the front lines shocked the command center. A tank? This wasn't part of the plan. This simulation was supposed to be a pure infantry training exercise. Who imagined the tank? Unit 65 yelled in anger, and Unit 7 scratched their head in embarrassment. Well, but a tank has to be on the battlefield. It makes it more fun, right? You idiot? We don't have any tanks. Unit 5 shook their head in disbelief. Since it's already created, there's no helping it. Let's change the training plan. Let's destroy that tank. Everyone charge. The Violets rushed towards the tank in the simulation. The enemy mannequins intercepted the Violets, and the tank slowly backed up while spewing fire. I attacked the tank with anti-tank rockets and crossbow bolts infused with sword energy. A few rockets were intercepted by the tank's turret-mounted machine gun, and the crossbow bolts bounced off the tank's protective shield. The next day, we went to visit Irene. We were there to brainstorm a strategy using our numbers. Strategy. Yeah, I want to use our numbers more wisely. The experience of fighting against medium and heavy tanks in my imagination was fun, but it also gave us something to think about. The existing approach was no different from just rushing in and recklessly attacking. However, in a world overflowing with advanced technology and powerful enemies, a more intelligent approach was needed. What if an A-grade or higher hunter appears? Or what if we face heavy machinery or high-level beasts? That would be a real pain. I imagined a scene in my mind, brave little mouse violets charging at an elephant. The mouse violets formed a line, raising their spears and swords as they charged toward the elephant. Squeak! Hit it, stab it. Unfortunately, contrary to the myth, elephants are not afraid of mice. The mouse violets were quickly turned into dried fish. RRGH run? Run away. The simulation failed. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that numbers alone weren't enough. I shared this concern with Irene. Irene listened, thought for a moment, and then spoke up. So, you're curious about group tactics? Maybe the Helios clan's operational methods? Well, I'm not sure if it'll help. What? Why not? Is it classified or something? No, not at all. It's a method that everyone already knows, so telling you isn't a big deal. The thing is, what you're asking for is military tactics, right? But the way hunters in our clan operate is a bit different from the military. With Gravo. Irene continued her explanation. According to her, hunters' battles, unlike real combat, are longer and more deliberate. For low-level and mid-level beasts, it doesn't matter much. The problem comes when we face high-level beasts or dangerous awakened criminals. Why do you think we're called hunters? We're not fighters. We're hunters. In the end, from the perspective of the hunters, it's safer and more effective to slowly track and wear down the enemy, especially when making money is the goal. The less risk of injury, the more chances to survive and earn. Have you ever heard of the whale hunting tactic? Oh, I think I have. I followed Irene as we entered the factory. Once the tables and chairs were moved to the side, a large open space appeared. First, I'll explain the concept. I think it's best to practice in an empty dungeon. A squad of one violet clone lined up in front of Irene, aligning in rows and columns. Actually, there's nothing complex about the tactic. It's really simple. First, the ranged attackers unload a barrage of fire, then immediately the close combat troops rush into attack consecutively. When the enemy's strength starts to falter, you deliver a powerful strike like stabbing a whale. The key is that there should be no delay between the rolls of the ranged and close combat attackers. Got it? Yeah, got it. After hearing our response, Irene grinned. Violet should be able to pick this tactic up easily. You're all good at exchanging ideas without delay, right? You'll get the hang of it quickly. Now, let's start by practicing the basic stances. The violets spread out as Irene directed. Irene played the role of the enemy, while we were the ones surrounding her. We charged all at once, starting with learning how to form a pincer attack in close combat. Kukong? A moment later, we were thrown to the floor. Ugh, so fast. How is she so strong? How does she drain our strength? The attack reminded me of the last ambush. Thinking back, the tactics used by the attackers targeting Irene must have been similar. They must have been experienced, since they almost subdued her. Suddenly, I thought of simulating the enemy's actions. From now on, I'll be Irene. A violet, wearing a purple wig, appeared in the network. The violet cosplaying as Irene held a spear and mimicked Irene's movements in real time. The goal was simple: to imitate Irene's actions and find a way to break through her defense. Not perfect, but I think I'm starting to see an answer. While the real violets were fighting Irene, a battle with the fake Irene continued in the virtual world. I'm not sure. After hours of training, we felt like we almost understood it, but still weren't quite sure. Not sure? But you've got the basic idea of the movements, formations, and the importance of strategy, right? But I still can't beat Irene. Well, that's because you don't have support from ranged attackers. That's obvious, right? She shrugged her shoulders. During break time, the violets chatted while drinking water. They talked about the state of the world, future plans, or what to have for lunch. Violet number 712 suddenly asked as if something had come to mind. Hey, guys, does anyone else feel strange lately? Like, I suddenly feel like shooting a gun and then swinging a sword. Is it just me? The other violets thought for a moment after hearing Violet no 712's words. Soon, their eyes widened as if they had figured something out. Yeah, I keep wanting to swing a sword. Huh, me too. Why is that? The violets looked puzzled. Lately, whenever we saw an enemy, we'd want to shoot them with a gun, but then we'd want to charge in and cut their throats directly. Was it a growing sense of competitiveness? Something feels off. Perhaps it was because we had been winning every day. We were starting to enjoy the thrill of combat. Since the research lab, I had grown numb to harming others, but now I felt like I was becoming more violent, wanting to slice with a blade. Still, let's hold back. Charges should only be made when necessary. At no one's words, the violets nodded silently. There's a difference between courage and recklessness. We should avoid pushing ourselves too far. Our violets are wise, after all. I shook off those thoughts. The break was over. The violets called their friends together again to resume training and sparring. The violets. Minnie Violet suddenly furrowed her brows. The noise of thoughts and emotions spreading through the network was too overwhelming. Silence. Unconsciously, Minnie Violet ground her teeth. The girl's face twisted in an expression so ferocious it was hard to believe it belonged to someone her age. The prophet said, "Why have you turned the temple of the Savior into a den of thieves?" Why have you turned the house of the multitude into a lair of beasts? The girl recited a passage from a forgotten ancient scripture. She was an atheist who considered gods and faith to be worth less than scraps of paper, but in this moment, the remnants of an abandoned old faith fit her situation so perfectly that she felt both admiration and irritation. This was my home, my space, that thief, that fake bastard, that illegal intruder. When she had been the rightful owner of this place, it had been an elegant and unchanging temple and palace of its noble master. But now, it had become a noisy and chaotic nest of uncultured, yellow-haired insects. Minnie Violet could not accept that fact. Then why am I so angry? For a moment, she felt bewildered. Why was this mine? What did I do here? Even Violet herself vaguely sensed it. She was a gift box yet to be fully unwrapped, a novel with unread chapters. The only consolation was that as these illegal intruders grew, she too slowly regained her original essence. The wrapping was gradually being undone, and the incomplete chapters were being filled. Still, there remained empty gaps, as if nibbled away by mice. Minnie Violet skulked around the village of the Violets, observing everything. Using the skills she had learned in her time with the organization, she moved carefully. But there were far too many Violets. In one alley, she came face to face with Violet number 319. Number 319 gasped in surprise and shouted, "Hey, you, what are you? That kid? Who are you?" The girl felt a surge of irritation. These dimwits, for all their faults, would relentlessly dig into anything they found even slightly off, like an immune system tracking down an invader. As number 319 screamed, Minnie Violet snapped her fingers. Momentarily, the connection was cut off. She quickly rushed forward and struck number 319 on the head. "You saw nothing. Forget it. Eek, get off." Number 319 flailed wildly, trying to shake off the girl clinging to her. Even as her memory was being erased, number 319 instinctively lashed out. Arg. Unfortunately, Minnie Violet was small and weak. A fist struck the unguarded girl's chest, and she tumbled away, rolling on the ground. This was already the second time. Ow. For a moment, Violet felt her pride take a hit. Me. Crying out like an idiot? Me. The scream she had just let out reminded her of the frailty of her childhood, etched into memories and gaps she wished she could forget. Humiliating moments. Days of disgrace. I need my strength to recover quickly. While number 319 staggered in a daze, Minnie Violet slipped away from the alley. Once I get my strength back. The girl took a deep breath, calming her anger. It wasn't time yet. As long as she was awake, she continued her reconnaissance. Walking through the alleys, the girl fell into thought. Should I deal with that noble brat first? She recalled an adversary from the blank spaces in her memory. A duel with an elegant archer, her golden hair glimmering and violet eyes burning, amidst a flaming academy. After breaking through the hail of arrows fueled by rage, a flame-spewing rapier had greeted her. Damn, how did I end up befriending that crazy beast slayer? I didn't even know we went to the same school. She remembered running across a skyscraper when a barrage of firepower descended like a meteor shower. While the beast slayer's melee abilities were mediocre, the enormous bolts launched from kilometers away were spine-chilling. The sight of her clones disintegrating one after another under the maniacal laughter of her attacker made her shudder. No, I should start with that damned doctor woman. I need to make an example out of her, skewer her. She replayed the list of those who had offended her. The healer who had held her back, the chancellor, a 120-year-old wizard relic, her former superior, hunters, problem solvers, and countless other humans. Thinking of revenge made her feel better. Humming, Minnie Violet headed toward the square where the Violets were gathered. They were watching something on a screen. What's that? Minnie Violet looked at the screen. On the other side, in the real world, dozens of Violets surrounded a large boy. As she focused, Minnie Violet's jaw dropped. What are those idiots doing? And that boy? He looks so familiar. On the screen, the boy hesitated awkwardly and stepped back. Each time, the Violets grabbed him and whispered incessantly into his ears. Granite, you're now a proud warrior of blood. A warrior of courage. Let's become a revolutionary warrior? A brave revolutionary fighter. Skulls, blood, violence. Minnie Violet was dumbfounded by the bizarre scene, one she hadn't even seen at the Obsidian Legion headquarters. The girl muttered to herself. What the hell is going on? The absurdity lasted only a moment before Violet felt drained. It was time. Before the other fake Violets found her, she had to return to her hiding place. She quickly moved to the outskirts, lifted a piece of the space, and crawled into a hole. Once she slept this time, when would she wake again? A few hours? Maybe days? Minnie Violet curled up and closed her eyes. The commotion outside continued unabated. Now, repeat after me. I am a real man. Skulls are great. Blood is awesome. Our Violet is a girl who loves peace. However, there are too many selfish and nasty people in this world. As a girl who loves peace, Violet can't just stand by. Even the noble Romans used to say, to keep the peace, prepare for war. So, I am preparing for war, rolling my body around. I am learning new combat techniques, refining my tactics, and continuing to study how to use weapons. Thus, for the next 2 days before setting off for the new dungeon, Violet and the others repeated simulations and actual training. Currently, we are in the Novestia dungeon. Violet and the others ran through the grey alleys they hadn't seen in a while. Advance, advance. The reason we chose this dungeon was simple. It has a wide space and low difficulty. Even if we go a little deeper, there are few hunters, so we don't need to worry about being noticed. It's perfect for mock training. I slowly exhaled. As I circulated my magical power through my body, strength surged within me. With my body lightened, I kicked the ground hard and jumped to a small rooftop 2 stories high. Dozens of girls in black combat uniforms climbed onto the building rooftops, one by one. I turned my gaze. Over there, I could see violet hair fluttering between the alleys. There she is. Get her. Violet scattered widely. They formed a relatively sloppy encirclement and slowly closed the distance. Each violet became a knot in the net. Without using her unique ability, Irene was relatively slow compared to other awakened beings. Of course, slow is a relative term. My friend's running speed is so fast it couldn't even be compared to a 100-meter sprinter. Shoot. When Violet number 52 gave the order, the leading team of the 3rd squad took out their crossbows and rifles and shot. The bolts without tips and rubber bullets split the air. Irene nimbly took cover. Bullets and arrows hit the wall and floor, missing her by an inch. The chase continued for a minute. Through alleys, rooftops, walls, and slanted structures. Our friend skillfully weaved through the gaps in the net, but each time, we used updated information from the Violet network to close the distance and tighten the encirclement. After kicking away a few scrocs, we finally managed to corner Irene. In a corner of the dungeon, the girl stopped with her back to the wall. Irene faced us with an indifferent expression, as if she wasn't tired at all. Fire. Tat tat tat. Without a signal, with perfectly coordinated movements, they fired without delay. The ruthless crossfire hit Irene. Ugh. It deflected. She casually deflected the bullets with her spear. She even swatted away a bolt flying at her face like swatting a fly. At first glance, it might seem like a meaningless act. But there is no such thing as a meaningless action. Continuous shooting kept her in place, even if only for a brief moment. Good. We've got her. As the gunfire made our friend stagger, the 1st and 2nd squads charged in without hesitation. The sound of their rush was so close, I could almost hear the air whistling above them. At the perfect moment when the shooting stopped, spears and swords clashed. Push forward. As the 1st squad blocked the weapons, the 2nd squad rushed in. The 2nd squad carried nets for large beasts and chains. Kakong? Kaya. When the net flew in, Irene swung her spear to knock it away. Violet, who threw a chain like a lasso, was struck by the spear and flew off. After exchanging several attacks, the 1st and 2nd squads jumped back and retreated. Then the shooting resumed. Irene charged forward without hesitation. The 1st squad didn't retreat, instead charging in reverse. Perhaps they were too lazy to unsheath their swords, so their firearms were equipped with bayonets. Kakong? While the 1st squad bound Irene, the 2nd squad changed weapons and resumed shooting. This time, the 3rd squad charged with nets in hand. After a few moments of struggle, Irene raised her hand. She smiled, looking satisfied. Well done. Looks like you understood it properly. Seeing our friend's reaction, we couldn't help but smile. So, how does it feel? Not bad, right? Yeah, this modified tactic really suits us. I nodded at my friend's words. The whale hunting tactic Irene taught us had been slightly altered to fit our team of awakened Violet soldiers. Running through buildings and using gunfire to corner the enemy, or having the rear shooters charge forward when they're attacked, those were new ideas that didn't exist in traditional tactics. Of course, there were even more things missing. Self-destructs, and things like long-range shooting weren't things our potential enemies could even imagine. For a moment, I fantasized about launching a flare and going out in a blaze of glory, taking the enemy down with me in an inferno. If that day comes, I'll shout this out dramatically. Broken arrow. When we have artillery and air support in the future, I'll try going down in a heroic sacrifice. Well, this is just the basic tactic. We'll have to add in the things we're missing. But, she raised her spear and pointed to Violet number 52. You made one mistake. Did you really corner her properly? I was confused. You said to corner her into a blind spot, right? Her back was against a wall. I pointed to Irene's back. She quietly shook her head with a smile. No, Violet. That's something only a non-awakened would think. We are awakened, aren't we? Oh, right. The moment I realized it, Irene released golden magical power from her entire body and charged toward the back wall. With a loud crash, the wall crumbled like a piece of candy. She escaped through the gap. While 3 squads chased after Irene, the other team members moved with Violet, attempting various strategies. Not everyone was as sturdy as Irene, so they refrained from using weapons. Are they okay over there? Even if they're not using live rounds. Don't worry, Daphne. Irene's body is tough enough that handgun bullets won't even scratch her. Now, focus on maintaining the barrier. Ugh. Got it. Daphne hesitated briefly before deploying a modified shield at the entrance of a building. The shield, in a flat shape, blocked the incoming Scrax horde. Croak? Croak. The short, stubby gray dwarves let out cries of pain, pounding on the barrier. They looked like people frantically knocking on the door of an occupied public restroom. And for good reason, they were currently the test subjects of a new incendiary bomb. I wanted to confirm the bomb's power, so I lured the beasts toward it. Once they followed me, I set it alight and quickly retreated. The building only had one entrance, which was now blocked by Daphne's barrier. The only way out for them was through the gate to the afterlife. Even though they're beasts. This feels a bit cruel. Is this really okay? It's fine. Beasts don't have international laws or rights. If it bothers you, look away. Here, put on this headset. Although Daphne was uncomfortable, she didn't refuse the measures I suggested. The Scrax creatures pitifully scratched at the barrier with their claws, one by one turning black and collapsing. Hehe, they burn well. Unfortunately, they didn't suffocate completely. Their resilience was impressive. While Daphne was assisting me with weapon testing, I was conducting another experiment with Kalia. So, you're saying you want to read my movements in this state? Yup. In a quiet clearing, I was sparring one-on-one with Kalia. However, the duel was somewhat unusual. 8 violets surrounded the area. Before the duel began, 4 violets took positions to the north, south, east, and west of me and my opponent. Then, another 4 violets appeared to fill the gaps in between. A total of 8 violets formed a 360-degree perimeter, analyzing and observing Kalia in real time. This was a technique utilizing the ability to share sensations. For now, I was testing it with 8 individuals. Tada! The violet 3D scanner was born. Wow, I can see Kalia's movements. I can see the lines. The shapes are forming. In the network, a violet wearing a pink wig appeared. She wore jeans and a white jumper. While the real me exchanged blows with Kalia, a violet cosplaying as Kalia awkwardly moved along. A fierce duel unfolded both in the network and in reality. Kalia. Unfortunately, the first attempt failed. I was too slow to keep up with Kalia's movements. Meanwhile, the shared sense and extension technique, which we called the 3D scanning technology, was also being used for purposes beyond sparring. In one corner of the duel area, other violets were practicing evasion. They trained to dodge or deflect attacks from a turret. The turret's operator was Lucian Blackveil, a rude male student proficient in magic. Crazy? Crazy? I don't care if I die, okay? You asked for this? Got it. Lucian grimaced. Initially, he had refused vehemently. But after I brought up the tenant-landlord relationship and invoked my unique ability of conditional immortality, he reluctantly agreed to act as the turret. As glowing magical blades shot out, the violets scattered, dodging the attacks. Alright then, if you don't want to kill them, shoot gently. Actually, you can go all out? Hehe. What kind of nonsense is that? You lunatic? Arg? Dodge better, please. For the love of. From the expanded field of view, we could see the incoming magical arrows. The violets leaped and rolled, narrowly evading the strikes. Kayaehu. And so, the violets darted here and there, dodging the magic. Of course, not all violets were running wild. The squad moving with Levi was relatively composed. With a loud thud, a massive beam of light shot out in the distance and struck. A scout violet observed the target through the dust cloud and frowned. It had missed. V-Violet, how was it? Did it hit? From inside the base, Levi asked curiously. Radio Violet number 752 responded with a displeased expression. The first shot missed. Adjust slightly to the left, and lower the angle. Got it. Once again, the ballista's string was pulled, sending a bolt flying over the building. After 2 more shots, the bolt finally struck the target. Indirect fire is tough. Long-range indirect firing with shared vision was no easy task, especially since I wasn't trained as an artilleryman. Once we get used to it, it'll be useful. Still, practice was necessary. Sniping and indirect fire over kilometers, how useful would that be? Thus, the training and exercises in the dungeon continued. While 5 team members participated in Violet's training and experiments, a large boy was receiving indoctrination. Inside an empty building, several violets surrounded a boy. I'm not sure. Will this really help? It will definitely help. When he hesitated, we responded firmly. The boy standing before us was Granite Vernius, a first-year student at Polaris Academy. He was nearly 2 meters tall. His main weapon was a massive poleaxe. He had the attacking power to match the size of his weapon. However, his combat will did not match his strength. He wasn't as much of a coward as Levi, but when most of our team members were casually hunting monsters as if it were a walk in the park, this was a serious problem. Daphne was an exception since she wasn't a combatant. I thought about it. He had a somewhat clumsy and simple nature, but objectively speaking, he was a good person. The fact that he took me to the infirmary when I was passed out drunk was enough to prove that. There was nothing special about his past. According to the investigation by team leader Leslie, it went like this. So, you're from outside of Academy City, right? Yes, that's correct. My parents left home when I was young, and I was raised by my grandparents. Before awakening, I helped with the logging work in my village. In other words, you were a lumberjack. He had lived in a small village on the outskirts near a wall. It was mostly a village that survived by logging and farming. Now that I think about it, his personality reminded me of a simple, somewhat gruff country boy. Being kind was a good thing. However, a naive village lumberjack wasn't something we needed in Violet's army. Our team members should be like this. A marine who munches on crayons as a snack, hunting ghosts. A hellish warrior who offers enemy skulls to the ancient barbarian gods while chanting blessings of blood. A terror-stricken barbarian who enjoys making trophies out of enemy heads. A man who burns down enemy villages in the morning, enjoys skewering children for lunch, and deepens his bonds with teammates while crafting skull goblets and igniting his artistic sensibilities. A Viking who drinks spirits late into the night, reliving the thrill of slaughter. Granite should be like that. Not some oversized rookie who's scared of bugs and only reluctantly fights monsters. Unfortunately, unlike Levi, this guy had a strong sense of self. It would be impossible to suddenly instill courage in him. Fortunately, though, he was well aware of his own problems. Honestly, I'm scared of fighting monsters. I still remember the moment of awakening. That big, ugly mouth. If I hadn't awakened, I would have died right there in the forest. But you survived, didn't you? You can do it. It would require patience and a slow process of instilling courage. As I encouraged him, Granite scratched his head as if unsure. Looks like numbers are the answer. Violets waiting outside the room entered and surrounded him even more. Granite, from now on, you're going to be a proud warrior of blood? A warrior of courage. What? What is this all of a sudden? No matter how he reacted, we ignored him and continued planting thoughts into his mind. Images of a brave warrior? Let's become revolutionary warriors. Courageous revolutionaries. Skulls? Blood? Violence. Ugh, what is that? I kept talking into his ears, slipping in things that might catch the attention of a young man. We're going to collect the skulls of monsters and offer them to the god of warriors? Then we'll go to heaven. They say in heaven, you can have 72 beautiful women. Wait a second, what's with all this absurd talk? That's too much. I'm not that kind of pervert. When I brought up harem and crusade stories, Granite gave me a serious look. This was my mistake. Was the topic too bizarre? I changed the subject. Forget about that. Let's try something else. Come on, repeat after me. I am a real man. I am a real man. Louder. I am a real man. Good. He follows directions well. Now let's move to the next stage. Skulls are good. Blood is good. Skulls are good. Blood is good. No, this doesn't seem right. Resistance is strong? Looks like this will turn into a long battle. Repeat after me. To the god of warriors, glory in blood. To the god of warriors, glory in blood. Whether it takes days or months, I will inject courage into this team member, just like the Wizard of Oz gave courage to the cowardly lion. No tree is too hard to fell after 10 blows, and even a drop of water can drill through stone if it keeps falling. The Violets decided to dedicate 24 hours a day to turning this boy into a warrior of war like Levi. Our courage injection plan continued throughout the day. I am a warrior of blood who knows no fear. Good job. After about a day, that guy, Granite, finally started doing what we told him to do. Good. He's cooperating with us. Stage 1 complete. Of course, this alone wasn't enough. Turning an ordinary civilian into a combat expert would take a long time. Even Violet, who became a fighting expert only after countless deaths in the dungeon, went through a similar process. Up until just a few months before entering the academy, she was a simple country girl who only chopped wood. The idea of her suddenly becoming a lover of violence would only make sense in a novel. When I was possessed, I had spent 5 weeks in the training camp. Just creating one rifleman took over a month, and it's obvious that a warrior who fights evil murderous monsters would require even more time. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, isn't this something the academy should be doing? Yeah, you're right. If Polaris had been intact, I suspect they would have forcefully instilled the will to fight into the heads of the first-year students. They probably wouldn't have been too strict, though. Just look at the personalities of Professor Albert and Instructor Frederick. I heard that the land where the Polaris Comprehensive Academy is now was originally a military academy from some country. It had even been used as a headquarters during the first and second dimensional invasions. So, maybe the upperclassmen from the first batch had a bit of a high-handed mentality because of that. By the way, is the research interference going well? Even while carrying out the courage injection plan, I never forgot what I had to do. Violet number 275 asked the Violet clones in the Academy's underground lab. They often used the Violets sleeping in the walls as beacons and occasionally sabotaged things, which had its own kind of fun. Yeah, we recently messed up the particle accelerator. Hehehe. The particle accelerator they were using for their suspicious experiments had been short-circuited recently. One day, they cut the wires, and another day, they poured salt water on it. Eventually, it broke down completely. It was quite impressive hearing the researchers scream like beasts. It was quite pitiful to see the researchers in pain, as well as Dr. Sturgis, who was desperately trying to guide others while racking his brain. Labor causing pain to people, it's truly horrifying. How pitiful that they're suffering due to their work. Let's make sure they don't have to work. Labor that causes pain is unnecessary. Those poor souls, I'll have to liberate them from their labor when the time comes by leading an army. Lost in thought, someone called me. My reality shifted in an instant from the concrete underground tunnel to the second-floor room of the factory dormitory. Hey, Violet, I think this is a bit too much. Granite, who had been reading a book, looked uncomfortable and kept glancing my way before slowly opening his mouth. Well, I have a private life too, and I don't really like it when you come in here like this. Plus, you're a girl. It's kind of uncomfortable. Oh, I see. Sorry? Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Seeing him look uncomfortable, the Violets standing by the wall smiled and backed off. If we pushed any harder here, it might have a reverse effect. Violet wasn't a psychologist. However, she knew that forced education methods weren't always effective. Modern education trends emphasize tailored teaching that takes into account the student's psychology and characteristics. We decided to use various means to transform young Granite into a killing machine. The next day, we called him over. What is this? Try using these weapons. Before him was a lineup of numerous weapons, chosen to match his build. There were double-edged swords, great swords, and a glaive taken from an unknown killer among others. Why did you bring a chainsaw? It's cool. You might be able to tear your enemies apart with it. Granite looked down at me with a blank expression. Violet number 461 giggled. It might not be practical, but maybe it would spark some inspiration. The chainsaw was a product of modern society, filled with destruction and violence. After showing him various weapons, we arranged a meeting with Levi. For now, I asked for a simple word of encouragement. You can do it too. You, just get rid of all this trash? Ha ha ha. What did you say? While proceeding with this kind of mental training, I prepared for the next dungeon with the other team members. We made a short-term contract at the Ramsara mine. We just need to bring back some minerals. How long is it? Usually, it takes 3 to 4 days, or a week at most. 1 or 2 days should be enough. We have a lot of people. After discussing this, we got to work, and before long, it was time. When we crossed through the gate in a truck, a massive cave greeted us. To exaggerate, it was large enough to fit an entire city. Around us, large and small orange crystals illuminated the surroundings. The smaller ones were the size of a person, while the larger ones were as big as buildings. After confirming the contract with the clan employees in the safety zone around the gate, we entered the cave. 3 trucks rumbled down the unpaved road. In the distance, we could see the ruins of some unidentified structures. Did people really live here? Maybe it was aliens. Most of the dungeons in the world are remnants of the dimension that was swallowed during the first dimensional invasion. If we compare the dimension to a living creature, this greedy beast bites off and swallows part of a planet. However, sometimes when a region is swallowed, it emerges as a dungeon mixed with things from other worlds. According to scholars, these are remnants of other worlds or civilizations that were previously devoured by the dimension. The ether expulsion device I used last time and those suspicious buildings in the distance are examples of this. Focusing my mana. Did everyone bring their pickaxes? Of course. Check your inventory. The Ramsara mine was originally an ordinary gemstone mine. When it was swallowed by another dimension, it mutated grotesquely under the influence of ether. Its size expanded to a geologically impossible extent, and the minerals inside became imbued with mysterious powers. The crystals attached to the ceiling and floor were one example. Most of these crystals were just glowing rocks, but some of them could amplify magic or exhibit surprising chemical and electromagnetic properties. As a result, there was significant demand for them in various industries, including magical equipment. The problem was that these crystal ores couldn't be used unless they were extracted with magical means. They were exceptionally hard, and forcing them out with brute strength would destroy their physical properties. It wasn't like they were some vegetable to be plucked. The only way to extract and process them intact was by using magic. In simpler terms, the only solution was to cut them with tools imbued with magical energy. Magic? Unfortunately, even the wizards of this world were half like white-collar workers. They hated this kind of 3D labor. Everyone, dismount. As we entered the designated excavation area, I stopped the truck. While the team members kept watch and surveyed the surroundings, the masked violets disembarked one by one, carrying their tools. Keep an eye on the perimeter. The team members' task this time was to guard and engage in combat. We decided not to fight ourselves. After all, collective labor was something the violets were much better at. Entrusting this job to muscleheads who only knew how to swing weapons was out of the question. The violets holding the tools approached a large crystal and began their work. One group cut the crystal chunk, while another broke it down further to load onto the truck. Heave ho, heave ho. This is all money. Let's move it. While the crystal extraction was in full swing, the ground trembled. Beast attack? Prepare for battle. Levi, aim over there. Lucian, get your magic ready. The violets, who had been working on the crystals, retreated. The ground caved in, and a mole-like beast made of solid rock emerged. Its name was Sacrex, a pest with no commercial value whatsoever. The Sacrex spread its 5 starfish-like mouths, emitting a cock sound. Its mouths were lined with rows of teeth. Now, attack. Magic and bolts rained down on it, breaking its rocky carapace and severing its limbs. Its orange flesh inside was exposed. Surprisingly, the jelly-like flesh sagged and split into multiple tentacles that spread in all directions. It's regenerating. The tentacles absorbed surrounding rocks and crystals, reconstructing its carapace and regenerating its limbs. This beast had both high regenerative power and physical defense. Shooting it to death was out of the question. The method for dealing with regenerating beasts was simple: either beat them until they die or remove their core. The Sacrex required the latter approach. Show me what you've learned so far. Go, Granite. Ugh, I'm going? I am a warrior. Granite charged in bravely, shouting, and struck the regenerating Sacrex repeatedly with a massive axe infused with magic. Boom, just 2 strikes. The beast split in half and died. Ha, did I do it? You did great. Before we could finish praising him, another Sacrex emerged from the ground. As it opened its star-shaped mouths, the sight was so grotesque that our woodcutter boy flinched. Ugh. The violets next to him patted his back reassuringly. You can do it. Let's protect the peace of the mine. Stand tall. Why yeah, I can do this. Whoa-oh-ah-ah. Boom. The decisive blow split the beast in 2. No beast threatening my comrades will be forgiven. The giant axe continued to whirl, smashing the beasts relentlessly. When their cores were destroyed, they could no longer regenerate and collapsed to the ground. Gee, Granite, you've figured it out, haven't you? That's it. Levi, who had been guarding the area with a ballista from the truck, shouted with joy. Did you see that? I got it. Yes? Well done. Even as we kept extracting crystals, more sacrics appeared, but Granite courageously kept chopping them to pieces. When the attacks finally subsided, Granite, drenched in sweat, slumped against a rock. The minor violets ran over to praise him, lifting him up high. Wonderful. The guardian of the mine has been born. I grabbed him and threw him into the air in celebration. Why are they acting like that? Violets. It seemed like our team members were giving us odd looks, but it didn't matter. A teammate's growth was something to celebrate, wasn't it? And so, we completed our mineral extraction and returned the next day with a massive payout from the contract. Now, only one dungeon remained. The surreal city of department stores, Vittorio Arcade, awaited us. The size of dungeons varies greatly. However, even the smallest ones are comparable to a reasonably sized village. When you consider the vertical area as well, the size increases even further. Also, there are more regions swallowed by a second dimension than you might expect. As a result, some dungeons are the size of a large city or even a small country. The place we're going to visit last is one of those types of locations. How big is it? It depends on the time. The smallest size is around 400 square kilometers, but when it's larger, it's about 750 square kilometers. Vittorio Arcade is one of the largest dungeons in Academy City. It's a place you can't see in the main game. So, when I investigated, I was surprised to find out that its size is comparable to that of a major city. Inside, there are various monsters living across the vast area, and a bizarre ecosystem unique to the dungeon has formed. Because of its size, the danger level is also high, and in the deeper zones, there's a high chance of encountering high-level monsters. However, the reason we're visiting this place isn't to hunt monsters. If we were hunting monsters, it would be more stable to go somewhere easier and hunt low-level monsters. The reason the Violet Squad is visiting here is one thing: relics. While having a preparation meeting before heading to the dungeon, Irene was explaining things to the team members. The average temperature here is about 15 degrees Celsius. It might be a bit chilly, but it won't affect our activities. Also, as the name arcade suggests. But Irene, do you have a question? I raised my hand and asked. So, what exactly is an arcade? Is it like an amusement arcade? I haven't seen any mention of an arcade in the data. 768 and 355 spoke up. I became curious. The things in arcades are usually called arcade games. But the buildings in that dungeon are all just commercial buildings. Irene shook her head. The amusement arcade? I was perplexed. Lucian, who was sitting next to me, chuckled. You're such an idiot. You don't know that. Upon hearing his words, the violets sitting at the back of the meeting room stood up and raised their voices. What? Then what is an arcade? Explain it. If you're wrong, we'll punish you. Don't yell in my ear. Fine, I'll explain it. The guy, defeated, raised both his hands in surrender. We all laughed. So, arcade means. Lucian started to explain slowly. So it's not an amusement arcade. This guy isn't just good at magic, huh? According to his explanation, the literal meaning of arcade refers to a shopping street with arched roofs. In simple terms, it's a neighborhood market. With diaresis new. And combining this with the information I had already researched, I understood why that dungeon was called arcade. I see, it's called that because it's a transformed shopping street. It's not just a shopping street, it's a city. Violet, wasn't that information you researched? Hehe. When Irene asked, I scratched my head. If I don't pay attention, I sometimes forget things like this. The violets waiting in the Violet network quickly rummaged through the library of memories. It should be somewhere. I found it. The violets quickly flipped through the pages. After rummaging through some vague memories and forgotten lunch menus, I was able to recall the information. It's a strange feeling to be able to treat memories like physical objects. The blurry memories gradually surfaced. Perhaps because of that, the Violet network internally transformed into a city with modern architectural style. Alright, so where was this place? Vittorio City, a city in some unnamed kingdom. A kingdom that no longer exists. Violet. Oh, I remembered? Sorry about that. Let's continue. I returned to reality. Daphne was gently shaking my shoulder. I focused back on the meeting. A century ago, Trist was home to numerous kingdoms, empires, and republics. The invention of the steam engine and the development of a market economy sparked a revolutionary revival across the world. Although there were minor issues like the gap between the rich and the poor, historians from Academy City called that period the Golden Age. This was part of the broad but shallow knowledge I picked up during Polaris Academy's history class. During the Golden Age, successful capitalists emerged, and a middle class was born. As people found financial stability, their interests shifted toward personal adornment. Fashion, once the exclusive domain of the nobility, became accessible to everyone. Craftsmen specializing in clothing and accessories appeared, and artisans like shoemakers, watchmakers, and jewelers grew increasingly busy. Men with money wore fine watches, shoes, stylish ties, and hats. Women shopped for beautiful luxury dresses, handbags, and jewelry alongside these dapper gentlemen. As demand grew, artisans gathered in areas with convenient transportation and bustling markets. Numerous textile factories were built, puffing smoke day and night, and countless men and women tirelessly worked sewing machines. Shopping districts formed, and word of mouth brought people in droves, boosting the region's fame. Even kings and emperors paid visits, which says a lot. The world's fashion trends were decided here. As time passed, voila, Vittorio City, the global city of fashion and luxury, was born. In terms of Earth, it would be like Milan or Paris. At this point, it seemed like a happy ending. But then, beasts appeared, and the city vanished into another dimension. Decades after the first dimensional invasion and several subsequent wars, the relentless efforts of passionate artisans were forgotten. The concepts of luxury and fashion barely revived from the ashes when Vittorio City suddenly reappeared, transformed into a dungeon. Hunters risked their lives to explore it. After countless disappearances and deaths, the grotesquely twisted city revealed new value, like a clam spitting out pearls. So, the clothes you're wearing are made from fibers that came from there. That's right. It's expensive, but you can assume that nearly half the materials used for armor and clothing come from there. We were riding a truck heading toward the dungeon's entrance when Violet number 12, bored, touched the coat Irene was wearing. The black fabric between her fingers was soft but hardened like metal with just a little pressure. It was neither cotton, polyester, nor silk, but something with an otherworldly texture. The dimension hadn't just swallowed tens of thousands of artisans, hundreds of thousands of workers, and millions of citizens. Everyone either died or turned into ghouls, but Vittorio City still contained massive amounts of fabric, leather, and various raw materials. The beasts didn't raid the stores, so most of the goods remained intact. Still, we must visit the deep zones. Relics like necklaces or rings with good effects are always found there. You shouldn't overdo it. High-level beasts live there. Daphne, I get it. Number 12 replied to her friend with a grin. Items soaked in the city's ether underwent strange changes. The fabrics stored in textile factory warehouses or clothing shops turned into enhanced fibers with transcendent strength. Accessories like rings or necklaces from jewelry stores enhanced wearers or deployed protective shields. These things appeared endlessly, as if duplicated. In simple terms, everything became a relic. Thus, the city of luxury and fashion became the city of relics and hunters. For the Violets, the task was simple. Walk the avenues and alleys, enter any empty shop, and rummage through the drawers. After passing through the checkpoint, a gate appeared. After waiting in a long line of vehicles, it was finally our turn to enter. All right, here we go. I stepped on the accelerator. Passing through the shimmering purple gate, we saw giant elevators stationed beneath a marble floor of muted tones. Exaggerating slightly, they were practically the size of buildings. Ahead, a guide wielding a light baton directed cars into the elevators. Our vehicle also moved in. The interior was large enough to accommodate multiple passenger vehicles. Once the elevator filled, the doors slowly closed. The freight elevator beeped a warning and began descending slowly. Soon, pitch-black darkness greeted us. The deeper underground we went, the closer the light seemed. Everyone ready. A short while later, the massive freight elevator slowly touched the ground with a hiss, like a giant exhaling. With a creak, the elevator stopped, and the large doors opened. A hunter with a light baton signaled us, and the cars waiting inside the elevator began to move out one by one. The truck crossed through the forward base. Surrounding us were small shops, repair facilities, and hospitals catering to hunters. I turned my head. Various signs and advertisements were posted around. No entry except for authorized personnel. Responding to crises directly. Temperance insurance. Warning, do not leave the forward base without sufficient armament. Atlas Security Services cannot guarantee your safety. Leaving the forward base, we entered the border zone. Driving the truck out, the Violets were greeted by a bizarrely twisted avenue. The first thing visible was the towering, circular ceiling extending far above. The dungeon's interior resembled distorted and enlarged 19th-century European-style buildings. Even the streetlights were abnormally large. The oddly warped and elongated structures jutted out in various directions or intertwined, their forms stretching up to the ceiling. The makeshift structures and walls of the forward base paled in comparison to this place. Light leaked through the holes in the arched ceiling. Street lights and interior building lights glowed on their own, despite the lack of electricity. We headed toward a passageway shrouded in distant shadows. This was the city of relics, Vittorio Arcade. The size of the Vittorio Arcade is comparable to that of a large city. However, this measurement accounts only for its horizontal area. When evaluating the true scope of a dungeon, focusing solely on its surface area is akin to judging the taste of a fruit by eating only its peel. This is because a dungeon's territory also extends vertically. When vertical dimensions are included, the overall scale of a city-grade dungeon becomes unimaginable. For this reason, the map of the Vittorio Arcade dungeon remains incomplete, with unexplored regions marked as blank spaces. Within those blank areas, countless individuals with diverse circumstances have hidden themselves. From those burdened by immense debts, to fugitives with bounties on their heads, to individuals pushed to the brink of despair. However, not all visitors to this place are runaways. The dungeon is a location completely isolated from the outside world. Without specific methods, communication with the external world is nearly impossible. This means it is a perfect refuge from the scrutiny of clans or federations. Thus, in the secluded corners of Vittorio Arcade, strange and unimaginable events often take place, ones ordinary people could never fathom. At the same time that Violet and her team were driving a truck down the main road, Lyra J. Veleston and the 3rd Research Division's investigative team felt a sense of unease. When they arrived at their destination, the scene was full of deranged zealots. Oh, heretic. Oh, ascension awaits. Somewhere deep within the dungeon, in an indoor plaza surrounded by pillars, a crowd of people had gathered. Though their genders, ages, and skin tones varied, their eyes burned with the same madness. Lyra and her squad hid behind a wall. At the center of the crowd was a table, upon which lay a man with his limbs bound by chains. Judging by his attire and equipment, he seemed to be a hunter, but the poor man's chest had been split open. Among the fanatics, a figure wearing a peculiar conical hat held up the man's heart and began to chant something. The cultists cheered in response. Salvation beyond the dimensions. The turning point is here. Ascension is coming. Watching the fanatics, Lyra felt waves of disgust and contempt rise within her. They were nothing more than deranged pests of no benefit to humanity. Team leader, what should we do? I don't see the artifact. It seems like the cultists have taken it. A rookie agent, with a nervous gaze, looked to her for guidance. The telepathic communication of the novice, deployed to the field for the first time, was tinged with urgency. No, the target is still secure. Lyra replied in a calm tone. A small, eye-shaped orb flew to the ceiling and scanned the area below. Amid the sea of cultists, a sphere entwined with jewels and gears was visible. Attention. Based on their rituals and chants, they appear to be members of the Unification sect. Move to your assigned positions and hold for further instructions. A with circumflex new. The agents quietly shifted to encircle the group. The Unification sect was a newly emerged pseudo-religion. Its teachings were ludicrous, but its members included awakened individuals, making them formidable foes. While the agents moved, the cultists danced and sang hymns filled with their sex doctrines. Some cultists staggered about, drooling and incoherent. The sight of syringes being injected into their arms suggested drug use. When the day comes, all pain and tears will vanish. We shall bask in eternal life and happiness. The bizarre, collective ecstasy roiled the crowd into chaos. The elders of the sect, wearing conical hats, expertly managed the fervor of their followers. Brothers and sisters, time is of the essence. It is time to act. Quickly, let us secure the artifact. The early bird catches the worm, after all. Only the diligent shall attain salvation. The sect leader skillfully calmed the frenzied cultists. The once inebriated expressions of the followers began to turn sober. Forgive us? We were so absorbed in the ritual. Elder, please forgive us. Haha, I too was like that in the past. I understand. Your sins are forgiven. The elder smiled benevolently and raised a hand, patting the heads of the followers. Now, let's get to work. Bring the artifact to the sect. Overhearing the elder's words, Lyra was shocked. To think that their target was also the artifact? Without hesitation, she signaled the agents and simultaneously activated her spells. Magical energy flowed into the mechanical device affixed to her back. An invisible magical barrier spread throughout the interior of the building. What is this, Elder? While the elders and awakened cultists sensed the disturbance in the magical flow, masked figures emerged from all sides, raising their hands. Heretics! The elder shrieked. Yellow flames erupted from an agent's hands, engulfing the elder's body entirely. The elder crumbled into ash. One enraged cultist plunged a syringe into his own body, drew his sword, and charged forward. Lyra calmly raised her staff and swung it lightly. A bolt of blue lightning lashed out like a whip, coiling around the cultist and shattering him into pieces. The lightning moved like a serpent, striking down 6 more cultists in its wake. The Magna Nai's agents mercilessly slaughtered the disoriented cultists of the Unification sect. Some cultists, snapping out of their stupor, managed to draw their firearms. The drug-enhanced physical abilities of the cultists allowed them to move as quickly as awakened beings. A blurred face came into the crosshairs. Salvation is upon us. The cultists cackled maniacally as they pulled the triggers of their guns. Their faces twisted with glee in the flickering light, thrilled by the prospect of martyrdom. Click. The sound of firing pins striking inert primers echoed. Nothing happened. Why? The unexpected malfunction left the cultists dumbfounded. Their weapons, meant to unleash wrath upon their enemies, refused to function. One cultist pulled the charging handle to clear the dud round and attempted another shot. Only hollow clicks emanated from the chamber. No, this can't be. The last thing the despairing cultists saw was a barrage of magical arrows. As the final fanatics fell, the team approached the artifact. All threats have been neutralized. Proceed now. When Lyra gave the order, the team began their work. The team examined the artifact sphere using various precise instruments and magic. Then, they carefully detached the securing device and placed it in a metal box. The Investigation Unit 3 of the Department of Mystical Studies began their withdrawal. The masked agents, who had been quietly standing by, also started to move. As Lyra headed towards the exit, one of the masked men at the rear spoke up. If the dispatch request was for these drug-addled cultists, then I'm disappointed. You could have handled this yourselves. Vanguard has too much on its plate. At the disgruntled, mechanical voice, Lyra turned her head. The Vanguard agent crossed his arms and pretended to yawn out of boredom. In the deep zone, safety is the highest priority. Unexpected situations like the recent Unification Order incident can arise again during artifact exploration. We may need elite forces like the Vanguard in such cases. And during operations, communicating via telepathy is standard protocol. The agent waved off her words. I know the protocol. But you're too cautious as always. For something like this, Procell would have handled it just fine. Well, that caution is why the Archmage holds you in high regard. Is that all you wanted to say? When are you returning to the field? I heard you've been playing some strange student game at the academy. Wasn't it as the student council president? No, I'm the vice president. I can't discuss the mission in detail, but it should conclude in a month or two. Same difference. Anyway, relay a message to Procell and came for me. Tell them to hurry back to the field. I don't know what you're all doing at the academy. I'll be going ahead. The Vanguard agent shrugged and walked out. His subordinates followed him. Left alone, Lyra checked her surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, then exited as well. The interior plaza grew silent. The only things remaining were the bodies of the cultists. The Violet squad raced down the roads of the boundary zone. Each time the twisted pavement jolted, the trucks clattered noisily. The Violets shouted in excitement. Woohoo! Yeehaw! This is awesome! Barely an hour into their adventure, it already felt like a roller coaster. The road was rough, and the ground uneven, yet the pickup trucks held up surprisingly well. Kalia, tell Marco thanks. This thing is holding up great. When number 642 shouted from the driver's seat, Kalia, seated in the back, snapped in annoyance. 642, eyes on the road. You're driving? And slow down a bit? You're not the only one in this truck. Huh? You didn't find it fun? Fun? My foot? Look at them. Kalia pointed behind her, revealing the pale-faced siege weapon duo. Where am I? Grandma? Grandpa? Sorry. I immediately slowed down. I'd gotten carried away in my excitement. We were on our way to a designated zone marked on the map. There's something peculiar about Vittorio Arcade. After an artifact is extracted, a certain amount of time passes before another object appears in the same spot. Simply put, the artifacts replicate themselves. The problem is that it takes anywhere from several days to a week for an artifact to reappear. It's as if they grow like mushrooms. This delay has led to strong individuals or clans unlawfully occupying these areas, monopolizing the artifacts, and even stealing others' finds. After a series of bloody conflicts, the clans reached an agreement. In the boundary zone, a regional rotation system was implemented. Once a zone has been looted, it's restricted from entry until the artifacts regenerate. During that time, people conduct exploration and excavation in zones where artifacts have already appeared. These zones are divided among individual entrepreneurs, small to medium-sized clans, and large clans, ensuring balanced competition. This prevents unilateral theft since the groups are matched by their levels. Of course, this system only applies in the boundary zone. In the deep zone, it's finders keepers. Since we weren't acting as individuals, we operated in the small clan zone. We drove the truck into a building. The interior was oddly bright. The commercial building inside the zone looked as though it had been forcibly stretched like rubber. The entrance alone was about 2 to 3 times the height of a normal building entrance. Inside was even more exaggerated. It felt like stepping into a land of giants. As we entered the building, we saw many others at work. A pair of hunters stood before a group of workers, explaining something. Everyone, if you see a beast, call us immediately. Don't forget to move in groups of 3 or more. Now, let's shout our chant and head in. Safety first, safety first, safety first. The workers, clad in exoskeletons, rushed into a grotesquely enlarged closet. Judging by their gear, they appeared to be non-awakened individuals. Elsewhere, students who seemed slightly older than us rummaged through gaps in walls and oversized drawers, hauling out bags of materials. Found it? Reinforced fabric. Wow, how do you always find things like a pro? Though the building was gigantic, the artifacts were surprisingly ordinary in size. It was time for us to start our work as well. We parked the truck in front of a dark hallway and stepped out. As we walked down the corridor, something scrambled and charged toward us. Keurk. A familiar cry. It was Scrax. There was even a Scrax caster among them. Prepare for battle. The Violets, who had grown in numbers to a platoon, quickly formed a defensive formation in the corridor while the marksmen aimed their weapons at the incoming enemies. Fire. Behind the shield, rifles blazed. The bullets that flew were deflected with flashes of light. Ugh, it's a shield. The beasts are wearing relics. Look over there. Irene pointed at them. Upon closer inspection, these monsters were wearing necklaces. Their bodies were draped in strange suits that looked like they came from nowhere. They were definitely relics. Damn, they're tough as hell. Don't you have a strong move? You're a mage, right? Kalia, who had been firing her magnum pistol, asked Lucian, who grumbled. I'm shooting? It'll break through soon. Looking at those treasure beasts who were blocking bolts and magic, I started drooling. If we took the stuff they were wearing, would we be that tough too? Alright, then we should prepare for close combat. Irene, Daphne, please do your thing. Ha ha ha, you trash, disappear. Boom, bang. As we were preparing to charge, a hailstorm of medium-sized bolts rained down on us. The shield broke. The bodies of the Scrocs shattered like squashed tomatoes. I turned my head and saw Levi, who had set up a tripod and was unleashing bolts from a ballista. When did she go there? Ha 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 ha, she cackled maniacally. As the shooting stopped, Granite charged in with the force of an angry wild boar. The surprised violet shield wall automatically opened. Oh. He rushed into the beast crowd, swinging his axe wildly. With a single swing of his axe, the Scrock's limbs flew into the air, and with a second swing, their guts were scattered everywhere. Urae, I'll wipe you all out. Crash, crash, crash. The monster horde was torn to pieces. The giant holding the axe, drenched in monster blood, howled amidst the wreckage. I am a man. We stared at the scene, stunned. Is that really how Levi and Granite are? I don't remember them being like that. Yeah, me neither. What the hell? Daphne asked with a bewildered expression, and Irene shook her head. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the back. It was Kalia. Violet. When we went to the dungeon last time, I saw you talking to those two. Now that I think about it, it's weird. What did you do to those two? You did something weird, didn't you? It's nothing. Liar, liar. I've told you so many times that your lies are obvious by the look on your face. Hehe. I smiled awkwardly, and the three girls stared at me suspiciously. Why do they doubt me? It's a sad thing. Lucian, who had been watching from behind, muttered. Yep, I really think you're a secret agent. After the small incident, we refocused on our work. Sadly, the results of our first battle were disappointing. Ugh, what is this? It's all broken. Room 432 cried as they picked up the wreckage of the relics. The small girl and the big boy, seeing this, awkwardly turned their heads. Sorry. Haha. This is bad. Sadly, this siege weapon couple had destroyed all the monsters with their brute strength. As a result, the relics the Scrocks were wearing were all broken too. This won't do. Until the large beasts appear, you two follow 342 and carry the supplies. Got it. Ugh. I was incredibly disappointed. A shield necklace or magic-resistant clothes? Maybe I can clone it. Fortunately, after eliminating the Scrocks, we entered a place filled with relic fabric. Violet and the idiot couple were loading colorful fabric bundles into a truck. While the Violets were working, there was a loud bang from the side. The source of the sound came from the closet where the workers had gone earlier. A moment later, a man, his body smoking, walked out with a woman. The workers followed, dragging a large, unknown beast with them. Damn it, got another one? This thing takes them down in one hit, no contest. You're amazing, really. The woman giggled while the man proudly fiddled with the pole he was holding. One end of the pole was blackened and broken. The man twisted the damaged part off and pulled out a cone-shaped object from the bag slung over his back, attaching it to the pole's end. At that moment, the beast lying on the ground began thrashing its limbs violently. Greah! The workers gasped and stepped back in shock, but the man scoffed and stabbed the beast with his pole. Something incredible happened. Kaboom! When the spear pierced the beast, it exploded, obliterating the creature. I snapped to attention. I didn't expect such an impressive weapon to exist. I didn't know what it was, but I had to have it. I approached the man. Hey, mister, where can I buy that? Oh, this spear? It's called a thunder spear. Don't you know? The man hesitated briefly at my abrupt question, but soon began explaining enthusiastically. So, you mean there's a bomb at the tip that explodes when you stab a beast with it? It's not just a bomb, it's a thunder spear. It's fitted with high-performance special-shaped charges. Isn't it amazing? As the man finished explaining, I felt like I was reborn. A thunder spear? How could such a beautiful weapon exist? The mechanism was simple. A large, heavy spear tip fitted with shaped charges was attached to a replaceable pole. The user would channel their sword energy into the spear and thrust it into the enemy. The energy would penetrate the beast's ether barrier and thick hide in the first strike. Then, the special-shaped charge would detonate inside the beast, destroying it from within. Moreover, the spear tip could be replaced and reused 2 or 3 times, making it surprisingly efficient, perhaps even better than self-detonation. A perfect fusion of martial arts and chemical engineering? I spoke to the hunter enthusiastically, my eyes sparkling. Sir, are you willing to sell this? I've got one left, but it's nearing the expiration date. You still want it? It's a bit risky. Deal. I quickly handed over the money and bought the thunder spear. As I turned away, Daphne called out to me. What are you doing over there? I got a cool weapon. I ran up to Daphne, buzzing with excitement, and explained what I had just bought. It has explosives inside, so it blows up when you stab with it. Isn't that basically a rocket? No, it's a thunder spear. You run up, stab, and boom. When I finished my explanation, Daphne's expression turned peculiar. Her face looked like someone who had bitten into a cream-filled bun only to find it filled with toothpaste. That's not okay. I didn't say anything. You're planning to charge in with that, laughing like crazy, aren't you? Gasp. How did she know? Daphne must have developed mind-reading powers. Could it be the effect of the ether emitter? Who in their right mind uses a weapon like that? Just use a spear or sword like everyone else safely. But, it's so cool. You'll get hurt. As Daphne and I argued, Irene walked over, curious about the commotion, and sighed briefly when she saw the thunder spear. Oh dear, Violet. I realized then that no one truly understood me. It was a little heartbreaking. Self-detonation refers to the act of triggering the explosives one is carrying. And self-detonation is a core tactic of the Violet Legion. No matter how sturdy an awakened one is, they are still made of flesh and bones. A human is less durable than a beast. Therefore, if a large number of bombs are deployed, anyone can be turned to dust. In the mission to rescue Irene, the exchange ratio between the enemy awakened and Violet was almost 1:1, so it was still quite effective. However, there was one flaw with self-detonation. When used, one Violet always dies. When considering what a Violet could do in a prolonged battle, it was a shame that they would only end up detonating a bomb and dying. So, in the sense that it doesn't kill the user, the Thunder Spear would definitely be a useful weapon. The problem was that our healer almost had a fit when she saw the weapon. I had gotten so excited that I rambled on and on. If you use that, you'll definitely get hurt. You might even die. Daphne clung to me with a half-teary face. I protested. No, it's a spear. It has a long range. It's just a bomb with a longer length. It's safe, I tell you. If it's so safe, why doesn't anyone else use it? That's clearly an irrational weapon. Isn't it, Irene? Do the clan's hunters use things like this? Daphne turned her head to look at Irene. She alternated her gaze between me and Daphne. Please, say something nice. With a sour expression, she spoke up. The Thunder Spear is an obsolete weapon. It's dangerous, and it's a one-time use. Freelancers might use it, but you. Ugh. See? It's dangerous, right? I felt betrayed by Irene. That's just not true. It's true. That's a weapon only used by eccentrics. But there is a proper way to use it. The Thunder Spear must have been a weapon for those who were extroverted and good at reading the trends of the times. But Irene, for some reason, was spreading fake news, as if she had picked up some strange information. The drawbacks of the information age were becoming evident here. I felt down. So, does that mean I'm an eccentric? Well, yeah, you're a little eccentric, aren't you? When my friend treated me like an eccentric, I couldn't help but let out a sharp retort. While I shifted my focus to Irene, Daphne seemed to have made a decision and came over to take the Thunder Spear I was holding. Are you two even listening to me? This is confiscated. Use some other safe and good weapons. Please. Hey, give it back. I won't give it back. As I reached out my arm, Daphne took a step back. Just as I was about to charge at her, a thin green shield blocked my way. I'm sorry, I'll give you the money I spent on this, but I don't think this is right. Please understand. The Thunder Spear disappeared from Daphne's hands as she put it into her inventory. Using a transformation shield, huh? That's cowardly. But Daphne was short-sighted. Blocking Violet like this was a stretch. Command center relays, everyone, charge. Surround them. Let's go. Wah. Some of the nearby Violet squad members who had been working were dispatched to rush at Daphne. Hey, wait a minute. Violet, what are you doing? Daphne, why are you? Give it back. If you don't, I'll tickle you. As the Violets closed in, Daphne lightly tapped her staff on the ground. A round shield surrounded her. Hiya? It's blocked. Please give up. I'm sorry for taking your item, but as a friend, I couldn't just watch you do something dangerous. For some reason, Irene stopped herself before saying anything. Why are you guys doing this? The Violets surrounding the shield tapped on it repeatedly. Daphne shook her head firmly and turned away. Just as she turned, she found Violet number 612 lying flat on the floor inside the shield. She gasped and stepped back in surprise. So now you notice. How did she get here? Well, she jumped in just before the shield went up. Daphne, you're trapped with me here. I held Daphne tight around the waist to prevent her from escaping. Other Violets inside the shield created more clones to grab her. Let go, stop it, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I don't like this, what are you doing? We won't stop until you give it back. Eek, ha ha, no, ha 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 ha, it's too sensitive, stop, ha 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 ha. Inside the shield, Daphne, surrounded by the Violets, was tortured by tickling. Hearing the sounds, other team members also ran over to our side. Alright, I'll give it back. Stop, ha ha ha. After about a minute, Daphne finally surrendered. We happily took back the Thunder Spear from her inventory and jumped with joy. Hooray! The weapon of victory. While celebrating, I noticed something strange and turned around. Daphne, looking dejected, was staring at me with a sad expression. Do you really like that weapon so much? Well. Seeing my friend's distressed face made me feel guilty. I was considering just giving it back when I heard a soft tap on the ground. Hey, can you at least listen to me? Irene was looking at us, somewhat dissatisfied. The conflict over the Thunder Spear was resolved quite anticlimactically. Irene's suggestion was simple, but clever. If it's really that dangerous, just use it with a shield. Right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It was a solution worthy of comparison to King Solomon's judgment. Daphne, realizing this a bit late, opened her mouth, speechless. Right, why didn't I think of that? She looked embarrassed. The issue was settled like this. But I still felt guilty, so I apologized to Daphne. I'm sorry for tickling you. I was trying to take your stuff without reason, anyway. It's fine. She laughed a little, as if embarrassed. Our conflict was resolved quickly like this. Hehe, while I'd need to be cautious when using it, we reached a successful agreement with Daphne. Now I can use it freely. Yay, you can't use it freely? The spear can be replicated, but the specialized warhead attached to it is the problem. We only have 3 Thunder Spear bomb heads in stock. Alphanu. Ugh, really? I'll have to get some more later. Or we can just attach our own bombs. I'm glad I asked that hunter where they sold Thunder Spears. The workshop was said to be small scale, so I decided to visit it later. After the commotion ended, we moved to another location, and Kalia, who was beside me, asked, "Do you really like that? Seriously, I don't get it. If you get the chance, I'll let you try this. It'll be so much fun." When test subject 247 handed over the thunder spear with a grin, Kalia lightly pushed my hand away with a perplexed expression. "I'll pass. Though, I suppose it's better than throwing yourself at a motorcycle. That was ages ago," I grumbled. Kalia seemed indifferent to my words and pointed her finger toward Daphne's direction. "More importantly, that girl. What was she like at school? She seems like a model student." "That's right. How did you know? Daphne studies really hard." Kalia thought deeply for a moment after hearing my words, then spoke. "As expected, it's Daphne. Maybe she's picked up a bit of your influence." I doubt she didn't think of something I've already thought of. "What are you talking about?" "Never mind, forget it. What kind of influence was she talking about?" "Really?" The violets clapped their hands together. The other team members were already giving us strange looks, and it would be troublesome if their injected courage dissipated like this. Crazy woman. If she's not a federal agent, then what? An assassin from some cult. Violet sure has an amazing imagination, doesn't she? Don't you agree? Dangerous as it is, a blasting axe. Seems risky. How about a rocket axe instead? Thankfully, aside from Lucian, no one seemed to think badly of me. The violets and the team members went back to their tasks. We continued moving between buildings, hunting beasts, and excavating artifacts. Wow, look at this. Sunglasses that emit light from the lenses. They're blood-accelerating socks. Apparently, wearing them makes your blood flow so fast your leg veins explode. Ugh, what junk. The protective shield accessories that the Skrex group had been carrying earlier were nowhere to be found. Most of the Holy Grail-like objects seemed to have been snatched up by that Aegis student we rescued before. Well, even trash like this gets bought. Just pack it up, and you still have that contact, right? The Relic Trading Company manager. We can check with that guy. Even trash has its uses. We were chatting while working hard when a distant rumbling noise reached us. When Violet, who had been outside the building, looked around, a massive procession of vehicles emitting light was moving beyond the hazy avenue. The noise grew louder and closer. "What's that?" I soon identified the source of the sound. It was tanks. 4 tanks were charging forward. Behind them were several combat vehicles, armored trucks, and armored cars in a long line. Tanks in a dungeon. Are there any clans that use tanks? I searched my shallow and wide-ranging knowledge. The vehicles in front of us were tracks and turrets attached to armored bodies. While they seemed a bit small, they were undoubtedly tanks. But those things are expensive. And heavy too. Hearing the noise, Irene stepped outside, scrutinizing the procession of vehicles with a suspicious gaze. They're Federation-made light tanks. Hardly any clans operate those. Could it be? At her words, I could see the flags hanging on their vehicles. Laurel wreaths, a round globe, stars, and wings. Look at the flag. There was only one organization that used that symbol. Just then, a beep sounded from the convoy's loudspeakers, followed by a broadcast. "Citizens of Ruslam, this is the 60th Federal Mobile Combat Battalion. We have arrived to suppress an illegal private organization. Do not interfere. We are currently conducting peacekeeping operations. Once again, do not interfere." Hunters, who had been exploring nearby, poked their heads out to see what was happening. The mood among the people was not good. "Citizens, my ass. Why are those tax thieves in the dungeon now? Isn't this a treaty violation?" While the person who seemed to be the commander was fervently broadcasting, the convoy turned a corner near where we were standing, heading into an alleyway. Unfortunately, there were 4 vehicles parked there, belonging to the hunters. As the tanks turned, they rammed into the parked cars without hesitation. The last car was completely crushed. Did they not see it? Quadjik? Ugh. Half of the car was flattened, and an alarm blared, likely from the impact. The middle-aged man who seemed to own the car appeared. His eyes darted around in disbelief, as if an earthquake had struck. Startled, he ran over. "My car." The convoy paused momentarily. The man, fuming, approached the nearest combat vehicle. "Hey, where's the person in charge? Can't you see that?" The convoy responded to his protests by turning a turret. With a low mechanical whir, the tank rotated its turret, and the unmanned turrets atop the vehicles aimed at the man. Facing the large, dark barrels, the hunter drew his blade. What are you doing? Do not interfere. We are conducting a special military operation. Stand back. If you do not comply, we will open fire." While the man hesitated in the face of the threat, the federal vehicles turned their turrets back and sped off. They headed deeper into the dungeon. I was shocked. What kind of hit-and-run criminals were these? The man, belatedly enraged, shook his fist at the departing convoy. "Hey, you federal bastards." Other hunters nearby, who also seemed to be victims, tried to console him. "Come on, haven't those bastards done this a few times already?" Still, in cases like this, they handle the insurance well enough. Irene, who had been watching, spoke up. "Clans often target rookie hunters, aiming their turrets and threatening them. Looks like they really learned it from the Federation." Kalia spoke gruffly. "That's just the kind of thing strong, reckless bastards do." While the Federation's mobile unit moved deeper into the district, a group of people entered the indoor plaza formed inside a building deep in the sector. The interior was filled with corpses. The face of the man leading the group, wearing a pointed hat, contorted at the gruesome sight. Ah, my brothers and sisters, like this. Master Miklos has passed away. Elder Matt too. The followers of the Unification Church couldn't contain their anger, trembling with rage. We only wanted the freedom to believe. Damn heretics. While the lower-level followers expressed their heated hatred for the suppressed faith, Kernan surveyed the surroundings. His sharp gaze landed on one particular spot. There was nothing that should have been there. Now, brothers and sisters, please calm down. His deep, heavy voice shook the surroundings. The followers, like the sea after a storm, became calm as if they hadn't been angry at all. Our family has been killed. Our relic has been stolen. At the mention of the stolen relic, the followers wavered. As signs of resurrected fury began to stir, Brown raised his hand to calm them. It is not the time to be angry yet. We don't even know who the thieves are or where they are. We still have a greater task ahead of us. There is still the most important relic remaining here, in the heart of the dungeon. One of the followers couldn't hold back their frustration and shouted. But, all our brothers have fallen. Therefore, our journey must not stop. We cannot let the blood of our fallen family members be spilled in vain. Kernan continued, now shouting. I understand. I am angry too. But we must use that anger as fuel to move forward. For the freedom of faith, for that day when the turning point will come. The elder of the Unification Church drew a sickle-shaped sword and raised it high. We will catch the thieves. We will hunt down the heretics. And we will secure the relics needed for our great undertaking. That is our destiny. The followers regained their fervor and shouted, as if possessed. Ugh, the heretics. Ugh, kill them, we will take revenge. Kernan stepped back after finishing his speech, while the deacons and awakened followers calmed the highly agitated others, arranging the bodies and surveying the area. He gave instructions to the other elders. Send a messenger to gather the followers from other sectors. There are others, aside from us, who came to find the relic. We don't have much time. One of the followers left their position. Kernan calmly gave his next order. Prepare, it's time to unleash the beasts. The opponent consists of high-level hunters. There seem to be multiple mages. Check the weapons. We've brought enough black ice, right? The lower-level elder nodded. After a while, figures, both human and non-human, rushed through the market streets beyond the dungeon's shadows. The Federal Mobile Unit's rampage was short-lived, and soon enough, we gathered up the miscellaneous relics and loaded them into the car's trunk. We found a lot, but none of the ones we wanted. I clicked my tongue in disappointment. What we were hoping for were top-tier artifacts. Things like defensive shield generators or relics that could block a specific attack no matter what. At this rate, it felt like one of those cheap mobile games where they force you to endlessly grind dungeons until the item you want finally drops. Despite searching every nook and cranny of the room, all we had were trash items. Before we knew it, it was time for lunch. We set up a lavish meal. My inventory was packed with freshly cooked hot dishes. There was more than enough for the 100 members of Violet's squad and the 6 boys and girls. Enjoy your meal. There's so much. It feels like we're on a picnic. It was always fun to watch the team's surprised reactions. Aside from Daphne and Irene, who had gotten used to my inventory, the others looked like they were seeing food for the first time. We should have caught those beasts earlier. While we were having our late lunch, the Violets exchanged a few words. Violet 795 took a spoonful of lasagna and then turned her gaze toward Levi. She had finished eating and was now cleaning her ballista. Granite was also polishing his axe. Ugh, from now on, I should only move when it's absolutely necessary. Violet 795 muttered, and Violet 129 responded. Well, I don't think it's the team's fault. You didn't properly tell us what to do, did you? That's true. Thinking back on it, I realized it was also my fault for being so focused on the relics that I forgot to communicate. Next time, I'll make sure to send clear instructions to the team via the radio. The radio Violets are listening to, right? Violets using radios, including Violet 76, responded. Roger that. Once the radio Violets confirmed, we moved on to the next agenda. Considering how many relics we've gathered, it might be time to head back and sell them. Should we go to the deeper areas after that? Of course. There were quite a few relics loaded on the truck. Most were just fabric bundles or worthless relics, and some were metal scraps of unknown origin. We could sell them, but they were of relatively low value. The truly valuable relics we were looking for could only be found deeper within. The deeper zones were more dangerous, teeming with monsters, but because fewer people ventured there, we might be able to find rarer relics. After finishing our meal, Violet Squad's commander, Violet 167, briefed the team on the next steps. We'll sell what we've got so far and then continue working. Tomorrow, we head past the deep zones. Lucian, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The deep zones are divided into several areas too. Have you thought about where we'll go specifically? Verdant Hotel, the railway station, or maybe the industrial complex. We'll hit them all. But first, we'll go to the hotel. At the mention of the hotel, Granite, who had been quietly listening, raised his hand. Hey, when you say hotel, you mean the one famous for its wine, right? At the mention of wine, Kalia seemed to recall something and exclaimed with a sudden realization. I've heard of it. The news about someone becoming rich after finding a wine cellar. That was the place, wasn't it? That's right. It's that one. Kalia was correct. Somewhere beneath the hotel we were visiting was a wine cellar. The wine that had been altered by ether turned into a bizarre elixir with strange effects, and it sold for high prices. Even if it wasn't altered, century-old rare wine fetched unimaginable sums at auctions. Daphne looked up at me, her expression cautious. A hotel, there will be a lot of people there, won't there? If you're worried about conflicts, don't be. We have plenty of people too. And we're not going there just for the wine. While money was important, securing useful relics was the priority. We discussed a few more details about where we would go next, then got up from the table. After returning to the base camp in the restricted zone, Lyra felt a throbbing headache as she listened to the explanation from a member of the Department of Mystical Investigations, Division 3. According to the analysis, the relic has lost its functionality. The member explained about the relic retrieved from among the fanatics. Though it might have value as research material, its practical use had been destroyed long ago. Well, it can't be helped. We'll need to search other locations. This isn't the only known cog sphere anyway. The priority remains the vision prism. Finding it takes precedence. Since the particle accelerator is broken, we've been instructed by the director, no, the Grand Mage, to consider alternative methods. She stepped out of the container office. Nearby, members of the team and hired mercenaries were busy with various tasks. There's more bad news. A report came in from the safe zone just now. The Federation is making a move. According to an insider from their side, it seems they're also after the vision prism. Suddenly, how large is their force? The member gave his report. 1 tank platoon and multiple mechanized units of unspecified numbers. Lyra calculated the available power of the clan in the current region and compared it to the typical combat strength of the Federation forces. The quality of the awakened troops was low, but the firepower of their vehicles and non-awakened soldiers was considerably lethal. It was best to avoid direct confrontation, especially with fanatics roaming the area. This is troublesome. A vanguard agent, lounging nearby with subordinates, scoffed. Ha, those Federation fools, always relying on their weapons. If you're already scared, what good are you? Leave the big problems to us, we'll handle it. The modified mages donned their sealed masks again and stood up. After the report ended, Lyra strolled around the camp, deep in thought. If the plan is to stay on track, we must act quickly. With the underground research facility of the Academy being inexplicably damaged, alternatives were necessary for both the board of directors and the clan. Suddenly, Lyra recalled Crocell's warning about unknown enemies. Enemies clad in black combat suits using teleportation, who identified themselves as the Obsidian Legion. It was a time of crisis. Even so, the project must succeed. For the world's sake. She gazed beyond the camp. The shadow of the dungeon remained pitch black. I went to the safe zone and sold off all the items. Woohoo, money. Though the quality was low, the earnings were decent. After all, it was enough to fill 3 truckloads. The staff at the sales center looked astonished, as if wondering where I had found such a quantity of relics. No one can hide from numbers. The method was simple. If hundreds of people combed through wall cracks, mouse holes, and even the stomachs of beasts, the effort would pay off. Numbers are power and wisdom. Once I sold everything, the truck's cargo bay, which had been full until moments ago, was now empty as if nothing had ever been there. I left the sales center with Irene. Thanks to my friend, I had managed to get a little extra profit. By late afternoon, the forward base in the safe zone was even busier than it had been in the morning. It was like a marketplace. I bought a few consumables, such as signal flares, from a nearby stall. While looking around, vehicles started lining up out of a cargo elevator. They were large, armored buses. The buses bore the logo of a familiar academy, Aegis Academy. It's been a while. What brings them all the way out here? As I returned to the truck where my team was waiting, someone called out to me from behind. Excuse me, pardon me, but... I turned around at the familiar voice and was greatly surprised. I hadn't expected to run into someone I knew in such an unexpected place. Oh, hello. As I thought, my guess was correct. It's been a while. Nice to see you, Junior. I stammered in surprise. Before me stood Adela, with her golden, wavy hair and amethyst-like, confident purple eyes. Her appearance had changed from the first time I saw her. Instead of the white school uniform she wore back then, she was now clad in a coat and breastplate made of reinforced fiber, resembling a stylish military uniform. Her combat-ready outfit accentuated her mature beauty. Adela's eyes sparkled with curiosity and delight, as if she had discovered an unexpected gift. Irene, what brings you here? Are you here for work? Vittorio Arcade is dangerous for beginners. Where are your parents? Do you have any other guardians? With a face full of joy and a touch of worry, Adela began bombarding me with questions. I was a little flustered. How did she recognize me? My recognition disrupting equipment isn't on. I forgot. Darn it. As 167, I had removed my mask temporarily for external activities. Irene, you say. Who's this person next to you? A friend. The real Irene, who stood next to me, looked at me with a puzzled expression. I was at a loss for words. Why did I have to use my friend's name as my alias? I shot an imploring look at her, begging for her understanding, and she decided to play along. Yes, I'm Irene's friend. So, I'm Violet. What are you doing here? Someone suddenly called out to me. I turned in shock to see Daphne standing there with 2 crepes in hand. They sell these here. They looked delicious, so I bought some. By the way, who's this? Violet. Adela, who had apparently overheard, looked at me with a slightly suspicious expression. Daphne, what are you talking about? I'm Irene. What are you saying all of a sudden? I tried to bluff my way through, but Kalia suddenly tapped my shoulder from behind. Hey, Violet. Done with your business? Let's go. The team's waiting. No, I'm Irene. What nonsense is this kid talking about? Deception was no longer an option. Adela muttered in confusion. So, you're not Irene? Violet? Why did you lie about your name? I've been found out. Right now, in front of me, there is Adela. She looked very flustered. From the slight wrinkle around her eyes, it seemed like she was a bit angry as well. Last time, when we saw each other at the academy, didn't you say your name was Irene? But now you're Violet? What is going on here? Well, I hesitated. I never imagined the consequences of sneaking into the academy under a false identity would catch up with me here. Behind Adela, some professors and instructors from the academy had appeared. Further behind them, some students were curiously looking around like chicks. Adela, what's going on? Professor, I'm just meeting someone I know. Is it okay if I talk to them for a moment? Saying that, Adela tried to naturally lead me somewhere. Excuse me, where are you going? Daphne, it's fine. I'll just talk to her for a bit, and then I'll be back. I made up an excuse to my friends and followed Adela. It had become difficult to run away now. We walked to a quiet spot near the shopping area inside the forward base, and Adela looked at me with a disappointed expression. I'll give you some time to think. Honestly, I believe you'll tell the truth. Adela's violet eyes stared at me, and I couldn't hide anything. Running away? That would only make me seem more suspicious. Above all, with someone like Adela, if I tried to escape, she would easily be able to track me down. Violet. Adela was staring at me intently. I remembered what my friends had said before. Daphne and Kalia both told me that I couldn't hide lies on my face. Actually, I told her that I was from a different academy and that, due to personal circumstances, I had wanted to transfer quietly, so I had concealed my identity when visiting the academy. You wanted to transfer? Then you could have just visited and toured the place. You didn't have to lie, and you definitely shouldn't have deceived the entry procedures. This is illegal. I'm sorry, but I had no choice but to hide my name. What's the reason? Adela's expression turned cold. I won't report you, but I'm disappointed. How should I explain this? I kept a neutral expression and quickly thought of a way out. I would have to mix in a little bit of a lie. I came up with a few plausible scenarios and combined them into a story that Adela might accept. What if I talk about Irene's family background? Let's mix in some content from old novels, movies, and games we've seen. In the 1 minute of hesitation, the Violets brainstormed. Words and sentences slowly came together in the network, and a plausible story was formed. I can't reveal everything, but the truth is, I'm being chased. What did you say? I am Violet, the youngest daughter of a wealthy family. Right now, I am being chased by evil forces. It's not entirely a lie, right? Let's act as pitiful as possible. Think of the lab, think of the research facility. No, thinking of the research facility actually made me feel really down. I pulled my emotions together and slowly began to speak. My parents are gone, and bad people are chasing me. I'm in a situation where I can no longer attend the academy. Without realizing it, my eyes felt a little wet. I continued to fumble over my explanation, trying to tell Adela more. That's the situation. I can't tell you everything, but if there's a chance later, I'll be honest with you. And the desire to attend Aegis Academy is real. In this unexpected situation, Adela seemed conflicted and opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. Student Council President, or should I say, Adela Uni? Can I leave now? I need to make some money with my friends. Uni. I'll leave now. I'm sorry for deceiving you. At this point, she should let me go. I slowly walked away from the spot. She didn't call me back, just stood there quietly. Mission accomplished, I escaped. My friends were waiting around, probably worried about me. Guys, let's go quickly. Wasn't that woman the student council president you mentioned? What happened? Let's talk while we're on the way. Get in the car first. Once we got into the car, I skipped over the details about the fake flower and explained everything else to my friends. Seriously, why did you hide your identity to get in? Academies are so sensitive about security. If you got caught, the academy city authorities would have had to step in. You could have gone to jail. Epsilon-S. There were circumstances. It was for a good cause, so please understand. My 3 friends sighed at my words. Daphne looked at me with worried eyes. All right, I understand. The conversation went smoothly, right? Yeah, they just let us go. Let's hurry and get to work. The 3 trucks quickly returned to the perimeter. While driving, I realized something important had slipped my mind. Why did the Aegis Academy people come all the way out here? Maybe they came for a field trip. Night eventually fell on the Violet unit, who were busy hunting beasts and collecting relics again. The hunters and laborers working nearby each found a safe, secluded place to set up tents or crawled into their vehicles to sleep. Camping in a dungeon isn't easy. Even in the safest of places, beasts remain a constant threat. That's why hunter teams camped at appropriate distances from one another whenever possible. Crude alarms made of string and bells, expensive motion detectors, unmanned turrets, and traps were set up in various places. However, the most reliable alarm system was still human vigilance. Sentries were indispensable. Others might have envied them, but the Violet team didn't worry about sentry duty. If a body grew too fatigued, they could create a new one, and mental exhaustion could be solved by exchanging consciousness with another Violet. At the dungeon camp at dawn, Violet number 463, who was on patrol and keeping watch, heard a strange sound. Someone, please help me. Number 463 focused her magic into her eyes. Her pupils dilated, and her vision sharpened with magical reinforcement, revealing a staggering figure approaching from the darkness. She released the safety on her rifle. At the edge of the shadows, a bloodied person stumbled closer in her direction. Number 463 took aim in a ready shooting stance and approached the figure. What's this? My comrades, over there. He appeared to be an injured man. Encounters like this weren't uncommon in dungeon explorations. Hunters injured during an expedition often sought help. In such cases, it was typical to give them a potion or two or escort them to a safe zone. The grateful hunters would often offer small rewards in return. In this harsh world, hunters were surprisingly good at repaying kindness, which led to a culture of mutual aid. Maybe it's because we all carry weapons. Strength tends to foster respect, Violet thought as she approached the injured man. Help me, my comrades are over there. Lead the way. Number 463 followed the injured hunter. The man slowly explained the situation. According to him, his team had been ambushed by beasts during a night expedition, leaving some of his comrades injured and unable to move. Got it. Do you need medicine or for me to call insurance? Let's check the situation first. The hunter's behavior seemed a bit suspicious. Number 463 reported her findings to the other Violets and continued to trail him. The place he led her to was a dark room on the third floor of a shopping complex. This is where your comrades are, right? When she stepped inside, there was nothing. Number 463 looked around, puzzled. What's going on? Where? That was when the hunter's demeanor abruptly changed. You've been tricked, heretic. Huh? Guh. As number 463 raised her rifle in alarm, a cultist hiding in the ceiling dropped down and struck her with a mace. Number 463 lost consciousness. From the shadows within the room, figures began to emerge one by one. The 6 cultists of the Unity sect laughed sinisterly at their new sacrificial offering. Heretics were unbelievably naive. All it took was a bit of acting pretending to be wounded and helpless and anyone would follow. We've caught her. It was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Good. Tie her up. We need to start the ritual soon. But before they could say much more, a red flare shot through the window into the building. What the how did they? Did they follow us? The cultists panicked. They had subdued her without a sound. How could her comrades have arrived so quickly? In reality, the emergency alert triggered in the network the moment number 463 died. The cultists, of course, had no way of knowing that. In less than 10 seconds, footsteps closed in from all sides. With a deafening crash, the door was blasted open, and soldiers in black combat uniforms stormed in. How did you? Doesn't matter. Surrender. Drop your weapons. The Violets growled fiercely. Their voices, distorted through voice modulators, sent shivers down the cultists' spines. One of the cultists rushed at them. The Violets raised their rifles in perfect unison. With the sound of beans being roasted, the cultist fell to the ground with holes pierced through their entire body. The other cultists took something out of their pockets. It was a syringe. Take them down. Crush them. Sensing something was off, the Violets immediately rushed to capture the enemies. They were about to jab the syringe into their arms. Hit them hard? We need to capture them alive. How dare they? No matter which organization they belong to, they will pay for this. Ah! The clones grabbed the cultists' limbs. After being disarmed, the cultists were mercilessly beaten. 5 minutes later, the Violet squad tied up the suspicious attackers and began the interrogation. A short combat hammer, used by room 794 for torture, was pressed against the face of one of the cultists as they began yelling at him. Hey, who are you? Why did you attack our comrades? No answers. Haha, I don't know. A man, his face swollen, laughed with a smirk. He glared at the bound suspicious attackers, spat on the ground, and sneered. Do you think I'll talk? Dirty heretic bastards. Ha, you're not even funny, just kill me already. Is that so? Fine, off you go. Room 794 swung the hammer. The corpse, its head crushed, collapsed to the side. Next. Haha, do you think I'll break that easily? Is that so? With a thud, another corpse dropped to the floor. I mean, you aren't going to answer either. And so, the third person died in succession. The remaining cultists turned pale as they looked at the fallen comrades, their heads cracked open, spilling out their brains. You aren't going to talk either, huh? Then. No, I'll tell you everything. Please, spare me. The prisoners begged, trembling. Satisfied with their submission, the Violets began the interrogation. So, you're saying your cult is searching for relics? Why yes. I interrogated the ones who called themselves cultists, pounding them with questions. With each pressure, they gave up their answers, almost like an AI search. So why did you kidnap people? That, it's for our worship rituals, as offerings. Hearing their confession, I scowled. Human sacrifice, huh? Why do you do such things? I asked in disbelief, and the cultist recited some strange doctrine that seemed to make sense only within their cult. By removing the heart of an awakened heretic and offering it to the dimensional savior, you will be blessed and become awakened yourself. What nonsense. It's true. I thought it was all nonsense. How many unawakened people in the world would be desperate to become awakened? If it were that easy, the scientists of Laplaxia would not hesitate to meddle with others' brains. After asking a few more questions, there was no further information. Unfortunately, these cultists were low-ranking and didn't know much. All they could say was that their people were going around searching for relics. In the meantime, it seemed they had lured some poor hunters into performing their worship rituals like I had experienced. As I stood up from my seat, 2 of the cultists stared at me. What will happen to us? You will die. The violets behind me struck the prisoners' necks. Foolish fools. I had never said anything about sparing them, yet they cooperated so willingly. It seems they had shallow faith after all. By the way, the Union cult, I had never heard of it before. I instructed the violets outside the dungeon to investigate. It's a strange religious group that believes in the end of the world. They were disbanded because of the abductions and illegal drug issues, but they went missing. Upon investigation, the Union cult was a group that believed humanity would be saved by becoming monsters when the dimensional world swallowed this one. They believed and followed their leader, who called himself the prophet. The teachings were bizarre beyond belief. See, religion is the opiate of the masses. Faith is for those who can't live without it. Our materialist violets only believed in Violet and her friends. I checked the spoils first. The violets who were cleaning up the bodies stripped the attackers of their weapons, equipment, and clothing. Judging by their attire and gear, they were no different from ordinary hunters. Curiously, one of them had a small pocket Bible-like religious text tucked into their chest. Suspicious items like scriptures and cell phones were all collected and stored in the inventory. These would later be sent to the broker's office of the Manpower Company. While rummaging through the items, Violet number 312 found syringes hidden inside a pocket. Each syringe was filled with drugs of various colors. I checked the status window. Most of them were miscellaneous narcotics designed to increase aggression or induce hallucinations. This is bad for the body. Let's just throw them away. While sorting through the loot with that thought in mind, a syringe containing a black liquid caught my attention. What is this? The code displayed on the screen was incomprehensible. It seems like the syringe he tried to inject into his arm earlier. I inspected the syringe. Black ice. An awakening drug made from unknown ingredients. When used, it temporarily amplifies the user's physical abilities to rival that of an awakened. For awakened users, it temporarily increases mana efficiency. However, everything comes at a cost. This power demands the price of life. As soon as I read the description, I was shocked. This was a combat drug? It's even mentioned in the news. An illegal drug, they say. Extremely toxic and dangerous. It can't be copied. Despite the risks, curiosity about the effects grew. I had to try it out. Violet number 221 volunteered to test the drug. When the substance was injected, the first 30 seconds felt strange. It was as if icy coldness coursed through the body. Perhaps that's why it was called ice. Soon, an overwhelming surge of power took over. Wow, I feel so strong. Number 221 couldn't contain the energy surging through her and began bouncing around. The heightened sensations and euphoria that resonated even through the network made all of us shudder. Mana? Try using mana. When mana was channeled, it accelerated rapidly within the body. If the previous Violet had been like a car on the road, the mana now flowing through her was propelling her forward like a jet engine. I realized that while the total amount of mana hadn't increased, the maximum output per use had significantly risen. This is incredible. Woohoo. Number 221 leaped and sprinted energetically. When I shared sensory feedback with number 212, the other violets around us seemed to move at a sluggish pace. Could this drug also enhance perception and speed? The power of this drug is amazing. 5 minutes later, the effects began to show. Ugh, my head. Number 221 felt dizzy and collapsed. Despite the pain dispersion effect, her body had grown weak. Number 221. Are you okay? My chest feels tight. Number 221 convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and eventually went still. A short while later, her heart stopped. I asked myself, what did it feel like? It felt like all my strength drained away suddenly, and everything went dark. We inspected what was left of No 221's body. Despite her form turning into particles of mana and scattering, we had a moment to examine the corpse. Removing the mask revealed eyes with bloodshot sclera. Rolling up her sleeves, we saw her veins had turned black and bulged unnaturally. The side effects were terrifying. Black ice had incredible effects, but the cost of using it was far too dangerous. Could this also be something created by the Unity sect? The potency was impressive, but it was obvious that ordinary people would ruin their bodies if they used it. We decided to save it for future special operations. The Violet squad disposed of the body in a corner and returned to their positions. The beasts would take care of it. The next day, as we prepared to enter the deep zone, Kalia cautiously approached and asked, "What happened last night? I heard some gunfire in my sleep." Well, it's a long story. I'll explain on the way in the car. The Violet team ate breakfast and headed for the deep zone. I wondered if we would run into Adela again. 3 trucks roll down the main road of the dungeon in the morning. Every time they hit the rough stone ground, they rattle loudly. Kaya. The body of Violet number 212 in the cargo bed wobbled unsteadily. The nearby violets quickly grabbed me to steady myself. Until just yesterday, there had only been 1 or 2 violets standing guard, but now the truck bed was packed with them. To make matters worse, I had created more clones. The cargo bed was already filled with dormant bodies rolling around. The reason for the sudden increase in manpower was simple. It was because of those cultists from yesterday, attacked by fanatics. When I explained the situation to the team, everyone seemed surprised, except for 2. Daphne turned to the violet at the back seat. Nothing serious happened, right? Yeah, don't worry. No injuries on our side. We killed them all, so don't worry. Oh, that's a relief. Daphne looked a little bewildered, but didn't say anything further. Fanatics. Those weirdos are causing trouble. Do you think they might be chasing us? Luis, who had been listening, spoke in a somewhat suspicious tone. Was he worried about those weirdos trailing us? I spoke in a voice loud enough for the other team members to hear. We shouldn't have to worry about being tracked. See this thing around my neck? It's a disruption device. You're really like a secret agent. He clicked his tongue. It seemed he still thought I was some kind of human weapon trained in a secret base. To kill people. Well, they deserved it. Our siege weapon duo seemed to feel uneasy at the mention of me killing people. Come to think of it, these guys probably hadn't killed anyone before. It doesn't matter. We didn't expect them to engage in combat from the beginning. If they experience killing people without preparation, it could hurt their hearts. We'll have to make them accept it naturally when the time comes. Killing beasts and killing people were clearly different things. Monsters were creatures that instinctively saw humans as enemies. They were grotesque in appearance, so it was hard to feel any empathy for them. But people were different. They cried out when struck, and screamed when stabbed. My instincts rejected it. Killing a monster was 100 times easier than killing a human. After a brief explanation, Irene calmly evaluated my actions. It was all praise. Though the cleanup was rough, you handled it well. There are many dangerous criminals hiding in places like this big dungeon. You have to protect yourself here. Kalia responded more intensely. Well done. Those crazy people deserve to die. Even in our neighborhood, strange religious people often came to preach and caused disturbances. And they even offered people as sacrifices? We need to show these trash the right way. She said this while patting my shoulder confidently. By the way, you said it was the Harmonic Association. Irene looked into the air as if thinking about something. Have you heard of it? What I found was only fragmentary information. I thought Irene might know more, so I asked her. I don't know the details, but I think I've heard of it. There's a sort of blacklist shared among clans. A blacklist? Wait, are they keeping a list of targets for suppression? I was shocked. Was Irene's clan the type to engage in some form of oppression? Seeing my uneasy expression, she quickly explained further. It's not what you're thinking. It's just a list of suspicious individuals or awakened groups who have bad rumors following them. Well, that's a relief. It was just a normal list of people to be cautious about, like black consumers or weirdos. That's strange, though. They're making a kill list, but... Luis muttered something, but I ignored him. Among the list are religious groups. There are lots of weird religions that use awakened powers for missionary work. The Harmonic Association was one of the top entries. They made money in suspicious ways, and once people entered, they never came out. There were even rumors that they used remote islands or dungeon corners for military training. This was quite dangerous. They weren't just the type of fanatics shouting about hell in their church buildings. A cult trying to offer human sacrifices and explore suspicious artifacts. It's clearly shady. This needs to be reported to the forward base. Violet, how about sending a messenger to the dungeon entrance? Irene's suggestion made sense. We had no idea how big these crazy people were or what they were doing. And now, Adelaide was here too. It would be wise to let them know to be careful. Okay, I'll do that right away. Once the hunters or the clan members here found out, they'd clean up those trash. It's really an eye for an eye. While the convoy stopped for a moment, one Violet got off the truck bed. Violet number 12, with the help of Violets number 802 and number 216, pulled out machines from the inventory and started assembling them. I'll go. The electric scooter was completed. After confirming that the messenger Violet had left for the safe zone, we moved deeper into the dungeon. By the way, murder. As I pondered over the concepts of offerings, religion, and human sacrifice, my thoughts naturally spiraled into reflections on killing and the act of murder. Suddenly, a small question slithered up like a snake. Am I a psychopath? From the moment my Violet clones possessed their new bodies, they had killed countless people. The lab guards, the ponytailed woman, the gang members of the underworld, everyone I judged as an enemy was killed, either by cutting their throats or shooting them. Each time, there was nothing particularly special about it. The recoil of a gun, the feel of tough flesh and bone, the ache in my wrists and arms. Killing bad people or shooting them was kind of thrilling. Ugh, are we the weird ones? Honestly, it was fun to win, but I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to feel. Considering it from the perspective of common sense and moral ethics, my Violets might seem abnormal from an objective viewpoint. A cute girl who doesn't fear killing? People would be upset. A cute girl is supposed to be kind and make the world a better place. It's better if she doesn't get her hands dirty with blood. No, maybe that's exactly why we need to do it. Violet number 223 sat beside Daphne. The assigned Violet squads supported equipment operation and were prepared to sacrifice their lives to prevent equipment loss in emergencies. While we Violets handled the frontal combat, the team members were assigned to critical positions to strategize and explore the dungeon. Treating people like equipment seemed a bit inhumane, but it was an efficient military strategy. We could defeat any enemy with this approach. As explained, we'll begin our search from here. First, we'll search the stalls in the surrounding streets and parks one by one. Then, we'll enter the hotel to find any useful relics. The Violet Company led the way, followed closely by the team members. 3rd Platoon, 1st Squad, move with Levi and secure the high ground near the hotel. The remaining squads will wait in the rear and guard the surrounding streets. Move to the rooftops and stand by until a request for fire support comes in. The area around the hotel was quite expansive. If there was a spot that offered a view of the entire region, immediate fire support could be provided. 1st Platoon, 2nd Squad, move to the front line with Irene and switch your equipment to shields and spears. 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, move to the center and stand by. Ensure the escort target is not harmed. Healers are critical. What about us? Stick them behind the 1st Platoon, 2nd Squad. If they try to go berserk swinging their axe, stop them. After assigning the team members to their respective positions, the exploration began. Gone were the days when warriors and mages scrambled together to fight monsters. This was the modern tactical approach to dungeon parties. With this method, we could crush any enemy? Violet number 331, who had been diligently rummaging through the stalls, felt a strange vibration on the ground. Command, can you feel that? There's a weird vibration. There might be a monster underground. The Violet at command immediately switched consciousness and inspected the site. Turning on a flashlight, they noticed a manhole cover trembling. Monster detected? Everyone, gather up. The Violet unit stopped their exploration and formed a triple-layered perimeter. A platoon of Violets advanced to the front. The courageous Violets, shielded by sturdy green protective barriers, surrounded the manhole cover in a circular formation. According to the intel, it's probably a lock vein. As the platoon leader Violet shrugged and explained, Irene cautiously replied. Normally, that would be the case. She stood behind the second perimeter, ready to cast buffs and charge forward. The lock vein was a serpent-like monster that roamed the underground sewers of Vittorio Arcade. Though it was classified as mid-tier and dangerous, it was said to occasionally drop loot if its belly was sliced open. With numbers, nothing was scary. Come out, you dumb beast. A mere mid-tier. I created noise to provoke it. Once that serpent poked its head out of the ground, it was done for. We'll show this monster what Violet military tactics are all about. With a heavy metallic thud, the manhole cover shot into the air. There it is. Number 328 advanced toward the black manhole with a magic-infused spear. They were ready to strike as soon as the creature emerged. At that moment, a pitch-black, massive tentacle shot out of the manhole. Yeah! The slimy black tentacle struck the surrounding squad, knocking them over. Almost immediately, a shapeless, shadowy black creature emerged from the sewer hole. Its size expanded to that of a double-decker bus as soon as it surfaced. It's got us. Several tentacles extended from the round body of the monster, capturing an entire Violet squad. I was pulled into its body. What happened next was horrific. My flesh is melting like water. I'm dissolving. The creature's tentacles corroded and broke through Daphne's protective barrier. One by one, our squad members began to melt away. Although Daphne quickly deployed a new barrier to retrieve the squad, it was too late. Violet. It's too late, Daphne. Fall back. Irene spoke firmly, and Daphne bit her lip before immediately retreating. Damn it. It's an Oxterer. Crap, mid-tier monster, my foot. Lucian's face, in the rear, twisted as if he had just chewed on mint chocolate. He was right. That wasn't a mid-tier monster. The true identity of the monster was an Oxterer, a top-tier monster sitting at the apex of this dungeon's ecosystem. Charge. The Violet military tactics faced a massive hurdle from the start. This was a crisis. Violet was in a crisis. The enemy was a high-level monster, and in the blink of an eye, our entire squad was devoured. If we're swallowed, we'll die instantly. I'm so scared. Kalia. The Violet clones that had died screamed as they returned to the network. The Violets swallowed by the black, slimy body melted away without leaving a single bone behind. At least, after learning the hibernation ability, it was effective to lose consciousness to disperse the pain if it felt unbearable. It took time during battle, though. Fire! Fire! While Violet Squad 3 dashed between the tentacles to buy time, the Violets in the back fired their rifles. It was like throwing a stone into a deep swamp. Nothing happened. The creature's slimy body regenerated in an instant. Heavy artillery, forward. Fire. The heavy weapons team, equipped with rocket launchers and grenade launchers, stepped forward. The most powerful weapons infantry could use flew through the air, hitting the monster's body. A brief flash and a loud explosion. Parts of the monster's body shattered and scattered in all directions. Haha, we're winning. They said it had physical immunity, but was that a lie? Confident in our victory, we launched another heavy artillery attack. After the second explosion, smoke temporarily blocked our vision. It blocked it. Squad leader Violet tilted her head. Noxtera was perfectly fine. We even saw parts of the body that had been detached earlier crawling back toward the main body and being absorbed again. It really doesn't work. The one to answer our doubts was Irene, who had been watching from behind. It hardened, that's why. Throw in a crossbow or something. This was unbelievable. In just a short time, the creature had solidified its soft body. Indeed, Noxtera was a powerful high-level monster. Its form resembled a slime from a typical fantasy game. The problem was, unlike the beginner-friendly slimes often used as punching bags, Noxtera was an advanced monster with unique powers. When classifying monsters by rank, there are various standards: how much firepower they have, their intelligence level, their defense capabilities, and whether they possess troublesome traits. A with ring above beta. And this creature had the characteristic of being almost impervious to any physical means of attack. Weak attacks are absorbed, and strong ones are adapted to and blocked. Levi, hit it hard. A violet on the roof urged, and a giant bolt flew through the air from above. A hole was blasted through Noxtera's hardened body, but the wound was quickly sealed. That didn't work either. Idiot! That thing doesn't have a core or heart. What's the point of making a hole? Just break it into pieces or burn it. Lucian, while preparing his magic, shot me a disdainful glance. Burn it? According to the data we gathered, its weakness was fire magic. So it's weak to fire, right? It's flying. My leg's broken. Injured ones, over here. The violets were knocked into the air by tentacle hits. Ugh, there are so many of them, and they're disgusting. Violet, do you have anything useful? Kalia yelled toward me, slicing through the tentacles with a sword wreathed in flames. Each tentacle she cut fell limp, releasing smoke. It was a moment where Kalia's unique abilities truly shone. But the monster's size was just too big. Hang on, just a little longer? I'm preparing to attack. While Irene, Kalia, and Granite were busy cutting away tentacles up front, the violets didn't stand still either. A series of violets pulled out Molotov cocktails. I'll burn it all. Flame of purification. As Lucian prepared his attack, he grabbed the arm of a nearby violet in shock. Are you crazy? Do you want to get hit by its fiery tentacles? You said burning it would work. This is Violet's special soy grenade. It can reach up to 2,000 degrees. It's meaningless unless it's magic. So that's the issue. The problem of a world where magic is the all-powerful solution. But that's fine. Our Violet can use magic too. The results of the magic I learned from Professor Albert, let's show them here. Flamethrower. The violets extended their hands. The most basic of basics, a flamethrower, spewed from their palms. The tentacles recoiled and retreated. The reason the tentacles retreated was to gain elasticity. The violets who had been using the flames were knocked down after taking the attack. Arg. The monster's not stupid, it won't just bake from a beginner's spell like that. Get out of the way, everyone. I'm going to break it and burn it down. As the team members quickly backed off, Lucian snapped his fingers. It was his usual magic arrow attack, but this time, the arrows glowed with a dazzling blue flame. From the magic circle behind him, 6 arrows flew consecutively, striking the monster hard. The wounds didn't heal immediately, but that wasn't enough. Lucian unleashed an even more powerful attack. A flame spear, as large as a telephone pole, plunged into Noxtera's black body. Flames shot up high. Got it. No, it's not enough. Just as we began to celebrate, Noxtera emerged from the smoke. Its size had shrunk a bit, but only the outer layer had fallen off. The creature hadn't been shattered as we'd hoped. Ugh. Phase 2. It seemed Noxtera considered Lucian, who had been casting magic from the rear, a significant threat and ignored the rest of the team, charging toward him instead. That was at maximum output, yet it only managed this much. As expected of a high-level beast. I'll buy us some time. Fall back. Dozens of violets charged at the beast to stop it. The sight resembled a swarm of mice rushing at an elephant. The courageous mice stabbed and bit the elephant recklessly, only to provoke its fury further. The beast created additional tentacles and began thrashing them wildly in all directions. Ugh, an injured party. That dull Granite guy got hit by a tentacle and toppled over. Thanks to his protective barrier, he avoided serious injury, but he still rolled around on the ground. Irene, can we just retreat? Violet number 227 hastily called out to Irene, who was locked in a struggle with 3 tree trunk-sized tentacles. Her skin was reddened from the beast's dripping fluids. If it were me, I would have dissolved long ago. While a massive bolt severed a tentacle, Irene, now with some breathing room, responded. Well, Noxtera has a tenacious personality. Whether we fight or flee, we should be ready to die. Ugh, that's a lot to handle. Then, how about a sure way to kill it? We'll have to chop it up piece by piece and burn it all. Ugh, there wasn't going to be an easy way out. I briefly considered self-destructing but dismissed the idea immediately. It might regenerate. In the end, it was clear the violets would have to do all the work. 100 violets wielded weapons imbued with sword energy and charged together. Disassemble it. Cut it apart. The violets clung to the beast like a swarm of ants on jelly, fiercely tearing into it. Every piece they tore off was burned and trampled underfoot. As its body slowly began to shrink, the beast thrashed wildly in desperation. The resistance is too strong. Command has given permission to use the Blade of Fiery Radiance. Our pride and joy, the 5-star weapon, the Blade of Fiery Radiance, was finally unveiled. As flames were scattered through the beast, tentacles dropped off one after another. Should have used this earlier. We'd been saving the 5-star weapon for so long that we forgot to use it. If we'd used it from the start, we wouldn't have had to go through this ordeal. Sensing the danger, the beast tried to flee. Daphne, the barrier, set up. To block its escape, thin barriers were laid around the beast like barricades, trapping its movements. Though its tentacles squeezed and swallowed Violet's, even more of them swarmed in to tear it apart. Slowly, little by little, Noxtura's size decreased. Haha, die already. Revenge for Squad 1. Payback for Squad 2. Fury for Squad 3. After the deaths of dozens of Violets, the beast finally shrank to a manageable size. Now's the time. Lucian hurled another fiery spear. The beast shattered into pieces. We burned every last smoldering remnant of the beast, ensuring complete victory. We did it. I turned to my team to share in the joy of our success. Violet, are you okay? My teammates looked at me with concerned expressions. What was the problem? We lost too many people. Huh? Don't worry. Dying is our job anyway. Lucian made a face of sheer disbelief and muttered. Crazy woman. It seemed the others weren't as used to their teammates' deaths as I was. They needed to get used to it eventually. While the others rested, I gathered the injured Violets and their body parts. Here's a leg I picked up. There's an arm too, just stick it back on. Got it. Daphne quietly tended to the severely injured Violets with a bitter expression. It was like repairing broken dolls. Melted areas were restored with fresh, soft skin, and shattered, torn-off arms were neatly reattached as greenish magic flowed through them. Thank you. The Violets bounced back as if nothing had happened. Daphne is truly amazing. This battle taught me something important, the value of magic. Come to think of it, we Violets had been overly fixated on swordsmanship and weapons without ever considering using magic as a specialty. We'd learned a few things from Professor Albert during our lessons, but pulling a trigger was much simpler than manipulating formulas. Who has time to calculate in the middle of a fight? An enemy that bullets can't harm is a real headache. Luckily, we had trained hard in swordsmanship and close combat techniques. If we hadn't, running away would have been our only option. But if there came a time when we couldn't use guns or explosives, we'd be in big trouble. Magic, huh? Maybe I should revisit the group calculation techniques we used before. While Violet the company commander pondered this and downed a drink, vehicles bearing the logo of Aegis Academy stopped in front of us. Gasp, what are they doing here? People disembarked from the armored bus, eyeing us warily. Could they be here to capture us? No way, those are students. I see some instructors too. They seemed wary of us, though it wasn't surprising considering our dark combat uniforms and fully covered faces. Who are you people? A familiar voice I had heard that morning called out. Turning my head, I saw Adela. By your appearance, could it be a recognition inhibiting device? Oh, she even figured that out. We might come under suspicion at this rate. Violet the company commander turned off the recognition inhibiting device and removed her mask. It's me, Violet. I felt a bit nervous. Was Adela going to be angry again? My fears were unfounded. Fancy meeting you again. Sorry about earlier. Adela gave an awkward smile. While traveling to the deep zone by car, Adela fell into thought. Could what Violet said be true? When she had met Violet again, she had been very happy. The excitement of meeting a girl who might become a junior was overwhelming. But when she learned that Violet had lied about her name, she was deeply disappointed. She had thought Violet was a cute and innocent child, but it turned out she had been hiding such a bad side. Just as she was about to turn away in disappointment, Violet's eyes made her hesitate. The young girl, fumbling as she tried to explain her situation, had tears glistening in her eyes. My parents passed away, and bad people started chasing me. Now I can't go to school anymore. Logically, there were many things that didn't add up. The reasons she gave seemed odd and exaggerated. Clearly, she was hiding something. However, her instincts, honed through training and experience, told a different story. At the very least, it didn't seem like Violet was lying about what she was saying. Adela Uni. Can I leave now? I need to make money with my friends. Uni. Adela murmured. According to what she had learned, relationships between people should be analyzed and judged rationally. But for some reason, she couldn't seem to do that with this girl. The car arrived at the deep zone, and while she was guiding the juniors she was in charge of, she happened to run into Violet again. Let's talk to her first. She gave a somewhat awkward smile and said, I didn't expect to see you here again. I'm sorry for getting angry earlier. Hehe, it's fine. I did something that could easily be misunderstood. When Violet answered with a grin, Adela found herself unexpectedly feeling a bit relieved. Was it that she didn't want to be resented by this girl? Adela noticed the armed soldiers sitting behind Violet. They had a blurred impression that made it hard to focus, some sort of interference device. Why is this child here like this? Who are they? The thought of forced labor crossed her mind. She began to suspect that Violet might be working for some shady organization. Adela cautiously asked, and Violet immediately replied. Oh, those people? They're from Aerial Group. Aerial Group. Violet gestured behind her. The soldiers, who had been sitting, stood up and moved in perfect unison, lining up. They're my bodyguards. They were left by my parents. Violet gave a sad smile. At that moment, Adela's mind flashed as if struck by lightning. Her knowledge of the awakened world, noble families, and high society dynamics as a future head of an old noble family suddenly clicked together like gears in a clock. The flow of knowledge and thought pointed to a few clues. Deceased parents, a student at the Awakener Academy, an unknown security organization, and awakened colleagues who seemed to be her friends. A power struggle within the clan. Inheritance and shares issues. The Cascadia family has a vast network. Thanks to that, she often hears rumors and stories involving numerous clans, whether she wants to or not. There's nothing more frequently discussed among the gossips than family infighting over power struggles and shares. If her parents died and she's being chased by relatives or competitors, a narrative began to form naturally. It was a common story. Humans become cruel in the face of money and power. Violet was a young girl who had been driven out of her clan or family for some reason. Unable to attend school anymore, she was now leading a dangerous dungeon expedition with loyal soldiers and friends, trying to reclaim her rightful inheritance. The pieces of the puzzle that had been missing began to fit together. There was no conclusive evidence, so it couldn't be definitively concluded, but it was a sad story. She regretted that her family's policy prevented her from meddling in other people's affairs. I see. Adela swallowed her bitterness and pretended to remain calm. If it's true, poor child. When Adela suddenly began asking about the identity of our Violet clones, I was honestly flustered. I didn't know how to explain it. I barely managed to cover up by pretending it was Irene's situation. Fortunately, Adela let it slide. Phew, it worked. The excuse about the parents' bodyguard team worked. Thank goodness. I sighed in relief inwardly. Now I was thinking about how to leave here when Adela walked over to my bodyguards, who were lined up in a row beside me, the Violet squad members. We stood motionless without moving. Is she still suspicious? What should we do? It's okay. We have insoles in, right? She won't know. Adela looked at our squad members, and her amethyst-like eyes held a look of kindness. They seem like good people. I'm glad. Why is she saying this all of a sudden? I was puzzled but stopped thinking about it. At least Adela didn't seem upset. Once the crisis passed, curiosity arose. Why had Adela come here? Could she be planning some strange human experiment too? Don't talk nonsense. Adela is a good person. I looked around, and those glancing over here were probably the lower year students. But why had the student council president come along on this lower year student field trip? It was odd for the student council president to accompany them on such a trip. I noticed that there were also students wearing armbands, probably members of the disciplinary committee. There were quite a few armed guards as well. I asked about it, and I could see Adela making a distressed expression. Actually, one of the first-year students caused an incident. So, the senior student council member stepped in to help. An incident. When I asked, Adela pressed her hand to her forehead as if it was aching. Well, one new student ran away to find some artifact and went to a dungeon with friends. Fortunately, they were rescued quickly, but it was chaos. Because of that, we've tightened the safety regulations for field trips. We need to prevent any other incidents. Wow, I can't believe that happened. That's scary. I responded, and Adela nodded, then made a troubled face. The younger students have such a strong sense of adventure. A holy grail, confession, sigh. From a few words that slipped from her mouth, I quickly realized the situation. Goodness, this was about that guy Alex, wasn't it? Tisk, tisk, looks like it's been found out. Suddenly, something I had forgotten about popped into my memory. Wait, did you say it's a field trip? It was unclear whether the people at Aegis Academy knew about the Unity cult. I had just explained the presence of the cultists at the forward base a moment ago. Excuse me, President? I have something to tell you. I explained about the Unity cult and what I had experienced. Is that true? Yes? Look, I even have some of their stuff. Pretending to reach into my inner pocket, I retrieved the loot I had obtained from the cultists through my inventory. Adela's expression darkened as she examined the pocket-sized scripture of the Unity cult. Thank you for letting me know, Violet. I must report this to the professors immediately. As she turned to leave, a series of violent gunshots echoed from somewhere deep in the restricted zone. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the darkness where the sound had come from. It was far louder than what hunters' weapons usually produced. Strange, unfamiliar noises followed the gunfire. A sharp, tearing sound, as if a rough cloth was being ripped apart. It resembled gunfire but was sharper and distinct. This sounds like a federal weapon. As Adela muttered, I recalled what I had seen last night. That's right. I saw federal tanks arriving last night. Are you sure? I began explaining about the federal mobile unit. Hearing my words, she immediately ran toward the academy bus. In an unknown ruin, while members of the 3rd Division of the Mystic Research Bureau rummaged through the cultists' corpses, Lyra, who was operating a detector, spoke. The Federation has begun moving. We need to act faster. She sent this telepathically while glancing briefly at a wall. The sound was bothering her. The noise in the distance was loud and unusual. The distinct sound, reminiscent of fabric being torn apart by tungsten bullets, was not something common firearms could produce. This is electromagnetic weaponry. They came well prepared. The vanguard commander, leaning against the wall, raised his arms exaggeratedly as if to signal trouble. This makes carrying that heavy thing on my back pointless. Did you see the expression on that so-called elder's face when he died? He looked like he couldn't believe his weapon wouldn't fire. Just thinking about it cracks me up. The nearby agents chuckled at the commander's words. The sound, distorted by their enclosed helmets, came out as eerie mechanical tones. We're not here to joke around, as you know. Young folks these days are too serious. All right, I'll keep that in mind. The commander grumbled. Isn't this over once we find the artifact? We're incognito, so nobody will recognize us anyway. Oh, look at that. We just found something. One of the staff members discovered a peculiar key amidst the mangled remains of Unity cult fanatics. Lyra took the key, examined it, and inserted it into a conspicuous hole in one section of the ruin. The agent's attention focused as the wall shifted, revealing a hidden toothed sphere. The hopeful atmosphere among the agents dissipated. It wasn't the artifact they were looking for. This isn't the vision prism. Another dead end. Lyra couldn't hide her disappointment. Wasn't this still necessary for the plan? Don't rush. We have plenty of time. Stay calm. She issued new instructions to the agents, who prepared to detach the toothed sphere from the wall. In the distance, other agents carrying equipment were approaching. One of them, upon seeing the corpses, suddenly gagged and dropped their tools with a loud clatter. Ugh, seriously, such a rookie move. Sorry? Ugh. The agents voiced their irritation. Lyra approached the female rookie, pulling her aside to console her. Sorry. It's all right. I'm not angry. Is this your first field operation? Why yes, I was assigned from the lab. This is my first field mission. Ugh. These people, what even are they? The brown-haired woman trembled. You heard the briefing earlier, right? These are cultists. You'll get used to it, so don't blame yourself too much. The rookie, looking dejected, picked up her equipment and returned to work. Not long after, the metal sphere was removed from the wall. Lyra and the team swiftly retreated as the noise grew closer. After Adela left, she was seen discussing something with people who appeared to be professors. Nearby instructors listened intently with serious expressions. The conclusion was reached quickly. Adelaide's information is accurate. Attention, everyone. The professors gathered the students and made a loud announcement. The decision by Aegis Academy was simple: cancel the field trip. They're faster than I expected, I mused. If it had been Polaris, they would have stubbornly persisted, no matter the risk. Aegis, being a reputable academy, was sensitive about safety issues. As soon as danger was detected, they opted to withdraw. They seemed focused on creating a safe educational environment for their students. That sealed it. I absolutely had to get into this academy, no matter what. I bet they serve good meals too, I thought to myself. I began preparing to return to my main task. I needed to find rare artifacts in the restricted zone, make a fortune, and buy more weapons. Urgent voices called out from the Aegis group as they prepared to evacuate. Where did those students go? 3 teams are missing. Oh dear, it seemed there were more students like Alex. This academy was in trouble. As the convoy carrying the remaining students hurried back to a safe zone, Adela approached me. Huh? Sis. What's up? Sis? No, that's not right. Violet, how long are you planning to stay here? It's dangerous. I'll search for a few more artifacts before I leave. I need the money. I see. Then I have a favor to ask. I nodded. Adela spoke with a worried expression. We're evacuating quickly, but some of our academy students are missing. While we're organizing a search, the area is too vast, and their location is unclear. If you happen to find them, can you bring them to these coordinates? We'll reward you. The answer was obvious. I couldn't refuse. This might help with admission or transfer into their academy if the professors noticed me. Of course, I'll bring them back as soon as I find them. Above all, it was Adela's request. I had to fulfill it. Don't overdo it. Your work takes priority, Violet. Understand. Adela handed me photos of the missing students and the coordinates. The coordinates pointed to the dungeon's border zone. I returned to my team and explained the situation. Let's find the artifacts and the students. Finding people was a piece of cake for us. After parting ways with Adela, Violet's team moved forward. They passed through the twisted path, went past the strangely glowing hotel, and walked past 3 large and small fountains. As they continued walking, they entered a residential alley surrounded by 3-story houses. Irene, who had been looking at the map in front of the procession, asked, "Is this the right way to the abandoned factory district?" "Of course. I told you earlier. The path we're taking is one that the scouting team has already gone through." Violet was a rational girl who always prioritized safety, except when she was about to self-destruct. She would never recklessly drag her team members into the dungeon's streets where monsters and dangers lurked. Thus, Violet's unit always operated a scouting team. The more Violet clones that died beyond the map, the more the main team and the members' safety were secured. The scouting team dutifully carried out their roles as mobile wards and teleport markers. Hurry up, we're surrounded by monsters. It's suffocating to hide. There's plenty of mana. If it gets urgent, we'll generate more. While the scouting team on the factory roof, wearing camouflage, hid in the corners, the main team entered the factory district. Enemies. As soon as they came out of the alley, they were greeted by the slithering human-shaped enemies. They were ghouls. In terms of numbers, they were about twice as many as us. Hide. Violet and her team members hid behind nearby old cars and boxes. Strangely, there were sections of barbed wire scattered along the roadside. Peering out from behind the boxes, I cautiously observed the enemies through a camera. Upon closer inspection, these ghouls were dressed in old military uniforms. Some held old guns, while others had chains wrapped around their arms. In the middle, there was a ghoul in elaborate officer's attire, holding a flag and a military sword in each hand. They're soldiers. But they're a bit old-fashioned. As I muttered, Irene explained. They're soldiers from the First and Second Dimensional Wars. I've heard of them appearing occasionally, but it's the first time I've seen them in person. It must be due to the fact that the war took place a long time ago. Violet number 652 looked back. Do we go back? Or do we push through? After turning on the laser communicator, I carefully whispered and observed the faces of my team members. Everyone unanimously decided to proceed. Got it? Team 2 will report to the command. What you see isn't everything? There's quite a swarm around, so it's better to be cautious. This is Team 3. We see them too. 2 scouting teams positioned on the sides shared their line of sight. Enemies that were invisible to the main team now became visible. The ghouls were lying or crouching between poorly stacked obstacles. Fire. Violet's squad emerged from their concealment and opened fire. The muffled sound of suppressed gunfire rang out, and the ghouls' heads were blown off. The ghouls, recognizing the attack, began to stagger toward us. Violet? That mustache. Levi, who had been deploying a ballista on the small building behind us, called out to Violet urgently over the radio. I looked in the direction Levi was pointing. The officer ghoul holding the flag let out a horrific scream and pointed a military sword at us with his other hand. The thick chain wrapped around its arm clinked as it moved. Ugh, ugh. What's with that guy? Lucian muttered in disbelief. The next moment, something extraordinary happened. The sound of beans frying could be heard, followed by glowing bullets flying toward us. The ghouls were shooting. The rate of fire was beyond what I had imagined. As I watched the holes piercing through the car and wall we were hiding behind, I was horrified. I can't hear anything. Be careful, the firepower is beyond imagination. Violet number 268, who had been shooting, ducked behind a shield in panic. Her left ear had been blown off. Daphne rushed to treat his ear and deployed a protective shield. The hailstorm of bullets poured relentlessly against the shield. These ghouls moved like living soldiers, firing and taking cover. Did they also recognize that our bullets were a threat? Team 2 reports. They're trying to use grenades. The scouting team, observing from the factory roof, urgently reported. I couldn't help but be horrified again. The ghouls, stumbling around, were pulling out club grenades and pulling the safety pins. Get down. The corpses are using grenades. Daphne quickly deployed the old-fashioned shield. The strange, glowing grenades flew through the air and exploded in midair and on the ground. The shield blocked the fragments and flames. How dare they, being corpses? Lucian, blow them away. I was already preparing, even without you saying anything. As soon as the shield was lifted, Lucian unleashed a barrage of magic arrows. The blue arrows, controlled by magic, swooped down like raptors on their prey, piercing through the air from above. The ghouls who had been shooting from behind cover were shredded. Eat this. Violet's grenades also struck the ghouls hard. The corpse-like humans were shattered into pieces. Team 3 reports. More are coming from the front. We'll support with sniping. But where's that mustache guy? I can't see him. The Violet scouting team, hiding on a nearby factory roof, drew out their assault rifles. One by one, the heads of the ghoul squad walking sluggishly exploded. Recognizing the sniping, the military ghouls twisted their necks in grotesque angles and looked around, retaliating with gunfire. I flinched as bullets flew toward the roof. Command reports. Good head on those ghouls. Prepare for close combat. Let's break through immediately. Golden mana enveloped Violet's squad. Armed with shields, spears, and swords, the assault team advanced, covered by fire from the snipers. A swarm of small bolts flew overhead. It was Levi's flesh at fire. The sound of impact was heard as one squad of ghouls, approaching in a line, was obliterated. Die. The moment Irene and I charged in, I witnessed something strange. The officer ghoul, who had been hiding and out of sight, reappeared. The mustached ghoul vigorously waved a flag. What the? That guy. White light emanated from the flag, enveloping the surrounding ghouls. And then, something horrifying occurred. Gryak. The ghouls charged at high speed as if the video had been fast-forwarded. Their old rifles with bayonets and their spades collided fiercely with spears and shields. Violet number 115, who blocked the chain swung by the officer ghoul, almost fell. A hastily deployed shield blocked the second attack, and Irene quickly intervened. Swordsmanship? From a ghoul. Irene, usually composed, looked slightly astonished. Sparks flew as the spear and saber clashed. Amazingly, the mustached ghoul was demonstrating swordsmanship. Even when Kalia joined the fight, the ghoul skillfully wielded its saber, flag, and the chains wrapped around its arm, holding its own in a 2-on-1 battle. A swordmaster ghoul? You've got to be kidding me? Every time the flag fluttered, the surrounding ghouls seemed revitalized, and the chains on its arm effortlessly deflected the sharp strikes from spears and swords, even whipping around like a lash. It's even using bayonet tactics. The surrounding soldier ghouls screamed as they thrust their bayonets and swung their rifle stocks. Ugh, Violet, help me. Granite, overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught, faltered and retreated. Stepping forward, shields and swords clashed fiercely against the ghouls' rifles. The problem was the speed. Suddenly, the ghouls moved as if they were on some sort of drug. Why was this happening? The Violets quickly reviewed the situation. The Violet network activated. Simulation, start. After a 5-second marathon simulation, I reached a conclusion. The ghoul's transformation was due to the mustached officer. That flag of his had to be some kind of artifact. Both of you, fall back. The rooftop search team swiftly switched weapons. As Irene and Kalia, who had been locked in dazzling combat, leapt backward, the anti-materiel sniper rifle fired. Clang! Light shone from the ghoul's neck as the machine gun round bounced off. Only after 3 successive shots did its protective barrier fade. It's an artifact. My mind cleared in an instant. My god, that ghoul was a walking treasure trove. No matter what, we had to capture it intact. Everyone else, intercept the incoming ghouls from the rear. We'll handle the mustached one. Hearing my command, Irene and Kalia nodded and leapt behind the ghouls. While the ghouls were bewildered, the shield wall charged forward. Crush them. Lucian's guided magic arrows staggered the ghouls, while Daphne's simple binding spell immobilized their feet. We collided head-on with the ghoul squad. The officer ghoul, swinging its saber and flag wildly, was knocked down. As it tried to rise, a pale green planar shield materialized over its body, pinning it down. Hand over that artifact. While the shield wall butchered the surrounding ghouls one by one, squad leader Violet number 312 severed both wrists of the pinned officer ghoul. When the shield dissipated, the violets each pounced on the ghoul's remaining limbs. 1, 2, 3. With a concerted effort, knives hacked away at its limbs. With a gruesome crack, its head and some of its limbs were torn off. The light from the flag it had been holding vanished. We got it. At the same time, the ghouls, which had moved with unnatural agility, suddenly slumped back to their original sluggish state. Taking advantage of the momentum, we slaughtered all of them. We won. I cheered, kicking the ghoul's head. As we cleaned up the battlefield, I examined the artifact the mustached officer ghoul had held. Final regiment flag. The military flag of an unnamed regiment that flew during the fall of Vittorio City. The soldiers remained to fight monsters until the end to allow civilians to evacuate. Though their names and affiliations were forgotten, their spirit and determination linger within the flag. Asterisk when mana is infused into the flag and it is vigorously waved, its unique effects activate. Abilities within range do not stack. I see, it was a 4-star artifact. I was able to confirm another artifact of the Headless Officer. Chains of Will. A weapon used by soldiers and officers during close combat when they were running low on ammunition. It's long and difficult to break. That day, the soldiers' unit was as strong and tough as chains. Locket of the Unknown Officer. A locket containing the memories of an officer. Inside it are faded memories and wishes. The intense memories and wishes created a miracle. Asterisk once every 24 hours, it can defend against up to 3 lethal long-range attacks. Unfortunately, the officer ghoul's military rod was just an ordinary sword. The rifles and grenades carried by the soldier ghouls were also just old trash. That's strange. When they shot, even rocks and steel were pierced. The power was lost once its user died. The world of artifacts is truly mysterious. By the way, I'm unsure who to give these artifacts to. The military uniform fits us perfectly, but the chains and necklace are awkward to use. I'll just give the necklace to Daphne. While the Violet squad rummaged through the bodies of the soldier ghouls, splitting them open to find artifacts, the team members helped me clean up the bodies or kept watch around the area. Ugh, that's a person, isn't it? We didn't attack a person, did we? The siege weapon couple looked gloomy. It seemed like they felt guilty for killing the ghouls. Now that I think about it, we only instilled the fighting will against beasts. At first glance, the ghouls looked human. It was only natural to feel uneasy. Unable to stand it any longer, Louise spoke to the two of them. Hey, why are you so uneasy? Look closely. Does that look like a person to you? Those guys aren't humans. They're beasts. So, no need to feel uncomfortable. The two reluctantly nodded. While they were working, I approached Daphne and handed her the rocket. What's this? Yep, it's a gift. I found out it's an artifact with good power. I vaguely avoided explaining how I knew about the artifact's abilities. Thank you. Daphne received the rocket with a bright smile. She carefully examined the artifact. It's a locket. Usually, people put pictures inside something like this. She fiddled with the locket. When her thin, white fingers brushed against the hinge, the lid popped open. This is. When the locket opened, inside was a faded black and white photo. A man with a mustache was smiling alongside a woman. It looks like they were family. Maybe they were lovers. Our gazes shifted to the corpse of the officer ghoul. I could feel sympathy in Daphne's blue eyes as she gazed at the rolling ghoul's head. After finishing the cleanup, I talked with Irene before we moved. Those ghouls, weren't they low-class beasts? They weren't like the high-class beasts we've seen before, but they were still quite troublesome. The ghouls I had faced in the past were just slow-moving, stupid targets. But those ghouls moved like human soldiers. It didn't seem like the power of the flag alone could explain it. I agree. I've never seen ghouls fight so well. Their brains must have melted, so they shouldn't have been able to perform such complex actions. I wonder why. Irene seemed confused as well. Come to think of it, something comes to mind. What is it? I heard before that some ghouls still retain memories and habits from their past lives. That's why they show all kinds of different behaviors. The ghouls we faced. I surveyed the area where the battle had taken place. I hadn't noticed earlier because we were fighting, but now that I looked, the obstacles piled up and the arrangement of boxes and cars seemed odd. I thought it was just disorganized string at first, but it clearly had a purpose. Even the barbed wire had a distinct intention. That's probably a barricade, right? Seems like it. The phrase from the artifact's flag status screen came to mind. It was the story of soldiers who fought until the city fell. We imagined it. The violet simulation slowly began to recreate what had happened in the industrial district. The army of beasts covered the sky and earth as they rushed toward the city. The citizens fled in fear. The brave officer, Violet, with a mustache, encouraged the soldiers. Men, we must hold out until all the citizens have evacuated. Our unit will defend this place. Yes? Understood. While the citizens were evacuating the city, the soldiers used the surrounding objects and barbed wire to set up barricades on the streets and fought against the beasts. Do not back down. The lives of the citizens depend on us. The violet soldiers faced the wave of beasts with outdated bolt-action rifles, grenades, entrenching tools, and bayonets. When weapons ran out, some resorted to wrapping chains around themselves and fighting. We will die standing. Arg. Mom. As the soldiers fell one by one, the violet officer held the military standard and wielded her sword, enduring to the end. Suddenly, the city's sky darkened, and the soldiers and the officer were swallowed into another dimension. Roar. As the vision ended, I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Those ghoul bastards, could they have thought we were the beasts? Ghouls can't think. Their brains are fried by ether. Those who once tried to protect people from monsters met their end as monsters themselves. How pitiful. To be trapped in a dungeon, fighting an endless war, unable to even die properly. Before departing, I spoke to my team. Guys, can you wait for a moment? After explaining what I intended to do, my friends' expressions darkened slightly, but they understood and accepted my actions. I began gathering the ghoul corpses and stacking them neatly. I even made sure to piece together the officer's body, assembling the severed head and limbs. Once everything was ready, I set it all ablaze. The ghoul's remains were consumed by flames, and the violets let out a brief gasp of terror. Rest in peace. Daphne gazed at the roaring flames with a somber expression. After a brief moment of silence, we turned away from the fire and moved forward. Let's kill those monsters even harder. Carrying the relics left behind by nameless soldiers, we headed down the next path. While moving on after searching the industrial area, we stumbled upon a group of lost Aegis Academy students. There they are, just like the photo Adela gave us. The problem was, the students' situation wasn't looking good. PL, please don't shoot. We're just students. While wandering the streets, the Violet squad heard some strange noises and went to investigate. There, they found a group of frightened students being harassed by a gang of thugs. The reason for their fear was obvious. Armed men were picking a fight with the students. They're from the Federation Army. Kalia, who had followed behind, muttered. Her face was filled with contempt, and understandably so. We're students from Aegis Academy. We're lost. Please let us go. You scoundrels, where do you think you're trying to lie your way into? The Federation soldiers had forced the poor students to kneel, shouting threats at them. Their weapons, swords, spears, bows, and crossbows were scattered on the ground, disarmed. At the forefront stood a man who seemed to be an officer, holding a large gun and spouting orders. Listen up. We're the Federal Army. We're conducting special military operations within Vittorio Dungeon. You'd better cooperate. Now, state your affiliation. We're students from Aegis Academy. Here's our student ID. It's real. Shut up. Are you not going to answer honestly? I let out a sigh. First, soldiers who became monsters, and now soldiers acting like monsters. This is Adela's request. We have to help them, don't we? A good tree doesn't make toothpicks. This was an old proverb from a now-destroyed nation. This saying carries the meaning of not wasting precious resources and time on useless things, and it was often used to depict the contemporary attitude that looked down on soldiers. Perhaps because of the trend of belittling soldiers, this nameless nation was the quickest to fall during the first and second dimensional invasions. Interestingly, even after the war, when the existing national systems were integrated and reorganized into a federation, this proverb continued to survive and was used among the awakened. Currently, this phrase is used by awakened officers as a form of self-deprecation and satire in response to the situation where capable awakened individuals do not volunteer for the Federal Army. In truth, capable awakened individuals have no reason to join the military unless they have a special motivation. If they have the skill, they can join a large clan and enjoy income and benefits far higher than those of an officer, and if they dislike clans, they can live freely as freelance hunters or private contractors. As a result, the only talents the Federation can recruit are usually the scraps left behind by clans and corporations. When some unscrupulous awakened officers' civil issues and scandals were widely reported by media outlets sponsored by clans, public opinion turned against them. At some point, people agreed to call awakened soldiers toothpicks in reference to the proverb. Language is truly social. Sadly, the man standing in front of the Aegis Academy students, Major Marius, was an exemplary toothpick in a bad way. A former B-class pull-up hunter, he was now interrogating students in a high-handed manner. Can't answer right now? What affiliation are you with? Why are you here? A dark gun barrel loomed ominously in front of a male student's eyes. The M27 electromagnetic pistol was much larger and more intimidating than expected. I'm really a student. I showed my student ID. The male student bravely protested in front of the barrel. Unfortunately, the words of the student sounded to Major Marius' ears like, "How dare a lowly toothpick from a minor clan be here? How can you prove that? How can a student be active in such a deep area? Tell me." Reflecting his uncomfortable mood, the servomotors of the exoskeleton attached to the Major's limbs hummed threateningly. Around them, soldiers carrying large rifles also pressured the students just as much as their superior. I told you I came for a tour. We are currently conducting a special military operation. We received intelligence that suspicious people like you are collecting dangerous relics and plotting a conspiracy. Why are you near those relics? Major Marius pointed at the sawtooth orb placed in the corner of the building. Was that a relic? One female student spoke up with a confused expression. Annoyed, the major slapped her across the face. Shut up. Who told you to answer without permission? Eek. Though the shock was absorbed by the ether barrier, the girl, who hadn't expected violence, shrank back in surprise. If you don't cooperate willingly. Major Marius didn't finish his sentence. A group of armed soldiers walked over from the alley. Mic test. Hello? The loudspeaker turned on. Soldiers in black clothing walked toward the Federation mobile unit. With Violet's squad deployed, I was dumbfounded. What kind of idiots are these? A group of soldiers was taking the poor students and interrogating them. I felt a sense of déjà vu. Ugh, imperialism. Japanese Empire? Nazis. Even though the Awakened are a powerful force, surrounding dozens of students with soldiers and then immediately beating and threatening them was inhumane. They were surrounding the students just like the mercenaries who ambushed Irene in the past, with tanks and armored vehicles. What kind of mentality is this? Just in case, I created more troops beyond the alley. A company-level force was deployed. Stop. Identify yourselves. They were on guard as they noticed us. I briefly whispered to Irene. Can I borrow your clan's name? Of course. If not here, then when else would we use it? Not wanting to sound unconvincing, I decided to make use of the prestige of my friend's clan. I spoke into the loudspeaker. We are the 10-6-8 operation team from the Helios Frontier Service, Aerial Group. We have received a student rescue request from Aegis Academy and are carrying it out. Who are you? What? Helios? Aerial Group. The soldier who had been most actively bullying the students earlier, wearing a beret, stepped forward. He looked like a soldier with a frustrating expression. A strange insignia was attached to his beret. It wasn't a national military insignia, so I didn't know who he was. What kind of person was he? I am Major Marius, commander of the 60th Mobile Combat Unit. Who is your highest-ranking officer? A major. That's a bit higher than I expected. I shrugged, and Irene, wearing a mask, stepped forward and carefully handed over her ID card. The aide standing next to the major quickly snatched it and examined it. Is this real? Irene Solstice, team leader. Those students over there, can we take them? The major snorted in response. No, this is our jurisdiction. We can't release them. Do you have any proof that those are students? The identity can be verified by Helios and Aegis Academy. Any further issues can be discussed outside the dungeon. Now, will you release them? We also have photos. I showed the list and photos that Adela had given me. The major scowled. They're probably similar to the ones in the photos. Besides, do you see that relic? They carelessly touched the relics we're investigating. This is a serious national security threat. No, we thought it was just a statue or something. We just took pictures out of boredom. What's the problem? The students behind us protested. The standoff between Irene and the major continued. We will take responsibility for escorting the students. You can't take them? What do clans know anyway? Ugh, that wretched guy. Always nitpicking about security or credentials whenever something happens. And he calls himself a major? I recalled my faint memories of military life before my possession. There was a guy just like him back then. He must have been a major or a lieutenant colonel too. A guy who harassed soldiers, bullied officers, and got his promotion blocked. That guy, who missed his stars, eventually got caught drunk driving and was relegated to a desk job. The resemblance between him and this major was uncanny. To think such officers existed across dimensions. Truly, the enemy of the world? As the guy kept spouting nonsense, Irene's tone grew increasingly irritated. If that's the case, our clan and the academy will have to take action against the 10 coercive and inhumane acts committed against students earlier. This includes violations of the 3 agreements between the Federation and the Academy City, infringements on the autonomy of the clan, and the Federal Army's breach of military law concerning the safety guarantees of Academy students. What did you just say? I didn't stay idle either. I pointed at the black boxes attached to Irene and myself. We recorded all of it. We're ready to expose it to the media. Can you handle the lawsuits? Huh? Who do you think you are, little brats, daring to mock the army? The man grimaced and muttered loudly enough for us to hear. The soldiers behind him stirred. The humming from their exoskeletons grew louder. You little. Refusing to lose the standoff, I deployed the Violet Squad. Soldiers and officers of the Federation visibly panicked at the sight of black-clad Violet units emerging from various corners. What is this? Where did such soldiers come from? The startled major was met with Irene's firm retort. Helios and Aegis Academy respect the Federation's authority in the city and dungeons, and we appreciate your service and sacrifices. However, should such actions persist, we will have no choice but to remind you of the Academy agreements. And the Cascadia family as well. You bastards. As the major angrily reached for his sword, a screeching sound erupted as a car sped in and came to an abrupt stop. A man, seemingly an officer, jumped out and rushed over to stop the major. Ugh, let me go. Commander? I just spoke with the Academy representatives. These are the students. Please lower your weapon. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The major, having lost his justification, fumed but ultimately had to back down. The students were disarmed and handed over to us. TCH, just delete the photos. That's all I ask. We'll do that. Whoever took the pictures, could you show me your phone? The students deleted the photos of the relics they had taken. Major Marius, his pride wounded, collected the relics and departed with his subordinates. The officer who had stopped the major approached us and the students. I'm Captain Klein. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. There's no excuse for the way the students were treated. The officer even bowed his head in apology. Well, it's such a troublesome world when subordinates have to clean up the messes of their superiors. Thank you so much. Well, it's not really something to thank us for. Save your thanks for Adela. After retrieving the students, we loaded them into vehicles and sent them to the coordinates Adela had mentioned. They said they got lost and wandered into the industrial zone. Out of curiosity, they took photos, and the Federation soldiers happened to show up and picked a fight. Irene explained. Terrible, aren't they? And they call themselves soldiers? Those guys are supposed to be defending against monsters swarming beyond the barriers. This world is doomed. Kalia spat in the direction the Federation mobile unit had left. Other students aren't facing the same kind of treatment, are they? Daphne asked worriedly. I reassured my friend. Don't worry, unless someone's reckless like Alex, they shouldn't end up in trouble. And my words proved true. After rescuing the first group of students from the soldiers, we continued exploring the industrial area and found another group. They were hiding quietly inside a building. Thank you so much. A knocksterer appeared. These students had encountered a high-level beast while lost and had fled in a panic, ending up in an unfamiliar location. After finishing our exploration of the industrial zone, we were on our way back for a break when we encountered a third group of students. They were surrounded by ghoul soldiers. Tata-tata-ta, we're saved. Adela's been looking for you guys. Follow us. After finding the last group of students, the day passed in that manner. The Violet team carried another flag and headed toward the safe zone. Since no one was waiting at the coordinates, we decided to escort the students directly to the entrance. This time, I planned to rest properly at the accommodations in the safe zone. A cozy bed, and then, I abruptly witnessed the fanatics recklessly imitating Violet's secret techniques. Salvation is upon us. A deafening roar shook the ground and ceiling of the dungeon. What? That's our technique. I watched with my team as the massive elevators leading to the gate began exploding. What? It's collapsing. Kya. Amid the screams, the elevator in the safe zone toppled. What remained was a massive vertical cliff. Why does every dungeon we enter end up like this? Don't tell me we're trapped again. The moment our Violet witnessed the explosion was just when we had arrived at the safe zone. What is that? Violet number 190 pointed toward the large cargo elevator. Several giant trucks were speeding toward the elevator. Unmanned turrets near the elevator began firing, and several guards rushed in, disabling the wheels of 2 trucks. But it was too late. There were too many trucks, and they had gotten too close. The person in one of the trucks stuck their head out of the window and shouted, "Rescue is coming." Right after that, a flash of light blazed, followed by a violent storm. Damn it, what the hell happened? People around us flinched. The non-awakened dropped flat to the ground, and the awakened began moving quickly. It was a bomb truck. They're using our technology. It was a bit surprising. I didn't expect anyone other than us to use the Violet clone's secret techniques, and I felt annoyed. This was copyright infringement. They've escaped to the afterlife? Can't sue them. Bad guys. I assessed the situation. The cargo elevators, which had been suspended hundreds of meters to a kilometer high, had toppled over due to the earlier shock. Realizing the situation, Violet number 190 screamed inwardly. AHH. We're trapped. The team members also seemed to understand the situation, and their faces twisted. Everyone was speechless, their mouths hanging open, except for Irene, who spoke up. We're trapped again. I lifted my head. Above, there was a white hole in the ceiling, blocked by a structure. According to the data I had, there was no way to climb up there with bare hands. One side of the cliff was made of indestructible rock, so it couldn't be scaled using an ice pick with magical energy. Should we fly up? If we're lucky, we might be able to glide in with hang gliders. It's possible, but I don't think it's worth the risk. There was no urgency. The valuable cargo had already been smuggled out through the inventory. As I watched, several pieces of equipment were being slowly installed near the ceiling. From what I overheard, this was an emergency elevator that had been prepared for such a situation. Nigerian Naira Beta S. Ugh, it'll take time if we need to drive it up. It would take 1 to 2 days to be restored, so we would have to wait. Wait a minute, what will happen to the students we rescued? Just as we had expected, the students were also trapped here. Fortunately, they weren't injured. The problem was the current situation. The bomb terrorists are from a religious group called the Union of Unity. The leader of the Atlas clan, responsible for managing the dungeon entrance, was explaining the situation. The person, who introduced himself as the department head, was currently briefing the others. We were sitting in a small meeting room in a base inside the safe zone. The leaders and team leaders of each clan that had come here were sitting around. Among them were Adela and professors from the academy, representing Aegis Academy. In this important meeting, Violet number 12 and Irene were also sitting. The reason was simple, the scale of our group. Perhaps it was because it left such an impression, traveling with dozens of armed soldiers. I think we brought too many people. We couldn't hide them all with cognitive inhibitors. On the bright side, it meant we were considered important enough to be called to such a gathering. On the downside, we had attracted too much attention. A burly man raised his hand and asked a question. Didn't we already observe this during the interrogation? The important thing is why. Why did they do it? Interrogation referred to a rather destructive method of questioning involving physical means. The survivors from the truck that the hunters had destroyed earlier didn't fare well. The Atlas clan leader sighed. Thank you for the good question. According to our findings, they appear to be preparing some sort of ritual. A ritual. When someone asked again, the leader responded. Yes. They're low-level followers, so they don't know much, but it seems they were planning to perform a ritual using rare artifacts they secured here. And they intended to use us as sacrifices. What kind of artifacts? This. The leader didn't answer immediately but turned on the monitor in front of him. A strange rectangular pillar with odd shapes and colors appeared. Several people who saw the object gasped or whispered in shock. Our violet clones were also surprised and murmured. Why is that here? We're doomed. Ah, I see, some of you recognize it right away. The leader spoke, and the professor sitting next to Adela shook his head. His face was contorted in shock. There's no way we wouldn't recognize it. That's a vision prism, a mental manipulation artifact. A vision prism? This crazy. Why is that forbidden object here? A commotion broke out. Everyone, please calm down. Let's organize the key facts. We're trapped here, and the cultists have secured that artifact. They're nearby. We need to defend this place until the elevator is repaired. As the leader explained at length, I couldn't help but think. A vision prism, at least we had some clue now. Our numbers are insufficient. Will you help us? The plump hunter asked with a hesitant look. Do you want us to stand guard? We had some injuries from the collapse earlier. No, that's not it. All you need to do is remain vigilant and report if you find anything suspicious that looks like the artifact. The academy professor spoke up. Good. Remember, after recovering the mental manipulation artifact, it must be destroyed on site. Do not touch it recklessly. Everyone nodded seriously at the professor's warning. The Federal Army happens to be nearby. Why don't we request their help? When someone suggested this, the middle-aged woman listening nearby narrowed her crow's feet slightly. The Federation people? You trust those guys? What choice do we have? Given the situation, they'll cooperate? When the head of the Atlas clan explained, most people reluctantly agreed. After the explanation, people began to disperse, and I left with my friend. This is bad. The vision prism has fallen into the hands of the cultists. Yeah, and it just had to happen while we were in the dungeon. Irene spoke, sounding concerned. I nodded in agreement. The vision prism was more dangerous than a nuclear bomb. In a world where the rule of law was practically non-existent, powerful clans could do whatever they pleased without scrutiny. However, even among the drug-dealing and hedonistic hunters and clans, there was one thing no one dared touch: mind control. Artifacts or devices capable of mind control were rigorously suppressed by both clans and the Federation. This was why even something like my recognition-suppressing device was subjected to strict quarantines and regulations. For us commoner violets, even accessing such devices was out of the question. Why else would we have smuggled ours through Leslie, the personnel agency director? Man-made magical tools like this were already so restricted. Artifacts like the vision prism, capable of large-scale mental contamination, faced even tighter regulation. Its control level was equivalent to uranium or plutonium in the real world. How troublesome. What exactly is going on? Still, our job was simple. If anything looked suspiciously like an artifact, we had to report it without exception, and we had to crack down on anyone bringing such items in. They were surely in league with the cultists. Won't the Federation troops just wipe them out? Maybe. As I mused about this, I heard faint gunfire from the dark passage ahead. Just as Violet had predicted, the armed cultists of the Unification Society, transporting the artifact through the border zone, fiercely resisted the Federation search squad's attack. Arg. Ack. It's the heretics of the Federation. The cultists fired antiquated automatic rifles and hurled grenades in defiance. Awakened cultists charged with swords or hurled small magical attacks from behind cover. Their eyes burned with determination. Don't block the path to salvation. But their fiery faith was no match for superior firepower. Sing! A rifle bullet struck the chest armor of a Federation soldier. The old-fashioned projectile crumpled and lost momentum. The soldier only felt a dull impact. The exoskeleton mounted on the soldier's arm buzzed as it activated, and the Type 15 railgun in his hand spat electrical sparks. The tungsten round it fired tore through a fanatic's head and shoulder, leaving nothing behind. Ugh! The fanatics, lacking proper ballistic armor or sufficient ether shielding, were shredded by the railgun's barrage. My arm? My arm! A cultist, wailing at the sight of his severed arm, was vaporized into a mist of blood moments later. The electromagnetic cannon on the armored vehicle left no corpse behind. Smart grenades flew through the air. A Unification Society priest preparing a fire spell behind a car was showered in shrapnel and reduced to rags when the grenade exploded precisely overhead. Small rockets, the vehicle's laser interception beams, and the pinnacle of advanced technology crushed the cultists one by one. Awakened cultists injected syringes of black ice into their thighs, roaring with fury as they charged. Die. BZZZZT? The soldiers wielding ether emitters stepped forward. The awakened cultists couldn't withstand the close-range torrent of magical waves and fell, engulfed in flames. Please, spare me. The last man gasping for mercy had his head burst open. The zealots were annihilated by the 60th Battalion's search platoon. There were no survivors. Target secured. The artifact is safe. As the commander reported through the radio, soldiers unloaded the vision prism from a burning truck. The artifact was so massive and heavy that even 3 or 4 adults wearing reinforced exoskeletons struggled to carry it. Good. Hold position. The main unit is converging on your location. ETA, minutes remaining. Major Marius' voice crackled over the laser communicator. The search unit soldiers diligently kept their perimeter secure. While waiting for the main unit, a soldier on guard felt something strange. There shouldn't have been anyone else in the area. It felt like déjà vu. Something flickered beyond the dark passage and over the building. The multi-pattern vision equipment detected nothing. Hey, Sergeant. Did you see? The crackling sound came, and the soldier couldn't finish his sentence. The last thing he saw was a white shimmering blade piercing his chest. Urgh. As the soldier collapsed, stabbed, Vanguard agents revealed themselves one by one as their concealment spells faded. Ambush. The commander, shouting for reinforcements, had his head severed in an instant. Monsters. The remaining soldiers reflexively fired their weapons. Their aim was swift and precise. Heavy metal rounds, accelerated by electromagnetic force, struck against barriers. But the rounds failed to penetrate and dropped to the ground. What the? Before they could process their shock, their bodies were torn apart and burned by magical beams. The armored vehicle, swiveling its turret in desperation, was split in two by a flash of divine lightning. Take this. An awakened soldier, consumed by despair, pushed his exoskeleton to maximum power and charged, stabbing a rare metal sword imbued with sword energy. Before he could understand what was happening, the Vanguard agent gripping his blade crushed his head like a tomato. Federation soldiers are as easy as ever, don't you think? As the Vanguard commander shrugged, the concealment faded, revealing Lyra and her Mystery Investigation Division 3 agents. There isn't much time until the Federation forces arrive. Move. At Lyra's gesture, the agents loaded the artifact onto a vehicle they had brought. As mercenaries set fire to the bodies, the artifact, lightened by gravity reduction magic, was secured onto the truck. Ugh, the Federation troops. What is this? Urgh. Hey, rookie. Can't you move properly? Do you think this is just any artifact? A female staff member, retching at the sight of corpses, nearly dropped the artifact. Watching this, Lyra clicked her tongue internally. So naive. If she causes an accident, what then? Sending someone so squeamish about killing had been a mistake. First the cogwheel orb retrieval, now this. Lyra resolved to keep her out of future operations. After the Magna Nai's team retrieved the artifact and left, only burnt corpses and vehicles remained. When Major Marius finally arrived, he stumped the ground in fury. Who the hell did this? Urgh.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.